Fortunately, due to previous droughts, the dense plants had all withered, so the off-road vehicles on the highway could still drive somewhat smoothly. There were many cracks on the highway and small dips where plant roots had pushed up the pavement. Luckily, this modified off-road vehicle was powerful. Despite some bumps, it drove without much trouble. October 10th. It rained continuously for 3 days. During the heavy rain, the silver vehicle moved slowly. Suyu frowned as she looked at her notebook, feeling worried. We're almost out of the fuel we stored. We can only last 3 more days. Shueyu took the notebook from Suyu, which recorded all their supplies. There was only 1 barrel of gasoline left. Shueyu looked down and said clearly, "Don't worry. I checked the map. There are many gas stations in this area. We'll go check each one. If there's no fuel, we'll go to the nearby base and exchange supplies from our stash in the Night City." Suyu nodded. Little Potato climbed onto Air Shotzi's head, and the two of them sang passionately. The big river flows eastward. After spending these days together, Little Potato had become more relaxed. It had firmly grasped the dog man, because as long as Suyu was there, the dog man couldn't do anything to it. Now, the lively Little Potato was back. "Uncle, stop. There's a gas station ahead." Tang Yu, in the front passenger seat, was excited. Liao Yuan immediately slowed the car to stop outside the gas station. The windshield wipers kept moving as the rain poured heavily. Shui reached out to stop Suyu from getting out and said, "Put on your coat. It's cold outside." Suyu nodded, took her coat, and put it on. Then she nodded to Tang Yu and Shueyu, opened the door, and got out. The rain was heavy. Tang Yu and Shueyu stood beside Suyu, shielding her from the rain with her water curtain. Although they weren't wet on their bodies, their shoes inevitably got wet. Zhang Yang and Air Shotzi stayed in the car to guard it. Tang Yu held the dog, and the 3 of them cautiously approached the gas station. The rain was very heavy. In the rain curtain, visibility was somewhat blurry. The 3 reached the gas station, and Suyu removed the water curtain. This gas station looked looted, which was understandable after so long in the apocalypse. The inside of the building had long been emptied. Shui said to the others, "I'll go see if there's any left." Tang Yu and Suyu nodded. Suyu didn't have much hope. After all, gasoline was still quite precious in the end times, and there probably wasn't much left. Because of 3 days of heavy rain, the dried land was soaked, and there were many puddles on the ground. Suyu looked at the convenience store next to the gas station. The glass door had been broken, and the inside was emptied. Suddenly, an empty bottle inside moved and rolled to the door. Suyu tugged Tang Yu, and both stared closely at the convenience store. There was no one inside. Could it be that the bottle rolled by itself? Suyu frowned, signaling Tang Yu to move closer to Shueyu. Shueyu was checking if there was any remaining oil. When he heard footsteps, he turned to look at Suyu. Seeing their worried expressions, he stopped what he was doing and looked at Suyu. "Shueyu, there was a bottle inside the convenience store that moved by itself, but I didn't see anyone." Hearing Suyu's thoughts, Shueyu glanced at the store and quietly moved toward it. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and reached for the dagger at his waist. Suyu's eyes widened, and she exchanged a quick look with Tang Yu. Both immediately became alert. Shueyu's gaze was fixed on the convenience store door. He heard another person's thoughts. Are they invisible? Veins bulged on Shueyu's hand as he prepared himself. His gaze slowly shifted from the store door to outside the gas station. Whoosh! Shueyu drew his sword and rushed forward at a lightning-fast speed. Before Suyu and Tang Yu could react, they saw blood on the blade of his sword. He was fighting someone, and that person they couldn't see. Shueyu also couldn't see them. He relied solely on hearing the others' thoughts to locate them. Suyu and Tang Yu leaned together, both watching Shueyu's movements. Suddenly, Suyu sidestepped and pushed Tang Yu away. Tang Yu staggered, feeling only a gust of wind where she had just been standing. Suyu turned around and looked at a person standing under the eaves outside the gas station. The person wore a military green raincoat and stood 50 meters away, quietly watching them. Tang Yu tightly held her frightened dog, biting her lip as she looked at the person. Bang! A blob of corrosive liquid was thrown toward them. It hit the air. The person disappeared into thin air. Su Yu's hair stood on end. What kind of supernatural power was this? Why could they vanish into thin air? At that moment, Tang Yu suddenly let out a muffled groan. Su Yu turned her head and saw a deep, bone-visible wound on Tang Yu's face. Her eyes darkened. An invisible person?
Bang!
A metal ball suddenly appeared around Tang Yu, and a wind blade sliced into it, producing a piercing sound. The wind blade brushed past the water balloon that Su Yu had just put on. Su Yu looked around but saw no sign of the opponent. Zhang Yang leaned on the car window, ready to go help, but seemed to think of something and held back. Over at Shui Yu's side, the fight quickly ended. He was dripping blood from his Tang sword. There was a new blood stain on the ground. Shui Yu tilted the tip of his sword, lifting out a crystal. His face was very cold. He turned around and stabbed his sword toward Su Yu.
Whoosh!
The person was very fast. Shui Yu squinted and said, "Wind type and speed type abilities."
Shu Yu frowned.
She was unhappy with the passive situation. Although she felt safe with Shui Yu here, she didn't want to just wait and see. She frowned, reached out her hand, and silently thought, "Come, rain." The heavy rain outside the gas station seemed to pause for a moment. Then the raindrops and accumulated water rushed into the station.
Boom!
The swirling rain and water spread inside the station. Something in front of Su Yu hit the water vortex. The water vortex changed shape. At the same time, Su Yu saw a corner of army green. It was the color of that person's raincoat. Shui Yu's ears twitched, but he didn't move. Instead, he stood quietly beside Su Yu, watching. As more rain gathered, the true face of the person appeared before Su Yu. It was a middle-aged man wearing a raincoat. He was caught in the water flow and struggled but couldn't escape. He was already drowning. Su Yu turned to ask Shui Yu, how did he become invisible? Shui Yu put away his sword, smiling as he said, "I listened to their thoughts and pieced it together. He probably coated himself with some kind of animal's mucus."
Shu Yu nodded.
No wonder he lost his invisibility when hit by water.
Boom!
The man in the raincoat drowned completely and fell heavily to the ground. Su Yu felt a bit tired and helpless. She had eaten many extreme crystals, and her ability had improved quickly. But after that abnormal power dissipated, her ability was even weaker than before when she was not in the Night City. Is this karma? The consequence of using powers from crystals that aren't normal. Her head ached a little. Tang Yu took off her metal ball and came over with the dog. Shui Yu went to dig for crystals. Su Yu held Tang Yu's wrist and treated her injury. They didn't gain anything at the gas station, so they had to go to the next one. Fortunately, the next day, at a suburban gas station, Shui Yu found some gasoline. The station had leaked a lot on the ground, but luckily, half of it was still there. Su Yu wondered, why is no one coming to get the oil at this gas station? Tang Yu, petting her dog, squinted happily maybe. It's too remote here? Before she finished, there was a loud slap. Tang Yu's face twisted, and she suddenly collapsed, falling into the water that reached her calves.
Woof. Oh.
The dog jumped out of Tang Yu's arms and splashed into the water. Su Yu was startled and hurried to help Tang Yu and the dog. Before she could act, there was a wet, sticky, cold object hitting her neck, making her instantly lose strength and go limp. Fortunately, Shui Yu, who had rushed over, caught her. Then, there was a continuous sound of something hitting the three of them. Shui Yu immediately created a whirlwind around them. The whirlwind spun rapidly, splashing blood everywhere. Su Yu was only stunned for a moment, and then recovered. She quickly grabbed Tang Yu's hand and the dog's leg. After treating Tang Yu, who seemed paralyzed, she looked normal again. Suddenly, Shui Yu behind Su said, "We need to leave now." Su Yu was surprised and immediately pulled up Tang Yu, picked up the dog, and the three rushed toward the car. Suddenly, a loud rumbling came from the small hill behind the gas station. Shui Yu's face turned pale. He quickly grabbed Su Yu and then pulled Tang Yu, rushing both of them to the car door. "Open the door." No one inside responded. Only a small slit was open in the window. No one inside responded. Suyu immediately formed a stream of water and slipped through the tiny opening in the window. Rumbling sounds grew louder. A mudslide rolled down the hill, quickly reaching halfway up.
Click.
The car door was pulled open by the rushing water. Shuiyu immediately pushed the two inside the car. Tang Yu looked toward the driver's seat, noticing a wet mark on Liao Deyuan's face. The three inside the car were all paralyzed. Tang Yu's pupils shrank. Before she could move across the seat to start the car, a dark figure flashed. He suddenly flipped into the passenger seat, grabbed Liao Deyuan from the driver's seat, and moved him to the passenger side. Then, he quickly sat in the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and sped away. The mudslide rushed down fiercely, creating a terrifying scene. Suyu placed the dog on the seat, holding the two others, one in each hand, and kept treating them. If she didn't treat them quickly, they might be helpless if an emergency happened. A silver SUV sped along the old highway. Snarl Shuiyu made a sharp turn to avoid a large rock that had just fallen. A mudslide was rushing down, and the entire gas station was instantly swept away by the mudslide. Bang, the car jolted. Shuiyu floored the accelerator, watching the mudslide behind him while constantly turning the steering wheel to avoid falling rocks on both sides of the road. The greedy one drooled at the corner of its mouth. It was carsick. It softly yewed, not daring to inside the car. Suddenly, its paw seemed to touch something soft and cold. The dog was stunned as the thing wriggled and pressed against its paw pad. The dog immediately became paralyzed. Suyu had just grabbed Liao Deyuan's hand when she sensed something was wrong. Looking down, she saw a wet, sticky substance on the back of her hand.
Suyu froze completely, truly froze.
But with her last bit of clarity, she managed to trap the thing in her corrosive liquid. Squeak! The creature screamed as the corrosive liquid peeled its skin. Suyu's eyes, which were half paralyzed, widened as she saw its true form, a small, slimy slug. The creature was quickly dissolved by the liquid, and Suyu fell into a brief paralysis. Boom boom suddenly, another mudslide rolled down ahead. Shuiyu slammed on the brakes. He immediately grabbed Suyu's wrist. In the next second, the car was swept up by the wind and lifted into the air. The car shook as it rose. Below, two mudslides collided with a loud bang, crashing outward in all directions. Shuiyu clenched his teeth, controlling the car to fly forward for about 15 minutes, but he soon realized that the area was completely filled with mudslides. Ahead was a murky water pool. After 15 minutes of holding up the SUV, Shuiyu's energy was nearly exhausted. He grit his teeth and said, "Close the windows." Zhang Yang quickly rolled up the windows. In the next moment, a strong sense of weightlessness hit. Ban the silver SUV crashed into the murky water pool. Shuiyu turned over, protecting Suyu's head tightly. Bang, the car hit the bottom of the pool. In the swirling, muddy water, a rock struck the rear window. The window shattered, and the water rushed inside, spreading quickly. The car was tossed violently by the water current. The paralyzed dog inside suddenly was thrown out. Potato immediately reached out with its vines to grab him, but missed Suyu's hand. In panic, the vines only pulled out a tuft of the dog's hair. Suyu regained some strength and quickly placed a water balloon around the car. The water outside was blocked by the balloon, preventing more water from flooding inside. Tang Yu tilted her head, almost touching the car roof with her nose. Below her neck, everything was muddy water that had just flooded in. Suyu controlled a water ball and floated up. Several people climbed out of the car and reached the shore. The so-called shore was just a shallow, muddy area. As soon as Suyu climbed up, she was almost swept away by a small mudslide rushing toward her. Fortunately, Shuiyu, who was supporting her, quickly caught her. They all clung tightly to a large protruding rock in the muddy area. Suyu looked around, wondering why she didn't see the dog. She suddenly panicked. Is the dog missing? Here. Tang Yu looked at what she was holding tightly and fell silent. It was the dog's den, and Tang Yu was stunned. She remembered she had grabbed the dog's den, and although she didn't look down, it was Fluffy.
Wait.
Fluffy? Tang Yu touched the heavy, damp dog den. Its material was indeed fluffy.
Ah, soup.
Zhang Yang immediately reached out to pull her, but he couldn't catch Suyu, who had jumped back into the water. Looking again, Shuiyu was also gone. Tang Yu pursed her lips and wanted to jump in, but Liao Deyuan held her back. He was holding the confused and excited Air Shotzi in one hand and Tang Yu in the other. You're not water-type abilities users. If you go down, you might not come back. Suyu searched the water pool thoroughly, but couldn't find the dog's figure. When Shuiyu surfaced for the 18th time, Suyu was pulled out by him. Suyu was now a bit overwhelmed, trembling constantly, unsure if it was from the cold or fear. Shuiyu forcibly hugged Suyu, who was still trying to go back into the water, and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, listen to me. Tudo is also missing. They probably are together." Suyu cried out loud. "I know Tudo is missing too, and I know they might be together. But I can't sense where Tudo is." Shuiyu was stunned, holding Suyu's shoulder, and asked, "In what situation do you lose your connection?" Suyu trembled all over, her lips pale. Either Tudo lost consciousness, or Tudo is gone. Changda was on his usual patrol, looking for food along the way. He carefully avoided puddles on the ground. The rain was heavy, soaking his rough fur. After several days of rain, the plants on the ground had regained their vitality. Changda had just reached a sprouting withered tree, lifted his hind leg, and started marking his territory. Suddenly, his gaze paused. What was that? Changda finished urinating, then stepped into the waterlogged area and walked to the small river outside the village, where the water level was rising rapidly. In the small river, beneath a crooked, leaning tree, a round head was swaying with the water flow. Changda squinted, sniffed, and suddenly his eyes widened. "It's a fellow." He jumped into the rushing river with a splash and swam toward the head. Getting closer, Changda was a bit surprised. The little dog's head was wrapped tightly with vines, which tangled around the crooked tree, preventing the dog from being washed away by the current. Changda paddled with his paws and called out, "Hey, little yellow, wake up!" The little dog didn't respond. Changda quickly grabbed the dog's neck and pulled it toward the shore. The vines snapped under the force, and a small potato suddenly opened its eyes. The potato was hanging from a curious ear, and when it turned its head, it saw a huge dog's head. It was so scared it yelped loudly, almost curling up. Changda looked at the tiny potato with curiosity. He wanted to ask what it was but couldn't because he was holding the little dog in his mouth. The river's current was strong, and Changda almost got swept away, but luckily, because he was big, it took some time, but he finally got the little dog and the potato to the shore. The potato opened one eye and saw Changda. It trembled and said, "Don't eat me. I'm poisonous." Since the other's special power was stronger than his, the little potato could only surrender and beg for mercy. Changda was surprised. "You can talk." The potato was stunned. "You can talk?" They both paused for a moment. Changda shook the water off his body and looked into the distance, sighing, "There's a lot more water flowing down again." The potato frantically tugged at the curious ear, worried because the curious one hadn't woken up yet. Changda finally realized what was happening. He looked at the little dog on the ground, paused for a moment, then placed his paw, about the size of a sandbag, on the curious one's chest. Before the potato could scream, he gently stepped on the curious one's head. Plop! The curious one spat out a lot of dirty water and started coughing and sneezing wildly. Changda withdrew his paw and looked at the little dog on the ground. When the curious one woke up, he staggered to his feet, looked at the tiny potato hanging in front of him, then looked up, and then looked up again at the huge head.
How?
It seemed Changda understood. He lay down and said to the curious one, "My name is Changda. What's yours?"
How old are you?
The curious one tilted his head and also lay down. "Woof woof, howling woof. Your name is Curious? I'm 1 year older than you. I'm 4 years old." The potato squealed. "For years old? You're as big as a tiger." Changda tilted his head. "I don't know. I just suddenly grew up. My work clothes are all torn." Potato's lips trembled. You must have mutated. That's why you're so big." Changda nodded. maybe. By the way, I need to go back now. Do you want to come home with me? Potato looked at Kami.
Kami howled sadly.
Changda looked confused. Are you waiting for your owner? Is your owner still alive? Changda seemed a bit jealous. Kami puffed up his chest and wagged his tail. Who? Potato covered his face. Kami, don't worry. Su Yu and I have a connection. Now that I'm awake, she can find us quickly. I think it's better for us to go back with Brother Demu than wait here. Changda tilted his head and corrected. My name is Changda, not Demu. Potato. Ahem, got it. Your name is Changda. Changda looked at the sky, noticing it was getting late. He looked around at the terrain and said to the stubborn little yellow dog, Kami, let's go home first. This place is dangerous. You might get swept away by the water. Kami whined and lay down, unwilling to leave. Potato shouted, Stubborn dog. When have I ever lied to you? If Su can't find you, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Kami looked up, seeming hesitant. Changda's ears twitched as he heard distant rumbling on the nearby mountain, so he grabbed Kami and ran quickly. Holding on to the struggling and uncooperative Kami, Changda ran very fast. Soon, they arrived at an old village. The village was on a hill, with high terrain and little water accumulation. Changda carried Kami and ran straight to the middle of the village, to a 3-story brick house. At the entrance on the first floor, there was a dirty, matted dog. Potato called out, Hi, Mop Head. The dirty little dog looked up, tilted its head, and looked at the big yellow dog that was twisting in Changda's mouth. It limped over to Changda and rubbed against him. Changda smiled. I'm back. I brought a little dog that got separated from its owner. A hint of envy appeared in Mop Head's eyes, but it quickly suppressed the emotion. Changda took Mop Head upstairs. Potato watched Mop Head, who was limping but climbing the stairs skillfully, and sighed. Truly resilient. The 3rd floor was a spacious area. Potato saw a cloth-covered dog lying on the ground, looking over here, and at the very back, on a pile of dry grass, a tricolored cat was resting. The cloth-covered dog wagged its tail happily, seeming very pleased that Changda had arrived. 3 Flowers weakly lifted its head and looked at Changda, but soon it lay down again, its belly swollen and rising sharply. Changda stopped twisting and looked around at the other animals, then sternly warned, No fighting with family members, or I will kick you out. The animal raised its head, glanced at Changda, then at the mop-headed creature nearby who looked excited, and finally at the cloth lying on the ground wagging its tail. At last, it looked at the exhausted 3 Flowers cat. Seeing that the animal was somewhat friendly, Changda walked to a pile of dry grass in the corner, rummaged through it, and pulled out a dead wild goose. The mop-headed creature happily spun in place, and the cloth also wagged its tail happily. The animal heard the growling sounds from the 3 small creatures' stomachs. It tilted its head and looked at Changda. Changda quickly plucked all the feathers from the goose, then tore it into several pieces, taking the largest piece to the 3 Flowers cat. The cat rubbed against Changda's paw and started eating happily. Next, it divided the 4 portions of meat roughly equally, giving them to the cloth, the mop-headed creature, and the animal. The last portion was kept for itself. Suddenly, it seemed to remember something, and Changda looked up and asked the potato, Do you want to eat bugs? I'll go catch some for you. The potato shook its head wildly. No, I hate bugs the most. Changda looked a bit troubled. It tilted its head, thinking about what to give the little potato to eat. The little potato waved its vine-like hands. No need, you all eat. I don't need to eat anything. Changda nodded and stopped worrying, then lowered its head and started eating. The animal looked down at a large goose leg at its feet, then at the 4 animals happily eating. Finally, its gaze shifted to the large Changda. Changda's food was also a large goose leg, but it was smaller than its paw. It was a piece of food that could be swallowed in one bite, but Changda ate very slowly and carefully. The animal picked up its goose leg and placed it in front of Changda. Eat more, you definitely won't be full with just this. Changda was surprised, then pushed the goose leg back with its paw. I'm not hungry. You eat. You got separated from your owner, and you've been hungry for a long time.
Eat.
After saying that, Changda lowered its head and carefully gnawed on its goose leg. Potato reached in front of Changda and pointed at a cloth, asking, "Is this called a cloth?" Changda was surprised and honestly replied, "It doesn't have a name." Potato was stunned. If it doesn't have a name, can it choose one itself? Changda tilted his head, looking serious. But dogs' names are given by their owners. Potato was speechless. After a long silence, Potato muttered, "What a bunch of silly dogs." Changda didn't hear clearly and asked, "What?" Potato looked up and said, "In today's world, it's hard to find good people. I think you just pick a name that makes it easier for you to talk." At that moment, the cloth suddenly drooped its head, looking very sad. Kami heard it say, "Yeah, no one likes a dog without legs. Am I going to be a dog without a name forever?" Kami's eyes were moist. After a while, it stood up, gently nudged the cloth's ears, as if trying to comfort it. Potato understood animal speech, so he thought for a moment and floated over to the cloth. "I have a special name for you. You can be called this." The cloth looked up, with a hint of hope in its eyes. Potato said, "How about calling you Cloth?" The cloth seemed a little excited. In the dog world, everything except the owner is equal, so it didn't feel uncomfortable with the name. "Woof." The cloth tilted its head. "Changda's name has meaning, but what does cloth mean for me?" Potato cleared his throat.
Well,
"Cloth, you see. Cloth is an essential thing at home. It's very important. So, after you're called Cloth, you're just as important as the cloth itself in the house." "Really? I'm so happy. Can I also become the most important part of the family?" Potato waved his little hand. "Of course." The mop head immediately ran over, looking at Potato eagerly. Potato asked, "You don't have a name either?" "Woof, woof, woof. In the past, people called me a bad dog, but Changda said that doesn't count as a real name." Potato was silent. After a moment, he said, "Let's call you Mop Head."
Huh.
Potato patted the tangled fur of the mop head. Mop head is also an important tool for chores. It's precious to the family. Mop head cheered, running around Potato on its 3 legs, looking very happy. Changda watched silently, without saying anything. After naming the 2 dogs, Potato suddenly looked at the 3-flowered cat and asked, "What about it? Does it have a name?" Changda nodded and said, "Her name is Damii." Potato floated over to Damii, looked at her round belly, and asked, "Do you have kittens?" Damii gently nodded, struggled to sit up, and looked at her belly with a hint of pain in her eyes. Changda came over and said, "She is having trouble giving birth. The babies haven't come out yet." Potato also looked worried. Seeing that Damii was thin and her fur was rough, it seemed she lacked proper nutrition. Potato whispered into Kami's ear, "Damii probably can't have kittens because she's not getting enough food." Kami's large, wet eyes looked at Damii for a moment, then suddenly ran outside. Changda was a bit surprised and asked, "Where are you going?" Kami made a crying sound and ran off. Changda realized it was just to go to the bathroom, so he lay back down. Kami ran to the 2nd floor, looked around, and then took out the canned meat that Siu had stored for it. Potato tugged at its ear and said, "Are you going to give this to her? But you only have 3 cans left." Kami whined and grabbed the can, then ran upstairs. 3 dogs and 1 cat stared wide-eyed at the glowing-looking can, their eyes filled with awe. "Wow, what is this? It smells so good." The mop head and cloth excitedly wagged their tails. Changda was a bit surprised and asked, "Can food? Where did you find it?" Kami made a whining sound.
From the ground, it seemed to say.
Changda looked at the can, which hadn't been in the dirt, and surprisingly believed it. Potato thought, such silly dogs. Finally, Potato opened the can and placed it near Damii's mouth. Damii immediately lowered her head and started eating. At 3 in the morning, Damii finally began giving birth. For dogs and Potato gathered closely, all watching eagerly. Halfway through, Damii almost exhausted herself, and Kami offered another can it had dug up from the ground. At 6 in the morning, Dawn light shone through the broken window into the house. Potato gently nudged the 5 newborn kittens, feeling heavy-hearted. Damei, condolences. Your kittens didn't make it. Perhaps because they had been in her belly for too long. The kittens were born, but all had passed away. Suddenly, Kami nudged one of the kittens at the edge with its nose.
Meow.
Kami kept nudging the kitten repeatedly with its nose. Soon, the kitten opened its mouth and started breathing. It's alive. One is alive. Potato was as happy as a proud parent. It turned the kitten over to see what it looked like. Then it fell silent. The kitten inherited 3 colors from its mother: white, black, and yellow. The white fur avoided the head and tail, covering the entire body without a single stray hair. Potato lifted the kitten's pure yellow tail. Both the tail and its base were completely yellow. Potato trembled with the vine, brushing the black fur on the kitten's head. Why is there a pair of pure black shorts on its head? Damei looked down, lovingly licking the 3-colored kitten. Potato screamed, "Haha, there's a pair of shorts on its head. Haha, this is so funny." Following Potato's crazy suggestions, the kitten was named Little Shorts. Damei had no milk, so Little Shorts couldn't drink and was so hungry it couldn't even cry. Potato said Little Shorts could drink goat milk. So, the greedy one dug out a bag of goat milk from the soil. Potato checked the date and found it was 3 days expired, but now it didn't matter much. Little Shorts was starving, so they ignored the expiration. Potato broke its vine and inserted the hollow vine into the torn corner of the goat milk bag. Controlling the vine, the hollow vine slowly delivered goat milk to Little Short's mouth. Greedy held the goat milk tightly with both paws to prevent it from spilling. Little Shorts quickly ate enough, and its belly slightly bulged. The remaining goat milk was saved for next time. Damei licked Little Short's bottom with a loving expression. Changda silently covered the other 4 dead kittens with dry grass, dug a hole in the yard, and buried them. A small mound of earth was the final resting place for these little creatures. Greedy looked at the small mounds in the yard, a trace of sadness in its eyes. Changda knelt before the kitten's mound, murmuring, "Our home in heaven is right here. When you go out to play, don't run around, and come back to visit often." Potato was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "You say your home is called Heaven's Home?"
Changda nodded. Yes.
Potato said, "No, that name isn't good enough." Changda looked puzzled. Why not? Heaven is a wonderful place, and our place is also wonderful. Suddenly, Potato asked, "Do you know where heaven is?" Changda puffed out his chest and raised his head proudly. "I know. It's my current home." Potato fell silent. Perhaps these beautiful words are not wrong, but they have been tarnished by human actions. The next noon, Suyu and the others arrived at the village entrance. At the same time, Potato, who was dozing on Greedy's belly, suddenly opened its eyes and shouted, "Greedy! Suyu is here." Changda watched greedily run out like a gust of wind. The mop head and cloth both moved to the window, looking at Greed with envy.
Greed.
Suyu rushed over, hugging the big dog tightly, tears falling uncontrollably. Little Potato opened its arms, but realized Suyu wasn't paying attention to it, so it pouted and drew circles on the ground. Shueyu saw Greed and also relaxed a bit. He looked up at the 3rd floor and made eye contact with Changda. Sniff, sniff. Greed whimpered excitedly in Suyu's arms, while Little Potato was lifted up by Suyu's finger. When it looked into Suyu's smiling eyes, Little Potato felt a bit awkward. "Good Potato, what happened? Are you all right?" Potato babbled everything out, and Tangy looked up toward the 3rd floor. Just as everyone was about to thank Changda face to face, Changda came downstairs. It looked serious and said, "Since you found Greed, you should leave early." It paused and then looked at Suyu again, saying, "Don't lose it again." Suyu smiled and replied, "Thank you for taking care of Greed. I have some food here."
Please stay.
Damei and Little underwear also need nutrition. Changda shook its head cautiously. "We don't need human things." Its voice was sharp, and its body tensed up. Shueyu immediately held Suyu back and whispered in Suyu's ear, "It was fed by humans before, and then it got dizzy." Its kind was taken away by those people to be eaten. It was lucky to escape. Changda trembled. 3 months ago, it rescued a little boy at the foot of the mountain. The boy's parents found this place and came to thank them, bringing a pack of instant noodles. At that time, they had no defenses and carefully shared the noodles, which they believed were filled with pure love. But that night, they all fainted. It had deliberately left some food for its companions, so it ate very little. Big gain. 5 dogs, 3 cats. Finally some meat. 1 pack of instant noodles for all this. Totally worth it. When it woke up, it felt weak. It begged them, "I used to be a search and rescue dog. I saved many of your kind.
Can you please spare my kind too?
I beg you." Those cruel monsters slaughtered its companions, laughing and talking as if it was just a trivial thing. It struggled desperately, saved by a mop head with special powers, and since then, it never wanted to get close to humans again. Shueyu read its inner thoughts and simply sighed, then took Suyu's hand. Little Potato had no such worries. "Suyu, you're just in time. The mop head and cloth are both damaged. You can help fix them." Little Potato kept chattering to Changda, finally saying, "I swear on my little potato crystal, they are good people." Changda was moved by Potato's oath and, with some caution, led everyone to the 3rd floor. 3rd floor. Liao Yuan was using their old clothes to sew nests for the little animals. Changda, holding a small dog vest, came over and asked, "Can you help me fix my work uniform?" Liao Yuan looked at it and saw it had Search and Rescue Dog written on it. It seemed the vest was torn, so Liao asked, "Do you want me to modify it so it fits your current size?" Changda's eyes lit up. "Really?"
Yes.
Liao took some matching clothes from the treasure hoarder and started sewing and patching. Tang Yu and Zhang Yang went to the village to find some wood to repair the broken, leaky windows and roof. Shui Yu and the treasure hoarder were feeding milk to the little shorts. Suyu was treating 2 fluffy creatures, 1 in each hand. The mop head and cloth carefully leaned close to Suyu, their eyes full of satisfaction and happiness. Being touched by humans felt like this. They also longed to have a master. Changda watched everyone busy and felt a bit awkward. "You. Stay overnight tonight and leave tomorrow."
Suyu smiled happily.
Okay. That night, Suyu gave Changda 2 bags of dog food meant for the treasure hoarder. "Here, I brought these for you. I see the mop head and cloth. Cough, they aren't getting enough nutrition, so you can keep some to eat." After speaking, Suyu took the dog food from the bag and shoved a handful into her mouth. Changda's eyes widened. Suyu finished eating and said, "See?
No poison."
Shueyu chuckled softly, handed Suyu a bottle of water, gently squeezed Suyu's hand, and wiped her mouth. Suyu grinned widely, holding Shueyu's hand. Liao Yuan sewed 7 dog houses overnight, filling them with dry grass. He didn't sew only 7, but he only had time to make 7. Early the next morning, Tang Yu checked the windows and roof, making sure everything was fine, then said goodbye to the 4 dogs and 1 cat.
Suyu was about to leave.
Suddenly, a fluffy ball appeared at her feet. Looking down, Suyu saw it was Demei. Demei placed the small shorts it had in its mouth at Suyu's feet, with a gentle, expectant look. Shueyu chuckled softly and whispered into Suyu's ear. Demei said that giving the little shorts to you will be better than staying with her. Suyu felt a bit nervous, with a sense of responsibility like being entrusted with a special task. Seeing Suyu look panicked and unsure of what to do, Shueyu bent down, gently held the little shorts in his hand, took Suyu's hand, and held her hand while holding the shorts. His voice was clear and gentle. "It's okay. The little kitten isn't as fragile as you think. Just hold her like this. She'll feel safe." After speaking, Shui looked away from Suyu and turned to Demei, asking, in this world, we can't guarantee that the little shorts will be safe. Are you sure you want to leave her with us? Demei nodded, took one last look at the little shorts, then decisively turned around and went back to the cat's nest. On the 7th day after everyone left Suyu, Changda went out hunting as usual. He left dog food for the cloth and mop head. If they also ate dog food, there wouldn't be enough, as his appetite and size were quite large. Changda was carrying a mutated wild chicken home when he saw a pair of chubby little legs sticking straight out of the mudflat. He approached and saw that those little legs belonged to a human child. He thought for a moment, gently bit the child's white, tender leg, and pulled her out. The girl was about 5 or 6 years old, with muddy purple hair and a small face covered in mud. She spat out the mud in her mouth and looked at Changda with blank eyes. Changda softly asked, "Child, where's your family?" The girl blankly shook her head. "I'm looking." Changda felt it was a bit difficult. "Where are you trying to find them?" The girl said, "So you said I can find them anywhere."
So you? Changda was surprised.
After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Do you want to come home and rest for a night?" "Home?" The girl's eyes widened, seeming to light up. She was taken to the paradise home. She looked at a leftover vine on the ground and asked Changda, "Did Siyu come here?" Changda nodded and explained about the treasure. Her eyes grew brighter. She walked stiffly over and grabbed Changda's fur, saying, "Siyu smiled at you. You're a good person. You are the first person who took me home and treated me kindly after I left. You are my family.
You are my family."
Little Purple found her family now. Suyu and the others walked along the high ground for about 7 days. During these days, it rained nonstop. Shueyu's clothes on his chest were soaked through by the rain. Suyu used her abilities to go backwards but couldn't create water shields for everyone.
Bang!
A strong wind swept past, and the umbrella in Tangyu's hand was suddenly blown away, carried into the thick fog by the wind and rain. Shueyu lowered the umbrella close to himself, holding Suyu with one arm and lightly covering her chest with his other hand. Inside his wet clothes near his chest, a cotton pouch was hanging, and his small underwear inside was trembling, sounding weak. Suyu held her dog and looked ahead at the two foolish people. At this moment, the two fools were very useful. One was pulling Liao Deyuan and the other was pulling Zhang Yang, ensuring they wouldn't be swept away by the rushing water. In the storm, Tang Yu, who was scouting ahead, waved to everyone. "There's a house up ahead. It looks sturdy. We can rest there for a while." Suyu responded with a sound.
Bang!
On a nearby mountain, a landslide occurred, with mud and water rushing down. Although it didn't affect this area much, the ground trembled slightly. The water on the ground grew stronger, and Suyu's legs sank into the mud up to her knees. The rushing mud was powerful. Suyu was swept off balance and slipped, her knees plunging into the mud. Shueyu immediately grabbed Suyu's waist, his veins bulging from the effort. His fingers trembled slightly as he held her tightly. "It's okay. If you're tired, you can rest. I'll carry you," he said. Shueyu's big hand held Suyu's waist, protecting her and her dog in his arms. He stood in front of the rushing water, holding Suyu as they moved forward. Suyu took a moment to recover, then signaled she was fine. She grabbed Shueyu's hand, and the two of them moved together. They kept going, even though it looked close to the mountain. It took a full hour to reach a small building that seemed very near. The building had 3 floors, with a solid foundation. It was sturdy. Everyone waded into the water and climbed to the second floor. The first floor was flooded, so they couldn't rest there. The second floor was just right, no water, and it was easier to escape if something happened. Everyone sat against the wall with a loud thud, removing their shoes. Their feet were swollen and pale from being soaked. Suyu's legs below the knees were purple and bruised, with some cuts from the debris. Zhang Yang hugged his legs and wailed. "The mud and sand in that water, plus broken building debris, are all rushing down with the water. I feel like my leg is broken." Suyu looked up, feeling very uncomfortable. Shueyu and the second fool both experienced physical mutations, so their conditions are slightly better. They took water stored by Suyu from the dog's space, and each person took turns sitting on the stairs to rinse their wounds. As soon as Suyu sat down, a slightly cool hand gently held her leg. Shueyu squatted patiently, washing Suyu's feet with gentle movements, his brow unconsciously furrowing. At this moment, the cloth covering his eyes was removed, and Suyu clearly saw the pain and pity in his eyes.
Suyu lohret her gaze, her tos instinci ve vel kurling.
A large hand gently pressed her toes, and he asked, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Suyu shook her head. Could it be that she was just shy earlier so she couldn't control her toes? Fortunately, Shueyu was focused on washing her feet and didn't look into her eyes. He used a dry towel to wipe Suyu's legs, then picked her up and placed her on a small mat that Liao Deyuan had just prepared. Next was Suyu's turn. Worried about everyone's leg wounds getting infected, Suyu spent 3 hours treating everyone's legs thoroughly. She was exhausted, her energy drained, and her body tired from a whole day of water trekking. While she was transferring her energy to the meat cushion for the greedy one, she fainted directly. Shueyu picked up the greedy one, and the greedy one took out a mattress from the space. Currently, there are only 3 mattresses. One for Suyu and Tangyu, one for Zhongyang and Liao Deyuan, and the last for the second fool and Shueyu. He carried Suyu, who was leaning against the wall, onto the mattress and covered her with a blanket. Only then did Shueyu go to the fire to feed milk to the little underwear. Everyone wasn't short of firewood. During the drought, Liao Deyuan had asked the greedy one to collect many dried branches and put them into the space, since they couldn't always use coal for cooking noodles. By the fire, besides Suyu, no one had rested yet. One by one, they went to the 3rd floor to change clothes and hung them near the fire to dry. Tangyu was biting into a compressed biscuit, eating while half sleeping. The second fool looked dazed, seeming to want to sleep, but reluctant to leave the fire. Zhongyang was doing better, grooming the dog. Little Potato hung on Shueyu's wrist, watching him feed milk to the little underwear. It no longer feared the dog man. Instead, it found him quite gentle. The kitten couldn't defecate on its own, so Shueyu used a damp small towel to gently wipe its bottom. Soon after, the little underwear had a movement. He placed the sleeping little underwear into the small cat nest made by Liao Deyuan. Only then did Shueyu realize everyone had fallen asleep beside the fire. Shueyu sighed softly and gently woke everyone up. Then everyone crawled back onto their beds, planning to sleep. It was originally Zhang Yang's turn to guard during the first half of the night, but Shueyu sent him back, saying he would take over. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and said, "Don't think I'll accept you guarding the night for me." Shueyu rubbed his forehead, his voice cold. "I just can't sleep. Don't get the wrong idea." Zhang Yang glared and wanted to pull Suyu out of the blanket, saying, "Look at him. Just see how he talks when you're not around. Bah, an old man with 2 faces." Zhang Yang muttered, and then went back to sleep. He didn't care. If he wanted to guard, let him. He was happy to have a break. The second fool looked at Shueyu with a worried expression. The past few days, he and the elder brother took turns guarding the night. When it was his turn, the elder brother said he couldn't sleep and took over. But because he was used to the elder brother often staying awake at night, he didn't think it was strange. However, "Big brother, you haven't slept for 7 nights. You used to only stay awake for 3 nights at most. It's fine. You sleep. I know my body." Shueyu interrupted the second fool and turned his back to everyone to add wood to the fire. His face showed clear pain and discomfort. Earlier, to deal with Chun, he self-destructed his crystal. Although he was reborn through Bodhi's vitality, the crystal had already exploded at that time. His original brain crystal was gone. Now, his body was slowly forming a new brain crystal, but the process was extremely difficult. His head was constantly in pain. Shueyu sighed softly and leaned against the wall. Fortunately, at the gas station earlier, he obtained a wind-type crystal, which allowed him to lift the big machine out of the mudslide. Frowning, he closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, drifting into a shallow sleep. Booming thunder roared loudly. Shueyu suddenly opened his eyes and quickly ran to the 3rd floor, looking into the distance. After seeing the situation clearly, his pupils shrank. "Get up. The Yangtze River has broken its." Everyone was startled awake by Shueyu's sharp shout. After a 3-second pause, they all started putting on shoes and gathering things. Shueyu quickly grabbed Suyu, who was still sleeping and repairing her abilities, helped her put on shoes, and then carried her on his back. A cold wind blew. This time, Suyu woke up, looked at the pouring rain in the sky, and then at the crowd rushing up the mountain crazily. She was stunned.
What's going on?
In the darkness, the outline of J City Base was faintly visible. Shui Yuandao said, "I see the Yangtze River has broken its embankment." Su Yu was stunned, and the first word that came to mind was flood. Liao Deyuan pulled Tang Yu and Zhang Yang, trembling as he pointed, "Go to the mountaintop. Quickly, go to the mountaintop." The two fools grabbed Liao Deyuan, who was about to fall, and instinctively looked toward the J City Base in the distance. He asked, "Do you think the J City Base knows the embankment has broken?" Su Yu had just gotten off Shui's back, and her face looked worried. "I don't know if they know." Tang Yu said, "It's been raining so long. The base should have some precautions, right?" Zhang Yang shouted loudly over the roaring sound of the breach. "Forget about that. Take care of yourselves." The muddy hillside was slippery with wet mud, and the group struggled to climb up. Suddenly, the greedy dog in Liao Deyuan's arms barked wildly. It twisted and broke free, falling heavily into the mud. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The greedy dog paddled in the water, tugging at Liao Deyuan's pants and dragging him backward. Su Yu, familiar with dogs' temperaments, reacted immediately, her face turning pale. "Run. It's a mountain flood. Run." Shui Yu quickly grabbed the greedy dog, just as the ground trembled and a flood burst out. The water swept down rapidly, carrying trees and mud.
Ah!
Someone screamed, and just as Su Yu was about to form a water sphere, Tang Yu grabbed her, and suddenly a large metal ball covered everyone.
Bang!
The flood hit the metal ball, producing a loud noise and shaking, causing Su Yu's eardrums to burst and her head to throb. Tang Yu spat out blood, and Zhang Yang, who was about to open his mouth, shouted angrily, "Who spit?"
Who? You.
The foolishest one protected the oldest, Liao Deyuan underneath him. Shui Yu's silver-gray ears also bled from the sudden shock and loud noise. Gurgle gurgle. The metal ball was swept away by the huge flood, rushing down together.
Bang bang bang.
Everyone felt like they were inside a washing machine, tumbling and hitting wildly. Su Yu was in terrible pain. She felt a hand firmly hold her waist, which made her feel strangely safe. She reached out and pressed her hand against the inside wall of the metal ball. A glowing water sphere surrounded everyone, providing some shock absorption. Shui Yu held onto the small shorts inside his shirt with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Su Yu, while his legs clamped the chubby, greedy dog. With the water sphere in place, everyone finally stopped tumbling back and forth inside the metal ball, and some of the loud noises caused by collisions were reduced. Zhang Yang saw the water sphere holding everyone suspended inside the metal ball and immediately felt like vomiting. Tang Yu quickly covered his mouth. "The space is already small. If you dare to, I will punish you." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and trembled violently.
Ugh. Just now. Someone spat.
"In my mouth."
You. Ugh.
As soon as Zhang Yang spoke, he couldn't hold back and vomited. The people inside the same space saw his through the glow of the water sphere, and all started to too. The greedy person already had saliva pouring out of his mouth wildly. He was short and caught between Shui Yu's legs, unable to avoid. When the spilled from above, the dog cried out and fainted. The metal ball was constantly slammed around by the floodwaters, and Tang Yu's face grew pale from using her powers. Su Yu, who had already exhausted her energy from healing everyone, said after holding the water sphere for an hour, "I can't hold on anymore." The second fool, "No, I don't want to be clothes in a washing machine." Shui Yu hugged Su Yu and said, "Tang Yu, remove the metal ball. I will use wind to lift everyone and fly for a while." Tang Yu nodded. The next moment, the metal ball and water sphere disappeared at the same time. Everyone held onto each other tightly, without letting go.
Bang.
The murky water and mud rushed in, and Shui Yu immediately grabbed everyone, using strong wind to lift them into the air. Su Yu looked down and was stunned. The ground was covered in muddy floodwaters, and not far ahead, the foundation of a house collapsed, creating a large pit with water swirling down. On the uneven ground, Half of a body was stuck on the steel reinforcement bars. Suyu turned her eyes away. Shueyu's powers were nearly at their limit. Blood was already flowing from his nose. Unfortunately, there was nowhere nearby to land. Suyu looked up and saw the J-City base about a kilometer away. Go there. Shueyu had no time to think and quickly shot off. The wind carried everyone directly onto the city wall of the J-City base. As soon as they landed, Shueyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and Suyu hurriedly supported him. Once they landed, they realized there were people all around. An uncle wearing a life jacket paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled wildly. Are you an energy user? Tang Yu wiped her nosebleed and went over to talk to the people on the wall. The others were lying on the ground, like dead fish. From what Tang Yu and the others said, the J-City base had reinforced the walls and foundations with Earth-type energy users right from the start of the heavy rain. I didn't expect the Yangtze River to break its banks so badly. The flood came suddenly, and everyone at the J-City base was on edge, but there was nowhere to evacuate to. Over the past few days, the Earth ability users inside the base worked overtime until they lost their hair, yet the base still started to flood. When they learned that no Earth ability users were present, but there was a metal ability user instead, Uncle's teeth showed in a big grin. Meeting his fate. You all can't leave for now. Stay here at our base and take shelter. Uncle Manhwa is the flood control expert at J-City base. After much persuasion, everyone was kept inside. Of course, Suyu and the others wanted to leave, but where could they go? The Yangtze rivers had broken, and besides J-City base, other areas had collapsed or been flooded. Seeing everyone with bruised faces and noses, Manhwa felt a bit embarrassed to ask them to work right now. Instead, he arranged for everyone to stay in the flood control building, saying they could help once they recovered. The water inside the base was about 1 meter deep. On the streets, almost no children were out, only adults. Floodwaters usually rush down at about 40 kilometers per hour, because a lot of silt mixed into the river water, greatly increasing its weight. Now, each cubic meter of water weighs as much as a small car. The huge flow has strong kinetic energy, constantly hitting the buildings along the riverbank. Most buildings can't withstand the impact of the flood and quickly turn into debris, mixing into the river. This makes the flood even more fierce, almost capable of washing away everything in its path. When Suyu woke up, he heard a science explanation from the flood control workers in the building. He pushed open the door and saw Tang Yu in the meeting room next door, being pulled aside by Manhwa for a science talk. The two fools and Liao De Yuan looked serious, listening carefully. Zhang Yang was nowhere to be seen. Suyu closed the door and looked at Shueyu, still sleeping inside. He had a flushed face and was breathing heavily. Next to him, the greedy one was gnawing on a teething stick, while Little Potato was frantically shaking Shueyu's finger. Daddy, Daddy, wake up and feed. Little Underwear is hungry. Wake up. Suyu forcibly silenced Little Potato. Let him sleep for a bit. I'll feed him. Just as he picked up Little Underwear, the little one let out a loud, hoarse meow meow. Meow. Little Underwear struggled fiercely. The Little Potato shrugged. It's been Shueyu feeding it these days. It has become shy. Zhang Yang and I got up at night to feed it a few times. It cried like it was about to lose its life. Suyu was silent. Little Shorts, could it be that Shueyu is acting like a mother to it? Meow. Meow. Despite Little Short's struggle and resistance, Suyu managed to feed it milk, sweating all over. Trying to help Little Shorts with its movement, it took over 20 minutes. Little Short's giving face finally pooped. Suyu collapsed from exhaustion. This little thing is really hard to take care of. Little Potato said exactly. It didn't act like this before. Suyu worried that Little Shorts might be unwell, so she used her special ability to check it. No problems were found. She covered her forehead. Confirmed. It's just feeling shy.
Shueyu was still sleeping.
Suyu saw he was very hot. She kept using her ability to check on him, but couldn't find any issues. Her healing powers seemed unable to reduce his fever. Suyu was anxious. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Zhang Yang, with a sour face, came in carrying a small stove and placed it beside Suyu. Suyu asked, "Where have you been all morning?"
Sang Yang's face twisted.
"I was called by that old guy from Manhwa to light a fire for someone. I was lighting the stove on the city wall all morning."
Suyu remained silent.
Just as Zhang Yang sat down, there was a knock on the door.
It was Jinhua.
An old face peeked in and immediately focused on Suyu. "Miss Su, how are you feeling? Did you rest well last night?"
Suyu nodded.
"I rested very well." "That's good. Miss Su, could you help rescue the person who fell into the water?" Before she could respond politely, she was interrupted. "Okay. Her abilities are overused. She needs to rest today. Don't keep bothering her." Zhang Yang interrupted Suyu. Jinhua awkwardly rubbed his hands.
I see. Sorry to trouble you. But human lives are at stake.
Before Suyu could speak, a weak but strangely cold voice said, "Uncle Jean, we paid crystals when we came into the city to rest. We don't owe you anything." Suyu turned around and saw Shueyu's small dimples faintly visible, but his eyes held no smile. Jinhua's face reddened. "You can't say it like that. We're all in the same boat. If the base is gone, you..."
Ha!
Shueyu scoffed. "Uncle Jean, with such a big base, surely not only us outsiders have abilities, right?" "No way, no way." "Jinhua. Haha, what are you saying? Anyway, you all rest well. I'll go check outside." Zhang Yang blinked. "Shueyu, did you eat fireworks today?" Shueyu turned away, ignoring him, feeling a headache, just random attacks. Suyu touched Shueyu's forehead, which was still very hot. "What's wrong with you? Why are you always burning up?" Shueyu smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, just the crystallization process of the new crystal. Like awakening a special power, it causes a fever. The only difference this time was the terrible headache." Shueyu didn't say the rest, just looked at Zhang Yang, who was glaring at both of them, and asked, "Hello, could you please step outside for a moment?" Angrily, Zhang Yang slammed the door and left. Suyu turned to Shueyu. "Is there something you want to talk about?" Shueyu's lips tightened nervously. "Yes, there's something I want to confirm." Suyu immediately became tense. "What is it?" Shueyu, in a dream while unconscious, dreamed that he turned into a mindless zombie, shattered the Bodhi tree, and then he dreamed that Suyu kissed him. Shueyu's ears turned red. Suyu didn't notice anything wrong, since he was feverish and his skin was very red. Shueyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "I had a dream." Suyu tilted his head. "Huh?" "Shueyu, I dreamed that you kissed me." "Suyu." Seeing Suyu's extremely panicked expression, Shueyu's heartbeat sped up. What kind of dream? Does he know I kissed him?" "No way, no way. None of us slipped up, right? Help. How should I respond to this? Oh no. A Barbie castle is about to be built at my feet." Suyu's inner voice suddenly stopped. His lips were gently kissed, and Suyu even saw Shueyu's trembling eyelashes. Shueyu held Suyu's waist with one hand, gently pressed his hand on the back of Suyu's head. The hot breath intertwined. Shueyu's hand on his back bulged with veins, fingers trembling. This kiss lasted about 10 seconds. The two parted their lips, and Suyu unconsciously pressed his lips together. There was still the residual heat of the other person on his lips. When Shueyu opened his eyes, he saw Suyu pursing his lips and immediately looked away from the full, red lips.
Gulp.
His Adam's apple rolled. Shueyu's voice was a little hoarse. "I dreamed. It was like this." Suyu blinked, feeling empty. That's not how it was. Shueyu was stunned. Before he could react, Suyu hugged his neck and kissed him softly with a pop sound. She stared blankly and said, "I was the one who kissed you first." After saying that, Suyu's mind finally caught up.
Whoosh.
Suyu quickly withdrew her hand from around Shueyu's neck, her face turning terribly red. "Oh my gosh. What am I doing? Help. Barbie Castle has already started renovations. I should just move in." Suyu immediately stood up, opened the door, and ran away. Shueyu, who was still standing there, finally snapped out of it, trembling as he touched his lips. Suyu hurriedly left the house. The cold wind blew, and she suddenly became alert. Feeling it would be awkward to face Shuiyu now, Su decided to find Jinhua to ask how to rescue people. Our base a few days ago had someone who didn't listen and insisted on going out to find supplies. They never came back. Their families have been crying at the city hall every day, asking us to organize a rescue team to save those still missing. Suyu listened carefully and understood why Jinhua came to her. She is a water element ability user, which makes her safer during floods compared to other ability users. She agreed to Jinhua's request. Suyu put on the fluorescent raincoat provided by the base and headed straight to the city wall. Below the wall, Tang Yu and Suyu made eye contact.
Tang Yu Suyu.
Suyu. Xiaoyu, are you here to reinforce the wall? Tang Yu rubbed his nose. Yeah, the flood was so big. I was worried the wall might collapse. Suyu kept a blank face and looked away. A gold element ability user suddenly evolved into a civil engineer. Suyu climbed down the rope to the rescue boats that were bouncing due to the flood. There were 3 people on the boat, all water element ability users. As soon as Suyu stepped on the boat, she felt the boat rocking. If one of the water users hadn't intentionally controlled the surrounding water flow, the boat might have capsized. The boat moved forward, bouncing but not capsizing. The 3 worked together, one controlling the boat's movement, another managing the water around it, and Suyu scanning the surroundings, ready to rescue at any moment. Honestly, among the 3, Suyu felt the most relaxed. About a kilometer outside the city wall, Suyu saw a partially collapsed house ahead. A middle-aged woman was trembling in the heavy rain, holding a girl. Seeing the rescue boat, she excitedly waved and shouted for help. Suyu said, "Go over." The other 2 coordinated to steer the boat toward her. I didn't dare get too close because there was a moderate-sized whirlpool near the collapsed house. Suyu shouted to the middle-aged woman, "Don't move. Don't struggle. I'll use a water balloon to pull you over." The woman trembled and seemed a bit distrustful of Suyu, but she didn't say anything, just nodded. Suyu wrapped both of them in a water balloon, pulling the woman and the girl she was holding over. The process was a bit difficult because the woman was still wary of Suyu and worried she might fall out of the water balloon. She kept trying to push away the water film. Suyu's face darkened. "If you move again, I'll drop you." The woman was frightened by Suyu's stern voice and froze. Once they were safely on the boat, the woman started crying loudly, "Quick, take us back to the base. My daughter is unconscious." Suyu didn't go to treat the girl. She was selfish or perhaps unwilling to reveal her healing abilities. But she quietly touched the girl's hand, feeling that there was no immediate danger to her life, then told the other 2 rescuers, "Let's go back first. You 2 should rest a bit." They nodded and started heading back. On the way, they heard a man's cry for help from a large tree. "Help! Help! The tree is about to break." Suyu looked back and saw it was not far away, and the tree was indeed about to break. She asked the other 2, "Can you still hold on?" Both rescuers nodded. It was close and urgent, so there was no reason not to help. The middle-aged woman suddenly shouted, "No. Go back first. My daughter can't hold on much longer."
Suyu frowned.
"Your daughter won't die immediately." Without waiting for the woman's reaction, she signaled the others to move toward the tree. The woman cursed but shut up when she saw Suyu's cold gaze. They moved the boat under the tree. The man just needed to jump down. It was only about a meter high.
Suyu signaled, "Come down."
The man looked pale, trembling as he said, "I've been trapped for a long time. I have no feeling in my body and can't move." So Suyu used corrosive liquid to dissolve the tree trunk he was tightly holding.
Bang!
The man fell onto the boat. The tree trunk was completely corroded and fell into the floodwaters. The man, pale and exhausted, looked up at Suyu and said, "Thank you." Suyu nodded, but said nothing further. The boat quickly returned to the city wall. A ladder was lowered from above. The middle-aged woman, along with others, carefully helped her daughter onto the city wall. Then she pushed the man away and hurriedly ran up the stairs. Later, Suyu asked the 2 rescuers to go ahead, while she steadied the boat and looked at the man. "Go ahead." The man rubbed his hands. I don't have the strength.
So you looked upward.
Then I'll ask them to lower the harness.
Thank you.
The man smiled. After securing the harness, he suddenly asked, May I ask your name? Suyu climbed the stairs but didn't reply. She simply continued upward. In the next 2 days, Suyu participated in rescue missions again, saving 3 more people. On the 4th day,
Bang!
there were already cracks in the city wall. The rescue team no longer went out. The earth element abilities at the base worked late into the night to reinforce the wall. Tang Yu was exhausted these days, returning home and falling asleep immediately, even with compressed biscuits still in her mouth. Although the wall hadn't broken, water had seeped into the base. The water level was now 2 meters high, and some people started to develop fevers. Suyu found Jin Hua to ask how she could help. Jin Hua sat sadly on the wall, watching the floodwater surge. Outside the wall, the water is over 10 meters deep. Suyu said nothing. The sky was still pouring rain. The weather was getting colder. Jin Hua touched her old, cold legs and said sadly, in 1998, the Yangtze River had a big flood and many people died then. But now, the situation is even worse. The rain keeps falling and the floodwaters keep rising. No matter how high the wall is, water is seeping in.
So you remained silent.
This was her first experience with a flood. As a water element ability user, she was afraid of floods because floods are full of mud, sand, and debris. They rush in suddenly, causing houses to collapse instantly, let alone fragile humans. Looking at the rushing floodwaters, Suyu felt helpless. Uncle Jean, do you think other bases are facing the same problem? Her voice trembled as she spoke. Jin Hua looked at Suyu and suddenly asked, Where are you going?
Suyu sat down.
The heavy rain fell on her skin, causing a strange dull pain. I'm going to Yin Province. Jin Hua sighed. That place has tall mountains and dense forests. It won't have such raging floods as here, but heavy rain can cause mountain floods, which are quite powerful. Suyu stared at the breaking Yangtze River and muttered, My home is next to Dianqi Lake. If the Yangtze can break its banks, what about Dianqi? The flood broke out on the 10th night. Tang Yu had just returned to rest when the alarm sounded at the base. With the earth trembling, everyone clearly felt the house tilting. Heir Shotzi immediately stood up, grabbing Zhang Yang with one hand and Liao De Yuan with the other. Tang Yu looked worried and pale, asking what happened. Suyu quickly grabbed the dog and pulled Tang Yu, then tugged Shuiyu to run upstairs.
Ah!
Continuous screams echoed as everyone slipped and fell heavily. The house was seriously tilting to the right, and everyone was like meat on a chopping board, rolling on the floor.
Bang!
Shuiyu's back hit the window frame. He was protecting Suyu in his arms. What's going on?
Zhang Yang shouted loudly.
The window frame behind him cracked open from the repeated impacts. The earth trembled violently, and the house tilted straight down.
Ah!
Zhang Yang was flung out of the window. Heir Shotzi immediately grabbed him. Zhang Yang was left hanging outside in midair. When he saw the ground, his mind went blank in an instant. There was a deep hole clearly visible. This hole appeared after the sturdy eastern city wall collapsed. When the bottom fell out, it created a bottomless pit, giving the flood outside the city wall an escape route. The flood rushed in swirling, and the huge impact caused the edges of the hole to expand endlessly. The ground soil collapsed, and the water inside the base rushed toward this relatively low hole. As the water inside the base converged in one direction and the hole kept being hit by the flood, it grew larger and larger. The houses above the hole were directly pulled down. For those listening to the story, you can look at the illustration. This is a screenshot from a video found on Douyin. Based on this picture, imagine that the actual hole in the story is 50 times larger than shown. Houses at the edge of the hole also tilted and collapsed because of the bottom's collapse. By the time Zhang Yang saw it, the diameter of the hole was already about 300 meters.
Run.
Head west. Go to the western wall. Ensure the children's safety.
Run.
The eastern wall has already collapsed. Buildings have fallen down. Everyone run westward. Jin Hua stood on the wall, tears streaming down her face. The ground to the west was collapsing, and the buildings there were starting to tilt and fall. The ground was filled with 4-meter-deep water, all rushing toward the western hole. Going into the water was a death sentence. Many people stood at windows and rooftops, crying and screaming in helpless despair. Bang, the building where Su Yu and the others were located, was completely swallowed by a giant hole. Everyone screamed in despair. Shuiyu grabbed the two fools, holding Su Yu, who was hugging the dog and clutching Tang Yu. The two fools held onto Liao Deyuan and Zhang Yang. Su Yu's small potato necklace immediately used vines to tie everyone together. The group was lifted by the wind and flew away from the collapsing building. Shuiyu pulled a string of people, flying directly toward the city wall in the west. He set Su Yu and the others down, and immediately went to grab Jinhua. Jinhua floated in the air, holding a loudspeaker to help people evacuate. All ability users. While ensuring your safety, use your powers to build bridges between buildings. Citizens, do not push. Do not push. Jinhua's voice was hoarse. But many people, desperate to survive, pushed onto the narrow bridge with all their might. The scene was chaotic, even causing a stampede. Some people were pushed off the bridge by the crowd, falling into the floodwaters, their lives ending in tragedy as they were quickly swallowed. Bang, the building collapsed. Steel bars at the bottom shot up, and when people fell, they were pierced by the steel, dying painfully. Jinhua shouted until her voice was hoarse. Don't push. Don't push.
Please.
I beg you. Don't push anymore. Don't push. Sui stood on the city wall, building a bridge between the wall and the nearest building. Watching people push and shove, her face quickly darkened. Even those who didn't push had to push back to avoid falling because of the crowd. A wide water bridge was barely 20% effective. Gurgle, the water bridge, trembled slightly. Everyone on it was frightened into silence, clutching each other tightly, afraid it would collapse. Su Yu's cold voice came. If you push again, I'll throw you off. I mean it. Faces on the bridge turned pale. After the bridge stabilized, some people ignored Su Yu's warning and desperately pushed forward. The orderly line suddenly started pushing again. A few obedient people, caught off guard, fell into the water and were quickly swallowed by the flood. Su Yu almost saved some of them, but the floodwaters nearly swept her away too. Splash! A stream of water carried away some of the pushing people and threw them off the bridge. Squelch! Steel bars pierced through their bodies, and their screams of pain made everyone tremble. Su Yu shook the water bridge. I told you not to push. Can't understand? Then all of you can just die. After speaking, the water bridge began to shake violently. Su Yu didn't use much force, so no one was knocked off. The people on the bridge were all screaming in fear. Stop pushing.
Please.
Please help us. Su Yu snorted coldly, staring intently at the crowd. No one dared to push anymore. Everyone crossed the bridge properly and safely reached the city wall. Su Yu was known for being fierce. From now on, those crossing Su Yu Bridge were mostly obedient, and fewer people fell off due to pushing. At 7 a.m., there were few people on the bridge. It's not that the base had fewer people, but the collapsed pit had grown larger. Many citizens who hadn't yet crossed the bridge fell directly into the pit along with their houses. For those listening, there's a picture here if you're interested. Ahem, for easier understanding, I drew a simple, not-so-pretty picture. I know it's ugly, so please bear with me. At 2 p.m., the western city wall was crowded with people. Everyone started crying in despair. The buildings inside the base had all been washed away by the flood. Jinhua sat on the ground helplessly. The buildings inside are gone, and now the western wall will be in danger. Su Yu looked at the huge crater inside the base, about a kilometer in radius. It was like a bottomless hole that couldn't be filled. Perhaps, when that big hole was filled with rubble and floodwater, the western city wall would have to face the flood directly. A wave of despair spread among the people on the wall. Jinhua looked at the number of people reported by his assistant and suddenly burst into tears. There are only 5,875 people left. Just so few. An entire city, and only this many remain. Little Potato. Everyone's gone. See, you quickly covered Little Potato's mouth. Oh heavens! Give us a way to survive. Do you really want to watch humanity disappear? Who will save us? Who will save us? Crying and shouting filled the air. Jinhua wiped his face, braving the rain, and picked up a loudspeaker. All abilities users, attention. Start reinforcing and raising the western wall. Focus. Strengthen the foundation to the max. This is a matter of life and death. Everyone, do your best. Next, all ability users gathered together, each throwing their powers at the base of the wall to reinforce it. On the wall, everything was deathly silent. Tang Yu, who was bleeding from her nose, was given a crystal, leaving her with 3. No one knew what would happen next. At 6 p.m., the collapsed big hole was finally filled. The western city wall had to face the flood head-on. There are no supplies or resources. The crowd's numb eyes are fixed on the supernatural beings still reinforcing the city walls. The rain is heavy, and many adults are sick, not to mention those who have been slightly injured during the collapsing and tilting of the houses. Coughing spreads among the people. Suyu lowers her eyes, her eyelashes trembling constantly. Shui squats down and holds her hand. Suyu asks, "Should I do something?" "As a person, I don't want to watch these people fall ill," Shui replies, "but as a person, I understand greed very well. I don't want me and my friends to get involved in this." Shuiyu asks, "Do you want to save people?" Suyu shakes her head. "I can't bear to see them suffer, but I can't go save them." Shuiyu gently touches Suyu's wet hair and says softly, "It's okay. Whatever you choose, I support you. If you want to save people, go ahead. If you're worried about getting caught, I am here. We prepared for this. If you don't want to save them, then let's do what we can." Suyu, never feel guilty or sad about your choices. Having good intentions is not wrong.
Suyu forces a smile.
If I were alone, I would definitely choose to save them. But I am not alone now. I can't take that risk. Suyu buries her head in Shueyu's chest. "I won't save them. I just want you all to be safe. That would make me happy." Shueyu brushes her forehead with his cheek and gently hugs her. "All right, then I'll be with you. I promise to bring everyone back safely to Yin Province." Suyu hugs Shueyu's neck, wiping her tears. "Shueyu, yes, I'm here. When we go back and find Dad, and Mom gets healthy again, can we get married?" Shueyu's hand stiffens, and his eyes look a bit stunned. Suyu lifts her head. "Don't you want to?" Shueyu lowers his eyes. "Of course I do, but I only have 3 years left to live."
Suyu smiles.
"It's okay. Isn't there a way to extend life through rituals? When the time comes, we can travel around, help those in need. I can draw my sword, you can perform your rituals, and our lives will be extended." Shueyu's lips curve into a smile, his eyes beneath the silk cloth forming a crescent moon. "You want to run away with me, leaving your parents behind?"
Suyu giggles.
"Let me tell you, my parents are very kind. My mom is strong-willed, but very kind-hearted. If it were you, she would definitely support us. My dad is a bit stubborn, but he once said that as long as I am treated well, responsible, and hardworking, he would agree." Shueyu smiled as he listened to Suyu's memories, gently patting her back. Dagong walked over and saw his savior hugging a stranger. Jinhua patted him on the shoulder. "You little guy, I told you earlier Miss Su has a boyfriend." Dagong smiled. "Just a boyfriend. It's not a big deal." Jinhua shot him a glance and walked away, busy with his own matters, with no time to indulge this young man's foolishness. Big sister Su. Suyu was lost in her memories when she was startled by someone calling her sister. She turned around and looked at the man in front of her. He was fair, clean, and looked decent. "Do you know me?" Suyu felt a bit confused. Dagong sat down nearby. "My name is Dagong. I was the one you rescued that day." Seeing that Suyu still didn't remember, he quickly reminded her. "The one hanging from the tree."
Suyu nodded. "Oh."
Dagong held a bottle of unopened Yunnan Baiyao. "Sister Su, I saw you hurt your hand. Let me help you treat it as a thank you." Suyu looked up at Shueyu. He was smiling, seeming not to mind. Suyu lowered her eyes. "No need, I don't need it." Just then Jinhua called out. Shueyu lightly hooked Suyu's finger. "Go ahead, Uncle Jean is calling you." Suyu nodded and stood up to leave. Dagong held the bottle of Yunnan Baiyao and handed it to Shuiyu. Please give this to Sister Su. She didn't want it just now, probably shy. Shuiyu smiled. Shy? Dagong flirtatiously touched his lips. That day when Sister saved me, she accidentally. Cough, anyway, such things happen, so it's natural for her to be shy. Shuiyu's smile grew wider. Oh, she doesn't need this. Keep it for yourself. Dagong said, I'm not injured now, so I can't use it. Shuiyu replied, Oh? You'll need it soon. Dagong was confused.
Su đen ly, ban.
Dagong was kicked flying several meters away. The loud noise drew everyone on the city wall's attention. Su Yu and Jinhua turned around in confusion. They saw Dagong, bent over, clutching his stomach in pain, while Shuiyu looked pale, holding his chest. Seeing Su Yu's surprised expression, he immediately complained with a sad face, Su Yu, he just behaved indecently towards me.
Ow. Oh my.
The people around looked at Dagong on the ground with strange eyes. Dagong? Big brother, what year is your tea from? Dugong, I'm not. I didn't.
Ban.
Shuiyu, in front of everyone, kicked again. He bent over, with a faint dimple on his cheek. Look, isn't this medicine working now? After speaking, he straightened up and loudly said, Stop bothering me. I like someone else now. Then he smiled warmly at Su Yu. Suyu? Liao Dayuan, Zhang Yang, and the second fool, who watched the whole scene. Liao Dayuan, holding a small potato in his collar. Wow. Such a scoundrel. Liao Dayuan covered his small potato. Du Gong eventually fainted and was carried away. Su Yu was called by Jinhua, who said they needed help blocking the water under the city wall. They planned to use special powers to strengthen the foundation, making it safer.
Su Yu did as asked.
On the third day after the base collapsed, the water under the city wall reached 15 meters deep. Many people on the west wall started to get a fever. According to the base's doctor, it was probably because they had been in the rain and went 3 days without proper food, making their bodies very weak, which caused widespread fever and illness. For the past 3 days, Su Yu and others ate only supplies from Liao Dayuan's bag. Everyone was very careful with what they had. But trouble still came. Some people became greedy. With a situation like this, you don't want to share your supplies? And now you're feeding the dog? Zhang Yang sneered. What, craving it? You. Their eyes were almost glowing with hunger. One man's eyes flicked around. We didn't want your supplies. Many kids in the base are sick, and after 3 days of hunger, they only drink rainwater to fill their stomachs. We're all in this together. How can we not help each other? Or, how about giving us your dog? It looks fat, and the kids could eat it too. Everyone was suddenly tempted. Honestly, they weren't always thinking about their supplies, but Jinhua had been protecting them, and there were special powers among them, so they couldn't just steal openly. Now that they heard about eating dog meat, who wouldn't be tempted? As the man spoke, the crowd grew more restless. Jinhua quickly stepped forward, blocking Su Yu and the others, and said to the man, They saved you. How can you do this? As long as I'm here, I won't let you do anything reckless. The man pushed Jinhua aside. What's wrong with your arm? Besides, they used our place to rest. Shouldn't they be helping people? Don't make them sound so noble. Jinhua was already running a fever. When the man pushed him, he fell down directly. Liao Dayuan immediately went to comfort him. The man pointed at Su Yu's large, fat dog and shouted, You have to give it up today, whether you want to or not. Su Yu, trembling, quickly hid her treasure in Shuiyu's arms, then reached for the tang knife at Shuiyu's waist.
Click.
The knife got stuck because her grip was awkward. Shuiyu chuckled softly, turned sideways, one arm holding the dog, the other hand grabbing Su Yu's hand as she tried to draw the knife. Then he applied force, and the knife was suddenly pulled out. Su Yu pointed the tip of the knife at the shouting man and said, Come on, I'll cut you. The man sneered and turned to the crowd behind him, saying, Look at that. The girl is angry now. She thinks with so many of us, she can't handle a few special abilities. Suddenly, a corrosive liquid blob shot into the man's mouth. Instantly, he cried out in pain and started screaming. The crowd became agitated. Tang Yu stepped in front of Su Yu, Zhang Yang moved beside her, and Liao Deyuan was protected behind two fools. In the middle of the group, Shui Yu held the big yellow dog and gently stroked it. They dared to make a move.
Attack.
Kill them and take back the supplies.
Bang.
The shouting man's arms were cut off by Tang Yu's metal blade. The smell of blood spread everywhere. Su Yu gently tapped the handle of her knife, her voice cold and clear. There are only a few of us. We're no match for your base, but we're willing to risk our lives. Come on, I'll kill one and you kill one. We'll fight until all of us are dead. She pointed her knife at the man with the broken arms and raised an eyebrow. Who's first? Lucky enough to be the first? As she finished speaking, she stabbed the man with the broken arms through the heart. Blood splattered on her face and neck, beads of blood flowing down with the rain. In an instant, the blood disappeared without a trace. Su Yu pulled out her knife and pointed at the next person coming forward. Next, who's it? For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Jinhua broke free from Liao Deyuan and charged out again. When he saw the corpse of the man with the broken arms, he howled loudly, crying like a child. He pointed at the surrounding people and cursed it. Our race is about to be extinct. And you're still worried about these filthy things. There are hardly any of us left. Not many at all. Open your eyes and look. Look at how many are left in our base.
Look.
Open your eyes and see. 5,875 people who reached the city wall. Over the past 3 days, due to rain, illness, untreated injuries, and hunger, only 5,462 remain. Jinhua trembled as he looked around, his eyes full of sadness and despair. One person's strength is limited. No one can survive in this tough world alone. There are no others. As humans, we should unite in this world. But what are you doing? Instead of thinking about how to get through the hard times together, you turn against your own people. People's hearts are not what they used to be. We've survived countless disasters like World War II and natural calamities, but we've fallen in a world like this. Tears streamed down Jinhua's face as he shouted loudly, voice hoarse. If the last civilization of humanity is to continue through fighting each other, then such a civilization is better off never existing. If that's the case, then it's better if we all just die. Why struggle? Waste. No courage to fight disasters, but brave enough to turn against our own kind. It's better if everyone just dies. What's the point of living? His voice was hoarse, and the loudspeaker's voice echoed around. Most people on the city wall remained silent. Jinhua looked around and then slowed his voice. Everyone, as children of China, we must live with dignity to continue and create new civilization. Though our situation is difficult now, we have never given up on living. Look at those ability users bleeding from their noses and mouths because of overuse of their powers. Power users are strong and have heavy responsibilities. But can ordinary people really do nothing? Didn't your previous jobs help in some way? What are you all doing idly? If you're a doctor, go treat the sick. If you need medicine, Jinhua, will find it in the ruins. If you have strength, go to the abandoned city walls, move the debris, reinforce the walls, build shelters on them. Isn't it better to stay dry in the rain? Parents with children, leave an adult to take care of the kids. Old people, come here and stay with the children in the shelters I arranged. Hurry up. Move now. If you don't want to die, get moving. We're not at the end yet. Don't look so hopeless. Living is good. Living is winning. Move, move. Jinhua held the small loudspeaker and approached the crowd, calling out and encouraging everyone. When some refused to cooperate, he kept talking into the microphone close to their ears. Su Yu silently retracted his sword. The corpse was quickly thrown down the city wall, not because the people were heartless, but because the wall was small and the body had been there for a while. It was raining constantly, which could easily spread germs and infect others. Shui Yu chuckled softly, rubbing the dog's ears. He said, Tang Yu, rest here and recover your powers. Zhang Yang, go to the shelter in Jinhua and light a fire to keep warm. Zhang Yang was about to argue but suddenly seemed to remember something and kept quiet. He kicked at the water on the ground and slowly headed to the shelter. Shuiyu looked at Liao Deyuan. Uncle, you should go to the shelter too. Watch over Zhang Yang. He has a hot temper and might argue with others. Liao Deyuan, who was about to refuse, found himself unable to say no. He sighed and followed Zhang Yang. As he turned around, he felt confident. Xiao Shui was probably just trying to make him rest at the shelter, saying to watch over Yangzi, but really, he was just giving him a reason not to refuse. Tang Yu sat inside the metal sphere she made for the team, looking at Shuiyu. She smiled and said, "You too, go help Uncle Jinhua. Give me the dog, I promise I'll take good care of it." Shuiyu. He chuckled softly, handed over the big yellow dog to Tang Yu, then pulled out a small potato from his collar.
Stop pretending to be dead.
Let go. The small potato vine tightly clung to Shuiyu's collar. I don't want to. It's fun to follow you guys. I want to see the fun. Tang Yu's face twitched, and she immediately reached out to pinch the small potato. I've used up my powers now. I'm alone with the greedy one.
I'm scared.
Potato, so? Tang Yu. The both of us need a reliable and strong potato to protect us. The small potato's corners of his mouth twisted upward wildly. Fine, I'll reluctantly keep you company. Greedy rolled his eyes subtly. On the fourth day after the base was breached, most people had a fever and felt weak all over. Some even coughed up blood. Skin is starting to swell and ulcerate. A doctor, exhausted, was examining a patient. The doctor himself was also running a fever. Jinhua's face was bright red. He coughed up some blood and phlegm but nodded and said, I'll find a way to fix this. Inside Tang Yu's metal sphere, Su Yu and Shuiyu were resting. They had both been working for 10 hours straight and were now deeply asleep. As Jinhua approached, Shuiyu's ears twitched, and he immediately opened his eyes. Uncle Jinhua, what's the matter? Jinhua coughed a few more times and said, I want to discuss something with you. 5 minutes later, inside the metal sphere, the three of them stared at each other in silence. Jinhua looked around and saw no one nearby, then asked, Are any of you aware of any methods to prevent or treat illnesses? Jinhua was not foolish. Although the others pretended to be weak and helpless, he could tell they weren't truly sick. After he spoke, Suyu raised his eyelids slightly. Shuiyu chuckled softly earlier in the original base. We drank a special medicine made there. Jinhua's eyes lit up.
Please.
Do you still have that medicine? Suyu lazily looked up. So what if we do? There are so many people, not enough for everyone. Even if we research it, we don't have the resources. Jinhua sighed. I know I was dreaming too much, but now the base really has no way out. The flood hasn't receded, and there's a contagious disease spreading inside. Yesterday, I sent 3 mutants to find supplies in the sealed warehouse in the ruins, but they haven't returned yet. Jinhua felt he might be losing his mind. At this moment, he didn't know what to say, only rambling about the situation at the base.
Shuyushai.
Just then, faint footsteps came from outside the door. A frail, kind-looking woman carried a child. Her eyes were red, and her body looked weak. Old Jean, Xiao Mianhua. She has a fever of 41 degrees. Jinhua staggered to his feet, looking at the child in the woman's arms. His lips moved weakly, Xiao Mianhua. Suyu stepped out of the metal sphere, looking at the little girl about 2 years old in the woman's arms. Uncle Jean, this is your... Jinhua's eyes turned red, his face full of exhaustion and sorrow. She's my wife and child. Suyu reached out to touch Xiao Mianhua's forehead. It was very hot. As soon as her power touched the child's skin, she knew that the child was probably at the final stage.
Shuyu fell silent.
Jinhua took the child from the woman's hands, tears streaming from his eyes. He looked up at the still raining sky and muttered, Heaven. Suyu turned around and went back into the metal sphere. In the end, Jinhua held his wife and child and left. Suyu immediately rummaged through Liao Deyuan's bag, even though she didn't know what she was looking for. A conflicting feeling, extreme and intense, surged through her. She had to do something to distract herself. Use this. Shuiyu took out an empty bottle from his pocket. Suyu looked over and recognized it as the bottle she had used earlier in the base to hold her healing water. Shuiyu washed the empty bottle with clean water and wiped it dry, then handed it to Suyu. Didn't I just mention that our base has a special medicine?
Suyu nodded.
I understand. She compressed her healing ability into the water, sealed the bottle, and looked at the liquid inside. The glowing liquid shimmered like a galaxy. Very beautiful. Shuiyu took the bottle and softly said, I'll go deliver the medicine. You rest for a while. After saying that, he glanced at Suyu's wrist where there was a potato-shaped mark. The potato made a receiving gesture, and Shuiyu left. Jinhua held the bottle of water with trembling fingers. Shuiyu had already gone. His wife was about to give the medicine to the child, but was stopped by Jinhua. He said, leave half. Let the researchers study it. Maybe, just maybe, our base can turn around. The woman pursed her lips. Don't always think about the base.
Sigh.
You should drink some. Jinhua shook his head. Just a little, don't waste it. After that, he poured about a third of the water into Xiao Mianhua's mouth, then poured out about a fifth and handed it to his wife. She slowly shook her head. You drink. Jinhua squatted down, a tired smile on his face. Wife, Xiao Mianhua is a girl. I, a grown man, can't take care of her. In the future, I'll trouble you to look after the kids. Tears fell from the woman's eyes. You promised us a lifetime together. Tears rolled down Jinhua's face. He smiled, took his wife's hand, and placed it on his head. His hair had already turned white from all the hard work during this time. Wife, look, isn't this turning white? Suyu stood on the city wall, watching all the people lying on the ground. She couldn't help but wipe her tears. She stayed there for a moment, then turned and headed toward Jinhua's shelter. Jinhua's wife came out, her eyes red. Miss Su, old Jinhua. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Suyu looked at the woman's face, which was noticeably better. Then suddenly her expression changed, and she rushed inside. On the ground, Jinhua's face was pale as paper, already breathless. Suyu turned her head and told the woman, please guard the door, and don't let anyone in. The woman was stunned but quickly nodded and hurried out. Inside the house, only Jinhua and the peacefully sleeping Xiao Mianhua remained. Suyu trembled as she grabbed Jinhua's wrist. Her ability flowed into Jinhua. Jinhua regained some consciousness and quickly grasped Suyu's hand. Enough, stop now. I just want to hold on for a little longer. If I fully recover, it might not be good for you. Suyu said nothing. Jinhua looked at the sleeping child in his arms and suddenly said, thank you. Suyu remained silent. Jinhua looked at him and said, so, are you going to say, the people at the base are trusting me with this? Suyu's voice sounded tired. Jinhua slowly shook his head. An ordinary person is innocent, but holding a treasure can be dangerous. I understand your worries. Suyu, I really need to ask you for a favor. Suyu looked at him coldly, but did not speak. Jinhua slowly sat up. In the city hall of the base, there is a sealed warehouse. Suyu stood up without saying anything. Jinhua looked at Suyu.
Everyone in the base knows about this.
Can I ask you to pretend to go there and bring back some medicine? Suyu frowned but did not argue or interrupt. Jinhua looked sincerely into Suyu's eyes. I swear, this medicine has nothing to do with any of you. It's just a drug developed long ago inside our base. Suyu did not immediately agree. Instead, he gathered everyone and asked for their opinions. To his surprise, everyone thought the plan was feasible. Suyu let out a sigh and looked at the water on the ground. Liao Dayuan patted Suyu's head. Silly kid, we made the right choice. Liao Dayuan's voice was gentle. We are humans, just like others. If our kind goes extinct, how can we survive? On the afternoon when Suyu announced the team's decision, Jinhua gathered the remaining people in the base. He held an old, dead battery-powered horn and pointed at Suyu and the others. In our base, there is a type of medicine developed long ago that has never been officially used. So, no one knows how effective it is. But now that things have come to this, for survival, I entrust these special ability users to risk their lives, sneak into the ruins, find the sealed laboratory, and retrieve that medicine. Jinhua coughed up blood, looked down at the dying members of the base, then turned to Su Yu and the others and bowed solemnly. Your bravery in risking your lives will be remembered by our J City base. The city hall had long been submerged. Only a broken wall and ruins remained. The wind swept by Shuiyu, forcing everyone to barely land on the building exposed by the flood. Suyu looked at the western city wall, which was far away, and made a hand gesture to signal everyone to hide. A few people slipped into the ruins. The building was tilted and collapsed completely. Just after they entered, water reached their chests. The current carried mud and debris, crashing against the outer wall. Suyu was worried that the building might collapse at any moment. They found a hidden corner. Tang Yu controlled the scrap metal in the floodwaters and filled a metal triangular shape inside the tilted building. Only then could everyone stand normally. Everyone had clear roles. Liao Deyuan took out a large glass jar from his storage space, which stored water during dry times, and placed it in front of Suyu. Shuiyu and Zhongyang kept watch around them. Little Potato chatted with the collector about trivial things. Suyu first injected her special water ability into the large jar, then tried to compress and pour her healing energy into the water repeatedly. It took her 6 hours to create a highly effective healing water. Then Suyu fainted. For hours later, she woke up, ate a little, and started storing a second jar of healing water. After 3 days or 72 hours, Suyu was completely exhausted. Her energy was drained, and she fell into a coma. Shuiyu held Suyu in his arms. The 3 jars of healing water hadn't yet reached the amount Jinhua needed, but Suyu had done her best. Shuiyu looked at Suyu's pale face and unconscious body and said, "Let's go back." Everyone stayed in this place for 3 full days. They didn't know what was happening at the western city wall. After all, it was far from the wall. To stay safe, they focused all their energy on reinforcing this abandoned building and protecting Suyu. Western City Wall. Tang Yu's finger trembled as he pointed at the bleached bones on the ground and couldn't help but. Liao Deyuan looked at the still-living creatures, which were eating their own kind, in horror.
You.
What are you doing? The creatures that were gnawing on their own kind slowly stood up, their eyes eager as they looked at the glowing glass jars in the hands of the group. Someone tried to approach, but Zhongyang burst into flames, blocking everyone. "Where's Jinhua? Where did he go? Let him come out. How could he allow you to do this?"
Ha.
A person sneered. "You think we're like you? Not worried about food? We've been starving for 6 days. 6 whole days without any food. We drink rainwater when hungry, and even the moss on the city wall has been eaten up. If it weren't for your unwillingness to provide supplies to help us, we wouldn't have become like this." The little baby was so hungry that they used their own blood to survive. The weak mother cut her own blood to feed her child, but her fragile body couldn't hold on, and she died. At the wound of the deceased mother, pink flesh was exposed, and a starving person grabbed it and tried to eat it. Then, tragedy happened. People started to pick on the weakest among them and eat them. Jinhua stepped forward to stop them. During the argument, a small sealed marshmallow fell out of his pocket. It was a tiny, sealed package of cotton candy. Enraged, the crowd Jinhua to death on the spot. He also became part of the food. His last words were, "As long as I am alive, I won't allow anyone to blame our own people." Jinhua was eaten, and the once restrained West City Wall completely lost its sanity. Shuiyu's hand trembled. He even felt grateful that Suyu was unconscious and didn't see the scene.
Give us the medicine.
The others were still very weak, but probably because they had eaten enough, they looked somewhat better than before. "No. Even if you throw it into the water, I won't give it to you, you bunch of animals." Zhongyang shouted angrily, his eyes red and his expression intense. The others on the opposite side smiled. "Young man, don't look down on us. If you had gone hungry for a few days like us, you might not look much better." Zhongyang stood in front of everyone, tears falling one by one. The others smiled again. "Jinhua's daughter is still alive. If you don't want her to die, hand over the medicine." Zhang Yang's face instantly turned pale. Tang Yu held the jar tightly, trembling all over. "I know you're powerful, But as you said before, we can fight too. Without the medicine, we're all doomed. The barefoot are not afraid of the shoe wearers. Do as you see fit. Zhang Yang wiped his tears, overwhelmed by a deep sadness and despair he couldn't describe, feeling an extreme sense of oppression. Suddenly, Shuiyu said, "Give us the little cotton candy. You can keep the medicine." The person nodded and took the expressionless, dazed little cotton candy from a pile of discarded bones. Zhang Yang looked at Shuiyu, his lips trembling. "Really?
You want to?
They might attack us after drinking the medicine." Zhang Yang's voice trembled, his pupils shaking constantly. Shuiyu held Suyu, expressionless. "Don't worry, I have a plan." In the end, the group exchanged 3 jars of healing water for the little cotton candy. Tang Yu held a stiff, expressionless little cotton, her body trembling inexplicably with cold. After the exchange, Shuiyu asked, "Where are little Cotton's parents?" The person kicked the pile of bones where little Cotton had been lying earlier. "Her parents are here." Shuiyu's face darkened. He signaled little Tudo to tie everyone together and used the wind to lift them back to the ruins where Suyu had made the efficient healing water. No matter how they spoke to little Cotton, she remained like a puppet, unresponsive and expressionless. Little Cotton will always remember that day. That day, after waking up, little Cotton took out the cotton candy she had hidden for a long time. She put the cotton candy into her dad's pocket. "Daddy, little Cotton." She pointed to the cotton candy in her pocket and then to herself. "Little Cotton." Jinhua smiled and patted little Cotton's head. "Why don't you eat the candy, little Cotton? You've been hungry for so long." Little Cotton raised her finger and whispered, "Sure, Mom said one a day, the last one for Daddy." "Why for Daddy?" "Because Daddy's tummy keeps gurgling." Jinhua hugged little Cotton and kissed her. "Then Daddy will keep this one, and when little Cotton is hungry, he will give it to you. Xiao Yu, open the water balloon, okay? Uncle cooked some instant noodles for you. Eat a bite and then daydream, okay?" Outside the water balloon, Liao Deyuan looked worried. Suyu sat in the corner, smiling at a few people.
I'm fine.
"I just want to stay calm." Tang Yu silently fed the dazed little Cotton. Zhang Yang covered his head, tears falling down. In the entire ruins, only little Meow Meow, wearing tiny shorts, was meowing softly. Kai Mi was kneeling outside the water balloon, watching the water inside. It was crying, and she could feel her owner's confusion. After waking up, Suyu learned about what happened at the West City Wall. She was expressionless and trembling as she told Shuiyu, "Take me to the West City Wall. I want to bring them back." When Suyu arrived at the West City Wall and saw the tragic scene, she simply asked, "Where are Uncle Jin's and his wife's remains?" Most of the people who had taken Suyu's healing water had mostly recovered. One boy, who was gnawing on a pear, stared at Suyu intently. "You guys have food. Why don't you share it with us? If you shared the food, we wouldn't be pushed to the brink and forced to do such things." The crowd became agitated. "You have the ability to help us, but choose to watch coldly, looking at us turning into these unrecognizable, ghostly figures. Jinhua took you in and kept you at the base to protect you, but you selfishly caused their deaths. If you hadn't acted quickly to save us, we wouldn't be in this terrible situation." She used to be able to clearly judge right from wrong because she had encountered only individual bad people before. She could decide her actions based on her own judgment. But this time, in a moment of life and death for humanity, she saw so many people. She had always thought they weren't worth saving, but when she saw the eating boy, she froze. Are all these people bad? Of course not. So, was I really wrong? Because most of the crowd was bad, did I decide these people weren't worth saving? That day, Suyu just stood there, staring blankly at the sky. After a long while, she muttered, "Did I judge wrongly? Someone tell me, what should I do to be right?" Since then, Suyu fell into a high fever and stayed dazed. A water sphere appeared beside her, and she sat there every day, lost in thought. She had never hated her healing powers more. She wondered if she didn't have such abilities, she wouldn't have to bear these responsibilities. "Dad, I was following your teachings, making sure I was absolutely safe before going to save those worth saving. Dad, I always thought I was right.
But
they say it's my fault.
I can't even look into Zai Manhua's eyes. The weak, cannibalized people might have been good people among the crowd, and those children who ate their peers. Shuiyu pressed his forehead against the water sphere, worried. Actually, the water contained corrosive liquid that Suyu had placed inside. He had planned that if the other side turned hostile, he would activate the corrosive liquid to escape. After the death of Jinhua, the accusations and insults from others made her temporarily forget about this. Little Potato squatted on Suyu's lap, watching her bury her face deep in her hands, listening to her reflections and murmurs. Suddenly, Potato felt very sad. Its crimson eyes blinked, and a warm stream flowed from the corner of its eye. Stunned, it gently touched its eye, looking at the crystal tear on the vine. Could it really cry like humans? It suddenly burst into loud tears. She looked up, knowing that whether she was right or wrong, she had to keep moving forward because she still had responsibilities. Tang Yu, Zhang Yang, and Liao Dayuan followed her because of her choice. Suyu saw countless bones being gnawed by others, their souls dragged down as they clung tightly. She heard them ask, "Why didn't you take out supplies to save us? Why did you force us into despair?" Suyu replied, "Because our supplies are only enough for our team to eat. We can't even feed ourselves properly. Even if we don't eat or drink, how can we share with thousands of people? I have my companions to think about. I need to ensure they have basic warmth and food."
I'm sorry.
I truly am.
The bones asked again, "Why do you have healing powers but didn't save us earlier? Why did you watch us fall ill?"
Suyu blinked, looking confused.
"Because I judged that if I saved you, you would just ask for more. I would risk my companion's safety too. Since you didn't want to save us, why did you finally give in? If you had helped earlier, we wouldn't be like this."
Suyu shook her head.
I didn't want to see such a good family, like Jinhua die. They are kind people. If you had acted sooner to treat us, we wouldn't have eaten people. Jinhua wouldn't have died. It's your fault. You should have saved us. You monster. You caused our deaths. It's all your fault." At the same time, Su Anshan suddenly woke from his coma. He supported himself and sat up inside the cave. He reached for his chest, feeling a heavy tightness. He rubbed his chest and looked outside the cave. When the flood happened, he found a high, sturdy, hidden cave to hide in. Since waking up, he had forgotten his name, his identity, and his past. The only thing he kept was a sealed ID card tucked close to his body. On the ID card was his information, and he learned his name, Su Anshan. Behind the ID, there was a well-preserved photo of a young girl about 7 or 8 years old. She wore a beautiful princess dress and a small crown on her head, smiling carefree, her bright eyes full of curiosity and love for the world. Su Anshan touched the photo gently, feeling empty inside. Suddenly, he understood why he had been so anxious since he woke up. Su Anshan has an inexplicable obsession. He wants to find the little girl, locate her, and protect her under his wings. Su Anshan carefully places the photo into a sealed bag. When he was just unconscious, he had a dream. In the dream, the girl in the photo was tangled in countless black threads, injured and with hollow eyes. She said, "Dad, tell me, what should I do?
How can I do the right thing?"
Then he woke up suddenly. Even after waking, the despair from the dream still filled his heart. His lips trembled as he whispered, "Nan Nan."
My Nan Nan.
The sharp wail of a potato echoed.
Suyu.
Wake up. Suyu was startled awake by the potato. It seemed like she saw her father. Shuiyu quietly stayed beside Suyu without speaking. Suddenly, a small hand reached out in front of Suyu's eyes.
Suike's pikballs shrank.
She stared blankly at the small cotton ball. Actually, she subconsciously didn't want to face the small cotton ball. The tiny cotton ball, who had been staring blankly, suddenly said, "Daddy said." That day, the small cotton ball woke up in Daddy's arms. She had a nightmare where she dreamed that Daddy and Mommy turned into bones. She was very scared. When she woke up and found herself in Daddy's arms, she felt a bit more at ease. She heard her mother ask her father, Old Jean, since Suyu has healing powers, why doesn't she want to help save the people in the base? Jinhua stroked the fluffy head of the small cotton ball and shook his head, saying, Suyu has such powerful abilities. Many see her as a savior. But what? Who can help her when she's in danger because of her abilities? Jinhua shook his head again. Besides herself, no one can truly understand her. She probably had some bad experiences because of her powers, so she's been hesitant to act. Jinhua's wife lowered her eyes. But if she's willing to help, everyone's situation would be better. Jinhua stroked the small cotton ball's head and slowly shook his head. Honey, I ask you, who are the people who have survived from the end of the world until now?
R.
She couldn't say it, but she seemed to realize something. Jinhua sighed. Most of them are people who would do anything to survive. Suyu can help everyone escape illness and suffering, but they might not appreciate her. Just like she helped save so many people, yet they still might want to hurt her because of the dog in her arms or the supplies she hides. After she heals everyone, the western city wall is free of disease, but hunger remains. However, the only well-fed people, like Suyu and others, will once again become targets. Everyone will force them to give up supplies to help others. Jinhua's wife sighed quietly, without speaking. Jinhua continued, no matter how capable Suyu and the others are, there are only 6 of them. When people become desperate from hunger, who will refuse to share their supplies that could keep them alive just because Suyu saved them? Thinking this way, what does Suyu gain by helping these people? Helping others might not bring gratitude, and could even cause her trouble. Jinhua shook his head. Besides, even if none of these bad things happen after the flood disaster is over, do you think the base will let a healing-type mutant like Suyu leave? Ultimately, I am selfish. I deliberately made you take the child to find me. I have my own reasons. I want to find a way for Xiao Mianhua to survive. Because I believe she will feel pity for Xiao Mianhua because I have spoken up for her a few times. Because I believe she is a kind-hearted person. Suyu saved us in an extraordinary way. I should have been grateful for her life-saving help, but as the leader of the base, I selfishly asked her to help treat everyone in the base. I used her kindness. I broke her rationality and persistence. I am sorry to her. Honey, I have done wrong to the base, but I am only sorry to you and Suyu's team. Jinhua gently stroked Xiao Mianhua's head and said, It's my fault. Suyu was manipulated and used by me. Then Xiao Mianhua told Jinhua about her dream. I dreamed of so many bones. Mom and Dad turned into bones too. Although it was just a fleeting image, she still felt scared and uneasy. Jinhua comforted her. Xiao Mianhua, don't cry.
It was just a bad dream.
Gurgle, gurgle. Jinhua's stomach growled. Xiao Mianhua took out a cotton candy from her pocket. Xiao Mianhua reached out and touched Suyu's reddened eyes. She carefully recounted everything that happened that day. Suyu was stunned. It turned out that her appearance that day was deliberately arranged by Jinhua. Andy, that dream wasn't just a dream. Xiao Mianhua's eyes looked blank because that familiar scene was what she later saw with her own eyes. The image of her parents being eaten and then thrown into a pile of bones. That day's dream was not just a dream. Little Cotton doesn't know how to explain. Only trembling lips say, I saw it with my own eyes. It was really happening. Suyu is stunned. Little Cotton cries loudly, sobbing uncontrollably. This is the first time she has cried since her parents died. Actually, after seeing the cannibalistic scene, her mother found her father. They are crazy. They are eating human flesh. They are animals. Let's leave quickly. These people are not worth your effort. But her father, after being shocked, resolutely went out to stop them. He told her mother, I am the leader of the base. Because of this role, I have gained many benefits before. The base isn't all bad. There are even children inside. So, when the base needs me, I must step up. When darkness covers the earth, there must be light to dispel it. I want to be that light, even if I eventually fade away. Little Cotton cries, her speech unclear. She asks Suyu, Andy, why did Dad help those bad people? He knew they were bad. Suyu doesn't know. and she can't give an answer. Just like she didn't know what was the right thing to do at that time, she also doesn't understand why Jinhua would go so far for those people. Shuiyu hugs Suyu, her eyes lowered. No one can give little Cotton an answer. The 2-year-old girl can't understand her father's actions, nor can she understand those people's behavior. She is very hungry, so hungry she can't sleep, so hungry she even wants to swallow rainwater. Her daily food is just one cotton candy, but she has never thought about eating people. The moss on the city walls grows quickly, and her parents always say, relying on this moss every day is tough, but we can get through it.
But why?
Why did things turn out like this? Little Cotton doesn't understand. She even blames her father, angry that he knew they weren't good people and still left her and her mother to do dangerous things. She doesn't understand. She feels very sad. She resents herself for giving her father that piece of candy, thinking, if it weren't for that candy, maybe her father wouldn't have died? If it weren't for her, her father wouldn't have died. It's all her fault. Little Cotton cries so hard she can't breathe. Suyu holds her close, her own eyes also reddening. What's the right thing to do?
Suyu thinks silently.
She keeps holding her until Little Cotton falls into a deep sleep. Tangyu sat by the campfire, sighing repeatedly. Suyu was fed some porridge by Shuiyu and fell into a drowsy sleep. Liao de Yuan sat beside Suyu, gently patting her back. The two fools looked at each other, and then at something else. Zhang Yang silently fed Kami her meal. After taking a few bites, Kami ran over to lie beside Suyu, staring at her without blinking. When Suyu woke up, the rain had stopped. Shuiyu said that in 3 days, the floodwaters should start to recede. This was good news for everyone. Suyu looked at the city wall with a dazed expression. Shuiyu looked into Suyu's eyes, took her hand, and said, Suyu, we are humans, not gods. We cannot be without worries or always sacrifice ourselves for others. If we hadn't come to this base from the start, they would still have to go through all this, and without your healing water, they might have died already. You have already helped them once, so you don't owe them anything. We have done nothing wrong from the beginning. Saving them is kindness. Not saving them is our duty. Your judgment and decisions are correct. Not saving them initially was because they weren't worth it. Later, saving them was because of your kindness and Jinhua's request. A kind person who does good deeds shouldn't be criticized by those who do nothing. Suyu, stick to your principles and rules of being a good person. You are not wrong. The real mistake is this environment that worsens human nature. On a side note, and also the author's sincere words. When I chose the apocalypse as my writing theme, I wondered, what exactly is an end-of-the-world scenario? A world that can threaten human extinction at any moment is truly an end of the world. So I researched all kinds of disasters and calamities from history and now. And I realized the scariest thing isn't natural disasters but human-made ones. The complexity and distortion of human hearts are beyond imagination. Some people, like Jinhua, are genuine saints, but most people, in desperate situations, become bad people. They do whatever it takes to achieve their goals or satisfy their desires, bad people. If you don't understand, think about what small daily annoyances do to us. So, perhaps, everyone can have a mental expectation of what human nature might be like. I included these shocking materials in my outline to present a realistic view of the end times. Human actions have left the Earth battered and scarred, causing the planet to change. The plants at the bottom of the food chain have become the strongest beings in the end-of-the-world scenario. Animals, often oppressed and facing extinction, now surpass humans. Humans should have been the weakest after the world changed. But I am also human, with my own desires. So, in this story, humans gain special powers. My main character is an ordinary girl, very average. Everyone has flaws. She is not perfect, nor is she a hero who always wins. She is just an ordinary person. The story is told from Suyu's perspective, showing her view of the end times. In the early stages, before order collapses, people still have kindness. So Suyu tries to help those she thinks deserve her help, though some readers call her overly kind or naive. In the middle, the environment changes drastically. Ordinary humans struggle to survive, while those with great powers develop bad thoughts or choose to protect weaker people. The heroine begins to shield herself, becoming more cautious and less willing to help others easily. In the J-City base, the environment and social order completely break down, exposing human weaknesses. The heroine struggles between her rational mind and her feelings, and finally agrees to help at Jinhua's request. Many readers find the J-City part hard to understand or accept. But in history, under similar conditions, even more brutal and outrageous things have happened. The end of the world I want to show isn't a story where everything goes smoothly or where the main character is perfect. In truly harsh environments, humans are small and powerless. It's not a story of constant victory. What I want to show is the real state of human nature, animals, and plants in a true end-of-the-world scenario. Because of the way I depict human nature, some readers feel uncomfortable. That's my oversight, so I've revised the summary. For those who don't want to see stories about human cruelty, please be warned. Finally, I want to clarify, I am not a pessimist or a propagator of negativity. I write about both good and evil. This world I create with my words will follow the course of human history. There is evil, there is good, and kindness from all sides will eventually lead to great goodness. Thank you all for your support. Love you. Mwah. Night falls, stars twinkle. The rain has stopped. Suyu climbs to the highest point of the ruins, gazing at the distant western city wall, quietly standing alone. She spent several days imagining what she should do at that time, trying to find the right way. In the end, she considered countless possibilities, but all led to one answer. There is no truly perfect plan. This means that no matter what choice she makes, she cannot achieve perfection. She tried to understand why this was, and then she really found the reason. Suyuyao looked at the West City wall and suddenly smiled. It turned out that the problem was not her fault. The problem was with those twisted individuals who corrupted human nature. Because of human evil, no plan could satisfy their desires or be the best solution. Suyu lowered her head and buried her face in her knees. Soft crying and a relieved sigh escaped her lips. Turns out I was not wrong. The ones who were wrong are you all. Suyu raised her head, her eyes firm and bright. Yes, she was not wrong. Her confusion earlier was because the death of Jinhua and his wife hit her very hard, making her think she might be at fault. She wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes and looked at the warm yellow flames in the ruins. Her gaze lingered on the figures of people in the rubble, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She, Suyu, is the backbone of the team, a parent to 2 children, and the cherished one of Shuiyu and her parents. What others do or suffer has nothing to do with her. In this chaotic world where order has broken down, why does she still cling to her moral sense? It's not worth it. She is not a god. Even with her special abilities, she cannot save everyone in the world. She is just an ordinary, selfish person, lucky enough to have love and be loved. Others can be selfish. Why can't she? Just because she has healing powers? Should she save others just because of this ability? No, that's not right. People's hearts are never satisfied. She cannot be forced to act against her will by others' moral pressure. Suyu looked at a shy little face peeking out from the ruins. She jumped down and picked up the small cotton puff that came out to see her. She still has to take care of this little one, so how can she teach her properly if she doesn't set a good example? Little cotton puff, have you eaten yet? Suyu smiled and gently touched her little belly, asking. Little cotton puff clung tightly to Suyu's collar. Maybe because of a similar guilty experience before, she was especially attached to Suyu.
No, not yet.
Suyu calmly used her abilities to check her body. After confirming that she was only malnourished and there were no other serious issues, she asked, Auntie hasn't eaten either. Would you like to eat with Auntie, little cotton puff? Auntie was very hungry and little cotton flower ate happily. Auntie watched her eat a lot. Little cotton flower nodded, then buried her head in Suyu's neck. Shuiyu leaned against the wall, listening to their conversation, and finally relaxed. Fortunately, Suyu had figured things out. Otherwise, He would have gone out that night to deal with the people on the West City Wall. After eating with little cotton flour and helping the child fall asleep, Su looked toward the West City Wall and softly said, "Bang." He gently flicked his finger, then smiled. At the same time, the people drinking healing water on the West City Wall began to have stomach pains. They felt a burning sensation in their stomachs. The pain grew worse, and they rolled on the ground, too weak to scream. Meanwhile, Suyu, who was using corrosive liquid with her supernatural power, looked pale from exhaustion, but she smiled happily. "Killing you would dirty my hands, so enjoy it." Suyu only withdrew her power when she felt her energy was almost gone. Good. Whenever she felt upset, she could give them a corrosive liquid massage to relax, no problem. 10 days after the rain stopped, the floodwaters began to recede. Suyu held little cotton flower and told her a story about a transformed mermaid. In the end, the mermaid replaced the prince and became the queen. As Suyu finished, little cotton flower was stunned. Why was this mermaid story different from what her mother had told her?
Auntie.
Little cotton flower was about to ask, but Suyu smiled softly, lowering her head and meeting her eyes. "This story teaches us a lesson." Little cotton flower asked, "What?" Suyu said, "Love isn't more important than a good career. A girl needs to work hard to find ways to enrich herself and make sure she lives well." Little cotton flower. "Okay, I understand now." Her intuition told her that if she dared to say no, Auntie would put blush on her cheeks. Shui smiled, fed little cotton flower's little underwear with milk, then handed it to her. Little cotton flower needs a small goal to grow. Little cotton flower held her struggling, crying little underwear, sweating with worry, but still asked, "What is a small goal?" Shuiyu chuckled softly, pointing at the little underwear and then at the nearby treasure hoarder. "Take good care of your dog brother and cat brother." Little cotton flower looked at her lively little underwear, bouncing like a big carp, then at the smiling, wagging-tailed treasure hoarder, and nodded seriously. "Okay." From that day on, the 2-year-old little cotton flower began to take care of her dog brother and cat brother. Dog brother cooperates well, except for cat little brother, who has a loud voice and is often disobedient. Little cotton fed cat little brother once, which took a full hour. She cried several times in frustration but was comforted by a few words from Shuiyu. Then she resumed feeding. The greedy one sat next to Suyu, looking at the crying little ball of fur with some sympathy. "Suyu, Shuiyu taught you 3 words to comfort a girl." Life in the ruins was relatively peaceful. As the floodwaters receded, the bodies of various creatures in the flood were exposed, and the air smelled like dead mice. Suyu checked everyone's health every day. 15 days passed this way. In December, it started to get colder, with outdoor temperatures dropping below freezing at -5 degrees. Suyu and the others were trudging through the mud. The city walls had completely fallen silent. Suyu tried to activate the corrosion liquid several times, but received no response. Suyu sneered. It seemed they had already fallen ill and died. After all, there were quite a few bodies in the floodwaters. The fool was hugging little cotton, who was holding little underwear. Zhang Yang was carrying greedy, Tang Yu was supporting Liao De Yuan, and Shuiyu and Suyu were walking side by side. Liao De Yuan looked at the smiling Suyu and sighed with relief. The child has grown up. The girl who relied on her parents' teachings when she first entered society had grown up. In this brutal world, she was forced to grow up. She no longer followed rigid education. She understood her own survival principles.
Howl.
Zhang Yang's terrified scream echoed through the swamp. The few people resting on the big stone shivered and snapped out of their daze. Little Cotton timidly hugged Little Underwear, who then started meowing in a hoarse voice. "Yangzi, what's wrong with you?" Liao De Yuan broke out in cold sweat from the scare. Zhang Yang raised his thigh. His damp pants looked swollen, like his leg was swollen, but whatever it was still moving. Suyu quickly went over, pulled open his pants, revealing his skin. Tiny leeches, about thumb-sized, were biting into Zhang Yang's leg. His face was pale, lips colorless. Everyone gasped in shock. "Oh my God, are those leeches?" Tang Yu trembled in fear and hurried to take off her waterproof jumpsuit. She was better off, but not by much. Everyone else took off their pants and shoes quickly. Except for Su Yu and Little Cotton, who had been carried by Shui Yu, everyone's legs were covered with leeches. What made everyone feel truly scared was that no one noticed the danger. They just felt sleepy, so they found a big rock to rest for a while. If Zhang Yang hadn't taken off his waterproof pants to scratch his leg while sleeping, they wouldn't have discovered how many water leeches were on his leg. Su Yu broke out in cold sweat. She heard that salt could be used to deal with water leeches, but their salt supply in the bag was almost gone. If they used it to treat the leeches, it probably wouldn't be enough. No one dared to pull out the soft, swollen army of water leeches from Zhang Yang's leg. Su Yu had no choice but to try her special water ability. Since she wasn't bitten, she guessed her power might be working. The special water flowed down Zhang Yang's leg, and the chubby water leeches fell off one by one. Zhang Yang's skin was now exposed. It was swollen and pale, not like a living person's leg. Seeing Zhang Yang like this, it seemed he had lost a lot of blood. That unlucky kid. Zhang Yang washed his shoes carefully, then put them on and stepped on the fallen leeches until they burst. Xiao Mianhua's face was pale. She wanted to cry, but didn't dare. She instinctively covered her eyes with her hands. The leeches burst, and blood splattered out. Shui Yu chuckled softly. "They're full of your blood, you're so heartless?" Zhang Yang glared at Shui Yu and quickly burned the disgusting-looking things completely. Su Yu carefully treated each wound, while Zhang Yang was responsible for burning the leeches. In the end, Su Yu found a few leeches hidden in the dog's fur. The dog's was swollen, and it looked very sad, whimpering softly. Su Yu used her power to give the dog a bath. Then everyone started to think deeply. The water was full of leeches, and they had no boat. How could they avoid touching the water and still move forward? Option 1. Use her power to make a small boat. This idea was rejected because her power drained quickly, and they didn't have many crystals to restore it. After using their power, the team would be weaker and more vulnerable. If something unexpected happened, they could get into trouble. So, Shui Yu took out a small, curious potato from his collar. He looked at the potato with a gentle, coaxing smile. Option 2. Vine's boat. The potato looked upset and turned away. Vines wrapped around Su Yu's finger. Su Yu looked at him. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, I'm watching. I've been watching." Shui Yu's ears turned red. The potato's eyes turned red. "You, woman." In the end, everyone agreed that option 2 was the best plan. After all, for Little Potato, once the vine is shaped and formed, as long as it is left alone without control, it won't consume its special power. So, besides the potato, this plan was approved unanimously. The first problem was solved, but then the second one came up. Even if the vine is used to make a boat, it requires skill. Otherwise, everyone getting on would surely cause it to sink. Therefore, Su Yu cleared her throat and looked confident. "Watch me, everyone." Liao Deyuan smiled kindly. "Oh, I remember now, little Yu was an engineering student, right?" Su Yu nodded. "Yes, that's right." Shui Yu leaned on his chin, smiling gently as he tilted his head to watch Su Yu's uncontrollably rising and spreading smile. Tang Yu and the silly second kid immediately clapped enthusiastically. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. "So, what if she's an engineering student? Does that mean she can definitely build a boat?"
Bang!
Zhang Yang was kicked to the ground by Shui Yu. He slowly got up, smiling. "I believe you've probably dealt with this kind of thing before." Su Yu's confident smile returned as she lifted her chin. "Exactly." Little Potato asked. "So, is no one speaking up for me? Didn't you hear me say I disagree?" Tang Yu said. "Su Yu, tell us your idea." Su Yu confidently turned around and signaled her dog to bring out a notebook and pen from the space. Su Yu loved playing with building blocks when she was a child. Su and Shan often bought her various blocks, airplanes, tanks, small houses, and so on. She once built a small boat with a canopy, and every part of that model, besides the size ratio, was a true-to-life replica. She remembered the detailed process of assembling the boat. It wasn't because she was exceptionally talented, But because the small boat stood out among the many complex models of airplanes, cannons, and tanks as being simple, this little thing was the easiest among them, and Suyu fell in love with building canopy boats. Compared to other models, this one looked especially cute. So, Suyu drew while explaining to Little Potato. They spent 8 hours together, finally building a vine-made canopy boat. At first, Little Potato was very uncooperative, finding it troublesome, but as he watched the vine boat gradually take shape, he surprisingly felt a strange sense of satisfaction. In the end, the finished boat, about 12 meters long, was decorated with many small potato flowers that Little Potato added himself, giving it a fairy-like style. They put the boat into the swamp to test it, and found that both the function and load capacity were fine, so everyone cheered. Staying up late, Suyu and Potato went on the boat and fell asleep. Liao Deyuan was studying the tattered map, trying to decide which way to go. Shui Yu and the second fool rowed the boat, while Tang Yu and Zhang Yang kept watch. During the day, the boat moved through the swamp, mostly avoiding broken building ruins that looked like hidden rocks. Inside the boat, Little Potato was the first to wake up. He looked at his small boat, still excited, and jumped onto the roof. He sang loudly into the cold wind. Suddenly, Shui Yu threw a stone and shut him up. By evening, Su finally woke up. The group shared their limited food, watching the darkening sky with some worry. Our batteries are almost dead. I suggest we stop for the night and rest, then continue in the daytime. Otherwise, we might get lost, Su said. Liao Deyuan shook his head. He looked at Little Cotton, playing with Zhang Yang outside, and whispered, "Girl, we need to travel more before the floodwaters fully recede." Shui Yu and Su looked at each other, waiting for Liao Deyuan to speak. Tang Yu leaned against the tent and looked over. Liao took a deep breath. "We can still use the boat because the floodwaters haven't fully gone down. Some places are still very deep, but in a few days, when the floodwaters recede, it will become a real, dangerous swamp that we can't walk through. And don't forget, there are collapsed areas hidden under the swamp. If you step on them, you'll fall. Even if you have special abilities, escaping will be very hard."
Suyu nodded.
"I understand. But, Uncle, our batteries are running out. If we keep moving at night, all our lights might only last 3 more nights.
Tan Iuesai.
It would be great if we had a base. We could get supplies there." Everyone was silent. After the flood, the bases near the Yangtze River were probably all gone. Even if some people survived, they probably couldn't trade supplies freely like before. Shui Yu spoke up. "We have 2 solar lamps." Tang Yu added, "But unfortunately, they're broken." Everyone looked at Suyu again. Suyu awkwardly cleared his throat. "Don't look at me. I'm an engineering student, but I really don't know how to fix electronics."
Shui Yu chuckled softly, turning to hide Suyu's embarrassment.
He smiled and said, "I can fix them." Tang Yu was surprised. "You're a science student?" Shui Yu shrugged and said, "If we are talking about diplomas, I graduated from a proper Taoist college. Everything I learned is related to Taoism." Liao Deyuan looked confused and asked, "Then why do you practice solar-powered lamps?" Shui Yu still smiled gently and said calmly, "I am an orphan. I was adopted by my master. My family was poor. My master often performed rituals for free. When household appliances broke and I had no money to replace them, I would go to the library to read books and try to fix things myself." Tang Yu exclaimed, "You really are talented." Potato snorted and said, "What's so special? I can build ships. Building ships is way more impressive than fixing lamps." Everyone. So, Shui Yu began repairing the lamp. Because his tools were not complete, he worked very slowly. Suyu rested her chin on her hand, watching Shui Yu's profile. Potato pushed her and bit her finger, saying, "Woman, remember, not to be a love-struck fool. That's my last request for you." Suyu half-heartedly responded with an shook Potato off, and kept watching. Scientific studies show that looking at handsome guys can extend life. She wanted to live longer. That night, although the solar-powered lamp was fixed, it hadn't absorbed enough sunlight, so the power was still low. The boat could only hang a flashlight powered by batteries to keep going. Little Cotton hugged her small underwear and curled up into a ball. Tang Yu held Suyu and cradled Little Cotton in the middle, sleeping deeply. Liao Yuan took out a pink adult cotton coat from the light, started adjusting the size. Little Cotton had no clean clothes, and since it was getting colder, Liao immediately began making clothes for her. Two fools and Zhang Yang rowed the boat, while Shui looked ahead to navigate. In the quiet swamp, the cold wind blew, carrying a whistling sound. Suddenly, the boat stopped moving. Shui frowned, first checking around the boat to make sure there were no hidden rocks, then looked at the two fools and Zhang Yang. Their oars moved in the water, but the boat remained still. Shui stood up, took the oar from the second fool, and swept it into the water. When the oar hit the bottom of the boat, it seemed to touch something elastic. Shuiyu's face changed, and he quickly went into the boat's interior. At the center of the boat, beneath the tightly tangled layers of vines, there appeared to be four sharp black objects stuck inside. Shuiyu shook awake the sleeping potato and asked it to look inside the vines to see what it was. Since there were so many layers, he couldn't see the full shape of the object. Potato was about to curse, but when it saw it was Shuiyu, it immediately deflated. Shuiyu pointed to the black object caught inside the vine. The potato shrank, slipped into the vine, and quickly popped out again. The small potato looked a bit scared. That, looks like a tooth. There are 4 of them, each about 15 centimeters long. The small potato whispered into Shuiyu's ear. Shuiyu frowned. Is it moving? The potato nodded. It's tightening slowly. You can tell it's not using much force, but it's still very strong. If my vine weren't sturdy, it would have broken free already. The potato then pointed at Suyu, who was sleeping peacefully. Wake Suyu up and ask her to check what's in the water. Shui smiled. I want to see what's in the water too. The potato nodded. Then, Shuiyu threw the potato into the water. Before it could even call for help, it splashed into the water with a loud plop. Shuiyu stood with his hands in his pockets, his silvery vertical pupils fixed on the water's surface. Soon, help. Help me. Help. Monster. The potato burst out of the water, screaming loudly, startling everyone on the boat. Right after, bubbles surged to the surface. The potato hit Shuiyu's chest with a slap, its vine hands clutching his collar tightly. Help. There's a disgusting big intestine underneath.
Bang.
The boat was pushed away by whatever was in the water. Fortunately, the potato was reliable. It quickly steadied the vine, and the boat was knocked flying with a loud bang, then dragged by the vine into the water nearby. The boat swayed, and whatever was in the water surfaced again. It really looked like a big intestine. But at the top of the intestine, 4 sharp black teeth grew, and its mouth was open, giving it an alien creature look. Suyu immediately put on her water sphere and jumped into the water, but Shuiyu couldn't stop her. In the murky water, Suyu saw the creature's body. It seemed to have 2 parts, a plump part embedded in the mud and a thinner part extending from the larger section. The creature sensed something in the water. It surfaced, its mouth aimed at the boat, then suddenly sank back into the water, targeting Suyu.
Bang.
Suyu stared in disbelief as her water sphere was easily bitten apart. Could this thing really bite through her water sphere so easily? Her face changed, and she frantically swam away in the water. The large intestine suddenly shot out, moving very quickly, and its huge mouth parts bit towards Suyu. Suyu dodged, and the ruins in the water were shattered by its bite, causing the water to become muddy. Its body contracted rapidly, and it moved swiftly through the water. Suyu quickly hid behind the underwater ruins. The intestine kept biting holes, quickly destroying the ruins. Suyu thought, if this thing isn't called a water husky, what should it be? This time, she decided not to hide. With a quick move, she jumped to where the 2 parts of the intestine were connected.
Bang.
The creature's muscles tensed instantly, and its mouth parts lunged forward. A mass of corrosion wrapped in a water film was pushed into the huge mouth parts nearby.
Bang.
The water film was easily broken apart. The corrosive liquid immediately entered its mouth. Suyu dodged away, carefully watching the effect. Unfortunately, the corrosive liquid had little effect on it. The area around its mouth parts was just slightly swollen and red, probably from the pain, and it started to become aggressive. Seeing she couldn't win, Suyu quickly led the creature toward the far side of the boat on the water surface.
Splash.
Suyu emerged from the water surface. Shueyu immediately used wind to lift her onto the boat.
Bang.
The creature chased after them. Suyu shouted to everyone, "Kill it!" Immediately, Little Potato used vines to tightly wrap around its neck, pulling it toward the water surface. Tang Yu's metal blades fiercely slashed at its body, but only left a few shallow wounds. Zhongyang confidently smiled. "I've got this." Then, a fireball struck its mouthparts. And then, the creature spat out a cloud of steam. Suyu thought, "No way, the thing in the water isn't afraid of fire?" Whoosh! The huge mouthparts bit down on Zhongyang, who was stunned. It moved very quickly, and before Zhongyang could react, Shueyu kicked it away. Its mouth bit into the air, and the tremendous force of the bite made its body tremble. Shueyu frowned, seeing it about to attack the boat, and immediately used a wind wall to knock it away.
Bang.
The creature was knocked several meters away, but it quickly shook and wriggled back out. Suyu jumped into the water again. She watched as its body kept contracting, looking like an earthworm. Suyu applied some corrosive liquid to its body, successfully luring it out of the water. It opened its large mouth and lunged at Suyu. Suyu smiled, and suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the swamp water. The water level dropped, revealing many sharp ruins. Potato snorted, "Suyu, maybe you should change your name to Dragon King. Look at how much water it's absorbing." Shueyu shot a sharp look, and Potato shut up. A huge stream of water kept pouring into the large intestine's opening, causing its body to swell quickly. It opened its mouth wide, seeming to want to bite through the incoming water, but it couldn't bite it apart. It swelled up rapidly, turning into a water-filled large intestine. Suyu moved back a bit. She remembered what this thing was called, red earthworm blood insect, which is a bloodsucker. Suyu blew a bubble in the water toward the red earthworm. "Baby, let me see if your belly can only hold blood." After being filled with water, the red earthworm blood insect surprisingly didn't explode. Its body was stretched, nearly transparent. It couldn't move anymore, but it was still alive. Suyu squinted, thinking, no way, it's still alive after so much water? So Suyu put a water balloon over the red earthworm's head. It tried to bite out but couldn't, which made it very angry. She sealed its mouth with a plug. Suyu jumped onto its belly and pressed down hard. It was like a water-filled balloon, constantly squeezed but still not bursting. Suyu was surprised. Oh right, it still had its open. So, she also put a water balloon on its backside. Using water flow, she swept up a large piece of debris from the water, something quite big, and pressed it right in the middle of its body. The red earthworm blood insect struggled wildly, but the water balloons were tight, trapping the water inside. It felt very uncomfortable. So you kept pushing more stones onto it with water flow. Its body was squeezed to the limit. Finally, when she placed the 18th stone, the red earthworm, flattened and swollen from the pressure, burst and died. Suyu let out a sigh of relief, finally dead. If it hadn't died, her powers would run out. She smoothly took out 2 crystals from that thin skin. Back on the boat, she rinsed off the dirt from herself. Everyone stared blankly at the 2 crystals. One was a thick skin crystal, useful for body mutations, about S grade. The other was a water ripple crystal from the water element. This crystal looked very strange. The water ripple had many red fibrous bits mixed in, making it look eerie. This crystal was also roughly S grade, but the red fibrous material inside was something no one had seen before. Suyu stroked her chin and said, "I remember frog crystals also have green bubbles inside the water ripple. After using it, I gained the frog's skill, corrosive liquid." Tang Yu scratched her head. "So, what does the red mean?" Suyu shook her head. "I don't know either, but I do know that this mutated animal is very similar to a creature from before the apocalypse, called a red earthworm blood insect. However, that thing was very weak before the end of the world. It feeds on blood, but if the skin is a bit thicker, Its teeth can't pierce through. I remember its teeth can release a toxin when it bites prey, but I don't remember what kind of toxin it is. Zhang Yang stroked his chin. So this thing is poisonous? Shuiyu lowered his eyes. If it's a toxin, it's probably a paralyzing poison.
Suyu reached out, eager to try.
Tang Yu held her hand, looking serious. Just what if, you use it and cause uncontrollable mutations?
Suyu fell silent.
Little Cotton, who had just woken up, came over hesitantly. Auntie, I dreamed of you.
Suyu was surprised.
Did I mutate? Little Cotton tried to remember the fleeting image she saw, then suddenly looked at Shuiyu, hesitating. Maybe not. It seemed like Auntie and the others used to whisper to their parents, biting their necks, but it was hard to tell if they had mutated. If she couldn't see clearly, then probably not. Suyu let out a breath of relief. Under everyone's serious gaze, she absorbed the crystal. After a long while, Suyu showed no change. She reached out and formed a small ball of bright green liquid, narrowing her eyes. There were no living creatures around to test it on, so she couldn't know what this thing was. Strange. Isn't the crystal supposed to be red and fuzzy? Why is the venom green? Suyu didn't know either, but she remembered that the frog crystal had green bubbles, while the corrosive liquid was clear. She decided not to think too much about it. Things remained calm until noon the next day, when an unexpected change occurred. The team's food supply was running low, so everyone ate very little. Suyu also didn't eat enough. She was very hungry. She kept swallowing saliva, her mind filled with delicious foods from before the apocalypse. Shuiyu noticed Suyu's stomach was growling and kept quiet, so he saved his own portion. He approached Suyu and handed her a compressed biscuit. If you're hungry, just eat a little. Suyu looked at Shuiyu. She knew he hadn't eaten and had saved it for her, so she hesitated to accept. Suddenly, she noticed a tiny cut on Shuiyu's neck. What's that? She asked. Shuiyu touched his neck. It didn't hurt, so he replied, I don't know when it happened. Suddenly, his words cut off. He stiffened as if struck by lightning. A wet, warm, slippery sensation came from her neck. Suyu stuck out her tongue and licked, feeling a bit confused. She was hungry, but she didn't know what she was licking. Manhwa just turned her head, eyes slightly wide. This isn't what she saw in her dream. Manhwa's eyes widened. Before she could observe carefully, someone lifted her from behind. She looked back and called out, Aunt Tang? Tang Yu smiled kindly as she held Manhwa. She said gently, come on, let's go outside and play. Without waiting, she took Manhwa out of the boat. Zhang Yang was about to climb into the boat when he saw two familiar figures nearby. His face changed instantly, and he was about to go interfere strongly, but Tang Yu grabbed his collar from behind. With one hand on each, she easily pulled him away. On the other side of the boat, Liao Deyuan glanced briefly and quickly looked away, wishing he could hide his eyes in his coat. Shuiyu hesitated for a moment, then wrapped his arms around Suyu's waist. He gently massaged her waist, with just the right pressure, causing Suyu to feel a tingling numbness from her tailbone outward.
Suyu immediately relaxed.
Shuiyu supported her, tilting his head slightly, his voice low and hoarse, trembling a little. Something's wrong. Let's go inside and talk. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuiyu held Suyu, and they both entered the boat's interior. Suyu felt a tingling, itchy sensation, but she was reluctant to let go. She hugged Shuiyu's neck, biting and nibbling. Shuiyu's breathing grew rapid, his face flushed. Suyu bit a little harder, causing Shuiyu to grunt softly. Liao Deyuan quickly untied the curtain hanging inside the boat. When it fell, it blocked the figures inside from view. The two fools stared wide-eyed, awkwardly watching the curtain fall. Brother. Did she bite him? Look, his veins are bulging, and he's trembling.
Ugh.
Liao Deyuan was startled by the fool's words and pricked his finger with a needle. He shook his head and pushed the fool's head outside. What are you looking at? It's none of your business if she bites or not. If he's happy, that's what matters. Inside the boat, Suyu was licking more and more, feeling hungrier. She wanted to bite, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Not biting felt strange. Shui sat inside the dim boat, holding Suyu. His silk cloth had long been removed, and his eyes were reddening. He sighed softly, his voice hoarse. Be good. What do you want to do? Suyu finally moved her lips away from Shuiyu's neck, looking confused. I'm so hungry. Shuiyu looked down, his Adam's apple moving up and down. His silvery vertical pupils looked a bit dazed. Do you want to drink blood? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Otherwise, I will criticize you for being a bad girl. Do you understand? Be good, okay? How should I criticize you?
Suyu instinctively asked.
Shuiyu chuckled softly, gently tracing his finger from Suyu's lips downward. His roughened finger lightly stroked her neck. Shuiyu's gaze fixed on Suyu's slender, fair neck. His voice was gentle but had a hint of firmness. Why do you keep biting and licking? I will just. Suyu was shocked like lightning, then somehow gained courage and immediately jumped from his embrace to squat on the boat's bow. So embarrassed. Suyu, oh Suyu, how could you do such daring things? Squatting at the bow, Suyu blew cold air and doubted her life. The dog sat nearby, watching Suyu doubt her life. Zhang Yang, inside the boat, was angrily grabbing Shuiyu's collar, trying to fasten his buttons. Tang Yu held little Cotton, with her ears upright, watching the scenery. On the other side, Liao Deyuan sighed softly, saying to Little Potato, Potato, this boat is still a bit small. Little Potato rolled his eyes. Just make a 3-bedroom apartment. Why don't you fly to the sky? The two fools lifted the curtain and looked at Shuiyu's neck. Seeing the red patch, he gasped, Is Sister Sue a dog?
Bang!
Zhang Yang was kicked out of the boat by Shuiyu and accidentally landed on the second fool. The boat shook violently. Shuiyu fastened his buttons, walked out of the boat, and his silver-gray ears had already been tucked away. He looked down at Zhang Yang and the second fool, who were tangled on the ground. His smile was gentle, but his face showed little emotion. Aren't you going to row the boat? Zhang Yang roared angrily. You little brat, commanding me. He was silenced by the second fool covering his mouth and dragged to row the boat. The small boat started moving forward again. The water rippled, creating circles of waves. In the muddy ocean, a small boat moved slowly through the water. At the bow, Suyu, calm and alone, was lifted up from behind. Suyu trembled all over. Shuiyu jostled Suyu gently in his arms, smiling softly. Be good, squat here. Aren't you cold? Suyu pulled her hat tighter. It's okay, not cold. Kaimi let out a whimper, shook, and returned inside the boat. Shuiyu chuckled softly. Look, Kaimi is all cold with her fur. Be good, if you want to feel the wind, you can, but wear your coat first. So she secretly looked around and saw that Shuiyu had gone rowing. Since he couldn't see her, she took out her Tang sword and cut her arm.
Shuiyu frowned.
Why didn't it cut open? Was she too gentle? She clenched the Tang sword and cut again. This time, Suyu used more strength, and her skin broke. Her eyes widened. Was it just a scratch? She kept trying, applying more force to cut again.
Ow!
Suyu screamed in pain, looking at her bleeding hand and panicking. Oh no! She used too much strength, the same as when she usually poked. The greedy one wailed loudly, anxiously circling around Suyu. Everyone quickly gathered around. The first to jump over was the little potato on the boat roof. Then came Shuiyu. Suyu hid her Tang sword behind her. The potato pouted. Wow, I thought something serious happened. Your small wound is hardly worth calling a wound. You're so dramatic. Suyu was stunned. She looked down, Why did the wound look smaller? And it was still shrinking. Mainly because she had cut off her healing ability for the experiment. She was sure that the wound healing and her ability had nothing to do with each other. Shuiyu frowned, looking at the nearly healed wound, then reached out to feel the blood near the injury, and asked, Your wound is healing so fast. Has your ability improved? Suyu shook her head. I think it has nothing to do with my healing ability. It's probably that crystal. Gurgle, gurgle. Suyu's stomach started to growl. She bit her lip, feeling a bit hungry. Shuiyu understood and took out a compressed biscuit he hadn't eaten that morning, then handed it to Suyu.
Shuyu herit lichud.
Everyone was deep in thought. In the following days, Suyu's appetite increased significantly because she was conducting experiments. After multiple tests, she found that if her body was injured and her healing ability was not cut off, she wouldn't feel hungry as long as her healing ability was active. But if she isolated her healing ability, then after being injured, the vampire crystal would activate. As her wound healed, she would enter a hunger state. When she was hungry, just eating enough would stop her craving for blood. But if she didn't get enough food, eventually she would transform into a vampire. Of course, she didn't need much blood. Just a little was enough to ease her hunger. So, Suyu was quite troubled. The team's food supply was running low because it wasn't being replenished. But her appetite had grown larger. Even if she wasn't injured, or if she was injured without using her healing ability, her food intake still increased. She can eat enough for 3 people at once. So, the question arises, what about the leftovers? Suyu sat on the bow of the boat, lost in thought. Actually, she thought of a way she could hunt mutated animals to eat. Ordinary people can't eat the meat of mutated animals because high temperatures can't kill the parasites inside, but Suyu isn't afraid of parasites. Her body has healing powers, and the parasites that broke out in the base before didn't do her any harm. Now, she's not worried at all. So, Suyu decided to act. She jumped into the water to try fishing. Soon, the boat had a few ugly, strange mutated fish with rough scales. Zhongyang looked at them and felt a bit disgusted. Are you really going to eat these? This is so gross.
Shuyu swallowed hard.
Honestly, seeing these ugly fish, she lost her appetite. But how would she know if they taste good if she didn't try? Tang Yu picked up one fish, used a metal blade to scrape off the scales and remove the guts, chopped off the head, and placed it in a basin. Shui seasoned the cleaned fish slightly, marinated it for half an hour, then asked Zhongyang to light the charcoal stove and grill the fish. Suyu sat nearby, watching him grill. The smell of the fish grew more delicious, and everyone gathered around, saliva starting to flow. The fish was grilled to a golden color. Shuiyu handed the fish to Suyu. Careful, it's hot. Let it cool down before eating. Suyu blew on it, tore off a piece, and put it in her mouth. How is it? Is it tasty?
Slurp.
Everyone spoke at once, eyes fixed on Suyu's mouth. The greedy one even swallowed, but clear saliva dripped down from the corner of his mouth. As soon as Suyu took a bite, she frowned. The meat isn't tender, but it's not bad. It's okay. Zhongyang swallowed hard. Can I try a bite? Since I drink your healing water every day, I probably won't get parasites, right?
Suyu hesitated.
What if? What if? Oh, just give it to me. Zhongyang hurriedly snatched the fish from Suyu and shoved it into his mouth. Shuiyu's gaze darkened. Luckily, Suyu hadn't bitten into it. She was tearing it apart with her hands, otherwise. Zhongyang ate happily. He picked up another fish, ate it while praising Shuiyu. You're pretty good at cooking, huh? Shuiyu smiled. Just as Zhongyang finished the second fish and reached for a third, Shuiyu kicked him away. Everyone serves him right. Shuiyu picked up the remaining fish, grilled them while comforting Suyu. Wait a little longer, I'll grill one for you. Suyu nodded. Su Enshan doesn't know where his daughter is, but he has a faint goal, City C. His intuition tells him his little girl is there. So, he went to the abandoned city library and found a map among the moldy, broken books. He is now in a place called Mountain Forest Secret. Although there are mountain floods, it is far from the big mountains, and the ruins are still mostly intact. To get to City C, he must cross the plains of the Yangtze River, where floods are even worse than here. Since that dream, he can't sleep well and feels uneasy. Having decided on a direction, Su Anshan didn't bring much gear, only a 3-edged military dagger, and set out. Suyu started a life of eating fish every day. Zhongyang followed her and ate with her for 3 days, then suddenly ran away. He found a ruin and squatted inside. Suyu and the others looked at the map on the boat. Suddenly, so many bugs. Help! My little flower is in danger. Help. Zhang Yang's scream made everyone tense up. Liao Deyuan took the fool and went to the ruins. The two also exclaimed, "Wow, you." Su Yu and Tang Yu exchanged glances. Tang Yu pressed her hand to her chest. "Oh my, I'm glad I didn't eat." Shui Yu and Tudo looked at each other, and Tudo burst out laughing. Shui Yu exclaimed, "Wow, luckily, he was the only one who ate." Tudo said, "Haha. Thank goodness, I am just a potato. I don't have a little flower problem." Su Yu snorted and gave Tudo a playful slap on the head. Tudo looked wronged. Shui Yu is also being sarcastic. "Why are you only hitting me?" Su Yu sneered, "Because you said the worst." Shui Yu chuckled. Tudo said, "I'm not playing with you anymore. I'm going to find Little Cotton. Little Cotton is better." In late December, the floods receded, leaving only thick mud on the ground. Su Yu and the others had to leave the boat and let the treasure hunter pack it up. They all trudged through the cold, sticky mud. Little Cotton rode on Air Shotzi's neck, and a small pair of shorts peeked out of her pocket, looking around. Zhang Yang pulled Liao Deyuan, and it took half an hour to walk just 1 kilometer. Tang Yu, who was scouting ahead, suddenly exclaimed. Her body sank suddenly and kept sinking. Su Yu immediately used the water flow to grab her waist and pulled her back. Tang Yu's face turned pale. Although this wasn't the first time she encountered such a situation, she felt something was wrong this time.
Suyu.
The suction below is very strong. Little Potato also used vines to pull. Suddenly, the mud in front of Tang Yu began to sink all at once. The ground beneath Tang Yu disappeared, and she fell downward. Su Yu's water flow and Little Potato wrapped around her, lifting her up. Suddenly, everyone's footing gave way. Su Yu's expression changed as she shouted, "Potato!" Potato immediately used vines to hold everyone, then a large water sphere covered them all. Gurgle, gurgle. All the mud in this area sank. A new pit appeared. Shui was about to use wind to lift everyone, but realized they couldn't escape the mud. Each person's lower half was pulled down by a strong suction. No matter how Little Potato pulled, it was useless. Everyone cried out, "Help!" Su Yu hadn't responded yet.
Bang!
Everyone and the muddy swamp on the ground were into the underground. The big water sphere surrounded them, and in the chaos, they could only see the thick mud outside the sphere. It was like being mixed with sand and cement, pulled downward. Tang Yu quickly placed a metal ball around everyone, letting Su Yu rest. Su Yu first looked at Little Cotton, seeing she was still held by the silly one and hadn't been lost. Little Underwear was crying loudly, so Little Cotton quietly comforted her. Shui Yu held the dog, who was calm and wagging its tail. The greedy one looked around, then let out a sigh. Everyone was silent. This was bad. If it continued, they would reach the underground. The mud and sand kept sinking, and Tang Yu was about to lose her strength. Su Yu immediately used the water sphere to support them. About 20 minutes passed. The water sphere stopped moving. All around was dark, thick mud. Su Yu frowned, using her powers to draw water from the mud and push the sphere upward. This took a lot of energy. Fortunately, she had previously used a crystal of red earthworms to replenish her power, so she could hold on. She pushed upward for a while, but couldn't continue, because above were many broken stones and building debris. So Su Yu had to shift the water sphere to the side, trying to go around the debris. Suddenly, Shui Yu softly said, "Stop for a moment." Su Yu looked at Shui Yu. Shui Yu pointed at the flattened water sphere and signaled her to check. Su Yu moved over and saw that the water sphere had unknowingly pressed against the stone wall of the big pit. She frowned, thinking she could climb up along the wall. So she continued to push upward. After a while, Su Yu ran out of energy. Tang Yu immediately created a metal ball, and to keep it from sinking, she made a metal spear outside the ball and fixed it into the wall of the pit. This time, things got serious. The wall of the pit suddenly broke open, creating a large hole, and the metal ball rolled into it with force. Everyone screamed. It was like being inside a spinning washing machine. After a long while, the metal ball made a loud bang, as if it was stuck. Tang Yu looked at Su Yu. Suyu wanted to see what was outside, but the metal ball was not transparent. So she softly said, "Change the water ball, and let's check the surroundings first." The water ball appeared. With the light, everyone saw what was around them clearly. The water was caught at a narrow opening, with a wide, dark, open space ahead. Behind them, mud was rushing in. On both sides were hard rock walls. Suyu frowned and said to everyone, "Let's go forward. I'll flatten the water ball, so we can pass." Liao Deyuan looked ahead and sighed. "That's all we can do. The mud behind us is too thick. We can't get out." So, Little Potato silently tied everyone together.
Pop.
Suyu flattened the water ball, which suddenly shot out from the hole.
Splash.
The water ball fell into the water. It rolled around on the surface, then bumped into a green thing, and stopped. "Wow, is that a lotus leaf? Why is it so big?" A soft, gentle voice from Little Cotton Flower sounded inside the water ball. Everyone looked at each other. Suyu directly pushed the water ball onto that huge lotus leaf. The leaf just shook a little, without breaking or sinking. They removed the water ball. Suyu shined her solar-powered light around and was stunned. It was like they had shrunk 20 times and turned into tiny people. Now they were in a small pond. There were many lotus flowers. Some leaves floated on the water, others just barely emerged above the surface. In the quiet pond, they swayed gently.
Splash. Splash. Splash.
The sound of heavy objects falling into the water came one after another. Suyu looked up and saw that the hole they had just fallen through was pouring out a lot of mud, which splashed into the pond, creating huge splashes. This place was very empty. The lotus flowers and leaves gathered in the middle of the pond, while the edges were bare water. The lotus leaf they stood on was about 10 meters across, just floating on the water, slightly swaying with the ripples caused by the falling mud above. Little Cotton Flower jumped on it, making the leaf shake again. Kaimi stood on the leaf and barked loudly, scared by the movement.
Woof. Woof. Woof.
The loud yelps of the big yellow dog echoed in the empty underground space. Suyu pinched the dog's mouth and said, "Calm down, you won't fall." Kaimi whimpered softly and made a tiny sound of protest. Shueyu tried to stand up, and he immediately saw a large lotus flower rising among many lotus leaves. The lotus flower was pink and bloomed beautifully even in the cold winter. Suyu placed her palm on a lotus leaf, feeling that it was warm. Suyu raised an eyebrow, dipped her finger into the water, and indeed, the water was warm. "No wonder the lotus blooms," she murmured. Little Cotton Flower also wanted to put her hand in the water, but was caught by Shueyu. "Don't, there might be little bugs biting your fingers." Little Cotton Flower looked at Suyu and asked, "Annie, aren't you afraid of bites?" Shueyu looked serious and said, "Auntie is brave. She's not afraid of bugs." Potato liked this warm environment, so it let out a happy cry and performed a perfect diving move into the water. Suyu made a sound of annoyance but didn't bother with it. The silly little potato smiled foolishly, saying, "This place is so warm. I want to sleep here." Shueyu looked at Suyu's face, which was a little pale from using her powers, and said, "Then let's rest here for a while. You sleep, I'll keep watch." Suyu and Tangyu looked at each other and immediately lay down. Honestly, this big lotus leaf felt a bit like a heated blanket. The lotus flowers bloomed quietly, and a faint lotus scent made Suyu have a sweet dream. When she woke up, Potato had already gone in and out of the water several times. Shueyu was holding a sleeping Little Cotton Flower, looking at the calm water. As Suyu was about to sit up, the lotus leaf gently swayed under her weight. Tangyu woke up for a second and then fell back asleep. Shueyu smiled at Suyu and pointed to the water, signaling her to look. Suyu looked down and saw the water was dark and shadowy, with faint outlines of a few fish. The fish were quite large. Besides their size, they didn't seem mutated in any way.
Suyu felt worried.
These fish looked at least 2 meters long and half a meter wide. If they were carnivorous, they might be dangerous. Little Potato popped out of the water, lying on the surface with its vine-like limbs paddling like a backstroke. Seeing Suyu staring at the fish shadows underwater, Little Potato showed its big teeth and said reassuringly, "It's okay. They're still friendly. I just went down to play with them, and they didn't get mad. They look just like the fish before the end of the world, not very aggressive." Suyu sighed and reached out to lift Little Potato, asking, "Is there anything special underwater?" Little Potato thought for a moment and let out a cry. "There are many small flowers glowing blue. They are tiny, about the size of your thumb, growing at the very bottom in a single layer, covering the lowest part. They look quite pretty."
Shuyunari.
"Do those flowers have any attack power?" Potato shook his head. "I don't know. I didn't dare touch them. Mainly because the fish usually don't swim near those flowers, so I just looked from afar." Suyu nodded and started thinking about how to leave here. Going back the same way was impossible now. It seemed the entrance was blocked, and no mud was falling anymore. As for other places, Suyu looked around. The pond was very large, about the size of 2 football fields. She wondered if there was an exit at the edge. So Suyu said to Little Potato, "Amazing, Little Potato." Potato rolled his eyes. "Woman, stop with that. I won't be fooled by your compliments."
Shuyuchakel.
"It's mainly because you're the smartest and strongest among us. If I don't find you..." Potato's corners of his mouth curled up wildly. He squinted his eyes, suddenly pointed at Shueyu, and pressed his eyes against Suyu's, asking, "Look into my eyes and tell me, who's stronger, this dog man or me?"
Shuyu.
No, Potato's eyes are too red, and being so close makes her uncomfortable. Potato screamed, "Answer me." Suyu replied, "You're the strongest." Potato froze for a second, then suddenly spun around 360 degrees, jumping onto Shueyu's head. He grabbed a handful of silver hair and danced wildly, laughing loudly. Suddenly, everyone was awakened by the noise, looking confusedly at Potato bouncing on Shueyu's head. Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Wow, that's intense. I dreamed Potato was trying to die." 2 foolish guys said, "Oh my god, Potato you." Tang Yu added, "Aren't you worried about turning into mashed potatoes?" But when they looked, Shui still had a gentle smile, looking calm and kind. He looked down at Suyu, who felt a bit guilty, so she had to cover her mouth and cough. Potato. Seeing everyone wake up, Potato burst into wild laughter. Suyu admitted it. "I'm better than that dog man. I'm the strongest." Liao Dayuan sighed. Although Potato had become a spirit, he still seemed quite simple in some ways. Seeing Little Potato getting more and more crazy, Suyu quickly pulled him down from Shueyu's head. All right, Lord Potato, let's get to the main business." The small vine of the potato plant just pulled down a silver-haired branch and was scratching and poking at himself. "Tell me, you Kai, I'll help you handle it." After Suyu made the request, the little potato held the silver hair, jumped perfectly, and fell into the water. Suyu asked it to check if there were any ventilation tunnels around the underground pool. Once the potato was far away, Suyu quickly smoothed the messy silver hair of Shueyu. Just as she reached out, Shueyu's head suddenly sprouted a pair of dog ears, and Suyu froze. Tang Yu smiled, pulling the little cotton ball who was still sleeping in a small underwear, turning her back to the 2 of them. Liao Dayuan pretended to be busy, lowering his head. The 2 fools silently followed Tang Yu's lead. Now, he understood, following Sister Tang was the right choice. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "Suyu, if you dare to touch me, I'll break your hand. A girl like you, can't you be more modest? It's just dog ears, after all." Zhang Yang picked up the onlookers on the ground, directly placing himself between the 2. He even lifted the dog high, blocking the dog's head in front of their eyes.
"Come on."
Authentic dog ears, go ahead and touch. So Suyu awkwardly withdrew her hand, trying to reach for the onlooker. Shueyu suddenly sighed, looking disappointed and aggrieved, with his ears now resembling airplane ears. "I can't stand it anymore. He was the one who seduced me first." Suyu directly reached out and grabbed those fluffy silver-gray airplane ears. Zhang Yang let out a sharp, piercing cry. The onlooker sighed heavily, rolled his eyes at Zhang Yang, broke free from his grasp, and ran over to Little Cotton, heading for the small underwear. Suyu happily played with the ears, having fun. Shuiyu shot a sidelong glance, disdainfully looked at Zhongyang, then twitched his ears and said weakly, "Ah,
So noisy.
my ears hurt." Suyu immediately looked at Zhongyang, whose sharp cry was stuck in his throat.
Ah.
It took the potato 3 hours to finally return. As soon as it reached the shore, it shook its head. Not good. There are no tunnels or exits around the edge of the pool. Everyone eating the compressed biscuits fell silent. Suyu took a bite of the mutated fish slices that Shuiyu had made for her yesterday, frowned, and said, "There's nothing. We can only check higher places." So the two fools looked up at the tall rocky wall. "It's very dark, and it looks really high. I can't see anything." Shuiyu nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll go up and take a look." He took a solar-powered lamp and flew up with the help of the wind. Shuiyu flew up to the highest point of the lotus flower, which was also at the center of the pond. As the lights shone over the blooming lotus, he paused for a moment, then finally descended. Suyu noticed his strange expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Shuiyu put his finger to his lips, signaling everyone to be silent. Everyone immediately hushed. Shuiyu took out a notebook and wrote a sentence. "Inside the lotus core, there is a baby. Alive, and seems to be sleeping." Suyu suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Everyone exchanged glances and instinctively slowed their breathing. Suyu gently pulled the silent potato over and wrote on the paper, "Is that child one of your kind?" The potato shook its head, looking unsure. But soon, its eyes shifted, and it thought, "Same kind. Crystal. Same kind equals crystal." Shuiyu read the potato's thoughts and smiled kindly. He gently poked the potato and wrote on the paper, "Potato, why don't you touch it and see for yourself if it's your kind?" The potato stared, grabbed the pen with its vine-like hands, and fiddled with it for a while, leaving some messy characters mixed with pinyin. "No go."
Wei Xian, what are you doing not going?
Shuiyu's eyes curved into a smile, "Because I'm not as good as you. You know, our team always relies on the capable." The potato. The potato shook its head, pretending not to understand Shuiyu's writing. It was about to slip away, but was gently pinched by Shuiyu, whose eyes almost popped out. Shuiyu then wrote on the paper, "Go, or turn into mashed potatoes. You choose." The potato. Feeling the increasing pressure, the potato immediately made an OK sign with its vine. Then, Shuiyu smiled and threw it into the lotus leaves. Zhongyang looked sympathetic, then mischievously wrote on the paper, "Amen Tangyu. Do you think you're better than it?" Zhongyang. Zhongyang pretended not to understand the writing and started flipping the flea for the treasure seeker. The potato swung on the vine and quickly climbed onto the nearest lotus leaf. Carefully, it gently touched the lotus petal with its vine. Suddenly, the petal fell off and spun downward. The potato was stunned. It hadn't even used any strength. As the petal slowly passed through the layers of lotus leaves and fell into the water, a baby's cry suddenly came from inside the lotus. Suddenly, the water surface became restless. The big fish that were swimming in the pond all rushed toward the flower petal on the water surface. Soon, a petal as big as a small boat was completely eaten by countless large fish. With no more petals on the water, the fish started to poke their heads out more often. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long carp jumped out of the water and bit at the tallest lotus flower. Little Potato was so scared that it tightly hugged the lotus leaf, trembling all over. Just as the big carp was about to take the lotus flower, a pink, soft baby suddenly appeared from inside the flower. The baby was very fast. It jumped onto the carp and opened its mouth to bite the fish's scales. With a crisp sound, the big carp struggled and tried to shake the baby off. The baby held tightly onto the carp, swallowing a few times. It quickly drained the fish's blood, and the carp fell limply into the water.
Splash.
The baby was holding a small lotus petal in its mouth as it sank into the pond. The petal was soon snatched away and eaten by other fish. Little Potato was trembling with fear. It wanted to run away, but was afraid of attracting the baby's attention. It shrank itself as small as possible and hid behind the lotus leaf. The big fish in the pond jumped like they were trying to pass through a dragon gate, all rushing toward the lotus flower. Without exception, all those carp were drained of blood by the baby, and each one dropped a petal as it fell. Only after all the petals were taken did the fish return to calm. The baby had drunk a lot of blood. Its belly was very big, looking like a large leather ball from afar. The baby was lying on the flower core, chewing on a piece of it. After about half an hour, its body started to grow. Gradually, it looked like a 3-year-old child. Its belly shrank back down. It yawned, looking a bit sleepy, but still stood up from the flower core and looked around. Suddenly, its gaze froze. Little Potato saw that it was looking in another direction, which made it feel uneasy. The baby's eyes were fixed on the cluster of lotus leaves, blinking without stopping. It was babbling something and then suddenly jumped down from the flower core. Little Potato was so scared it almost peed itself. It quickly slid down the lotus leaf and moved toward the baby. When the baby landed on the lotus leaf it had been staring at, it suddenly froze. The spot was empty, nothing there. The baby turned its head 180 degrees and looked around with its eyes. Still, it saw nothing. It frowned and looked at the water surface. Little Potato hid behind the lotus stalk, quietly breathing a sigh of relief. The child crouched down and submerged his entire head in the water. His dark eyes scanned beneath the floating fish carcass for about 10 minutes before he finally lifted his head, yawned, and crawled back to the flower core, lying down and falling asleep. The potato's eyes rolled around and used vines to tap the lotus leaf, making a noticeable sound. When it realized the child hadn't woken up, it felt completely at ease. It immediately jumped into the water and searched for a while. Finally, near a cluster of glowing blue flowers at the bottom of the lake, it found a water ball. The water ball was hidden in the mud at the lake's bottom, only a small part showing, used to observe the surroundings. The small potato quickly swam to the water ball. Hands reached out from inside, gently grasped the potato, and pulled it into the water ball. Inside the water ball, everyone's faces looked uneasy. Suyu checked carefully and found the small potato was unharmed. Only then did he ask, "Is that thing one of your kind?" The potato shook its head with confusion, saying, "It's so strange." Shueyu squinted and asked, "Why do you say that?" The potato was silent for a moment, then suddenly scratched its head.
It
has the scent of its kind, but more than that, it smells like a human. Zhongyang took a deep breath and said, "How can a human's head rotate 180 degrees and grow so quickly?" The small potato was also a bit confused, saying, "I feel like it's a mix of human and plant." Suyu frowned and asked, "Parasite relationship?" The potato shook its head. No, it's not parasitic. It's more like... The potato was unsure how to describe it, so it picked up the greedy claws and then took Suyu's hand, placing the dog's paw and his hand together. It's like a strange thing forcibly fused together.
Suik frowned, more confused.
Shueyu suddenly spoke. When it was looking down from above, I sensed its thoughts. Everyone quickly looked at him. Shueyu frowned, choosing his words carefully. It doesn't have normal thoughts, like a machine. Its mind is filled with pain, resentment, loneliness, and killing. Suyu frowned and asked, "Does it have consciousness? Can we communicate?" Shueyu shook his head. It should have consciousness. From its behavior, it doesn't seem to lack a main will, but I don't know how to describe it. Overall, it's very strange. Impure, chaotic, very odd. Everyone looked at each other, unable to draw a conclusion. Finally, Suyu sighed and decided it was best to find a way to leave this place. Unfortunately, according to Shueyu's description, the top of this deep pit is a solid layer of rock. From the top of the hole to the water surface, there are at least 70 meters, and there's not a single opening on the surrounding walls. This means the only entrance is the one everyone came through. Tang Yu shook her head. But we can't go back the way we came. Even if we can exit through this opening, beyond it is another large hole filled with mud, dead end. Suyu rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit frustrated, but she still pretended to be calm. It's okay. Our food can last a few more days. We have many people, and we will figure out a way. Shuiyu held Suyu's hand and said to everyone, "Do you remember how we got in?" Tang Yu was surprised. She had planned to fix a metal ball with a spear, but unexpectedly, the spear made a big hole in the rock wall, and that's how everyone entered. Tang Yu tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting that the rock wall here might be breakable?" Shuiyu nodded and pointed to the other side of the wall. "We can't break the wall we came through. Even if we do, the exit is just a muddy pit. Maybe we can try this side. There might be a way out." Tang Yu nodded. Liao Deyuan suddenly sighed. "But what if we wake up the thing above?" Little Potato coughed suddenly. "It was sleeping just now. I made a sound trying to test it, but it didn't move. Besides, when we fell in here, the mud fell down loudly, right? It didn't wake up then." Suyu asked suddenly, "Why did it wake up just now? Is there a pattern?" Little Potato nervously touched the ears of the treasure-loving dog, speaking vaguely. Maybe it was just accidental." Shuiyu's faint voice sounded. "No, it was you who touched the petals." Little Potato froze. "I forgot the dog man can read minds." Tang Yu suddenly asked, "Is it only safe as long as we don't touch the lotus?" Everyone nodded. Suyu said, "Maybe." Suddenly, the small cotton ball that had been sleeping opened its eyes. She stared blankly around for a while, then said, "Auntie, I had a dream." Suyu picked up the small cotton ball and asked, "What did you dream about?" The small cotton ball rubbed her head. "I dreamed of many things, but I can't remember most of them. I only remember we went to a very big and spacious rock cave. There." The small cotton ball faintly remembered that there seemed to be something there, but she couldn't recall what. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A cave? Does that mean we really can leave this place? The tense atmosphere from earlier disappeared. Suyu gently patted the small cotton back and softly said, "Little Cotton is very brave. If you have any dreams or remember anything later, you must tell Andy, okay?" Little Cotton nodded, okay. The small underwear in Little Cotton's hand rubbed against it, and it looked at everyone with wide eyes. It seemed to know its meows sounded old, so it rarely meowed loudly. After discussing, Potato decided to go up first and see if the little thing was awake. If not, everyone would go onto the lotus leaf, since maintaining the water sphere was quite draining. Potato climbed onto the lotus leaf, cleared its throat, and started to loudly call out. It called for a long time, but saw that the little child was still not awake or moving. Only then did it go into the water and call everyone to come up. Everyone carefully climbed onto the lotus leaf and suddenly heard Little Cotton cry out in surprise. Suyu quickly looked up and saw that the little child was actually on the edge of the lotus leaf, looking down. Its dark eyes, without whites, stared tightly at everyone. For a moment, everyone dared not move. Little Cotton trembled because she realized the little child had been watching her. Suyu slowly moved closer and gently held Little Cotton in her arms. The child's gaze remained fixed on Little Cotton. It just lay there, looking down, with no other movements. Suyu quickly glanced at Shuiyu and saw that he was also staring into the child's eyes. Little Cotton's face was pale, and the small underwear in her pocket was trembling along with her. After a long time, Potato suddenly moved. The other person still looked at Little Cotton and ignored Potato completely. So Potato started walking around the area. It still received no response. Shuiyu raised an eyebrow and stood up. The child still paid no attention. Everyone began to move slowly, making some noise. The child still did not respond. Suyu looked at Little Cotton in her arms and suddenly stood up, holding her. The child's gaze moved with Little Cotton's movement. Shuiyu softly said, "It seems interested in Little Cotton. It probably won't hurt her for now." Suyu nodded and started walking around with Little Cotton. The child, like a statue, only moved its eyes as Little Cotton moved. After staring at her for a while, Little Cotton gradually stopped being afraid. While everyone was starting a fire and catching fish to prepare food for Suyu, the child finally shifted its gaze from Little Cotton to observe everyone. It watched as they scraped fish scales, talked among themselves, and occasionally looked over at Little Cotton. It was very quiet. The The child was quietly lying on top, watching without making a sound or moving. Shui signaled everyone not to be nervous, then began preparing the carp to make dried fish slices for Suyu. The fish slices needed to be baked on low heat, a skill Zhang Yang was already good at. The fish emitted a tempting aroma from the baking. The child sniffed and looked at Suyu, because among everyone, only Suyu was eating this. The carp was delicious, with a faint floral scent in the fish meat, which was tender and smooth, very tasty, and almost without any fishy smell. Zhang Yang, feeling eager, touched his own bottom and asked, "Is it tasty?" "You know, this fish doesn't look like a mutation, so maybe it doesn't have parasites?" Suyu was surprised and raised an eyebrow.
Yang, why don't you try some with me?
"If you eat it and are okay, then everyone can eat. There are so many fish here, enough for us for a long time." Zhang Yang swallowed hard, hesitating as he remembered his previous experience. So, Suyu ate while saying, "Wow, it's delicious. No fishy smell, and there's a floral scent. The meat." As Suyu spoke, Zhang Yang suddenly reached out a hand, staring eagerly at her. Suyu smiled, picked up a piece of the roasted fish, and placed it into his hand.
Zhang Yang happily started eating.
Just as Suyu was enjoying herself, a small, pinkish-white hand suddenly appeared, holding out in front of her. Turning around, Suyu realized that this little kid had somehow come to her side and was standing there, mimicking Zhang Yang, reaching out with eager eyes. Suyu swallowed hard, tentatively picking up a freshly roasted piece of fish and placing it into the child's palm. The child pinched the fish piece, then tilted its head, looking at Zhang Yang and Suyu. Zhang Yang didn't dare to move. Suyu suddenly understood something, slowly biting into the fish, chewing then swallowing. The child followed suit, biting, chewing, and swallowing. Then it froze in place. The child was stunned. After a while, it started gobbling the fish down. In just a few bites, the fish was gone. Suyu quickly handed it another piece. It began to imitate Suyu, sitting on a lotus leaf, eating happily. Manhwa, holding her nose and sniffing, looked at the child. Her fear had disappeared. Manhwa took a candy from her pocket, something Aunt Sue had given her. "Here, this for you." She handed the peeled candy to the child. The child was attracted by Manhwa and watched her mouth with dark, shiny eyes.
Give, rice."
The child moves their lips, trying to imitate little cotton flower talking. Seeing the other person copying, little cotton flower hands over a piece of candy and says, "Here." Then points at the child and says, "You." The child blinks without blinking, thinking for a long time, then suddenly hands a piece of fish to little cotton flower and says, "Here." Then points at little cotton flower and says, "You." Little cotton flower happily nods, gives a thumbs up, and smiles great. The child looks at little cotton flower's big thumb and also shows a thumbs up, saying, "So chubby." They babble back and forth, and everyone gradually relaxes. Little cotton flower becomes interested. She puts the candy into the child's mouth and says, "Candy." The child slowly rolls the candy around with their tongue, looking a bit strange. After a long time, the child suddenly makes a sound and then disappears quickly. Little cotton flower feels a little sad because the child left. Everyone else relaxes completely. Zhang Yang, after eating fish with Suyu for 3 days and finding no stomach problems, happily tells everyone that the fish here probably don't have many parasites. So, everyone starts making fish slices and dried fish. Their small stoves brought along have been used so much these days that they look blackened. Tangyu was swept around by water flow by Suyu, trying to break a hole, but didn't succeed. The child sits near everyone every day and is taken by Little Cotton Flower to learn to speak. Little Cotton Flower names the child. "You were born in Lotus Flower, do you want to be called Neza?" The child doesn't seem to understand, but everyone calls it Neza anyway. Neza loves eating grilled fish and knows that Shuiyu is responsible for making the fish. When hungry, it pulls a fish out of the water, drinks the blood, and throws it in front of Shuiyu. Thanks to Neza's fishing, everyone has stored a lot of dried fish and fish slices, and supplies suddenly become abundant. Suyu and Tangyu are in a bad mood because the walls are very solid and hard to pry open. They can't just go back the way they came, right? But because of Little Cottonflower's dream, Tangyu and Suyu are determined. Since Little Cottonflower dreamed of a cave, there must be a cave. Liao Deyuan watched Neza running around every day and couldn't stand it anymore, so he made a small blue dress for Neza. It's not that he wouldn't make pants, but Neza jumps around so much that pants would probably tear quickly. Neza doesn't like wearing dresses, but under Little Cottonflower's constant encouragement, saying great, it reluctantly wears it. At night, Suyu rubs her head, frowning as she looks at the surrounding rock walls. Why is there not a single place that can be pried open? Shui stayed up late making fish slices and saw Suyu sitting there thinking about life. He comforted her, saying it's okay. Staying here a few more days might not be a bad thing. Suyu sighed, but if I delay any longer. Shuiyu gently touched Suyu's hand, looking serious. I've calculated these past few days. There's a change coming in the weather.
Suyu was surprised.
Are plants really going to grow rapidly into spirits? Shuiyu shook his head, a faint smile showing in his dimples. It's just a weather change. Suyu's eyes shifted, and suddenly she paused. Drought, floods, heavy snow? Shuiyu nodded, his expression complicated. Maybe it's better to call it extreme cold. Suyu quickly took out her notebook. Every day, she recorded the weather and temperature. Since late September, temperatures dropped. When they left the city of Eternal Night in early October, it was about 15 degrees Celsius. Then it started raining, causing mudslides and floods. By late December, when the floods receded, the temperature had fallen below freezing, down to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Suyu frowned, drawing a temperature drop curve. She suddenly noticed that during the 3 days before falling into the pond, the first day was minus 2 degrees, the second day minus 5, and on the morning she fell into the muddy hole, the thermometer showed minus 10. If the temperature kept dropping sharply during the days she was at the bottom, she couldn't estimate how cold it was outside now. Suyu took out a thermometer. Because the water here was warm, the thermometer showed 12 degrees Celsius. She put away the thermometer and sighed. Shuiyu rubbed her hands gently and reassured her, if it's extreme cold, aside from staying warm, traveling should be pretty quick. Suyu's eyes lit up. Skating? Shuiyu nodded. Yes, so there's no need to rush. Outside, it's all marshland, slow to travel, and the wet mud is freezing. Suyu felt comforted and hurried to find Liao Deyuan, telling him about the possible cold weather outside and asking him to make another coat for Xiao Manhwa. When Suyu mentioned leaving, Neza's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Xiao Manhwa. Leaving? Xiao Manhwa nodded. We want to go with Aunt Su. We want to go to Aunt Su's house. We can't stay here forever. The child's eyes blinked, then suddenly ran away. Although Xiao Manhwa was confused, she didn't find it strange. Later that night, Suyu fell into a deep sleep. She was awakened by pain. She opened her eyes, pupils shrinking, and saw Neza lying on her, having just bitten her neck and her blood. Looking around at the environment, there is a lotus flower with bright petals. Over the past few days, the flower has closed its petals, enclosing Neza inside. Neza lifts his head, revealing blood-stained lips.
Suyu gasped heavily.
She should be grateful that after using the crystal of the red earthworm, her skin became thicker. Otherwise, she might not have had the chance to wake up. Suyu pinches Neza's chin, her eyes cold. Why did you drink my blood? Neza's eyes are dark, no leave. Suyu tightly holds Neza's throat and chin, squinting. Because you don't want us to leave, you want to kill me? Neza casually nods. Because of you, I want to leave.
Suyu sneers.
The wound on her neck has healed completely. She feels a bit hungry. Suddenly, a loud bang comes from outside the lotus flower, and Suyu hears the wind. Shuiyu probably discovered something, so Suyu presses Neza's neck and says, Open the lotus. But Neza stares intently at Suyu and says, You die, cotton flower, I won't leave. Suyu forcefully applies pressure, but finds her grip has flattened Neza's neck. Yet he is still alive, unaffected. She thinks about what to do while saying, If you won't leave, then just come with us. Neza suddenly grins, his face twisting. I won't go.
You stay.
He suddenly pulls hard with both hands, leaving a deep cut on Suyu's arm. Suyu also becomes fierce, opening her mouth to bite Neza's head. Neza is soft, almost like he has no bones. Suyu bites down, but doesn't break his skin. She quickly pours her green poison into Neza's mouth, forcing him to swallow it. She never had the chance to test what this poison does. Now it seems to cause numbness. Neza's body stiffens, his dark eyes fixed on Suyu. Suyu begins releasing corrosive liquid from her hand, which quickly eats away at his skin. At this moment, the lotus shakes violently and the petals open. Suyu raises her eyes and meets Shueyu's gaze. Shueyu slowly retracts his tang sword, jumps into the flower core, and looks at the large bloodstain on Suyu's neck. The wound has healed, but the bloodstain remains.
Uncle.
Little Cotton Flower screams. Suyu realizes that Little Cotton Flower is staring blankly at Neza, who is being corroded in her hand. Her heart sinks. She meets Little Cotton Flower's gaze and says in a deep voice, "He wants to kill me." He said, "As long as I die, you will stay." Little Cotton's eyes widened suddenly as she looked at Neza. Neza also looked at Little Cotton. Suddenly, Little Cotton started crying. "Sorry, Auntie. It was me and Neza who told you we wanted to leave."
Suyu inexplicably felt relieved.
But she still didn't let go of Neza. Seeing Little Cotton cry, Neza was momentarily stunned. It instinctively wanted to cry like Little Cotton, but couldn't produce tears. Shueyu held a tang sword, with silver vertical pupils staring tightly at Neza. Little Cotton cried as she said to Neza, "Neza, will you come with us? Auntie is very important to me. If she dies, I don't want to live anymore." Neza's eyes opened even wider. Suddenly, it tilted its head and said, "Stay, no killing." Little Cotton shook her head. "We must leave. Come with us." Neza gritted its teeth, making strange huffing sounds. It suddenly melted like wax and disappeared at a fast speed.
Suyu frowned. What exactly is that?
Little Cotton was very sad. She cried for a long time before running over to apologize to Suyu. Suyu patted her head and said, "Little Cotton, the person who truly considers you a friend won't easily hurt someone they value. Remember that, okay?"
Got it.
Little Cotton nodded, guiltily helping Suyu wipe away the bloodstains. Kaimi stuck his nose into Suyu's armpit and refused to leave, probably because he smelled the blood on Suyu and was scared. Neza hadn't been seen for many days, and everyone grew anxious. They couldn't find a way to leave, and if Neza suddenly went crazy, it would be the end. Everyone was trapped. Little Cotton looked at the lotus every day, but couldn't see Neza. The girl felt a bit disappointed. Most of the group was made up of adults. Her daily playmates were Kai Mi and Little Shorts. Little Potato usually stayed close to Suyu and liked to watch the fun, rarely playing with Little Cotton. So when she met Neza, she couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to part with her playmate. Suyu sat on the edge of a lotus leaf, swinging her legs in the warm pool, but her eyes stayed fixed on the surrounding rock walls, her brows furrowed. Shueyu paused, flipped a fish slice, then sat beside Suyu without saying anything, just sitting side by side. Suyu didn't want to share her negative feelings with Shueyu, so she adjusted her mood and swung her foot. "Well, I have to say, soaking my feet in this water is pretty relaxing." Suddenly, Zhang Yang leaned over and squeezed between the two, and immediately, a fishy smell emanated from him. Suyu wrinkled her nose. "Yang, you've been marinated in fish slices these past 2 days." Zhang Yang lifted his arm to smell it, then suddenly sniffed Shueyu. He immediately became annoyed. "No, you're always there grilling fish slices, but they don't have much flavor?" Shueyu pushed Zhang Yang aside and pointed to another lotus leaf. That leaf was a bit far from where they stood, blocked by taller lotus stems, offering good privacy. "I go there every night to take a shower." Zhang Yang's eyes widened. "Sneaky guy." Shueyu smiled and looked at him with a mysterious gaze. Zhang Yang shivered and asked for a change of clothes from the treasure hoarder, then went to take a shower there. Suyu rubbed her arms. "I want a shower too." After going out, I wonder if I can get a hot shower. Shueyu's ears turned red. He looked away and smiled. I'll take you to the other side. I'll turn my back, so I can watch over you. So, Su Yu and Shueyu went to another lotus leaf. That leaf was also tightly covered by other leaves, making it very private. Su Yu looked around carefully, then felt safe enough to undress and go into the water. Shueyu sat with his back to Su Yu, his eyelids fluttering beneath the silk cloth. If anything happens, just call me. Su Yu responded and washed her close-fitting clothes in a basin of water before submerging herself. The stem of the lotus leaf was very thick, about 1 meter in diameter. Su Yu blew bubbles and looked around to make sure no one was nearby before diving deeper. At the bottom of the lotus cluster, she saw the glowing blue flowers she had seen before, covering the lake bed. Su Yu didn't dare get too close. She observed from the side and noticed that big carp kept their distance from the flowers. The flowers were thumb-sized and swayed gently with the water currents. Su Yu swayed her body along with the flowers' rhythm, having fun. After a while, Su Yu suddenly looked around. Maybe she should explore the surroundings? She decided to do it. She swam out from the roots of the lotus cluster and quickly noticed that the blue flowers became sparser. Su Yu blew a bubble and swam back. On the muddy bed where the lotus roots were anchored, tiny flowers were densely packed and bloomed beautifully. Compared to the sparse flowers in the distance, it was quite obvious. Su Yu squinted and thought. Honestly, this was suspicious. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to go back, put on her clothes, and come again. After all, she was now. If she recklessly explored the mysteries, she might get into trouble and end up floating on the water with her body exposed. Just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. Su Yu returned to the lotus leaf, dressed, and then patted Shueyu, who was sitting there. Shueyu turned around, paused as his eyes fell on her damp hair, then stood up and used the towel he was holding to dry Su Yu's hair. Su Yu rubbed her warm arms and then talked to Shueyu about the distribution of the underground small flowers. Shueyu froze for a moment, then suddenly looked into Su Yu's eager eyes. He chuckled softly. Do you think the exit is below?
Su Yu nodded.
I've checked around with Xiaoyu, and you've also looked at the top. The only part we haven't checked is the root of the lotus flower. Shueyu nodded. That makes sense. Now, we're just worried that kind of flower might be dangerous.
Sunnuntai Yu tungeron Xueyu's sleeve.
He looked down, noticing that Su Yu's face showed some uncertainty. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, I found out that the little blue flower glows in the dark. And my healing power also glows, but mine is a light blue, while that flower is a deep, rich blue.
Do you think
there might be some connection between the two? Su Yu shared this discovery with everyone. Tang Yu clapped her hands. I support checking it out. We can't stay here forever. Liao Dayuan nodded. We've been roasting fish fillets for days. We've eaten enough.
There's no need to stay.
Zhang Yang also nodded. The fool rubbed the back of his head. We all listened to Sister Su. Finally, Su looked at Xiao Mianhua. Xiao Mianhua, what about you? What's your opinion? Xiao Mianhua was surprised. She didn't expect Su Yu to ask her. Thinking for a moment, she suddenly said, I want to say goodbye to Neza. Is that okay? Su Yu was silent for a moment, then nodded. Yes, that's fine. That night, Xiao Mianhua kept calling Neza's name on a lotus leaf. She called for 2 hours straight. Just when Xiao Mianhua was about to give up, Neza appeared. It stood on the lotus leaf, looking at Xiao Mianhua. Xiao Mianhua looked at Su Yu, and after she nodded, Xiao Mianhua walked over. Neza, we're leaving. Neza's face was expressionless, just blinking its dark eyes at Xiao Mianhua. Xiao Mianhua thought for a moment, then reached out her small hand and held Neza's tiny white hand. Neza, do you want to be my friend? Neza still didn't speak. Xiao Mianhua felt a little disappointed. She let go of Neza's hand and sniffed. Neza. Below. Neza interrupted her. Xiao Mianhua was surprised. Below? Neza pointed to the ground. Leave below. Xiao Mianhua's eyes widened. You mean the exit is below? Neza lowered his hand and suddenly reached out. Candy. Xiao Mianhua was surprised, then took a peach-flavored candy from his pocket and placed it into Neza's palm. Neza looked at the sealed candy, lost in thought.
Flower. Good.
Neza pointed at the water below, then at Suyu. Flower, she is good. Xiao Mianhua looked at Suyu. Suyu silently stared at Neza's dark eyes, saying nothing. After speaking, Neza looked at Xiao Mianhua. His dark eyes reflected her face. Don't forget me. Neza held the peach-flavored candy in his hand, his eyes showing a hint of human emotion, perhaps sadness. Xiao Mianhua suddenly cried out loud, hugging Neza while sobbing. Neza, don't forget me. My name is Xiao Mianhua. We are going to Yun Province. If you remember me later, come find me in Yun Province. Neza clenched the candy in his hand and stood silently, allowing Xiao Mianhua to hold him. After a long while, Xiao Mianhua let go. Neza then said, I won't forget you. He lifted the candy again. Everyone was wrapped in water balloons and sank to the bottom of the pool. Suyu looked at Hua, who was very close, but did not reach out to touch her. Suddenly, Xiao Mianhua said, Auntie, I remember now. I dreamed of you touching this flower. Suyu lowered her eyes, gently rubbed Xiao Mianhua's head, then used water flow to touch the small blue flower. The water flow touched the flower, but it showed no response. Suyu then used her healing ability to gently probe, hooking the flower. The glow from both intertwined, creating a strange harmony. The small blue flower still showed no reaction. Under everyone's watch, Suyu reached out and gently touched the small blue flower. A gentle power flowed from the flower into Suyu's body. Soon, the small blue flower lost its glow, and the glow from surrounding flowers slowly flowed along Suyu's fingertips into her body. Suyu's eyes widened. This was a healing ability. The gentle yet powerful energy entered her body, and she could even hear the faint sound of her healing brain crystal growing. Meanwhile, Neza on the lotus slowly shrank, and the lotus leaves began to yellow. Neza held the candy, his dark eyes looking at the water surface, unresponsive. At the bottom of the water, Suyu looked at Shuiyu. My current feeling is like when I had the Bodhi tendons. It's as if I have gained a terrifying self-healing ability. Shuiyu pursed his lips, suddenly grabbing Suyu's hand and breaking contact between the flower and her. Suyu gasped heavily, enjoying the intense sensation of power, which made her feel very addicted. Shuiyu silently watched the withered flowers without speaking. Let's stop here. Excess can lead to backlash, he said. His voice was a bit hoarse. He turned back and held Suyu's hand. Suyu nodded, content with what she had, knowing that she didn't fully understand what this thing was. She decided to take her gains and leave, not hoping to get everything for herself. Greed isn't a good habit. Shuiyu used a tang sword to pry open the roots of the withered flowers. Underneath the flower patch, they found a metal door. It was a strange metal valve. Zhang Yang and Shuiyu looked at each other. One of them held one side of the valve. When they turned the valve open, the entire water sphere and surface mud at the entrance were inside. Clack, the metal valve briefly opened and then closed again. The water sphere bounced twice on the ground and shattered. All except Liao Deyuan let out muffled groans. Even the greedy one whimpered and started to breathe heavily. Suyu looked at her fingers in the dark, noticing her special ability seemed blocked by something, and she couldn't use it. Shuiyu took a while to turn on the light and then grabbed Suyu's hand. Liao Deyuan looked at everyone's pale faces and panicked. He hurried to support Zhang Yang and Tang Yu nearby. Suyu panted quickly, my ability. I can't use it anymore. Zhang Yang and Tang Yu nodded as well. The fool covered his chest and said, it's so stuffy, so uncomfortable. Shuiyu supported Suyu and picked up the sluggish big yellow dog on the ground, then looked at Xiao Mianhua. Xiao Mianhua's lips had lost color, and she was also holding her chest. The fool quickly picked up Xiao Mianhua. Only then did everyone look around. They were in a huge tunnel. A tunnel made entirely of metal. The tunnel was long and oppressive, with emergency lights above. Behind them was the metal valve they had just opened. Because of the valve opening, a lot of water and mud were swept inside. But now, the rushing water was quickly absorbed by the metal floor, leaving only the rapidly drying mud behind. Next to the metal valve, there was a skeleton. A skeleton dressed in a white coat. Suyu walked over. This skeleton must have been shattered when they entered, with its leg bones flying far away. She felt a bit sorry. Just as she was about to piece it back together, she suddenly noticed a notebook in the pocket of the skeleton's white coat. She softly said, "Sorry," and took out the notebook. The leather-bound notebook wasn't thick but looked very old and worn. Everyone gathered around. Shuiyu took off the name tag on his chest, which read, Project F, P. 1028 Research Group, Shen Yanling. Suyu frowned and asked, "Project F?" Zhang Yang rubbed his chest and suddenly asked, "Is she a woman?" Suyu frowned and opened her notebook. The first page of the notebook only had the name Shen Yanling written on it. Suyu opened the notebook and found that many pages were stuck together with some unknown liquid. The paper was yellowed and had a bad smell. Instead of forcing it apart, she flipped to a page that was easy to turn. That page was also stained, and much of the writing was hard to read, but Suyu could still see a few clear lines. July 1970. Day of Project F. The research team brought the latest machine to replace the broken one. According to colleagues from the engineering team, the old drill bit was stuck in the sacred path and couldn't be removed. I am also worried that if the old drill bit, the new weapon might not be deployed. The engineering team decided to go to. I sincerely pray for their success in removing the drill bit. July 1970. The 3 people who went down did not return. The engineering team sent someone else to retrieve the drill bit. I sincerely pray for them, hoping this will bring good karma for my unborn child. July 27, 1970. Our research team achieved a major initial success with mice. We're starting to move away from using mice as test subjects. This time, we plan to use real people for this. After discussion, the team found 15 abandoned infants with physical disabilities, discarded by their parents. We began a new round of experiments. August 9, 1970.
Failed.
I feel a bit unwell. I can't bear to see the bodies of those disabled infants. I am about to become a mother, and seeing this makes me very sad. They were disposed of. Their remains are gone. The team leader said no traces of the experiment could be left unless the subject was successful. August 10, 1970. The engineering team sent down 12 people, but none returned. They lost contact with us. The research team asked for help from higher authorities, who planned to send the army to assist in removing the drill bit. August 18, 1970. The team leader brought in another group of abandoned babies. After experiments, only 1 out of 15 showed initial signs of success. The soldiers sent by the higher-ups also arrived. There were 8 of them, all assigned to explore the mysterious passage, planning to retrieve an old drill bit. August 25, 1970. Today, I was told to rest because of morning sickness. I didn't participate in the baby experiments and instead went to the construction team. They reported that the soldiers had returned. 8 soldiers went down, but only 2 came back. They retrieved the old drill bit, but they experienced serious mental issues afterward. They carried a faint scent of perfume and refused to talk about what happened. Instead, they kept muttering. September 3, 1970. One of the babies from the second batch, which almost succeeded, stopped breathing early in the morning and died despite rescue efforts. The team leader decided to proceed with a 3rd round of experiments. I overheard the team leader say that the 2 soldiers who returned last night had committed suicide. They left behind regrets, but it seemed to me they were just confused and disturbed. They kept saying, "We can't follow the Soviet Union.
Stop it. Stop it."
October 1, 1970. A new weapon was adopted, and the construction team continued to explore the mysterious passage. The passage grew deeper, and strange sounds often echoed from inside, sometimes even heard in our laboratory. 2 of the babies in the 3rd batch showed signs of success. The team leader was very happy. That night, the research team held a celebration. November 21, 1970. One of the experimental subjects didn't survive and passed away. The team leader was very anxious. He started visiting the construction team frequently, urging them to speed up progress, or the other experiment might not last long. There was a heated argument between the construction team leader and our team leader. I vaguely sensed that the construction team might not want to continue, but they were unable to stop due to orders from higher authorities. December 1st, 1970. The last surviving experiment subject also died. The team leader drank a lot of alcohol and got into a fight with the construction team leader. December 10th, 1970. At night, strange noises often echoed from the passage. I am about to give birth, but these sounds keep me from sleeping. My mental state is starting to deteriorate. December 21st, 1970. A new batch of babies was brought into the experiment. I often experience stomach cramps that make it hard to work. The team leader told me to rest in the lounge. I am truly sorry to leave the experiment when I am needed most, but I simply cannot help it. That strange sound has started to appear not only at night. My mind is getting worse. I even dream every night about those babies erased after failed experiments, my husband far away in the Soviet Union, and my unborn child crying. December 28th, 1970. I don't know what to write or what is happening to me. I often feel drawn to the sound of the spiritual path. Every day, I sit near it for a long time. I do nothing but sit there for a very long time. From this page onward, Shen Yanling's handwriting becomes messy. Her diary no longer focuses on the experiment, but on the spiritual path. Suyu flips to the next page, and suddenly, she is so frightened she quickly throws away her notebook. The people watching nearby are confused. Shuiyu frowns. Suyu's heart beats very fast because behind that page of her diary, there are many drawn eyes. The eyes are made of tangled lines and look very strange and frightening at first glance. Shuiyu picks up the notebook, opens that page, and everyone who sees the content gasps. Shuiyu holds Suyu's hand and keeps flipping through the pages. January 1st, 1971. The team leader looked at my belly with concern and asked if I needed to go to the hospital for a checkup, since the baby was a few days past the due date. I refused. I don't know why, but I simply cannot leave the spiritual path. I am obsessed with its sounds, with the voices that make the construction team's days difficult. I always hear strange conversations in these sounds. I want to understand what they're saying, but it's strange. Every time I try to record what I hear, I see many eyes staring at me. I am very scared and don't dare to write down those conversations. January 3rd, 1971. The team leader forcibly took me back to the city to do a health check. The doctor said I must have an emergency cesarean to remove the fetus. January 4th, 1971. My child was born, and I am very happy. He looks pink and tender, very much like me. I quickly sent a message to the Soviet Union to tell my husband about the birth of our baby. The team leader and everyone in the research group asked me to give him a nickname. I thought for a long time and decided to call him Ping and Peace. March 23rd, 1971. I have been at home for 2 months. Ping and is growing slowly, but he has a very good temper. He is always obedient, never crying or making trouble. Because of his company, I have started to forget about Plan F. March 1st, 1971. I received a letter from the team leader, full of joy. He said that the divine path had been completed. There are many rich resources and energies inside the earth that I had never seen before. Deep inside the divine path, a green mist always drifts out. This mist is harmless to humans and can even, to some extent, change poor human genes. So, the higher-ups ordered us to start the second phase of the experiment. They plan to protect the divine path and use the mist inside for experiments. May 2nd, 1971. I received terrible news. Our P-1028 research team and engineering team have all disappeared. Everything there remains, except the people are gone. The authorities urgently sent me to survey the area because I know all the experimental data and am the most suitable person. May 8th, 1971. Ping and cried very hard. He was not used to the sounds coming from inside the divine path. So I had to carry him with me during underground exploration. All the experimental equipment is still there, even the samples are in the lab. I have a frightening suspicion that my colleagues may have suddenly disappeared at some moment while working. The monitors are broken, and the high-tech staff I brought cannot recover the data. So, the higher-ups ordered me to continue this unfinished experiment. June 1st, 1971. Recently, I have been following the original plan, implanting plants into the surviving experimental subjects. This step requires the green mist from inside the divine path. Otherwise, it cannot succeed. According to the plan, we chose lotus flowers for fusion. If this plan succeeds, the mythological figure Neza from ancient stories will be created. June 25th, 1971. The experiment failed. The large microenvironment we worked so hard to create was never used, and Neza 1 died. His death was very tragic. Lotus roots had grown into every part of his body. He was so small, and he died painfully like that. I find it hard to accept this. I start to doubt whether such experiments should really exist. July 2nd, 1971. A new Neza 2 has been created. We are again conducting fusion experiments with the 2. I feel anxious. I am afraid Neza 2 might die because of the experiment. At the same time, I notice something strange about Ping An's body. He always cries painfully while holding his head. I panic and plan to take him to the hospital for checks. July 7th, 1971. My Ping An has been diagnosed with cancer. This diagnosis comes from abroad. He has a hard tumor growing in his head, and surgery could be very risky because the technology isn't advanced enough. Ping An might die if operated on. I feel very upset. I think this is punishment for experimenting on babies. But now, it has fallen on my child. August 5th, 1971. Neza 2 was released into the large microenvironment, but she died in less than 3 days. This time, her flesh, bones, and blood were all absorbed by the lotus, turning her into lotus nourishment. The failure of the experiment and Ping An's worsening condition make me very sad. My husband hasn't replied to my messages. I worry he might be in trouble. Could something have happened in the Soviet Union? August 10th, 1971. I took Ping An back to the laboratory. I don't know what to do, because I just heard that my husband has died. He sacrificed himself. He didn't leave a cause of death. I collapse in despair. From this page on, the diary stops. Instead, there are many drawings of lotus flowers and babies, all scribbled with chaotic lines. Suyu feels chills down her spine. She suspects that Shun Yanling has gone mad. Finally, after these strange drawings of lotus flowers and babies, there are words. November 12th, 1971. I must carry out my plan and my guesses. I want Ping An to live. I have someone connect the tube that supplies green mist from the divine path directly into our large microenvironment. I made Ping An into Neza 3. I will make him survive. I will do everything I can, even if it means breaking the rules. December 1st, 1971. My colleague disappeared, and I was the one responsible. I learned the secret of the spiritual path. It is conscious and angry at what humans have done. It said it would destroy us. I don't care, because my peace is no longer human. Even if it wants to destroy humanity, I can still survive. This is my absolute confidence. I created a safe, enclosed environment for peace to grow. Later, my superiors discovered the secret of the spiritual path. They sent people to stop all the F plans and wanted to shut down the entire spiritual path. I disagree. Without the power of the spiritual path, my peace cannot survive. They found out everything I did. They want to destroy me, my peace, and all the experimental data. I won't let them succeed. No, never. Next, Shun Yanling seemed to record a long piece of writing, but for some reason, she crossed out the entire paragraph. She used so much force that the paper was torn by the pen tip, and the remaining blank pages behind were also ripped into torn holes. So you tried to read the words through those deep scratches, but found it impossible, completely unreadable. Frowning, Suyu had to turn back pages. After flipping through several pages torn and punctured by scratches, she finally found Shen Yanling's writing. They sealed off the spiritual path. I initiated destruction. I sank myself and the entire laboratory underground. I am a sinner. For my child, I left one part of the spiritual path intact. This is my hope to survive. My peace is behind this door. It will grow in this giant microenvironment, using the little bit of life I secretly gave him to grow up. And I will stay here forever, with my peace. Peace, don't be afraid. Mom is always here. Suyu finished reading the entire diary and felt a bit dazed. It turns out that Neza's real name is Ping, and Xiamianua blinked her eyes. She was the only one present who didn't understand, since she still couldn't read. Seeing everyone silent, she asked curiously, "What's wrong, Auntie? What does it say above?" Suyu sighed and gestured for Zhang Yang to tell Xiamianua. She herself took Shen Yanling's leg bone and returned it to its rightful owner. She didn't plan to keep the notes. She intended to take them away. Not only that, if she can find any information, she wants to take it with her. So Suyu stood up and walked toward the back of the metal tunnel. To her surprise, all the rooms were empty, no documents, not even tables. Suyu clicked her tongue and suddenly asked, "Where is the divine path?" Shuiyu kept his eyes fixed on the deep part of the tunnel. Suyu looked over and saw a metal door at the very end of the tunnel. Everyone tried to force the door open with banging and force, but it didn't work. Suyu crouched down. Since Neza is still alive, it means the pipe Shen Yanling secretly left behind was preserved. Suyu kept feeling around the door frame. There was no pipe or even a. Shuiyu pulled Suyu's hand, and they walked back near Shen Yanling's body. This was the closest point to the gate. Suyu examined carefully again but found nothing. She only found a few tiny blue flower roots near the valve. But these roots seemed to be coming from outside. Where is that pipe? Since the blue flower roots might connect to a single point, where is the source? Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Shuiyu said, "Maybe this pipe is just a metaphor." Suyu was confused. Shuiyu pointed to the entire tunnel and then to the blue flower roots. Is it possible that the whole underground base is the pipe Shen Yanling mentioned? Suyu suddenly stood up sniffing. Honestly, because the smell was so faint, she hadn't noticed it before. But there was indeed a strange scent here. Suyu muttered, "It's the smell of revival, but very faint." Tang Yu suddenly said, "Could it be that the divine path was tampered with by Shen Yanling and not fully sealed? Maybe there's a tiny gap. We can't see it, but it's enough for green mist to seep in, then be absorbed by the blue flowers, nourishing the entire pond?"
Suyu nodded.
That's very possible. As Suyu nodded, she suddenly froze. "Wait," Shen Yanling said, "this place sank underground. How do we get out?" Liao Deyuan suddenly spoke, "Not necessarily. Since Neza told us this is the exit, and the valve can be opened from outside, it means he definitely came in. And since Shen Yanling firmly believed her child would survive, she might have left an escape route for the child." Xiao Manhwa also nodded. "Neza is my friend. He wouldn't lie to me." Tang Yu rested her chin on her hand. "That means Neza knows where the exit is. We should look carefully. Maybe we can find it." Everyone nodded immediately and started searching around. Little Cotton Flower looked a bit sad and asked, "Auntie, Neza knows the way out. So why doesn't he leave? Why does he stay here?" Suyu sighed, patting Little Cotton Flower's head, and said, "From the diary, we can see that Neza relies on the green mist from the divine path to stay alive. Maybe he hasn't grown enough to leave this green mist support." Soon, Zhang Yang found an opening in the cave inside the laboratory. It was blocked by a metal valve. The valve could be opened easily. Everyone entered the cave, and Suyu quickly closed the valve. If the valve wasn't closed, the green mist might escape, and Neza would be cut off from it. That would be very cruel. After making sure the valve was locked, Suyu followed the cave out. The cave was narrow. It was easier for girls to walk, but boys had to bend down. Tang Yu looked at the marks on the wall and suddenly sighed. Could this tunnel have been dug by Shen Yanling? Suyu was silent. It was very possible. Shun Yaling, in some ways, was truly admirable. The tunnel was long and narrow, still sloping upward. Su Yu and Tang Yu didn't have to bend, but they still felt tired, stuffy, and oppressed. Imagine how the two fools, Zhang Yang and Liao Deyuan and Shui Yu felt. Zhang Yang and Liao Deyuan were okay because they weren't as tall as 180 centimeters, so it wasn't so hard for them. The ones suffering most were the two fools. The two fools were big and tall, often getting stuck in the tight tunnel. Shui Yu was at the back, sometimes pushing the two fools from behind so they could move forward after getting stuck. Zhang Yang told the two fools to hold onto his waist, while he pulled from the front and Shui Yu pushed from behind.
They were exhausted.
Little Potato sat on Little Cottonflower's shoulder and suddenly thought it was better if Little Cottonflower was a bit shorter. Its crimson eyes flicked around Zhang Yang, and then it whistled mischievously. Yang, why aren't you smiling? Do you not like to smile?
Zhang Yang, shut up.
When I get out, I'll pull your teeth out. Little Potato. Oh, I'm so scared. Tang Yu and Su Yu rolled their eyes. This Little Potato was really annoying when it wasn't being cute. They walked and stopped, and finally, after an hour, they entered a large, open cave. This cave wasn't man-made, it was naturally formed. It was very wide, and there was even an underground dark river. They pulled the two fools out of the narrow tunnel, only to see that the two fools' arms had already been scraped raw, with flesh torn and skin rolled up. He seemed to be unaware of the pain. After coming out, he scratched his head and smiled foolishly, saying, "Sorry to trouble you all, hee." Su Yu shook her head, told him to sit down, and began to treat his wound. Now her healing ability was stronger, so the treatment was very easy. After healing the second fool, everyone suddenly collapsed onto the stone, looking relaxed. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled. "Su Yu, come touch it. This stone is warm, and I just checked, the underground dark river is also warm." Su Yu touched the water and found it warmer than the lotus pond. Shui Yu sat down nearby, sweat covering his body. His fine hair stuck to his smooth forehead, and beads of sweat glistened on his neck, sliding into his collar. Probably, he used a lot of strength pushing the second fool through the tunnel, and it was stuffy inside, so he sweat a lot. Shui Yu smiled faintly, with two dimples appearing on his cheeks. "I sweat a lot. I want to take a bath."
Su Yu was surprised.
She sniffed him and found no smell of sweat, only a faint, pleasant scent. "No need to wash, no sweat smell," Su Yu said seriously. Shui Yu took off his silk cloth, and his silvery vertical pupils reflected Su Yu's figure. "I still want to wash up behind that big rock." After saying that, he stood up and walked behind the rock, blocking his figure. Su Yu covered her eyes, scolding herself for 3 seconds, then quietly tiptoed to the back of the rock and peeked out. Su Yu peeked out, quietly looking behind the rock. Then she saw Shui Yu just taking off his shirt. Su Yu covered her mouth, surprised. "Oh my, he's so white." Shui Yu appears to have a slim build, but Su Yu never expected that he actually had muscles, and very obvious ones. His back was broad and shaped like a nice inverted triangle. The muscle lines on his waist smoothly slipped into his pants.
Su Yu blinked.
He had a very handsome body, but seeing the crisscross scars on Shui Yu's body made her feel uncomfortable. The second fool once told her that if Shui Yu fully used his eye ability, deep cracks would appear on his body. She had imagined it before, but the scars she saw now were much more shocking than she had imagined. Su Yu had healed Shui Yu many times with her ability, but she still couldn't fully heal the mottled scars. Feeling down, she withdrew her head. Despite the beauty in front of her, her heart was not interested in anything else. She even couldn't bear to look again. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Su Yu thought she had been caught secretly watching everyone and was about to slip away quickly, but she caught a glimpse of a white patch out of the corner of her eye. Shui Yu was shirtless, looking down at Su Yu, who was trying to run away. When he saw her hurriedly look away, he felt a little disappointed. Sure enough, the scars on his body still looked too ugly. Shui Yu's body stiffened. While he was lost in thought, Su Yu suddenly looked up and looked at him. Their eyes met. Feeling Su Yu's emotions, Shui suddenly felt a bit confused and a little sad inside. Suyu pursed her lips and asked after a long pause, "Does it hurt?" Shuiyu, backlit and under Suyu's gaze, suddenly turned slightly, tilting his head away. He slowly shook his head.
Suyu still felt very sad.
How could it not hurt?
So deep, so many scars.
Suyu held Shuiyu's finger, intending to scratch his palm to comfort him, but her hand was suddenly grasped tightly, with a bit of force and urgency. Suyu looked at Shuiyu in confusion. Against the light, she couldn't see his expression clearly. After a long time, Shuiyu suddenly smiled. He stroked the back of Suyu's hand and said playfully, "Good girl, why did you come over just when I took off my clothes?" Suyu's mind went blank for a moment. Then she replied seriously, "I was worried you might be in danger, so I came to be your protector." Shuiyu chuckled softly, his cool, calloused fingertips causing a slight itch on Suyu's hand. With you here, I feel very safe."
Suyu remained silent.
Later, Shuiyu went to take a shower, but Suyu didn't dare to peek outside again. Shuiyu finished his shower quickly, came out smiling, and returned with Suyu to the resting area where everyone else was. Zhang Yang squinted, noticing that Shuiyu had changed. Why did he seem to be smiling so brightly? Initially, Zhang Yang was happily eating fish slices, but suddenly he felt something was off. No, just now, the two of them alone, where did they go? Zhang Yang's eyes widened slowly, then fixed on Shuiyu's face. Something was wrong. That smile was too
bright. No.
That smile was also a bit flirtatious. Zhang Yang suddenly stood up with a loud noise, eyes wide as bells. Tang Yu glanced at him and softly said, "I advise you not to make trouble. When have you ever had a good result by rushing forward?" Zhang Yang didn't reply, still staring with wide eyes. The silly second guy suddenly said foolishly, "Yangzi, have you noticed? Sister Su has changed. She's become a bit gentler." Zhang Yang's eyes shifted to Suyu's face. Suyu always had a poker face. Even when she smiled sincerely, it was faint. If you didn't know her well, you might not notice.
But
Zhang Yang squinted his eyes. He smiled very gently, a kind of warmth beyond a paralysis expression. Zhang Yang suddenly sat down with a loud slap, biting the fish slice in his hand. Good. Each one is a love-struck fool. While everyone was chatting, they mentioned the hot spring water underground. Zhang Yang suddenly jumped up. "I've decided. I'm going to take a bath."
It was so stuffy in the cave just now.
Second fool scratched his head. "Then I'll go too." Zhang Yang held his shoulder and said, "Bro, this place is so small. Can I go first?" Second fool had no objection. So Zhang Yang happily carried his change of clothes and went to a quieter spot by the dark river. Liao Deyuan felt a bit uneasy. It was a bit far, so he followed. He probably wanted to watch out. Then Tang Yu and Su lay together, munching on fish slices. Little Cotton looked around, squeezed between the two, nibbling on fish slices and tearing a small piece of underwear to stuff into her mouth. Shuiyu's lips curled up slightly. He hugged the greedy dog and groomed it. The greedy dog nudged Shuiyu's hand, loving the grooming. Suddenly, everything was peaceful and quiet.
Suddenly,
"Yangzi!" Liao Deyuan shouted in surprise. Everyone instantly jumped up from the ground and rushed over. Just as they were about to get close, Zhang Yang shouted loudly, "Don't come over." Suyu paused in her steps. Shuiyu walked over with the dog. They saw that Zhang Yang was standing at the shallow water and trembling. Liao Deyuan looked worried, standing by the dark river. Shuiyu handed the dog to second fool, picked up Zhang Yang's clothes from the ground, and threw them to him. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yang was still trembling, standing still without moving. Shuiyu reached toward his sword and asked, "Aren't you coming up?" Zhang Yang's face changed several times before he said, "You guys, turn around. I'll put on clothes." Shuiyu frowned, but Liao Deyuan hurriedly explained, "Yangzi, there's nothing to be shy about. Quickly put on your clothes and come up." Shuiyu looked at Liao Deyuan sideways. Liao Deyuan, with a panicked face, explained, "I just saw blood on his
uncle."
Zhang Yang's face suddenly turned pale. Silence, an eerie silence. Suddenly, Tang Yu's voice came from behind the rocks. It's just hemorrhoids, no big deal. Come over and let Xiaoyu treat it for you. It's not hemorrhoids.
Samyang showed that angrily.
His face was full of grief. He quickly put on his clothes and said, when I was taking a bath just now, something bit my... Shuiyu pulled Zhongyang ashore, ignoring his blood-soaked pants, and drew his sword, stirring the water. Zhongyang covered his and refused to let Suyu treat him. In the end, Suyu grabbed his hand and forcibly transferred her special ability into his body. Zhongyang cried out in pain and anger. Suyu healed his wound before moving to stand beside Shuiyu. Shuiyu had already entered the middle of the dark river. He reached into the river with both hands, suddenly exerted force, and carried out something the size of a piglet. Everyone looked closer and realized it was a salamander. It was probably still small. The salamander's young, smelling the blood on Zhang Yang's pants, kept thrashing in Shuiyu's hand, opening and closing its mouth. Zhang Yang rushed over, grabbed the salamander's whiskers on its head, and snatched it from Shuiyu's hand. He grabbed too hard, and the young salamander let out a faint scream, its whiskers torn off, and it was dropped onto the ground.
Bayu. Bayu.
The young salamander cried out on the ground, rolling in pain. Shuiyu's expression changed as he looked around suddenly. Zhang Yang pointed at the salamander and cursed. What the heck? What are you doing? Why are you touching my... The salamander twitched and twitched, as if its whiskers had all been torn off, and it was in great pain. It opened and closed its mouth, making Bayu.
Bayu. Sounds. Splash.
Deep in the dark river, heavy footsteps and rustling sounds approached. Shuiyu sighed. Someone is calling for help. Get ready to fight. Everyone was silent for a moment, protecting Liao Deyuan and Little Cotton in the middle, nervously watching around. The young salamander was still crying. Kami looked at it, suddenly let out a soft sound, and gently licked its head with affection. The young salamander, confused, looked up at Kami then.
Mwah.
Kami's head was bitten into the salamander's mouth. Brother dog! Little Cotton screamed. Xiao Qua from Little Cotton's pocket jumped out, small and fierce, barking and waving its paws at the salamander. Suyu's eyelids twitched, quickly opened the salamander's mouth, and pulled out Kami's dog's head. Kami was bald in patches, with blood still seeping from its skin. It looked very wronged, whimpering and whining at the salamander. But the salamander crawled one step closer to Kami and opened its mouth again. Suyu covered the dog's head with one hand and grabbed Xiao Qua from Little Cotton's pocket. Kami dodged Suyu's hand and bit directly into the salamander's head.
Bayu.
The young salamander's sharp screams echoed throughout the underground river. The sound of footsteps grew louder and more frequent, but the treasure seeker still refused to give up. Suyu pocketed the small shorts, trying to separate the dog and the salamander.
Suddenly, Samyang exclaimed, "Oh!"
Suyu turned around and saw more than 10 large salamanders, each about 2 meters long, almost surrounding everyone. For friends listening to the story, there are pictures of salamanders here. Feel free to check them out. The pictures are a bit blurry after uploading, so just take a quick look, haha. One of the large salamanders crawled out of the group and roared at Suyu. Immediately, all the big salamanders surged forward. Each of these salamanders was very powerful, with some having water abilities and others earth abilities. Overall, each was at least SS level. Tang Yu kicked Zhang Yang and charged into the salamander group. Suyu observed that these salamanders were very intelligent and lively, perhaps because the green mist nearby had been leaking for years. The treasure seeker refused to let go of the salamander cub's head, while the cub struggled and let out sharp, desperate screams. The big salamanders, as if they had eaten dynamite, threw their abilities at anyone nearby. They even worked together, some in front carrying the attack, while others planned to target Liao Deyuan and Little Cotton. Fortunately, Suyu was right there. Although her strength had increased, she still struggled against 5 SS-level salamanders. Rocks on the ground quickly climbed up Suyu's legs, and she suddenly realized she had lost sensation in her feet. Liao Deyuan hugged Little Cotton tightly, clutching the small shorts and protecting her in a water sphere. Another salamander crawled over and spat a ball of icy blue flames at Suyu. Suyu's pupils shrank. The flames were actually icy blue. They rushed toward her with a chilling, oppressive cold. Bayu! Suddenly, the treasure seeker dragged the salamander cub out and charged forward, causing the attacking big salamanders to stop. It whimpered softly, warning them. It bit the salamander cub tightly, and the cub began to scream again. Bayu. Suyu's eyes flickered. She immediately crouched down, placing her hand on the salamander cub. A few of the big salamanders took a few steps back, seeming anxious. Suyu's abilities flowed into the salamander cub's head, and the tiny tendrils on its head immediately grew back. The big salamanders let out a loud cry, but no longer attacked. Suyu signaled for the treasure seeker to loosen his grip, and he obediently let go. The salamander cub, now free from the dog's jaws, immediately scurried toward the treasure seeker. Suyu quickly pinched the upper and lower jaws of the creature. The large salamanders moved a few steps closer, but did not attack again. Suyu quickly used his special power to restore feeling to his feet. When he was almost recovered, Suyu picked up the salamander hatchling and said to the largest one, which had just sprayed icy blue flames, "I'll heal it. Can we settle this peacefully?" The large salamander tilted its head, seeming to not understand. Suyu pointed to the bloodstains on Zhang Yang's buttocks, then to the salamander hatchling's mouth, then to the bald patches and bleeding skin caused by greed, and again to the hatchling's mouth. The large salamander looked at its companions around it, and their whiskers touched, as if they were communicating. Finally, Suyu coughed and pointed to the wound on the hatchling's head caused by greed, then showed his own power and quietly gestured for the large salamanders to step back. The salamanders began to touch their whiskers again. In the end, the largest salamander roared and took a few steps back. The others also started to retreat. Suyu kept his promise and placed his hand on the hatchling's wound. Soon, the wound began to heal until it was no longer visible. Little Potato lay on Shueyu's hair, watching the scene. Once the hatchling was fully healed, it started to twist its body, preparing to bite Suyu. Suyu looked into the large salamander's eyes, took a few steps back, ran up, and performed a perfect shot-put throw.
Splash!
The hatchling spun in the air and landed into the distant dark river. A group of large salamanders immediately ran toward that direction. Suyu shouted, "Run!" Everyone grabbed their bags and ran in the opposite direction. They didn't know how long they had been running, but the dark river was gradually drying up, and the ground was slippery with stalactites. Only then did everyone stop to rest. Suyu checked the time on his watch. They had run for half an hour straight, without stopping. Shazi released the little cotton and sat on the ground to rest. Suyu frowned. Is this underground cave so big? Shueyu reached out to feel and finally chuckled softly. It's okay. I feel the airflow. If there's airflow, there's a way out. Zhang Yang slumped on the ground, looking very upset. Suddenly, he sniffed and grabbed Shueyu's collar. Why do you smell like shampoo and body wash? Shueyu clicked his tongue and disdainfully brushed his hand away. I took a shower. Zhang Yang seemed to think of something. His face changed color several times. After a long pause, he asked, Why weren't you bitten? Shueyu was surprised. I didn't go into the underground river, so how could I be bitten? Zhang Yang widened his eyes. If you didn't go into the river to wash, how did you wash? Shueyu smiled. I brought a basin and a towel. I used the basin to get water and wash. After all, who knows what's in the river? Zhang Yang's face turned red with frustration. Finally, he muttered, Women and their fuss. Using a basin and towel. Liao Dayuan looked at Zhang Yang with a complicated expression. Yangzi, you should learn to be more delicate. It'll help you find a partner in the future. Everyone rested in place for a while. Then Shueyu started to judge where a large cave entrance might be, based on the airflow. He concluded that the entrance was above and to the right, and to get there, they needed to climb up. Shueyu said he would go first to check. Using the wind, he leapt up directly. Suyu waited below the entrance for a long time, but didn't hear Shueyu's voice. She frowned, planning to jump up using the water. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from the corner. Suyu stiffened and turned around. She saw a juvenile salamander crawling out from behind a rock, its mustache-like whiskers swaying. Tang Yu was surprised. When did it get here? Zhang Yang covered his backside, looking angry and sad. Thud, thud. The juvenile salamander ignored everyone and walked to Suyu's feet. It reached out a front paw and pointed at the cave above, making a Bayu sound. Suyu tilted her head and pulled out a small sleeping potato from her pocket. The potato was forcibly woken up by Suyu and looked annoyed at the salamander. What do you want? The juvenile salamander looked at the potato in Suyu's pocket, then pointed at the cave above with its paw, making a Bayu sound again. The potato translated, it says not to go up there. There are ugly things. Suyu remembered that Shueyu hadn't come back yet and understood immediately. She bent down and looked at the salamander. What's inside? The potato jumped onto the salamander's raised paw and mumbled a few words. The salamander's whiskers twitched. It lowered its paw, which had been pointing at the cave, and was silent for a moment before saying, Bayu, Bayu, Bayu.
Bayu.
The potato translated. It said those things have many legs and are poisonous. They spit out fish intestines.
Tani wehits?
Spit out fish intestines? The potato also seemed confused. It asked again, and after getting confirmation from the salamander, it looked at Suyu. That's what it said, they spit out fish intestines. Suyu rubbed her forehead and asked again, Are those things stronger than you all? The salamander shook its head excitedly and spun around in place, saying Bayu.
Bayu.
Bayu. Potato translated. It says those ugly things are no match for them. They don't want to go to their nests because they find the fish intestines troublesome. Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. Thanks for the warning. My companion was captured by those creatures. I need to go rescue him. After speaking, Suyu looked toward the cave entrance. The salamander, hearing Potato's translation, suddenly grabbed Suyu's pant leg. Suyu looked down and saw his pants had been torn.
Bayu.
The salamander kept calling out. Potato listened and translated. It says it will go with you to help rescue your companion. Afterwards, you should help it rescue its friend too.
Suyu's mouth twitched.
Really? This little creature has some skill. Biting fish intestines? Perhaps Suyu's annoyed expression and obvious emotions made the salamander hatchling anxious. It kept shouting nonstop. Suyu was starting to lose patience. She was worried about Shueyu. Potato sensed Suyu's feelings and tugged on her sleeve.
Don't worry.
It says it will call Dada for help.
Dada.
Zhang Yang tilted his head in confusion. The salamander hatchling, afraid Suyu might run away, suddenly rolled on the ground, crying out loudly as it rolled. Everyone stepped back. What's going on? Is this a scam? Potato explained, it's calling Dada. Sure enough, soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the dark river. An familiar large salamander approached. It was the biggest one, the one that spat blue flames. Seeing its companion arrive, the hatchling immediately scrambled up, calling out to it while pointing at the hole above with its front paws. The big salamander listened, looked at Suyu, then carried the hatchling on its back. With a powerful kick, it leapt up, seemingly heavy but agile, climbing into the cave. Inside the cave, it spun around once, then looked down at Suyu. No need for translation this time. Suyu understood. It was saying, What are you standing there for? Follow me. Everyone stepped onto Suyu's water platform, one by one, entering the rocky cave. The cave was quite spacious. Suyu followed behind the big salamander, feeling unexpectedly safe. Soon, they reached a large area filled with white spider silk.
Suyufronet.
These silks looked thick. The spiders must be quite big. Zhang Yang suddenly nodded in understanding. So this is what it meant by fish intestines. Tang Yu added, It smells very fishy, just like fish intestines. Liao De Yuan, holding the dog Suyu had healed, silently followed behind. Two fools are holding a small cotton ball, with one at the back as support. The large salamander is not afraid of spider silk and directly crawls into it. To be safe, Suyu uses a water shield to trap the big creature. The salamander hatchling rests on the big salamander's back, occasionally glancing back at Suyu. The little potato hangs on Suyu's ear, watching the salamander hatchling. Soon, a black spider appears in front of the big salamander. These spiders are about 1 meter long, with shiny, thin legs that gleam coldly. Suyu is surprised level S. Before the big spider can attack, a burst of icy blue flame shoots out from the big salamander's mouth, instantly turning the spider to ash. Suyu looks in shock. As she passes the ashes, she places her hand into them, feeling a cold sensation crawl up her fingers. Suyu raises an eyebrow. Indeed, this flame is very special. Quickly, she pulls out a crystal from the ashes. She plans to secretly take the crystal away, but when she looks up, she sees 2 salamanders, one big and one small, watching her. Calmly, Suyu hands the crystal to them. Here, I'm just helping you pick it up. The big salamander wags its tail and lets out a roar, ignoring Suyu, and continues forward. The little potato chuckles. You can keep it. Suyu finally puts the crystal away. Since she saw Suyu pick up the crystal, whenever the big salamander kills something, the small salamander digs through the ashes, then kicks the crystal back, causing it to roll to Suyu's feet.
Suyu feels strangely happy.
Eventually, the big spider runs away when it sees the big salamander, and the big salamander doesn't chase, but leads Suyu through the spider's nest, searching one by one. This frightens the nesting spiders terribly. Soon, they reach an entrance to a cave. The big salamander stops at the entrance. It waves its antennae, signaling Suyu to go in. As Suyu enters, she sees a huge spider web full of prey, snakes, insects, and bats.
A hole is torn in the web.
Just as Suyu is about to move forward, the big salamander pulls on her sleeve. Snip! Her coat is torn apart. Suyu, wearing a backless outfit, stiffly turns to look at the big salamander. The big salamander makes a few calls. The little potato translates. It says don't touch the spider silk, or you won't be able to move. Suyu nods, wrapping herself in a water sphere and stepping inside. After a few steps, a huge black object suddenly crashes out.
Suyu quickly dies.
Looking down, I saw that what had been smashed was a large spider. Its legs were all cut off and scattered on the ground. Its head and abdomen were opened up, and it looked completely dead. A weak figure emerged from inside. Under the light, Shueyu, with blood flowing down his neck, staggered out. The moment he saw Suyu, Shueyu froze. Then, with a blank face, he smiled and said, "Sorry, dear, I was ambushed. I fainted for a while, so don't worry." After speaking, Shueyu quickly realized and smiled at the others, saying, "Sorry for making everyone worry." Before he finished, Suyu's hand touched Shueyu's neck. Shueyu paused, looked down at Suyu. Suyu stared at the small blood hole on Shueyu's neck, which was swollen and dark around the edges. The blood coming out was nearly black. Suyu's special power flowed through that blood hole into Shueyu's body. Shueyu's brow loosened, his tense body relaxed. He put the sword he was holding into its sheath, then tilted his body and fell towards Suyu. Suyu quickly caught him. Only then did she notice that Shueyu's body was trembling slightly and his muscles were tense. This was a physiological reaction caused by poisoning. The big newt looked at Shueyu and Suyu, then at Liao Deyuan and the others, and suddenly growled loudly. Translator Little Potato cleared his throat and said, "The big one said, the people have been found. They helped you, so you should help them too." Little Potato blinked, and under the big newt's watchful eyes, added helplessly, "If you don't help, it will kill you." Shueyu lowered his eyes slightly, looking at the big newt. The big newt wagged its tail, as if waiting for a response. Tang Yu and Liao Deyuan exchanged glances and looked at Suyu. Suyu had almost treated Shueyu. She then looked at the big newt and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The newt hatchling looked at Little Potato, and after hearing the translation, it called out again. Little Potato listened, and then said to Suyu, "It's like this. The father of the newt hatchling was injured after fighting with the big fish's intestines."
Suyu blinked.
Shueyu leaned close to Suyu's ear and whispered, "I saw its memory. Its father was probably poisoned by a snake. Suyu nodded and said, I'll try my best, but I don't know if I can succeed. The big newt opened its mouth wide and yawned, then led everyone back. Suyu looked at Little Potato, who shrugged and said, they didn't say anything. Shueyu was supported by Suyu and explained, they are letting us follow. I feel. They are not hostile toward us. Suyu nodded, holding Shueyu's arm tightly as they followed the large salamander. Zhongyang looked at the bloody remains of the giant spider on the ground, then at the weak-looking Shueyu, and muttered, pretending. Just pretending. The second fool tugged at him, signaling him to keep up. Under the watch of the spiders, the group left the spider cave and returned to the dark river where Zhongyang had once been spanked. The salamander's nest was still a bit further ahead. Soon, Suyu and the others saw the salamanders sleeping sprawled out by the dark river.
There were about 40 of them, including some young salamanders.
Dadalet suyuin der kebatet.
The salamanders all woke up and stared at the group with wide eyes. Suyu instinctively tensed up, but heard Shueyu say, they mean no harm. They just like to watch the fun. Suyu relaxed a little. Honestly, adult salamanders are not cute, especially the mutated ones. Even knowing they mean no harm, being stared at like that still feels creepy. Dede carried a young salamander on his back and led everyone to the innermost part of the salamander's habitat, where there was a small warm pond. Next to the pond, many young salamanders were lying on their backs, sleeping. Only 3 adult salamanders were there. One had only half a body, another was blind in one eye, and the third looked very old and motionless. The young salamanders tried to nibble on Suyu's pants, but Suyu pinched their mouths to stop them.
Don't.
If you have something to say it nicely. Don't bite. I don't have many pants left. After the translation, the young salamanders looked disappointed and moved their heads away, nibbling on the very old salamander's whiskers. Everyone gasped in shock. Fortunately, salamander skin is thick, especially that old salamander. When the young ones nibbled on it, it just gently shook its whiskers and showed no reaction or injury. Shueyu translated, it likes to nibble and bite things because it finds its mouth uncomfortable. It's probably similar to humans needing to grind their teeth during the long teeth-growing phase.
Suyu nodded, understanding now.
But since it bites everything, is its stomach okay? Dede seemed more reliable than the young salamanders. He directly led everyone to the old salamander with only half a body. Suyu crouched down to check and found that the back half of the salamander's body had been bitten off by something, leaving only the front half. The cut part was still healing, but the body color was an unhealthy purple-black, indicating it was probably poisoned. So Suyu placed her hand on its body. It just lay quietly, eyes watching the young salamander still nibbling on the old salamander. The toxin inside the salamander was quite strong, and Suyu used a lot of her special energy. It took about 2 hours to clear the toxin from the salamander's body. After that, she planned to rest a bit and then try to heal half of its body. Dede was very happy with Suyu's treatment. When it heard that Xiao Tudo said Suyu wanted to rest and recover her energy before continuing, it gently nibbled Suyu's clothes and then turned to leave. Just as Suyu closed her eyes, something suddenly tore her sleeve off. She opened her eyes and looked at the remaining half of her sleeve, feeling numb. She looked down at Dede, who had returned. Old sir, do you need something? Are you also grinding your teeth? Dede shook its whiskers, opened its mouth, and spat out a few crystals. Suyu looked down, and her eyes lit up. They were all S-grade crystals. There were 8 in total, 3 of which were water-type crystals. Suyu gently held the remaining half of her sleeve and asked softly, Are these for me? Shueyu smiled and picked up the crystals, taking them to wash by the dark river. Dede lay next to Suyu, watching her closely, without blinking. Suyu was no longer as afraid of it. She was a bit hungry now. Her stomach growled, and Tangyu immediately asked Kaimi to bring out some fish slices. Everyone started eating.
Then,
Suyu looked at the 2 salamanders, one big, one small, and shrank back a little. Their saliva was all over the ground, almost dripping onto Suyu's feet. Wanna try some? Suyu looked expressionless and took a large piece of fish, offering it to Dede, and the young salamander. They immediately started nibbling. Almost instantly, the fish was eaten up.
Then,
Suyu covered her face and looked at the two salamanders, her mouth twitching. Just then, Shueyu finished washing the crystals and returned. He was very particular about how clean the crystals should be, washing each several times with soap. He handed the water-type crystals to Suyu, then gave 2 fire-type and 1 gold-type crystal to Zhongyang and Tangyu, respectively. The remaining crystals of other types were packed into a cloth bag and stored by Kaimi. "Do you want to eat?" Shui looked down and glanced at the big and small salamanders. This time, no need to translate. Both understood immediately. They raised their front paws and pointed at the fish slices in Suyu's hand. Shueyu shook the crystal and smiled warmly. "Let's exchange with crystals." Potato still had no chance to act because Dada had already turned and walked away. Suyu broke off a piece of fish and fed it to Shueyu, then asked, "Although we have many fish slices, with their way of eating, it might not be enough." Shueyu smiled and beckoned Suyu with his finger, then looked at everyone. Because of the green mist leak, most mutated creatures here are at least S-grade. Crystals are rare, so we should prepare more. Zhongyang was roasting fish slices with Shueyu. Hearing this, he frowned. "We can't use all our food. Let's trade for crystals." Shueyu nodded, with a faint dimple. "Don't worry, we'll only give some to them. Most of it will stay for us. I have a way to get crystals, but I need everyone to cooperate." Suyu stuffed a fish slice into his mouth and blinked. Is this about to get rich? Soon, behind Dada, a group of salamanders crawled over. Dada led the way. It opened its mouth and spat out 3 S-grade crystals, then looked at Shueyu expectantly. Shueyu used his tang sword to poke at the crystals, raised an eyebrow. 3 crystals, 3 fish slices. Suyu paused with the fish slice in his hand, then instinctively looked at Dada. After translation by Potato, Dada waved its mustache, and Potato said it was okay.
Suyu.
So, a half-meter long, half-centimeter thick fish slice with 1 crystal was decided. Next, the salamanders following Dada followed the same process. They came over, opened their mouths, spat out crystals. Shueyu counted the crystals, Potato translated, then took the fish slices away. After selling 20 fish slices in a row, Shueyu took out little Potato and aimed it at the line of salamanders. "Potato, from now on, speak louder when translating so everyone can hear." Potato pouted, acting a bit stubborn, but still obedient in action. "Our own fish slices are gone. If you want some, you can catch fish and come to us. The taste isn't as good as these, but I promise it won't be bad. You can give it a try." Potato finished translating. The salamanders waiting in line for fish slices became impatient. They kept glancing behind Suyu, where the pile of fish slices had disappeared. Some slowly crawled toward the dark river, while others started chasing their friends who had bought fish slices but hadn't eaten yet. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic. But the area where Suyu and the others rested was quite peaceful. Suyu looked down at the salamander hatchling drooling all over itself. It had no crystals and couldn't exchange for fish slices, so Suyu and the others sold fish slices, and the salamander hatchling just sat nearby watching. Suyu twitched her mouth but ignored it. Soon, a salamander crawled over, spitting out 2 half-meter-long fish. Suyu didn't know what kind they were, but they were definitely mutated fish. Shui smiled as he cut open the fish on the shore, then grilled them over fire. Soon, the smell of grilled fish spread, but Shueyu added only a little pepper. The salamander that was given the fish followed Shueyu closely, eyes fixed on the fish, not blinking. Shueyu finished grilling the fish, used wind control to cool them, then placed the 2 fish on a stone and raised. The salamander spat out 5 crystals, from which Shueyu picked out 2 usable ones for the team, then pushed the remaining 3 back. The salamander looked at Shueyu, grabbed the cooled grilled fish, and swallowed it happily. After swallowing, it clicked its tongue and whiskers, then left waving its mustache. Next, a few other salamanders brought their own fish to Shueyu for cooking. The grilling and cooling were quick, so Shueyu began to busy himself. Zhongyang, the firemaker, worked so hard he was sweating profusely. In the end, except for Suyu and Little Cotton, everyone joined in the fish grilling business. Suyu rested for a while, then started treating the father of the salamander hatchling. She spent 4 hours healing him. His damaged half-body grew pink new flesh, looking surprisingly cute. The salamander hatchling's father licked the hatchling, then spat it out and looked at it gently. The hatchling was happy to be licked and cheerfully wagged its mustache, crawling into its father's mouth. They began a joyful parent-child moment. Suyu then looked at the blind salamander. Since she had already healed everything else, she decided to heal the blind one too. Under the watch of the big salamander eating grilled fish, Suyu placed her hand on the blind salamander's body. The blind salamander seemed to sense something, stayed still, and even rubbed its head against Suyu's breezy pants. Later, Shueyu didn't add pepper and the salamanders showed no reaction. They still enjoyed the food. Shueyu sighed, I really am a sneaky merchant. Suyu and the others stayed at the salamander habitat for 2 days. Suyu healed the father of the hatchling and the blind salamander, but she was helpless against the aging old salamander. Big Dada didn't react much to this. The blind salamander ran away after Suyu healed it. Suyu didn't know where it went, so she decided to help Shueyu roast fish instead. On the 3rd morning, there were hardly any customers at the fish stand. It wasn't because the salamander was tired of it, but because they had no more crystals. Many salamanders had left their habitat and didn't know where they went. The salamander babies ate happily, their bellies round and full. Their father spat out all the crystals he had hidden earlier and handed them to Shueyu for roasting fish. The salamander babies were very happy eating, and they admired Shueyu, who could cook fish. As a result, Shueyu's clothes were torn apart randomly. Everyone was somewhat scratched and bitten by the salamanders, so they looked at each other's torn clothes in silence. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, just as Suyu and everyone were about to say goodbye to Dada, the blind salamander returned. It was covered in many wounds. It suddenly spat out the crystals from its mouth and pushed them in front of Suyu. Suyu looked at the 5 S-grade water crystals and was stunned. The blind salamander bit Suyu's clothes once more. When Suyu looked over, it raised its front paw, pointed at its eyes, then pushed the crystals towards Suyu again. Suyu smiled, rarely feeling no disgust for the saliva. She picked up the 5 crystals and gently stroked the salamander's whiskers. You're so careful. With so many wounds, you must have gone looking for crystals. After saying that, she also healed the wounds on the salamander. The blind salamander bit Suyu again. Then, feeling a chill in her body, Suyu quickly covered her chest and looked grimly at the small vest the salamander had just taken from her mouth. She fell silent. She was glad she was still wearing her underwear. Shueyu, who had been paying attention, quickly looked away, took off his torn coat, and handed it to Suyu. Then he stepped in front of her, blocking the view of Tang Yu and others who were looking over. After Suyu put on Shueyu's tattered coat that revealed her belly button, she felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to thank him. But Shueyu turned around and left. He's a bit of a troublemaker, and the roasted fish probably made him angry. Look at that nosebleed. Before the troublemaker could even laugh, Shueyu threw him far away.
Bang!
The troublemaker was slammed against the rock wall and then fell into the water with a splash. Suyu saw that Shueyu's ears were very red and suddenly realized he probably saw her only in her underwear.
Boom!
Her mind went blank. She instantly teleported to Kai Mi's side and asked her to get her some clothes. After struggling to reach the shore, Little Potato sheepishly avoided Shueyu, slipped into Suyu's pocket, and was immediately pulled out by Suyu to work. With Little Potato's translation, Dada and the salamander hatchling father and son understood Suyu's plan. They intended to go to the surface. The salamander father carried the hatchling and took the lead for Suyu and the others. Just as everyone followed the salamander father and son away, the salamanders, injured but excited, returned. They happily reached the shore but found no sign of Suyu and the others, so they looked at Dada. Dada shook his beard. All the salamanders opened their mouths wide, The crystals they had just collected fell to the ground. Their dazed eyes showed a hint of confusion. Huh? Where did they go? The salamander hatchling, while tugging on his father's beard, looked at Suyu. Before leaving, Suyu and the others changed into warm, thick clothes, so everyone was cautious, worried the salamanders might suddenly attack. The salamander father and son led Suyu and the others along the river. They walked until they reached a small underground waterfall, where the salamander father raised his front paw and pointed above the waterfall. The temperature here was very low, and the water was cold, so everyone guessed that climbing up from here would bring them close to the surface. Then Suyu and the others, along with the salamander father and son, bid farewell. They gathered inside Suyu's water sphere and swam upward against the waterfall's flow. At the top of the waterfall was a large, open cave. The cave was very tall, but the space was cold. Shueyu reached out to feel it and quickly pointed to a bright opening at the top of the cave. There's wind there. Everyone quickly checked their gear. Liao Deyuan took out a hat made from torn clothes for Zai Manhwa to wear, ensuring everyone was properly equipped. Only then did Shueyu use the wind to lift them upward. The moonlight was bright, and snow was falling heavily. Suyu stood in the thick snow that reached her calves, amazed by what she saw. Everything in this world seemed melted by the snow: trees, flowers, ruins, and swamps. Suyu was from the south and had rarely seen snow before. She reached out excitedly and grabbed a handful of the thick snow, then quickly threw it away.
Wow, it's so cold.
Suyu threw a snowball and frantically rubbed her hands. Only Tangyu among them had lived in the north before. The others, initially eager to try the snow, retracted their hands when they saw Suyu's hands turn purple from the cold. Shueyu reached out and pressed his hand onto the snow. His expression froze, and he silently retracted his hand, looking at his palm. Suyu turned around and saw Shueyu staring blankly at his hand. His hand was red from the cold, so she hurriedly covered it and rubbed it vigorously. Shueyu looked down, watching Suyu warm air onto his hand to warm it. "Don't worry, I'm not cold," he said in a low, hoarse voice, carrying a strange emotion. Suyu frowned. "Your hand is red from the cold, but you're saying you're not cold?" Shueyu's lips curled into a faint smile, but he couldn't smile as easily as before. Liao Deyuan came over, walking very slowly. He looked at the thermometer in his hand and sighed. "It's minus 35 degrees. Shueyu snapped out of his daze, pulled back his hand, and cupped Suyu's hand in his own, softly saying, "Is it really this cold?" Suyu saw the snow and was excited for only 3 minutes before feeling disappointed. It was just too cold. She felt like her ears might freeze off. Her legs and feet, buried in the snow, quickly lost feeling. Little Cotton was wrapped in a cotton coat by the silly second fool and held in his arms. The small cotton underwear he wore was made by Liao Deyuan, and he was so cold in Little Cotton's arms that he meowed loudly. The greedy one was being held by Tangyu, with his tail trembling and snow falling on him. Because they had come out at night, everyone found a ruin to shelter in. At this moment, Zhongyang had become everyone's little treasure. Tangyu massaged his shoulders and back for him, while Little Cotton fed him fish slices. Zhongyang was very proud. "Humph. I like winter. Only in winter can I show my value and usefulness." Suyu nodded. Yes, very impressive. Zhongyang's campfire in this winter became a place everyone didn't want to leave. No one even wanted to go to bed. They all gathered around Zhongyang's fire, dozing off. Suyu leaned against Shueyu's leg, curled up, and fell asleep beside the fire. Shueyu gently patted Suyu's back, which was damp from the snow, while turning her snow-dusted coat. Greedy One looked up with wet eyes at Shueyu, softly whimpering as if asking what was wrong. Shueyu looked into Greedy's eyes and realized that Greedy had noticed his distracted mood. That's why he stayed nearby. He smiled softly, his eyes curved, and seeing Greedy's worried look, he quietly said, "Don't worry about me.
Sleep now."
Greedy let out a sigh, rolling its eyes slightly as if secretly checking if Shueyu was really okay. Seeing Shueyu's usual gentle smile, it finally relaxed and looked away, falling into a deep sleep under the warm firelight. When Suyu woke up, everyone was already awake, quietly discussing how to make a sled. Suyu wasn't very helpful in this, so she tilted her head to look at Shueyu. Shueyu was drawing and sketching in his notebook. Suyu leaned over to look and saw he was drawing a sled design. Suyu linked arms with him, looking admiring. How do you know how to do everything? Shueyu's eyes curved happily. He tapped Suyu's nose. My master is a carpenter, so I learned a lot from him. Liao Deyuan heard this and came over. Tang Yu was holding Little Cotton and drinking hot water, but her eyes also glanced this way. In the end, they let Little Potato's vine play its part. So, Little Potato was held down unhappily by Shueyu. Shueyu explained things to Little Potato, who listened absent-mindedly, but couldn't do much. It took about 6 hours, but the vine-made snow sled was finished. This was a sled without wheels. Everyone excitedly got on the sled, with Tu Fool and Shueyu each holding a pole to push. Down the sled carved a loud, curved line through the thick snow. Zhang Yang and Little Potato screamed in fright. Zhang Yang, this feels like riding a roller coaster in the snow. Little Potato, what's a roller coaster? Suyu, you can't ride a roller coaster in the snow.
Daniwe, woohoo.
So fun. Suddenly, the bottom of the sled hit a small rock. Everyone was flung into the air with a bayou sound, then landed with a bang, quickly crashing toward a tree trunk.
Bang!
The sled, along with everyone on it, hit the tree trunk directly. They all flew out. Shueyu hurriedly caught the dog with one hand and Suyu with the other. Little Cotton was caught by Tang Yu just as she was flying out. Amid her muffled meows, everyone struggled to get up from the snow. Next, they took turns trying to steer the sled, but finally, they found Shueyu and Liao Deyuan were the most steady. So, they handed the sled over to them. In the first few days of travel, everyone joked and laughed. But by the 4th day, when the temperature dropped to -40 degrees, no one spoke. They all wished to hide their whole bodies inside their clothes. Kaimi shivered so badly he couldn't stop trembling. In just 4 days, they lost a lot of weight. The bravest was Little Cotton. This little kitten was the least afraid of the cold. Wearing only a small cotton jacket, it dared to jump into the snow. One jump, and it was lost. Another jump, and it couldn't get out. Finally, Little Cotton and Suyu endured the cold and dug it out of the snow. On the 5th day of travel, except for Suyu, everyone had frostbite. The pain was terrible. Zhang Yang covered his ears and kept mumbling by the fire. Uncle, today, I really want a hood that can cover my ears. Look at my ears. Zhang Yang grimaced and kept talking to Liao Deyuan. Liao Deyuan's fingers are frostbitten, and he struggles to hold a needle, let alone make hats or hoods for everyone. Suyu immediately asked everyone to line up, first treating Liao Deyuan and Xiao Mianhua's frostbite before moving on to others. Shueyu was the last, and Suyu looked at his red hands with concern, frowning and asking, "Why didn't you come to me to treat your hands when they got hurt?" Shueyu was surprised. He looked down and saw that his fingers and palms had blisters and even open wounds, frozen and hard to see clearly. If you didn't look carefully, they blended with his red skin. Shueyu smiled and gently scratched his head, saying, "It's too cold. My hands are numb, so I didn't feel the pain earlier. That's why I came to you."
Shuyu Shaid.
As the leaders of the ski team, Shueyu and Liao Deyuan's hands are very prone to injury and frostbite. She silently treated his wounds and then looked at Liao Deyuan. Liao Deyuan had just finished treating his hands and then started making hats and ear protectors for everyone. Suyu wanted to do something for everyone. She watched Liao Deyuan sew and mend for a while and thought carefully. She didn't know how to make gloves, and if she did it poorly, they probably wouldn't be comfortable to wear. So Suyu stopped Liao Deyuan and said, "Uncle, I'll make the hats. You make the gloves." Liao Deyuan looked at Suyu, who was carefully threading a needle, and asked, "Xiaoyu, do you know how to do it?" Suyu pounded her chest confidently, saying, "Don't worry, I already have a clear idea in my mind. It'll be practical for sure." After 3 hours, everyone held their hats and looked at Suyu with mixed feelings. Zhang Yang said, Sis, is this a common hat for robbers?
Tang Yu said, this
Is quite
unique.
Look, once you put it on, only your eyes, nose, and mouth show. Everything else is covered. Under Liao Deyuan's surprised gaze, Suyu directly put on her carefully sewn hood, and instantly she felt like robbing a bank. Shuiyu looked at Suyu, put on his own hood, and then gave Suyu a sincere and approving smile. It's really practical and I don't need ear protectors anymore. The stitches are neat, I like it. In Shuiyu's overly sincere gaze, Suyu slowly nodded. As long as you like it. Zhang Yang said that Shuedog, don't go too far. Shuiyu smiled and ignored Zhang Yang. So, the two silly friends silently put on their hoods. Tang Yu looked at Suyu's eager little eyes. She clenched her teeth and put on her hat. Zhang Yang looked at Liao Deyuan and Little Cotton, who hadn't given in yet. Little Cotton was the first to look away. She glanced at Suyu and Tang Yu, then fiddled inside her hood slowly and put it on. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and looked at Liao Deyuan. Liao Deyuan forced a smile and said, Wow, this is the first time a younger person made me a hat. I'm quite happy about it. Then he put on his hat. Zhang Yang shouted angrily, This is not a hat. It's a hood. Zhang Yang was the only one in the team who didn't wear a hood. But the next day, when they set out again, everyone's complaints about the hoods disappeared. After all, these things were very useful. They covered their ears and heads completely. Dog's hood was the most detailed because Suyu specially made 2 little ears on it. When Dog wore it, the ears could fold inside without squeezing. After being frozen all morning, Zhang Yang silently put on his hood. After traveling for 5 more days, Liao Deyuan upgraded everyone's hoods overnight. The so-called upgrade was adding soft lining inside. It was too cold, and their heads hurt from the cold. Suyu was sewing masks. Because the weather was so cold, every breath felt like needles stabbing. When Suyu treated everyone, she found their lungs had frozen. This was very serious, so Suyu worked carefully and diligently. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands. Even though Suyu could cure frostbite every night, it still grew back the next day, and it was painful and itchy. It was really uncomfortable. Little Cotton wasn't feeling well. She was still very young, and even though everyone took turns carrying her and kept her in the middle, she still caught a cold and had a fever. After Suyu treated her, her body improved, but she looked very tired and sluggish. Tang Yu gently pinched her small, red nose, showing love, but not knowing what else to do. Little Underwear crawled out of Little Cotton's pocket and went to find Kami to play. Kami was lying by the fire, teasing Little Underwear with the tip of his tail, but his eyes kept looking at Suyu. Shuiyu knew Kami wanted to play with Suyu. Recently, during the journey, Suyu had no free time. Most of her time was spent making sure the team was healthy. When she finally had some free time, she was either sewing or organizing supplies and firewood. Shuiyu sighed, picked up the thin, big yellow dog, and brushed its fur while talking to it. Kami listened to Shuiyu for a while, then happily fell asleep in his arms. The next morning, everyone got on the snow vehicle, and Liao Deyuan was replaced by the second fool. Suyu took out the map and studied it closely with Liao Deyuan. The snow vehicle moved quickly, much faster than walking, so even though they had been delayed for half a month in the cave and Lotus Pond, their progress was still good. Liao Deyuan reached out and said through his mask, We have already left the plains. In about 10 days, we should reach the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau and the Sichuan Basin.
Suyu was a bit happy.
That means we're almost near Yun Province. Uncle, should we go straight to Yun Province or go around Sichuan Province first? Liao Deyuan looked at the distant snow-covered mountains and thought for a moment. Either way is fine, but I personally suggest going around Sichuan Province to reach Yun Province.
Suyu shook her head.
Why not just go straight into the highlands and into Yun Province? Liao pointed at the nearby mountains. There are many mountains and dense forests, lots of plants, and many animals. More plants and animals mean more danger. The snow vehicle might face many obstacles. However, Sichuan has basins that can help us avoid the mountains, and we might even reach faster than going straight into the highlands.
Suyu was silent.
In fact, she wanted to go straight ahead because it would be faster, but she also understood what many plants and animals meant. So she gathered everyone and asked for their opinions. After hearing Liao's explanation, they decided to go around Sichuan and enter the basin. Once the decision was made, everyone became excited again. They discussed that after entering the basin, they might be able to find the base and resupply. On this journey, they followed the Yangtze River, but at that time, the river had burst its banks, so they didn't see the base near the river. Everyone was eager and hoped to see the base after entering the basin. Unexpectedly, before they even entered the basin, they saw the base. It was a city-level base, but because of the low temperature, it was covered in snow from the outside and looked very quiet. When they reached the gate, they were shocked. The gate was locked, with no guards, and there was no sign of people on the walls.
Su Yu's heart sank.
Near Yun Province, a city-level base had no one there. That was a bit frightening. Shuiyu saw Su Yu's pale face but remained expressionless as usual and comforted her. "I'll go take a look." Without waiting for anyone to stop him, he flew inside the base. About half an hour later, Shuiyu came out with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, I checked inside, and there are no bodies, and the building has been emptied." It seems like everything was moved to another base. Suyu looked at the surrounding terrain and felt calmer. The area was surrounded by mountains, and during floods, mountain torrents happen often. The people in the base probably left because of that. Shuiyu pointed to a large building in the base. "There's a map hanging on the wall inside." Based on their markings, it looks like they plan to go to Sea City in Sichuan Province.
Shuyu nodded.
That city indeed belongs to Sichuan Province. If the people in the base plan to move together to the provincial capital's base, that makes sense. Liao Deyuan sighed. Everyone looked at him curiously. Liao Deyuan hesitated before saying, if the base has many people, they probably wouldn't risk moving. Now, it seems like drought and floods caused many deaths. They are risking it now to go to the provincial capital's base and join others.
Shuyu frowned.
Even though things are different from what she expected, she wasn't too worried. Her goal was still to reach K-City, the capital of Yun Province. Everyone moved forward with hope and soon disappeared into the heavy snow. 2 hours after they left, Su Anshan staggered to the locked gate of the base. He was too cold, out of supplies, and after finally finding a base, he discovered it was also empty. He was badly injured and exhausted. He suddenly fainted in front of the gate. His vision blurred, and just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard the cheerful laughter of a little girl. Su Anshan struggled to lift his head and saw a girl about 8 or 9 years old. His heart jumped. He widened his eyes to see her face clearly, but due to hunger, cold, and a high fever, he completely fainted. Changda. There's someone ahead. Xiao Zi was hopping in the snow. Next to her, a big dog carried something on its back, holding a large basket in its mouth. Inside the basket were 2 dirty little dogs and a 3-colored cat. Changda put down the basket, which quickly sank into the snow, nearly waist-high. Changda stood in front of Xiao Zi, looking cautious. Xiao Zi, don't get too close. It might be a bad person again.
Xiao Zi nodded.
I know. Changda let the 3 small animals and Xiao Zi stay where they were. Then it quietly went to the unconscious man. Changda sniffed the air and suddenly froze. Xiao Zi saw Changda standing still, smelling again, then hesitating. Changda, what's wrong? Changda turned around and tilted his head. He smells so familiar. I think I've smelled this somewhere before. Xiao Zi and the mophead looked at each other. Xiao Zi easily lifted the basket, her bare feet leaving shallow footprints in the thick snow. Xiao Zi walked over to Changda and curiously looked at the man covered in snow. The 3-flowered cat jumped out of the basket. It was cold and trembling, but still jumped onto Su Anshan, sniffing the blood-stained smell on him. Suddenly, its eyes widened, and it let out a meow. Changda was surprised and leaned in to smell again. It does smell like Suyu, but not exactly the same. When Xiao Zi heard the name Suyu, her eyes sparkled. After leaving the furniture city, she met many people, but they were all different from Suyu. Most of them were not friendly to her. Suyu was different. She was kind. She gave herself a crystal, giving herself a chance to become human, and told her to watch carefully and not trust others easily. After the floods submerged the home of heaven, they had nowhere to go. They resolutely decided to set out to find Suyu. She remembered Suyu said she was going to Yin province, so the home of heaven traveled and asked along the way. That's how they arrived here. Xiaozi smiled, squatted down, and poked Su and Shan's arm. Seeing no response, she asked, "He's not Suyu, but why does he smell like her?" "It's a little different." The rag doll wagged its tail. Its paws, healed by Suyu, could now try walking. It couldn't speak, but that was okay. It could bark happily. Everyone except Su and Shan could understand it. After hearing the rag doll, Changda suddenly understood. Yes, maybe he's a relative. I remember my instructor talking about close kin. He sniffed Su and Shan again, confirming it should be a relative of Suyu. When Su and Shan woke up, he was inside a ruined building. He blinked and stared blankly at the dirty little dog blowing fire into the campfire. Seeing Su and Shan watching him, the rag doll wagged its tail and licked Su and Shan's finger before returning to the firewood pile to continue blowing fire. After some time, the fire was lit, and Su and Shan finally felt warmth again. He looked away and saw a girl around 8 or 9 years old nearby. The girl was very pale, with short purple hair. She wore very little, barefoot, sitting on a stone swinging back and forth, seemingly not cold. Su and Shan struggled to sit up and carefully examined her features. After seeing the little girl's features clearly, a hint of disappointment flashed in Su and Shan's eyes. He composed himself and looked at the 2 small dogs, a cat and a large mutated German shepherd near the campfire. This group was strange. Su and Shan felt nervous, but he guessed that they had saved him. They meant no harm. He politely said, "Thank you for saving me." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Xiao Zi jumped down from a stone and crouched in front of Su and Shan, asking seriously, "Who are you?" Su and Shan was silent. Honestly, so far he only remembered his name was Su and Shan, and that he had a daughter about 8 or 9 years old. As he had lost his memory, he only had one obsession: finding his daughter. "My name is Su and Shan," he replied. Changda came over and lay beside him, sniffing constantly. "Do you know Suyu?" When Su and Shan heard the name Suyu, his mind suddenly went blank.
Suyu? Suyu. Suyu.
Su and Shan's eyes became vacant. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, and intense head pain caused him to convulse violently. Xiao Zi was startled and hurriedly inserted her tendrils into Su and Shan's neck at the back of his head. She transferred some of her life force to him. Su and Shan felt much lighter. Gradually, his old and new wounds healed quickly, and the chaotic memories that had suddenly flooded his mind began to come into order. He sat there in a daze. His lost memories were slowly returning, bit by bit. Xiao Zi withdrew her tendrils. Her delicate, white feet gradually returned to the shape of tree roots.
Changda looked worried.
"Are you okay?"
Xiao Zi shook her head.
She tilted her head and looked at the dazed Su and Shan. Just now, in his memory, she saw Suyu. The cheerful Suyu from childhood, the less cheerful Suyu in her teenage years, and the almost expressionless Suyu as an adult. So many Su, yes, it's amazing. Xiao Zi was touched. Like her, Su and Shan had witnessed his family's growth and change over a long time. Under the flickering firelight, Su and Shan's eyes reddened. "Are you saying that Nanan is heading to Yin province?"
Xiao Zi nodded.
Yes, when Changda met her, she said so. Su and Shan's mood was complicated. He heard the descriptions of Suyu from Changda and the others. He was sure that Nanan had grown up. But more than feeling relieved, he felt pain and bittersweetness. He knew his child. Earlier in his life, because of his military service, he always instilled positive and optimistic thoughts in his children. His daughter also grew up well. She's cold on the outside but warm-hearted inside, always kind to the world. After the apocalypse broke out, he regretted his past. He often hated himself for teaching his daughter overly positive ideas, because in the end of the world, such thoughts only put her at risk and maybe even lead to her death. When his wife fell ill and suffered from her body rotting, she stayed silent. She said she was waiting for her daughter. She didn't want to die. As long as her daughter was alive and well, she would hold on.
Suyu. She's fine.
She's okay. She won't be in trouble. Xiaozi sensed Su Anshan's sadness and comforted him. Su Anshan rubbed his eyes and forced a smile. Thank you all for telling me about my daughter.
Thank you.
When Su Anshan saw Xiaozi's feet turning into roots, he immediately understood that the other was not human. He took out a pretty pink cotton coat and pants from his backpack. His memory hadn't fully returned, and he thought his daughter was still small, so he prepared clothes suitable for children.
Xiaozi, here you go.
Put this on, or your identity will be exposed when we go to the base. Xiaozi tilted her head and came over to put on the clothes. Su Anshan looked at her bare root feet and took out a pair of small cotton shoes from his bag. They were also pink. He helped Xiaozi put on the shoes. They were a bit big, but just about right, so they wouldn't fall off. Xiaozi looked at Su Anshan, who was helping her with her shoes, and thought that Suyu's father, like Suyu, was a very gentle person. That was nice. Next, with Changda's introduction, Su Anshan met a fire element ability user who could manipulate cloth, a mental type ability user with a mop head, and a 3-colored cat that hadn't mutated. Seeing the coldness of the little creatures, Su Anshan thought of the rural dog his daughter raised, which was also a very obedient and sensible dog. Thinking of this, Su Anshan took off his cotton coat, washed it with snow outside, and hung it near the fire to dry, then placed it in a basket. Changda watched his actions and suddenly asked, "Are you going to Yunnan province with us?" Su Anshan was surprised but then smiled. "If you don't mind, let's go together. I know the way." When Suyu's team arrived in City C, they found that the base there was very large, truly a big one. People were working on the city walls in the snow, guards stood at the gates, and the twinkling lights made Suyu breathe a little easier. She felt a mix of emotions. She was happy that people had gathered together and that the base was being expanded. At the same time, she was instinctively a little scared, worried about the chaos that might come with so many people. Shueyu held Suyu's hand, and the group went to the gate to register their information. After asking the guards, they learned that the city-level base was ordered to leave the original base and move to the provincial capital base. In times of disaster, few people remain in the base, and without a plan to gather everyone, they probably wouldn't survive the cold season. Entering the base does not require giving up crystals, but since Suyu and the others are only temporary residents, they still need to hand over crystals. Fortunately, the group earned a lot of crystals in the underground cave. 1 S-grade crystal is enough for everyone to stay in the base for half a month for free. However, they probably won't stay that long. The Sea City base is not as lively as the Night City. It is simple and highly functional, a large base built for practicality. Currently, the number of people in the Sea City base is similar to that of a city-level base at the start of the apocalypse, showing how heavy the human losses have been since then. They live in suite apartments, mainly because of the S-grade crystals they paid when entering the base. Tang Yu sighed. The prices here are much more reasonable. The prices in Night City are really outrageous. Suyu smiled but said nothing. Instead, she and Tang Yu used several S-grade crystals given by the salamanders to exchange for supplies inside the base. They urgently needed clothes. Oh, and needles and thread too. Liao Deyuan's thread was used up, so they had to exchange for more. Shueyu sat by the window, staring at the heavy snow outside, lost in thought. Liao Deyuan thought he was nervous and said, "Don't be nervous. We're still some distance from K City. Meeting the parents is something for later." Shueyu smiled shyly, rarely showing embarrassment. "Uncle, do you think her parents will accept me?" Liao Deyuan patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. You're a good young man. They'll like you." The exchange center in the Sea City base was large, but because it was too cold outside, few people went out except for snow removal. Tang Yu and Suyu wore thick patched headscarves, making them stand out and attract a lot of attention. Feeling a bit embarrassed, they took off their headscarves once inside. The process of exchanging crystals went smoothly. Suyu and Tang Yu used 3 S-grade crystals to exchange for a box of compressed biscuits, 800 pounds of dry branches and firewood, 10 cans of meat, and 5 cans of fruit. Then there are 7 sets of cotton clothes, 5 sets of quilts, 12 military coats, and sewing needles that Liao Deyuan requested. Because there were quite a few items, Suyu and Tang Yu gave a B-grade crystal to the staff, asking them to deliver the items to their apartment over 3 days. Tang Yu and Suyu strolled comfortably through the base. Suddenly, Tang Yu said, "Maybe because we haven't been inside the base for a long time, everything seems to have changed a lot." Suyu felt the same but asked, "What kind of changes?" Tang Yu smiled at Suyu and asked, "Do you know if there are slums at our base?" The staff member looked them up and down before replying. "Now, the population is very precious, especially the mutated mothers. They are all brought into the base and well cared for." Suyu was surprised. Mutated mothers? What kind of mutation is that? The man was a slightly disabled man. Hearing Suyu's question, he looked surprised and said, "You don't know about mutated mothers?" Tang Yu and Suyu exchanged glances and shook their heads. The man moved the snowplow to the shelter and then explained, after the flood, many people died in various bases. During that time, many ordinary women without special abilities experienced physical mutations. Suyu took out a piece of hard, frozen compressed biscuit from her pocket and handed it to him. The man was stunned, then carefully took it, and his gaze softened. These mutations only happen to ordinary women. They get a fever, then after the fever subsides, they become very beautiful, curvy, and attractive. Tang Yu instinctively frowned, and Suyu showed no particular expression. The man hesitated for a while before returning to the main topic. Later, the base researched this and found that these women, who became beautiful through mutation, had very strong fertility. So, most of the women working in the slums at the time experienced mutations and were brought into the base. They said it was for concentrated care, but they might still be studying and observing them. Suyu suddenly felt complicated. Perhaps these maternal mutations appeared because humanity was nearing extinction, but are these mutations good or bad for those women? Suyu couldn't find an answer. She just shook her head, said goodbye to the man, and walked back with Tang Yu. Tang Yu was silent for a moment, then suddenly stopped. Suyu turned around and saw her with a complex expression. "The woman who helped me back then, if she's still alive, has she also mutated?"
Suyu remained silent.
Tang Yu sighed. "If we've lived this long and experienced mutations, maybe the base took us away so we wouldn't go hungry or sleep outside in the cold." Suyu was silent for a moment, then suddenly nodded. When they returned to the apartment, they found most people were already asleep. Suyu didn't see Shuiyu, so she asked Liao Deyuan where he had gone. Liao Deyuan cheerfully replied, "He was worried you might need to carry supplies after exchanging, so he went out to pick you up." "Did he miss you?"
Suyu was surprised.
She had already told the staff she would be sent back, but she didn't expect Shuiyu to still be worried and to come out for them. Tang Yu sighed. "Maybe we were hiding behind the wall, listening for news, and missed him." Suyu nodded and immediately headed outside. Just a few meters down the stairs, she saw Shuiyu coming back from afar. Suyu was stunned. He was only wearing a cotton coat, looking very thin in the -40-degree weather. He lowered his head and walked through the snow and wind, quickly reaching Suyu. Seeing her standing there, Shuiyu paused, then hurriedly pulled her back into the apartment hallway. He brushed the snow off her and said, "I was supposed to come get you, but the snowstorm was heavy. I didn't see you, so I went to the exchange center to ask about you. They said you had already left." He added, "I thought you might already be home, so I missed you." As he spoke, he took Suyu's hand and rubbed it to warm her. Suyu looked down, noticing his cotton coat covered in snow, and suddenly asked, "Shuiyu, it seems like you can't feel cold." Shuiyu's eyes flickered. They fell into a long silence. Suyu took his hand. "Your body might get frostbite, so you probably haven't experienced the mutation that makes you immune to cold. Maybe you just can't feel cold." After saying this, she looked calmly into Shuiyu's eyes. In the snowstorm, with snow falling everywhere, Shuiyu's eyes couldn't see the light, so he covered them with a cloth to avoid the reflection of the snow. Suyu looked into his eyes, as if she could see through the cloth. Shui was silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled lightly.
His smile was relaxed.
He reached out to pinch Suyu's face but then remembered his hands were cold and withdrew them. Remember I told you? I only have 3 years left. Suyu held his hand that he had lowered, but said nothing. Her hand trembled slightly, and she couldn't tell if it was from fear or cold. Shui still smiled and said, "Actually, according to my original path, I would have died a month ago. I studied the secret techniques left by my master and used rituals to drive away resentment to get a chance to survive. So, although I can still live for 3 more years, I will gradually lose my human features. I will slowly become a walking corpse." After speaking, Shuiyu quietly watched Suyu forcefully hold back tears, still smiling. He gently rubbed Suyu's palm. "I am already very happy. I am luckier than most people. Even if I become a walking corpse, I can still live for nearly 2 years and 10 months. I should have told you, but I was a little selfish and didn't tell you all this." When he reached this point, his smile disappeared. He looked down, feeling a bit uneasy. Being a walking corpse is not truly human. I can't marry or have children with my loved ones. Even my body temperature will drop. What will happen then? He dared not think about it. But he was still selfish. To spend a little more time with Suyu, he kept the secret. He wondered if Suyu would be disgusted or distance himself if he knew he was already a walking corpse. What answered him was a kiss.
Suyu kissed him gently, carefully.
Shuiyu stared blankly at Suyu's lifted face, overwhelmed by the long-suppressed sadness and bitterness rising in his heart. He thought if he were still normal, he would be crying now. But he wasn't. He couldn't shed tears. Shuiyu slowly pressed his hand to his dry, cloth-covered eye corner. No tears there. Suyu held his hand, smiling brightly, but his voice choked with emotion. "We still have about 3 years. During this time, we can find a way to solve everything. If we really can't, I'll travel with you. The world is so big, there are places like the Eternal City that need your rituals. When that happens, your rituals can still extend your life." Shuiyu's voice was hoarse and very soft. "Even if I survive through rituals, I will still be a walking corpse. It's not good for you to be with me." Suyu shook his head, tears running down his cheeks and falling to his chin. "There's nothing wrong with that. You are you. Whether you are a walking corpse or a zombie, I think it's good to be with you." Shuiyu's mouth slightly opened, lips trembling. After a long time, he leaned down and kissed Suyu's tearful eyes. "All right, I will find a way to survive, no matter what. Even if I become a walking corpse, as long as I can be with you. Suyu, I will always be with you, until the day you no longer need me." Suyu hugged Shuiyu's neck, tears rubbing against his skin. She smiled softly and said, "We will always be together. Until death." When Shuiyu and Suyu returned, everyone quietly looked at them several times because Suyu's eyes were very red. Zhang Yang thought Suyu was upset, so he suddenly looked serious and stepped in front of Shuiyu. "Come out for a moment. I need your help." Shuiyu, who can read minds, understood Zhang Yang's meaning naturally. He smiled at Suyu, indicating he would go out, then followed Zhang Yang. Suyu wasn't worried about Shuiyu. She just picked up the little treasure and checked if it had fleas. Little Potato jumped around by the stove, singing songs with air Shotzi. It was noisy but lively. Suyu gradually relaxed and smiled. Tang Yu didn't say anything. She just reheated the fish slices and handed them to Suyu. Then they leaned on each other, chatting casually. On the balcony, Zhang Yang's mouth was slightly open, and his eyes looked complicated. You really will gradually lose your senses and become like a walking corpse?" Shuiyu nodded. Zhang Yang was silent. After a long while, Zhang Yang suddenly asked, "What did Suyu say?" Shuiyu curved his lips. "She said she wants to be with me." Zhang Yang knew he wouldn't be surprised by this answer, just sighed. "For Suyu's unwavering love for you, I will try to help find a way over the next 3 years." Shuiyu looked at Zhang Yang, a slight smile on his face. "Yangzi, from now on, you are my favorite little brother." Zhang Yang immediately got goosebumps.
Get lost. Don't joke around.
Just as they were about to go back inside, Zhang Yang suddenly said, I definitely won't tell anyone about this, don't worry. Shuiyu squinted.
Oh.
That's best. The next day, Siyu suddenly realized she forgot to buy dog food for Little Treasure yesterday. So she and Shuiyu immediately set out to buy dog food for the skinny dog. When they returned, Siyu felt that everyone's expressions were unusual. Shuiyu glanced at Shotzi and Liao De Yuan's slightly red eyes, then turned to look at Zhang Yang.
Sangyang es hayali afodit su US intense gazi.
Then, Yangzi, I need to talk to you. Come out for a moment. At the entrance of the Sea City base, Su and Shan carried a basket and looked at Little Purple's legs. Although dressed in clothes and shoes, Su and Shan would definitely not pass security checks. So he gave up the idea of going inside to gather supplies. After all, he only had 3 crystals left, all of which were B grade, so he probably wouldn't get much in return.
And
Su and Shan looked at Changda carrying a half bag of dog food on his back. There was still some food even if it was dog food, but Su and Shan closed his eyes peacefully. Changda saw Su and Shan looking calm and almost like he was about to leave for heaven, and immediately asked, Old Su, are you hungry? Since Su and Shan is human and humans can't eat wild game, the dog food originally left for the mop head and cloth was specifically kept for Su and Shan to eat. The cloth and mop head eat the prey they catch. Little Purple eats mud. So, their Heaven's Home isn't worried about food shortages. Hearing Changda's words, Su and Shan's expression became even more peaceful. Heaven's Home is actually quite afraid of humans, so when Su and Shan saw the expressions of the 4 little ones and Little Purple, he gave up the idea of approaching the Sea City base. Let's go. Let's keep moving. Su and Shan adjusted the cotton coat in his basket, wrapping the 3 little ones inside, and then continued on his way. Suyu's team stayed at the Sea City base for 5 days. After preparing enough supplies, they set out again. After 5 days of travel, a rather frightening event happened. That was when, at night, while taking off shoes, Liao De Yuan's toes fell off. In temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius, the human body can go numb from the cold, but Liao De Yuan didn't expect his toes to freeze. When he took off his shoes, the soles and his feet were frozen together. He pulled hard, and his toes snapped with a cracking sound. Everyone was shocked, and Xiao Manhwa was so frightened that she developed a high fever that night. With Suyu present, Liao De Yuan's toes recovered, but this incident was too shocking for everyone. Each person looked conflicted and twisted when taking off their shoes. On the 7th day of travel, Tang Yu's and Zhang Yang's fingers were frostbitten. Their fingers' joints swelled, and the skin turned a terrifying purple. The nails were full of bruises, looking like dead fingers. Fortunately, with Suyu's help, both their fingers were saved. Su and Shan was frostbitten. He developed a high fever and kept talking nonsense. Little Purple immediately inserted her roots into Su and Shan's neck at the back, using her energy and vitality to keep him alive. Her lower body transformed back into roots. Changda silently carried the unconscious Su and Shan on his back, holding a basket in his mouth, and hurried through the increasing snowstorm. Xiaozi shivered and looked surprised. Changda, I feel cold now. Changda was momentarily stunned. Xiaozi looked up at the snowing sky. The weather is getting colder. Changda remained silent, quickening his pace while carrying Su and Shan. On the 10th day of traveling, Xiao Mianhua fell ill in everyone's arms. Her small face was red from the cold, and her lips were blue. Suyu held her close, pressing her fingers to her body to transfer her energy. That afternoon, Liao De Yuan also collapsed. On the snow vehicle, Suyu held Xiao Mianhua in her arms and held Liao De Yuan's hand. Their special abilities flowed rapidly between them. On the 12th day of traveling, everyone had various frostbite injuries, even Suyu, who had always been healthy. Suyu looked at her frostbitten fingers with disbelief. She usually trusted her health because her healing ability protected her. Even if she was hurt, she could recover quickly. So she asked Tang Yu, "What's the temperature?" Tang Yu stiffly took out a thermometer. The reading was at the lowest limit of the thermometer, -60 degrees Celsius. This meant it was either exactly -60 or colder. Suyu looked at her purple fingers and decided to find a ruin to rest and adjust everyone's condition. The terrain here was hilly with dense forests, and near the ruins was a small hill. Because of the low temperature, they hadn't encountered much danger on the way, so they didn't mind staying in the ruins at the foot of the hill. But if they didn't take shelter soon, they would freeze to death. Zhang Yang lit a fire circle, trapping everyone inside, but they didn't feel much warmth. No one dared to take off their clothes or head coverings, not because of the cold, but because the headgear and clothes had frozen so hard they were like armor. Removing them suddenly could tear the skin. Suyu was usually not afraid of this, so she instinctively took off her head covering, planning to warm herself by the fire and put it back on tomorrow. Unexpectedly, when she did, the skin on her left cheek was pulled off along with the head covering. Shuiyu saw Suyu's face and was startled. He reached out to help her treat the wound, but was stopped by Suyu. Suyu took out a mirror and looked at her cheek. The skin had been torn off, but there was no bleeding. To be precise, the blood had frozen. Suyu's special power started working. Soon, her wounds healed, and the frostbite on her hands disappeared. It was probably because of the campfire. That night, Suyu was very exhausted. Since everyone in the team was frostbitten, especially Liao Deyuan and Little Cotton. Although Suyu kept using her power to heal them, one was an ordinary person and the other a child. Their bodies were weak, so even after healing, the cold caused problems again. Suyu didn't sleep all night. The group decided to rest in place for a day until everyone recovered a bit before leaving. At noon the next day, while Suyu was sleeping, something suddenly hit the ruins nearby. Shuiyu immediately looked out the window and saw that in the snowy field, there was a huge snowball moving quickly. Shuiyu was surprised because he saw that it was a bear, completely white, moving fast through the thick snow. Tang Yu jumped onto the eaves of the house and saw the snowball too. Shuiyu told Tang Yu, "Don't come down. The snow is thick and it's slow to land. I'll go try first. If it's too dangerous, then you can come down."
Tang Yu not dead.
Shuiyu leaped into the air and landed on the eaves near the snow bear. The snow bear was very aggressive. It was pounding and roaring at a ruined building. Shuiyu noticed that beneath the rubble it knocked over, there was a skeleton. That was the bear's skeleton. The skeleton was very clean, with no fur or flesh left, probably eaten by something more powerful. It was small, likely a cub. The snow bear sniffed the skeleton and suddenly turned its gaze toward the ruins where Suyu was. Shuiyu immediately attacked, throwing wind blades one after another at the bear. The snow bear was attracted by the attack and charged at Shuiyu. Shuiyu frowned. This was an SS-level snow bear. He could handle it alone, but it would take some time, especially since his crystal hadn't fully grown. Zhang Yang and Tang Yu crouched on the roof, watching Shuiyu fight fiercely. They were both silent. Originally, Shuiyu's fighting style was quite gentle, until Zhang Yang said, "This fur is really thick. It would be great if we could make clothes from it." Then, Shuiyu went crazy. To avoid damaging the snow bear's fur, he actually poured water into its mouth. The scene was quite bizarre. Tang Yu smiled and said, "Do you feel like this move looks a bit familiar?" Zhang Yang was stunned. That's Suyu's usual trick, pouring water into the mouth. Shuiyu took half an hour to finally kill the bear. Then, Tang Yu and Zhang Yang looked at each other and hurried down to help skin and butcher the bear. Although they couldn't eat this meat, Suyu could. So, after the three of them discussed, the snow bear was skinned. Liao Deyuan looked at the bear's skin washed with snow and was a bit stunned. Zhang Yang poked him and said, "Uncle, speak up. Do you know how to deal with this skin?" Liao Deyuan thought for a while and replied, "You need alum and salt." Suyu looked through her notebook of supplies and said, "Only salt, no alum." Liao Deyuan let out a sigh and said, "First, scrape off the fat." Then, Tang Yu and Zhang Yang went out to remove the fat. After healing Shuiyu's frostbite wound, Suyu looked at Manhwa, who seemed very tired. Little Underwear ran to the window to play in the snow, but Xiao Mianhua looked sad because of the cold weather and illness. Suyu picked up the dog and gently nudged Xiao Mianhua's hand, signaling her to play with the dog. Although Xiao Mianhua was not very energetic, she still touched the dog's ears. Eventually, she fell asleep again. Changde carried Su and Shan through the snow. Su and Shan was still unconscious, but he was covered with a layer of white fur. The mop head, rag, and three-flowered cat curled up inside the fur, looking much less cold. Little Purple's steps were heavy. Her roots connected not only to Su and Shan but also to Changde, the mop head, the rag, and the three-flowered cat. Without her energy supply, everyone would freeze and get frostbite in the extreme cold. Changde took a few steps, then stopped to check Little Purple's condition. Little Purple touched Changde's fur and said, "I'm fine. Once we find Suyu, I'll sleep for 2 months." Changde felt a bit heavy-hearted. In such cold weather, could they hold on until Yun Province? Liao de Yuan simply scraped and soaked the fur, then dried it with heat. He then made a full set of clothes and a hat for Xiao Mianhua. The remaining fur was decided by Su Yu to be made into a coat for Changde. Liao de Yuan was reluctant, so Su Yu persuaded him, "As long as you and Xiao Mianhua get fewer colds, I can use more of my powers to treat Shui Yu and the others." In the end, Liao de Yuan agreed. He used the leftover material to make a small outfit for Kaimi. Kaimi had become very thin recently, feeling all bones. Liao de Yuan felt sorry for him. After all, a dog isn't a person, and he can't tell when he's uncomfortable. Kaimi had been very obedient and sensible on this journey, which made Siyu feel sad. Everyone could see it. Kaimi wore a fluffy, white little coat and hat, with soft leather shoes on his 4 paws, looking very cute. Suyu couldn't help but hug and kiss her fiercely, her voice trembling as she said, "Whose little puppy is so cute. Oh, it turns out it's my little treasure Yun Province, K-City." Zhao Qiaoxiu, with a head full of white hair, sat alone in an empty hospital room, staring blankly out the window. She sat there quietly, receiving in 4 drip while watching the heavy snow outside. After a long time, the door to the room was pushed open. A young man's assistant helped him take off his thick coat, and the door swung open wide, letting cold wind into the room, causing Zhao Qiaoxiu to shiver. Su entered, with a hint of impatience in his expression. "Mom, why didn't you eat today?" He walked to the bedside, looking at the woman whose skin was severely decayed, with her brow furrowed tighter. Zhao Qiaoxiu looked at the instant noodles on the small table beside her, which had not been touched. Her eyes turned to Su, her voice hoarse and unpleasant. "My throat is damaged. I can't swallow." Su was stunned. Then a trace of complexity flickered in his eyes. Since the end of the world, he rarely visited his adoptive mother and didn't know much about her health. After all, before, her adoptive father took care of her closely. Since her father disappeared, he had asked his assistant to come by occasionally. His impatience eased a little, and his gaze softened slightly.
Sorry.
Su handed the bowl to his assistant and said, "Ask the doctor to change the nutrient solution." The assistant nodded and left. Zhao Qiaoxiu looked at Su, her lips trembling for a moment, then asked, "Old Su and Nuan, do you have any news?" The door to the room was wide open, probably to let some of the rotten smell from Zhao Qiaoxiu's body dissipate. She couldn't help but shiver from the cold. She was dressed very thinly for the daily medication and treatment. Hearing Zhao Qiaoxiu's question, Su frowned slightly. "Mom, the temperature outside has been very low recently. My patrol team can't go out." Zhao Qiaoxiu didn't seem surprised by this answer. She silently looked away, gazing out the already frozen window. She was looking in the direction of Dianqi Lake. Their home was right beside Dianqi Lake. Now, she had nothing left. Her daughter and husband were missing, and she hesitated, still stubbornly holding on to her life, waiting for a slim chance of reunion in the end-of-the-world chaos. Su saw Zhao Qiaoxiu looking out the window again, and didn't have time to stay longer. He stood up and left. The assistant stood at the door, waiting for Su to leave. After he was gone, Shen Tingting looked at Zhao Qiaoxiu with disgust, watching her shivering from the cold. She sneered maliciously and left. The door to the ward was still wide open. Su Anshan woke up. He was awakened by Changda licking him. He felt groggy, with multiple frostbites on his body. He knew he was still alive, thanks to Little Purple. Little Purple had completely transformed into a tree person. Su Anshan struggled to sit up, reaching out trembling to touch Little Purple. Sorry for dragging you down. The roots of the tree person Little Purple were connected to all the family members of Paradise Home. Her life force was used to keep everyone from freezing to death in the cold, and now she could no longer move. Old Su, I'm sorry, I can't walk anymore, Little Purple said softly, extending her vines to gently pat Su Anshan's hand. Su Anshan looked beyond the mountains. Behind them was Dianchi Lake. They were very close now. He looked at the severely frostbitten mop head and cloth, Manhwa, and sighed. Little Purple, disconnect from me. I will call someone to help. Changda suddenly whimpered. It was clearly very afraid of humans, but still told Su Anshan, Old Su, you can't leave Little Purple, or you will die. I'll go get help. I'll call someone to come and save you all. Su Anshan moved his lips but couldn't make a sound. Was it Changda? It was a mutated animal, and before it could get close, the base might kill it. No, I'll go, Su Anshan said, reaching out to tear Little Purple's roots. He immediately lost most of his strength. He staggered to his feet and told Changda and Little Purple, I'll go. I am human, they won't hurt me. Stay here and protect yourselves. Changda was already at its limit. Su Anshan knew this. Although Changda was a mutated animal, it was also afraid of the cold. During their walk, it had vomited blood many times. If Changda left Little Purple, it probably wouldn't last much longer. Little Purple and Changda looked at Su Anshan with sad eyes. Su Anshan covered Paradise Home with a white bear fur, offering a comforting smile. Don't worry, I am a fire elemental ability user. I won't freeze to death. Changda and Little Purple weren't human. Sometimes they couldn't tell lies like humans. They only knew that Su Anshan was trustworthy, so they believed him. Little Purple wrapped Su Anshan's sleeve with tree vines, leaving a violet wisteria flower blooming in winter on his sleeve. Old Su, we'll wait for you to come back. Su Anshan didn't know how far he had walked. He only knew he was very cold, and his body was numb. He moved forward through the thick snow, his eyes blurred by sunlight and snow colors.
Bang!
Su Anshan suddenly fell to the ground, gazing at the sunlight beneath the snow. The sunlight looked so warm, he thought. As he struggled to get up, the sunlight spread out, and his blurry vision slowly steadied. Su Anshan murmured, so beautiful. He widened his eyes and, in such a special and beautiful scene, fell into a deep sleep. As Suyu's team was about to reach Dianchi Lake, everyone suddenly fell ill. This time, it wasn't Liao De Yuan and Little Cotton, nor was it greed for wealth, but Suyu and Tangyu. Suyu was so cold she turned purple all over. She had a fever. Zhang Yang and the second fool, Shuiyu, were also reaching their limit. Shuiyu looked at Tangyu and Suyu, who were still burning with fever by the ruins' fire, and made a decision. He told Zhang Yang and the second fool to take care of everyone and then turned around and left. Behind here, there was a mountain range. Their snow vehicles deliberately avoided the sliding paths, and now his goal was the snow bear in that mountain range. Since he obtained the snow bears for last time, Liao De Yuan and Little Cotton rarely got sick from the cold. He thought that if he could hunt a bear, maybe Suyu could wear a bear fur coat, which might make her feel better. He wasn't alone. On his shoulder, there was also Little Shorts. Little Shorts didn't know what special power it had, but it was never afraid of the cold. Little Shorts rubbed against Shuiyu's flushed skin and howled in a hoarse voice, meow. Shuiyu looked down at Little Shorts and smiled softly. Am I sick?
Maybe. I don't really feel anything.
Little Shorts wanted to meow again, but Shuiyu gently covered its mouth. Shoo, we're here to hunt. Shuiyu flew over the mountain for half an hour, but didn't find any sign of the snow bear. He had to land on a tree and scan the surroundings with a lowered gaze. Soon he noticed something unusual. A plant covered in ice and snow in the distance seemed to be wrapped with vines, pulling something toward its flower buds. Shuiyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the plant wasn't moving because of extreme cold, but because it was disturbed when it moved. Originally, Shuiyu didn't plan to interfere, but he instinctively looked at the object. Then he saw a hand, with a sleeve decorated with a conspicuous purple wisteria flower. Is it a person? Shuiyu immediately swooped down, cutting the plant apart with wind blades. The plants were indeed affected by the extreme cold, moving very stiffly and not being a match for Shuiyu. Shuiyu pushed aside the vines and found a man about 50 years old inside. The man was badly frostbitten, making his features hard to see. Shuiyu carried the man on his back and flew down the mountain. Su Anshan felt the warmth. He groggily opened his eyes and realized he was being carried on someone's back. He moved slightly and the person noticed. The man put him down. Su Anshan looked at the young man in front of him, whose eyes were covered with a white cloth but had clear, handsome features. Shuiyu looked into the man's eyes. Neither of them spoke. But soon, Shuiyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat because he was reading his mind and sensed. Shuiyu felt a bit uncomfortable and tidied up his clothes, then showed his teeth in a smile. "Uncle, how are you feeling?" Su Anshan was dazzled by the young man's smile. This person was quite polite, but in this post-apocalyptic world, strangers who are so polite and eager to help always seem strange. Shuiyu's mouth stiffened. After a moment of hesitation, Shuiyu thought anything he said might be misunderstood, so he decisively carried Su Anshan down the mountain. Su Anshan's mind started to drift again, but he remembered his task. He asked Shuiyu, "Are you from the base? My companions are trapped. Could you please help save them?" Shuiyu paused, then pursed his lips and explained, "Uncle, your situation isn't good. I need to take you back to our team first to ensure your safety. After that, I will go rescue your companions." In Su Anshan's hazy state, Shuiyu had already taken off into the air and soon arrived in front of a ruined building. Su Anshan wanted to say more but was carried into the ruins by Shuiyu. Then, Su Anshan froze. All around were strangers, but on the ground, wrapped in thick blankets, wasn't that his precious daughter? 10 minutes later, Su Anshan finally snapped out of his joy, looking at the feverish, unconscious Suyu. He gently reached out and touched Suyu's cheek. Shuiyu was extremely nervous now, trembling slightly. Liao Dayuan looked at Shuiyu and then spoke to Su Anshan voluntarily. "Brother Su, let's talk." Su Anshan sat by the fire. He had been near death, but was now full of energy. His face, purple from the cold, was stretched into a wide smile. Shuiyu couldn't sit still anymore and asked Su Anshan about the exact location of his companions. Su Anshan quickly responded, telling Shuiyu where Xiao Zi and the others were. Shuiyu hurried out to rescue them, and Zhang Yang, feeling strangely uncomfortable, followed along. Su Anshan looked at Shuiyu's departing figure and sighed. What a good young man. Liao Dayuan smiled warmly and said, "Oh, Brother Su, I'm glad you like him. Xiao Shui is really a good kid. He'll treat Xiaoyu well in the future." The more Su Anshan listened, the more uneasy he felt. His smile froze, and he suddenly raised his voice. "Wait, brother. Do you mean
Xiaoyu
is dating this guy?" Liao Dayuan exchanged a glance with Xiao Manhwa. His heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the father-in-law always disliked the son-in-law. Just now, he was a good young man, but now he's changed into that guy. Liao Dayuan immediately clenched his hand, telling himself to stay calm. Xiao Shui is such a good kid. If he just talks about Xiaoyu's background, Brother Su might accept Xiao Shui. So, Liao Dayuan sighed, heated up Xiaoyu's special water, and handed it to Su Anshan. "Brother, you don't know what Xiaoyu was like before." 2 hours later, Su Anshan sat silently, drinking hot water. He quietly watched Xiaoyu sleep, saying nothing. Liao Dayuan thought for a moment and asked, "Brother, you..." But Su Anshan suddenly interrupted him. He put down the water, bowed to Liao Dayuan and said, "Thank you. Thank you for taking care of Nanan all this time." Liao Yuan was startled and quickly reached out to help Su and Shan.
Brother, please don't do that.
If it weren't for Xiao Yu, I wouldn't have been able to live peacefully until now. Su and Shan wiped tears from his eyes. Sometimes he cried, sometimes he smiled. Seeing this, Liao Yuan felt uncomfortable and patted his back to comfort him. He had no children in his life, but since meeting Xiao Yu and the young people in the team, he gradually understood what it was like to be a parent. He truly understood Su and Shan's feelings as he watched Xiao Yu grow step by step. The pain and hardship inside were beyond words. Just as they were crying sadly, Xiao Mianhua's potato finally couldn't hold back. It jumped up and clung to Su and Shan, shouting, "Hey, old man, you've heard my brave deeds, right? Is it my turn to get a bow now?" Liao Yuan.
Xuan-san.
Xiao Mianhua. Something feels strange, but I don't know what. Two fools. Shui Yu met Xiao, Xi, Zhang Yang, and him. They silently took healing water from their backpacks to let Xiao Zi absorb. Changde was very happy to see them, bouncing happily in the snow. However, both Shui Yu and Zhang Yang looked worried, so I asked, "What's wrong? Are you upset to see us?" Shui Yu's lips curled slightly as he gently stroked Changde's fur and asked kindly, "Changde, what kind of person is Uncle Su? What is he like? Does he have any hobbies? Has he ever talked to you about what he expects from a son-in-law?" Zhang Yang. Changde looked innocent and a bit naive. Hearing Shui Yu's questions, he started to think seriously. When Su Yu woke up, she thought she was dreaming at first, but after a moment, she burst into tears of joy. She missed home so much, missed her parents. On this journey, whenever she faced difficulties, she kept thinking how great it would be if her parents were here. Countless feelings of longing and broken dreams made her feel very unreal at this moment. After treating Su and Shan's health, Su couldn't wait to ask, "Is Mom okay?" "With Su here, your mom will be fine." Then, father and daughter hugged and cried. Su and Shan gently touched Su Yu's hand and asked, "Nana Yu, are you in love?"
Su Yu.
Suddenly feeling guilty for a second, she nodded and said, "Yes, I like him very much." Su and Shan looked a little disappointed. After hearing Liao Yuan's story, he had to admit that Shui Yu was almost perfect in matters of love. But he felt uneasy inside. Maybe more than that, he was worried. Worried about entrusting his daughter to a stranger. Concerned that his daughter might have a hard life in the future. But seeing Su Yu's determined eyes, Su and Shan could only sigh and say, "All right, as long as you like him. Originally, your mom and I planned for you to live with Su. Su Yu? No, Dad, he's your adopted son. My brother." Su and Shan took another sip of hot water, a bitter expression on his face. After the end of the world, your mom and I knew well that to survive well in the base, we needed a strong backing. Su's current status wouldn't be possible without my connections. At that time, your mom and I didn't know your situation, so we could only prepare for the worst, thinking that if you didn't have special abilities, marrying Su was the best choice. Su Yu frowned and said, "Dad, I only see him as a brother." Su and Shan nodded and said, Good. Since you like Shui Yu, we respect your choice. When we return to the base, we'll explain everything to Su. Just as they were talking, Changde outside the door cheered excitedly.
Su Yu.
We're here. Shui Yu carried the little purple tree person. Zhang Yang held the mop head, cloth, and 3 flower, and they entered. Su Yu felt happier today than she ever had since the end of the world. Everyone gathered together around Zhang Yang's campfire, sharing their stories. Little Purple, after being healed by Su Yu, returned to her little girl form. The mop head and cloth jumped out of the basket, and after being healed, they played around with Little Potato. The 3-flower cat, Demei, lay at the door, watching the little underwear bouncing in the snow. The underwear had become unrecognizable, but so what? Its child was alive. After chatting for a while, Su and Shan took the 8th glass of water that Shui Yu poured for him and asked softly, "Xiao Shui, how many people are in your family? What was your family like before the end of the world? What's your ability level? How many crystals do you have?" He already knew most of this through Liao De Yuan, but he still wanted to hear Shueyu's own words. Shueyu sat up straight and respectfully said, "Uncle, I am an orphan. I was taken in and raised by my master at the Jie Province Taoist Temple. I graduated from the Taoist Academy. My master passed away before the end of the world. I only own a Taoist temple covering about 800 square meters. My current ability level is around S. I have wind and mental abilities. As for crystals, sorry, Uncle, I don't have many crystals right now. Crystals are considered part of the team, so I don't have many myself. But I will work hard to save more crystals in the future." Before Shueyu finished, Su Anshan asked, "Are you healthy?" Shueyu was taken aback. Liao De Yuan's eyelids twitched. He hadn't told old Su about Shueyu's health. Did old Su notice something? Under Su Anshan's sharp gaze, Shueyu was about to tell the truth, but was interrupted by Suyu. "Dad, I will explain this to you and Mom when we get back." Su Anshan's heart sank, but he nodded. "All right, let's go back first." The group spent 2 days repairing in the ruins. Once Suyu was fully recovered, they set off in the snow vehicle. Changda was a bit heavy, so Shueyu and Zhongyang found it a little difficult to handle the snowmobile. Fortunately, they soon arrived near the Yun province base. Before entering the base, Suyu and Su Anshan planned to settle the Heaven's home at their old house, since they couldn't enter the base. Suyu's pre-apocalyptic home was in a villa area beside Dianchi Lake. It was covered in snow. Suyu looked at her home and felt a little lost. The iron gate of the villa was frozen shut. Everyone helped shovel snow, and finally, in the evening, they entered the house. Shueyu stood on the second floor, inside Suyu's old room. Suyu's room was still very large, with a walk-in closet and bathroom. Shueyu looked down at the family photo on Suyu's bookshelf. The frame was broken, but the photo was still clear.
Suyu came in.
She looked at Shueyu standing alone in the moonlight and suddenly felt a little sad for him. She hugged Shueyu's waist and asked, "Are you worried that my parents won't agree with us?" Shueyu looked down and hugged Suyu back. No parent would agree for their daughter to be with someone who doesn't live long. Suyu's heart sank, but she still held him tightly. "Shueyu, as long as I like him, my parents won't stop me." Shueyu responded softly, gently patting Suyu's back, with a smile in his voice. "It seems I need to save more crystals in the future. Without a family background, I don't have the face to see you." Suyu looked up and saw Shueyu smiling. Only then did she smile along with him. Outside in the corridor, Su Anshan listened to the laughter from inside the house and silently looked at the ceiling. He only has this daughter. But with his health problems, Shueyu was not at fault. He understood, he knew, but it was still hard to accept. Villa number 88 was cleaned up by everyone. The thick snow in the yard was shoveled but not completely cleared, so they left it as it was, only tidying up the house. Tang Yu went to repair the ceiling and wall cracks. Shueyu went to another villa to dismantle glass and window frames, sitting on a small stool on the first floor to reinforce the doors and windows. Su Anshan came downstairs. Shueyu was tightening screws, with a toolbox placed on the ground. Seeing it was Su Anshan, he looked a bit surprised and then a little nervous. Su Anshan moved a small stool to sit beside him. "The toolbox has everything. There's a room in the basement with all kinds of tools." Shueyu's eyes curved happily. He wasn't wearing the silk cloth today. "Uncle, do you like doing manual work?" Su Anshan shook his head. "It's not that I like it. Our family wasn't well off before. The appliances, water pipes, and furniture often had problems. Back then, we couldn't afford to buy new ones, so we had to fix them. Fix and fix. Later, we earned money and moved here, bringing all those old tools with us." Su Anshan, while dismantling the window frame, sighed. "It's been a long time since I used these old tools." Shueyu's dimples appeared faintly. Neither of them spoke again, each busy with their own tasks. Su Anshan was a bit surprised. He thought most young people nowadays wouldn't know these things, but he didn't expect Shueyu to work so skillfully and efficiently. He smiled and sped up his movements. He couldn't let the young people outdo him. Tang Yu held Little Cotton and Little Purple, lying on Suyu's large bed with Suyu. Tang Yu sighed, I didn't expect, Suyu, that your family is so rich. Suyu rolled her eyes. It's my parents' money. Honestly, I don't have much. Since your family is rich, why are you going to J Province? Suyu swung her foot because I studied there in college. After graduation, I wanted to explore outside, so I stayed and worked there. After my parents bought me a small one-bedroom apartment there, I settled down. Tang Yu petted the dog, one person, one dog, ready to explore the world? Suyu pinched her, and Little Cotton and Little Purple were also affected. Suddenly, the bedroom turned into a lively chaos. On the first-floor sofa, Liao Dayuan was brushing Big Mei and Little Shorts, while Shazi was boiling water to wash the mop head and cloths for Changda. Kaimi ran down from Suyu's bedroom, bouncing happily between Su Anshan and Shuiyu. It wagged its tail, looked at Su Anshan, then at Shuiyu. After a long while, Shuiyu and Su Anshan finished installing the new windows. They carried the windows to replace the old frames, with Kaimi twisting its hips and following behind. Little Shorts opened the door to guard. It meowed and pounced into the snow. Big Mei went to the door, lying there and watching it. Because Suyu and Su Anshan were worried about Zhao Qiaoxiu's condition, they only stayed one night at the villa before planning to leave. Little Purple and Paradise Home couldn't enter the base yet, so they had to stay here. Suyu left fish slices and bear meat for them, then said goodbye to Little Purple. To make communication easier, Little Purple plucked a branch with wisteria flowers from its body.
Suyu, here's this for you.
If you need to contact me, let Potatoes transfer its life force into the branch, so we can stay in touch through Potatoes. Suyu looked at the wisteria branch, took it with both hands, tied her hair up, and fixed the branch as a hairpin. Little Purple was surprised but then happily bloomed in place. Potato made a sound, extended its vine, plucked the flower blooming on Little Purple's head, and put it in its mouth. It ate happily, then received a big slap from Suyu. The potato was hit and whined as it burrowed into Shuiyu's collar. I'm really not her favorite plant anymore. That mean woman has a sister outside. Shuiyu smiled and took the potato out of his collar, then threw it away. The potato exclaimed, "You scoundrels. When I sat on the boat and rode the snowmobile, you didn't have this attitude." Liao Dayuan sighed and caught the little potato. Everyone left the villa area and headed toward the base. Su Anshan was very excited. As they walked, he kept talking about renting a bigger house at the base so everyone could live together. He thought about his daughter's special power and was happy that his wife could be cured so she wouldn't suffer anymore. His smile stretched from ear to ear. Shui smiled and stood next to old Su, listening to him praise his daughter. He nodded along and then sincerely complimented her. Zhang Yang said, "Ugh, I really can't stand his shameless look." Tang Yu sneered, "Learn from him. You might need it someday." Zhang Yang said, "You two get lost." The group chatted happily and soon arrived at the base entrance. There were guards at the gate. Su Yu and the others each went through security checks and registered their special abilities. Su Yu wasn't planning to hide his powers. Since he would be living here often, there was no need to hide. But his dog's ability still couldn't be revealed. When it was Shuiyu's turn to test his powers, the screen flickered for a moment and showed an S-level wind-type ability and an A-level body ability. Shuiyu was a bit surprised. He hadn't been hiding his mind-reading ability on purpose. He just couldn't hide it. Then he remembered his eyes, which were half-blind, and since mind-reading relies on the eyes, that was probably why his mental powers didn't show up in the test. The guards were happy during registration. Apparently, wind-type abilities were very valuable at this base. They treated Shuiyu very well, smiling as they registered his ID card. When it was Suyu's turn, he placed his hand on the scanner. The screen flickered a few times and displayed SS-level water ability and SS-level mental ability. The guards watching were shocked and gasped. They had seen dual ability users before, but it was rare for both abilities to be above S-level, especially both being SS-level. Su Anshan's mouth opened even wider. Everyone else already had an idea of the results. Tang Yu had a SSS-level gold ability. Zhang Yang had an SS-level fire ability. The second fool had an SS-level body ability. Su and Shan had an S-level fire ability. Most of the group had abilities above S-level, and since they planned to settle at the base, the staff registering them were all happily amazed. Suddenly, she paused and looked at the names Su and Shan in the registration information. Isn't this the person the supervisor asked to watch out for? The registrar immediately kept everyone in the registration room and called the base internally. After Su and his group arrived, he signaled the registrar to leave before turning to face everyone. Seeing Su and Shan, a faint smile appeared in his eyes.
Dad, welcome back.
Su and Shan was very happy to see him. He had only one biological daughter, Suyu, and he was reluctant to let her join the military. He wanted both sons and daughters, so he truly cared for his adopted son. He provided Su with the best resources. After Su graduated, he used his connections to promote Su to a high position in the military. He was gentle and indulgent with his daughter, but he was very strict with his son. He poured his feelings into his daughter, but most of his time and resources went to Su. Most of the money and affection were given to his daughter, while most of his connections and resources went to his son. Su and Shan patted Su's shoulder, a look of pride and satisfaction in his eyes. Su smiled lightly and looked at Suyu.
Seeing Suyu, he was a bit surprised.
His sister still looked the same as before, delicate and refined, not touching the outside world. But he was still happy because Suyu's abilities were among the best in the entire base. Right now, he needed someone like her to strengthen his position in the base. Little sister, long time no see. Su gave a faint smile to Suyu, who also returned a smile. Although her brother didn't often contact or interact with her, he would send her money when she went to college and worked in another province. During her meager salary days, Su's money ensured she could live decently. Shuiyu saw Suyu smile at Su and stepped forward kindly, calling out brother. Su was stunned, his gaze fixed on the blind young man in front of him. Then he frowned and looked at Su and Shan. Su and Shan quickly explained, Shuiyu, he's your sister's boyfriend. Shuiyu immediately showed his white teeth, a dimple faintly visible. Su's expression darkened. He had no intention of showing mercy to Shuiyu and directly asked Su and Shan, Dad, according to our previous decision, I am my sister's fiancé. Shuiyu still smiled, but his hands trembled slightly. He hid his hands behind his back and looked at Su. Su and Shan was firm. This decision was made at the very start of the apocalypse. Previously, a leader in the base had planned to marry his daughter to Su. Su refused because of this, and since then, he was often suppressed by the other party. He also felt that this was unfair to Su, but considering his daughter's temper, he ultimately said nothing. Suyu approached and said, Brother, I know that Mom and Dad made this decision to protect me during the end of the world, but I have always seen you as my real brother. I don't have romantic feelings for you. Su rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. Little sister, you've always loved to cause trouble and never think about the consequences. Before the end of the world, Mom and Dad protected you, so you could live freely and happily. But now, what kind of world are we in, that little sister? Marrying me is the best choice for you. Suyu's face immediately darkened. Su and Shan knew his daughter's temper, so he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, we've just reunited. We should go see Mom first. She must be worried sick about us. He separated the two and looked at Su. Hearing this, Su calmed down and nodded. Mom caught a cold a few days ago, but luckily she's under a doctor's care. Her condition is stable now.
Come with me.
After speaking, he turned and walked away. Su and Shan grabbed Suyu's wrist and followed. Liao Deyuan nudged Shuiyu's waist and said, Don't be afraid. Little Yu's on your side. Her parents will agree in the end. Shuiyu lowered his eyes, smiled softly, and followed behind Suyu. Zhang Yang and Teng Yu exchanged glances. Teng Yu asked, Which side are you on? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Although Shuiyu is a bit of a troublemaker, at least he's sincere. That so-called brother of ours? He's so hypocritical. He's right there saying Suyu used to be reckless. But Shuiyu never denies Suyu. Maybe Suyu did something bad, and he'd even cheer for him. Compared to that, I definitely support Shuiyu. Tang Yu smiled with her eyes. You're not as annoying as I thought. Xia Yang pushed away Tang Yu's hand, snorted, and walked ahead. The two fools hugged a small cotton ball. Watching Suyu's back, the small cotton ball put her hand in her mouth and bit her nails. Shen Tingting was originally guarding at the door, looking very unhappy. When she saw the conspicuous figure of Suyu among the crowd, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. She is the one. It turns out that General Su's long-awaited fiancé is her. Shen Tingting hides her obvious hatred in her eyes, steps forward to walk beside Su, and offers him an umbrella. However, Su pauses, takes the umbrella Shen Tingting is holding, and walks over to Su Anshan and Suyu, offering them an umbrella. Shen Tingting watches as a layer of snow quickly covers Su's shoulders and a flicker of hatred appears in her eyes. When has the Major ever been so kind to others? Because of the previous conversation, Suyu doesn't really want to talk to her brother. Honestly, in the past, she rarely had proper conversations with him, so she doesn't feel awkward about the atmosphere. The base is large and still expanding, so walking to the hospital at the center of the base takes quite a while. But there's nothing to do. There's snow everywhere. Shoveling it only results in more snow falling, and cars can't pass through. So everyone walks for an hour before reaching the hospital building. Su puts away the umbrella, hands it to Shen Tingting, and leads everyone inside. Su Anshan sees that he has a lot of snow on him and quickly goes to brush it off his clothes. You're a kid. What if you catch a cold? You already have a lot on your plate. If you get sick, that wouldn't be good, he says. Su shows a gentle smile.
Dad, don't worry about me.
It's only been an hour, I'm fine. Su Anshan quickly remembers that Su has ice element abilities and relaxes. Shui looks at the father and son, his smile stiffening a bit. Just then, Suyu walks over, grabs Shuiyu's hand, and whispers, "Don't mind it. When I went to Jay Province before, it was Su who took care of the family. My dad's concern for him is natural." She swings Shuiyu's arm gently. Shuiyu lowers his eyes and shows a small dimple. I'll try my best, he says. In the hospital room, Zhao Qiaoxiu trembles with excitement. She wants to touch her daughter's face, but is afraid her decayed skin might dirty her, so she pulls back her hand, tears clouding her eyes as they fall. "My baby, you're back safe. My baby." She trembles uncontrollably. Suyu gently reaches out and holds Zhao Qiaoxiu's hand, crying while sending her abilities into her body. Seeing Zhao Qiaoxiu like this, she feels sad. The original mother loved beauty so much. Her skin is like this now. She must be in pain. Zhao Qiaoxiu cries for a while and suddenly looks at her body in surprise. Her decayed skin is healing rapidly, and she can clearly feel a warm energy flowing from Suyu's hand into her body. Su Anshan also wipes tears nearby, watching his wife recover health, and feels a great weight lift from his heart. Su stood nearby, watching. He knew his sister's special power was mental-based, but now he realized it was a rare healing ability. He felt quite pleased, as such a gift would greatly strengthen his position. However, such a noticeable power might cause trouble. But he was never afraid of trouble, especially since Su was family. He would protect her at all costs, and even the other older folks in the base wouldn't dare to have bad intentions. Everyone sat in the hospital room. Suyu pointed to each person and introduced them to Su and Zhao Qiaoxiu. She shared her experiences from the journey, while Little Potato chirped nearby, adding comments. Su father and Su mother looked at Suyu with loving, caring expressions. After Suyu finished, Su Anshan told his wife about his own memories after losing his memory. Zhao Qiaoxiu listened, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. By 3 a.m., everyone was still together. During this time, Su received many calls. He seemed very busy. Zhao Qiaoxiu looked at Su and said, "Xiao Su, I know you're busy. You've been delayed today, so you should go back early to handle things."
Su nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go now."
"I've already arranged your accommodations. Shinting is my assistant. I asked her to wait at the door and take you to your new place later." Then he hurriedly left. Liao Dayuan was a talkative person, and soon Zhao Qiaoxiu and Su Anshan started chatting with him. Zhao Qiaoxiu looked toward Shuiyu in the corner. Since Xiao Bao came in, she had noticed this young man. Maybe because of a strange connection between mother and daughter, she felt they were a pair. After hearing Xiao Bao's story just now, she had been subtly observing this young man. He was thoughtful. When he entered, he didn't show disgust or avoid her because of her decayed body and smell. Instead, he was the first to notice her thin clothing and immediately closed the door. Later, when he saw her crying, he silently brought her hot water and placed it on a small table nearby. He had done this many times quietly. Moreover, although his eyes were covered with cloth and he kept smiling, she could tell he was nervous and shy. So far, her impression of him was quite good. She thought that, compared to Su, Shuiyu might be more suitable for Xiao Bao. After hearing their experiences, Zhao Qiaoxiu thought, no wonder little treasure was moved. This child always puts little treasure first and is willing to sacrifice himself without hesitation in life and death moments to protect little treasure. Such a man, I doubt many women could refuse him. Thinking of this, Zhao Qiaoxiu waved at Shuiyu. Child, come here. Shuiyu immediately became nervous, but still walked politely to the bedside. When Zhao Qiaoxiu seemed to want to touch him, he quickly bent down and moved closer. After Zhao Qiaoxiu asked Su and Shan to turn off the lights, she untied the cloth covering Shuiyu's eyes. Seeing Shuiyu's complete face, she smiled happily. Very good. He looks handsome. No wonder little treasure likes him. I know little treasure best. He's just a serious-looking big fan of SAI. Zhao Qiaoxiu said a few words of thanks and concern to Shuiyu, then looked at Tang Yu. She liked Tang Yu very much. She admired strong and independent girls, and she felt sorry for Tang Yu's past experiences. Little Moon, do you mind if I call you that? Zhao Qiaoxiu held Tang Yu's hand gently and smiled warmly. Tang Yu stared blankly at Zhao Qiaoxiu. The Zhao Qiaoxiu she just met for the first time gave her a feeling her mother never did before. Is this love?
No. I don't mind.
I don't mind. Tang Yu quickly replied. Zhao Qiaoxiu took Su Yu's hand and placed their hands together. Little Moon, thank you for caring for and looking after little treasure all this time. If you don't mind, you can treat me as your mother. I will do my best to take good care of you. Suyu. Mom, your words scare me. Suyu looked at Zhao Qiaoxiu in shock. When did her mother become so gentle for more than 3 minutes? This is too frightening. Zhao Qiaoxiu glanced at Suyu. Little treasure, don't make me slap you during such a warm moment. After saying this, Zhao Qiaoxiu smiled tenderly and looked at Tang Yu with anticipation. Tears welled up in Tang Yu's eyes. Can I really treat you as my mother? Zhao Qiaoxiu nodded gently. It's my honor. So, Suyu watched the peaceful scene before her, feeling good. Lady Zhao happily became a mom. Next was Zhang Yang. Zhao Qiaoxiu convinced him with a few words and he became confused, but eventually turned into Suyu's younger brother. Zhao Qiaoxiu then looked at the silly two, full of love.
Shuyu Shaid.
It was already late. Mom, let's end it here today. It's too late. We've traveled all day and need to sleep. Everyone then followed Shen Tingting to stay in a small villa at the center of the base. Suyu watched everyone enter the small villa, so she wanted to go in too, but Shen Tingting stopped her. Suyu looked at Shen Tingting with confusion. Shen Tingting smiled and said, Miss Su, if you have anything to discuss, you can come directly to me. After all, Major Su is usually busy, and today, because of your matter, he's been delayed at a meeting and is still working overtime. Please understand, Miss Su, and try to trouble Major Su as little as possible, so he can have more rest. Suyu frowned. Did he ask you to tell me that? Shen Tingting's smile froze. That's not exactly it, but I am Major Su's assistant. Since you're an assistant, do your job properly. After speaking, Suyu turned and left, closing the door behind her. Shen Tingting was so angry she was trembling, but she felt helpless. They had a good night's sleep. Of course, Su's parents couldn't sleep. Zhao Qiaoxiu was so worried after learning that Shuiyu's health might be a problem that she didn't sleep all night. When she got up, she wanted to talk to her daughter, but she found breakfast was already ready. Although it was just simple compressed biscuits, they had been fried and smelled very good. The soy milk was made from soy milk powder, poured into cups, and the person who made breakfast was Shuiyu. Zhao Qiaoxiu sighed and sat down with everyone to eat breakfast. As soon as she sat down, she was surprised. "Where's Xiao Bao?" Tang Yu responded. She said her brother called her, and they went out to talk. Tang Yu emphasized the sibling relationship strongly. Zhao Qiaoxiu understood and smiled without saying anything, continuing to eat. After everyone finished breakfast, Shuiyu started tidying up. Zhang Yang came over and asked, "What are you doing? You look distracted." Shuiyu paused while washing dishes. "If you're bored, go do the laundry." Zhang Yang left disappointed. He didn't want to do laundry. Suyu sat in Su office, looking at the hot water in her cup, silent. Su rubbed his forehead. "Suyu, are you listening to me?" Suyu snapped back to attention and asked, "About the documents on your desk just now." Su frowned. "That's about the base's affairs.
You don't need to worry about it."
Suyu tapped her fingers on the table, pressing hard enough to turn her fingertips white. "Su, answer me. What is the mother body breeding program?" Seeing Suyu's stubborn expression, Su knew she was being difficult again. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. "That's an order from above. All bases must implement it." Suyu's face turned pale. "Are you planning to gather all women with mutations to give birth?" Su pushed the hot water toward Suyu, with no particular expression on his face. "Suyu, I didn't call you here to talk about this. Besides, these are confidential files from the base. If you look at them without permission, I won't hold it against you. Just focus on what you need to do." Suyu stood up. "So, what exactly am I supposed to do? Are you planning to send me to the hospital?" Su rubbed his forehead. He had been dealing with the base's issues all night and was very tired. His usual patience with his stubborn sister was running out. "Suyu, I'll say it again. Sending you to the hospital is only good for you, not bad. The hospital is my territory, and your abilities can help injured mutants at the base. Plus, it can help you build connections."
Suyu didn't speak.
She looked at Su and finally asked again, "Are those mutated women used as tools for giving birth?" Su was amused and angry.
"Yes.
Their mutations mean they are destined to carry the responsibility of human reproduction. Suyu, this is an order from above. Do you know how many people die at the base every day? These mutant women can give birth in just 5 months. It's only good for human reproduction, with no downsides."
Suyu clenched her fingers tightly.
"But have you ever thought about whether they are willing? Are they volunteering to become breeding machines?" Su stood up, his tone becoming impatient. "Suyu, do you know what life was like for those people before? They didn't even have enough food. But once they mutate, the base protects them. They don't have to worry about food or drink, and even their living environment is the best in the base. All they need to do is one thing: give birth. For them, this is the best choice in this end-of-world situation." Suyu stood there, staring blankly at the documents on the table. Su took a deep breath to calm himself and then softened his tone. "All right, these matters are handled by the decision-makers of the base. Little sister, I've arranged the best path for you. You don't need to worry about others' lives. Just listen to me, okay?" Suyu quietly looked at Su, then shook her head. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Su sighed deeply. After a long pause, he said, "Suyu, you always act like this." Suyu frowned, not quite understanding what he meant. "What do you mean, always like this?" she asked coldly. Su looked back and leaned on the back of a chair. His expression was complicated. "You always act recklessly and do whatever you want. You never think about the consequences." Suyu was stunned and clenched her fists. "I suspect you're accusing me unfairly." Su let out a vague chuckle. "When you were in high school, I told you to study hard and get into Tsinghua University. And you? You said you didn't want too much pressure and that you wouldn't worry about food and clothing. Then you got into a 211 university. So you said that's not something I could just choose to do. Do you think I'm like you?" Su ignored her and continued, "Your parents only have you as their daughter. They wanted you to stay in Yun province. I even said I would help you open a few coffee shops. You just stay at home, eat and drink without worries, and keep your parents company.
But you?
You said you wanted to explore outside and decided to settle in another province. Do you know that your parents actually don't agree with that? The old couple is at home alone. I have my own things to do, but I have no choice but to find time to be with them." Suyu was stunned. "When I said I wanted to settle in J province, my parents didn't oppose. They even bought me an apartment." Su looked quietly at Suyu, his deep eyes reflecting her confused face. Suyu looked at his expression and suddenly understood. Yes, ever since she was young, whenever she wanted something, her parents never disagreed. Maybe her parents actually didn't want her to leave? Su watched her deep in thought and then said, "When you were a child, you said you liked hydrangeas and insisted on removing the backyard to plant them. Do you know that the vegetable seedlings in the backyard were planted by your father during his free time? He put a lot of effort into it." Suyu was silent this time. She remembered that she had asked her father if she could plant hydrangeas in the backyard because she liked them. She just wanted to plant a few. But when her father heard that, he dug up the backyard and planted hydrangeas everywhere.
Suyuriman silent. Shushu snorted coldly.
"I thought after experiencing so much, you'd grow up a bit. But I see you're still acting recklessly. The Mother Body Development Plan is an order from above. Even if I had the power in the base, I couldn't change anything. Suyu, stop thinking naive and useless thoughts. Just follow the path I set for you. Isn't that better?"
Suyu stayed silent.
Su poured the cold water from her glass into the barren flower bed, then took a cup of hot water and placed it back in front of Suyu. "All right, stop making trouble. Be obedient and don't let your parents worry about you."
Suyu still didn't speak.
After a long time, she finally looked up and stared directly at Su. "I'm not so great that I want to change everyone's life. I just think that among those with genetic mutations, maybe there are some like me who don't want to be arranged or confined for life. I want to make some changes, at least give them another path, one they choose themselves, a path where both hardships and freedom exist. Su, I've never been spoiled or reckless. I just try to live the life I want within limited circumstances. Don't assume you understand me so well." Su looked at Suyu's serious face and sneered, "Suyu, you can't do it. I can't even do such things, let alone you." If he could do it, satisfying Suyu's request wouldn't be a problem. But this matter concerns human reproduction and survival, and no one can change it. Suyu put her hands in her pockets and kept a blank face. "Believe it or not, I just want you to tell me how to gain influence in the base."
Shushu looked at Suyu quietly.
After a long time, he smiled. "Then climb higher. In the end of the world, true power is what gives you a voice." Suyu nodded and turned to leave. After Suyu left, Su took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, quietly staring at the table. After a long time, Su threw the cigarette into the ashtray. Young people's determination is often just a fleeting passion. Given Suyu's usual lazy and useless personality, he didn't believe she could achieve anything. But she finally had a goal. Forget it. Sometimes you have to hit the wall to realize the pain. If she fails, it won't really affect him. Thinking of this, Su opened a file and started writing on it. About 3 hours later, Shin Tingting took the drafted document and left. After Suyu returned, she sat at her desk lost in thought. "Tang Yu came over. What's wrong?" Suyu looked at the people peeking outside the door and sighed, then told Tang Yu everything. She didn't bother to lower her voice, so everyone heard her. Tang Yu frowned as expected. "I support you. Let's work hard together."
Suyu nodded.
She knew that Tang Yu shared her ideas. The next morning, the base posted an announcement. Suyu looked at the notice, her eyes shining brightly. The announcement said that in a month, there would be a selection of abilities users. Those chosen would enter the base and hold various positions. Suyu and Tang Yu exchanged glances and both smiled. First, climb upward. Only by reaching a higher position and gaining decision-making power can you do more things. All women participating in the maternal nurturing plan are temporarily assigned to a resting area. According to Su, once Eden is built, the maternal mutants will move in to carry out official human reproduction work. Suyu looked at the plan she snatched from Su, feeling uneasy. Once Eden is completed, all male mutants in the base will undergo health checks. Those with good genes and healthy bodies will be grouped and enter Eden to reproduce with the maternal mutants. The children born will not be allowed any contact with their parents. After birth, they will be cared for by designated staff in Eden. These children are not allowed to have parents, and even their names are decided by drawing lots. Suyu lowered her eyes and looked at the last page of the plan, which said, "The reproduction and continuation of humanity is the highest mission of all mankind." With a sharp sound, Suyu closed the document and closed her eyes. Perhaps because she is female, she cannot fully agree with this plan, but as a human, she clearly understands that the decisions above are the best for human development and survival. Shuiyu was brushing the fur of the greedy cat while asking, "Which position do you plan to apply for?" Suyu looked at the job list, grimacing. This familiar civil servant job selection process. The application method is similar to the pre-apocalyptic national civil servant exams, where you choose a position based on your abilities and level. After applying successfully, you compete with others who also applied for that position. Only the top candidate gets the job. Suyu marked the positions on the list, first ruling out water-related roles like Water Bureau, Livestock Bureau, and farms that require water element abilities. She focused instead on the most powerful position, Director of Special Operations. This position accepts any ability, with no restrictions, but the competition is fierce because it holds real power. The Special Operations Department has 10 teams, each with 10 members, and these positions are also on the application list. But you only saw the Director of Special Operations position. She couldn't wait. Due to heavy snow and extreme cold, the Eden construction was delayed, but even with delays, it should be finished in about 3 months. At that time, the mother body's pregnancy plan would be fully underway, and she would have no chance to interfere anymore. Actually, according to old Sue's idea, Sue should apply for the position of Special Forces Team Captain, which would give her some authority but still be easier than becoming the head of the Special Operations Department. But Suyu didn't want to wait. So she said to Shuiyu, "I'll apply for the Special Forces Team Captain." Pretty cool, huh? Shuiyu was amused, so he pinched Suyu's face and looked at her with a relaxed expression. He said cheerfully, "In that case, I'll sign up for the head of the security department. That way, I'll be worthy of you." Suyu smiled with her eyes and then asked Tangyu, who was studying the job list on the sofa, "What are you applying for, Xiaoyu?" Tangyu raised the list and said, "I'll apply for the head of the investigation department." Suyu looked at Zhang Yang with a smile. Zhang Yang muttered, all right, you all want to be department heads. I'm not as impressive as you guys, so I'll just apply for team captain of the special forces." Two silly guys scratched their heads and smiled foolishly. "Then I'll stick with Big Brother. I'll apply for the team leader of the reserve squad." Su Anshan happily picked up the treasure-loving Shuiyu and said cheerfully, "Wow, our family all holds big positions." Zhao Qiaoxiu, holding her sweater, compared notes with Manhwa and said, "That's pretty good. Hope you all succeed." Manhwa climbed up from the sofa and curiously asked, "What's the first round of the selection about?" Tangyu pointed outside and said, 24-hour limit, solo combat. See who catches the most snow bears." Su Anshan shook his head and said, "The base is using the selection as an excuse to help you hunt snow bears. I heard they opened a fur processing shop nearby. Tomorrow I'll send our snow bear skins to try." Zhao Qiaoxiu also chimed in, "Yeah, I heard Xiaoxiu say that the base studied snow bear skins. One snow bear skin is worth 10 down jackets. Snow bear skins are really expensive now." While everyone was chatting, Liao Deyuan came back from outside covered in snow. Su Anshan quickly put down the treasure and went over to hand Liao Deyuan a towel. Liao Deyuan was holding a large plastic bag, his nose red from the cold. "I exchanged some crystals for a few snow bear fur coats. Wear them tomorrow. Outside temperature is already below -70 degrees, so we can't be careless." he said as he took out the fur coats from the plastic bag, marked them with his size, and handed them to everyone. Su and Shan hurriedly took photos of the coats and then took the clothes he took off to dry near the fireplace. Suyu took the snow bear fur coat, feeling warm inside. Uncle, you're so thoughtful. Su and Shan also smiled. That's right, my big brother is very thoughtful. Liao Yuan took the hot water handed over by Shuiyu, happily sitting in front of the fireplace, watching the little boy reach out to grab Zhao Qiaoxiu's yarn. The next morning, Suyu looked at the several furry things in front of her and immediately smiled. Zhang Yang touched the snow bear fur on himself, very satisfied. Honestly, it was quite warm. Deng deng deng. Shuiyu came downstairs. Suyu looked up and was stunned. Shuiyu was not wearing a silk sash. His furry snow bear outfit not only didn't make him look bulky, but also made him seem a bit wild and noble. The white fur hat pressed above his eyebrows, softening his features. Suyu was stunned. She never thought someone could combine wildness and gentle warmth so charmingly.
It was
so beautiful. Zhao Qiaoxiu gently closed Suyu's mouth. If she didn't, she might drool. Shuiyu chuckled softly. His silver vertical pupils and the white bear fur suit matched perfectly. Suyu looked away, her face expressionless. Let's go, we're leaving. After saying that, Suyu started to walk out. Just a few steps, she was pulled back by Shuiyu, who smiled softly, his eyes shining like peach blossoms. Can you help me tie the silk cloth?
Suyu.
I can't take it anymore. She quickly turned around, tiptoed, and tied the silk cloth on Shuiyu. Zhang Yang grinned mischievously. Little Shui, why don't you call me obedient sister anymore? Su and Shan and Zhao Qiaoxiu looked surprised. Shuiyu's finger froze. Tang Yu kicked Zhang Yang, then said to Zhao Qiaoxiu, haha, he's joking. Suyu's ears turned bright red. Her hands trembling slightly, she struggled to tie the silk cloth on Shuiyu. Su and Shan squinted his eyes and said, obedient girl, how come you can't even tie a silk cloth properly?
Suyu.
Shuiyu's ears and neck also turned red. He held Suyu's hand and tied the silk cloth himself. Su and Shan chuckled. Obedient girl, look at that. Little Shui is quicker. Zhang Yang burst into laughter. After being kicked by Tang Yu with a spinning kick, Zhang Yang finally behaved. Su Yu and Shuiyu only dared to hold hands after leaving the villa. The two fools, seeing their faces blushing, wanted to say something but were pulled away by Tang Yu. All registered psychics had to participate in the first round of selection, so it was hard to tell who was competing for the same position. Su and a thin middle-aged man stood at the base entrance. Nearby was a pavilion with a large score sheet inside. Ordinary snow bears, 5 points each. C-grade crystal snow bears, 6 points each. B-grade crystal snow bears, 8 points each. Crystal snow bear, hey, worth 10 points. Crystal snow bear S, worth 15 points. Crystal snow bear SS, worth 30 points. Crystal snow bear SSS, worth 100 points. After secretly noting the points, Suyu heard a middle-aged man nearby holding a loudspeaker say, everyone, within 24 hours, no matter what means you use, be prepared. Su raised an eyebrow and looked at the man. The man smiled and said kindly, little Su, in the end of the world, strength is everything. What do you think? Suyu slowly smiled and replied, of course. It was clearly stated that forming groups was not allowed, and each person carried a tracker. If 2 trackers stayed together for more than 10 minutes, they would be eliminated. This rule prevented teaming up but also limited humans from fighting each other. Except when the difference in strength was too great, it was unlikely to defeat someone within 10 minutes. To be safe, Tang Yu, Zhang Yang, the second fool, and Shuiyu stayed close while hunting so they could help each other if needed. Since bears rarely appeared near the city, Suyu and others focused on the nearby mountains. Shuiyu used the wind to fly everyone near the mountains at 8 o'clock, then they quickly dispersed. Staying together for more than 10 minutes was avoided. Suyu wandered on the mountain and saw a few mutated plants. She ignored them because they had limited attack power in the cold, so she didn't worry. Soon, Suyu encountered a snow bear. She guessed the bear was angry, because she was wearing the same type of animal skin as it. She sensed that the bear was a level A, which she could handle easily. She started talking to it gently. Within 10 minutes, Suyu pried out an ice-type level A crystal. She took a small tracking ball from her bag and put it inside the bear's body. Although taking the crystal earned her points, the base also gave everyone tracking balls to recover the bear's skin. After extracting the crystal, she placed it inside the tracking ball, which would be collected later. Each tracking ball was different for each person, so there was no risk of confusion. Just as Suyu turned to leave, she froze. There were footprints on the ground. She lowered her eyes, muscles tense. It was strange to see footprints but no sign of a person. Suyu pretended not to notice and continued walking forward. The person had not made a move against her yet. Suyu thought, maybe if I wait 10 minutes there might be a chance. After a few steps, Suyu realized the footprints were gone. She frowned, feeling something strange. Just one step forward, a vine shot straight at her. It wrapped around her water ball, which then burst. Suyu took the chance to dodge away. Wow, they actually broke her water ball. The other person might be a very strong fighter, above SS level. Suyu looked around in the snow but couldn't find any footprints. The person had stopped moving. Now, more than 10 minutes had passed, but her locator had not triggered an alarm. Suyu frowned. Did the other person remove the locator? Yes, if they took it off, they wouldn't have to follow the 10-minute rule. Suyu cursed herself for not changing her attitude and still acting like a law-abiding citizen. Thinking of this, she stopped looking and reached out to press her hand against a tree trunk. Suddenly, a large green paralysis ball exploded around her. Suyu licked her lips. The paralysis liquid from the red earthworm blood insect splashed everywhere. She saw a branch behind her right break, and a series of footprints appeared on the ground. She quickly chased after the person. They had been splashed with paralysis liquid and were running slowly.
Bang!
A blob of corrosive liquid hit above the footprints, making a sizzling sound and a man scream. Suyu trapped the person with her water ball, but she couldn't see their body. She could only see the water flow twisting inside the water ball as the person struggled and was pricked by needles. Suyu didn't plan to show mercy, so the person soon started to suffocate. The water ball tightened more and more, and the person struggling became weaker. Just then, a vine suddenly pierced the water ball, wrapping around the person and pulling them back violently. Suyu cursed silently and threw the corrosive liquid directly. The transparent corrosive liquid was not very noticeable in the snow, but it quickly hit the vine. The vine was corroded and broke. The hidden person groaned and fell onto the snow. Without hesitation, Suyu stepped on the hidden person, using the vine on him to tie him up and determine his head. The invisible person seemed to realize what Suyu was about to do. He quickly begged, "Don't kill me. I'll take you to where I hide the snow bear crystal." Suyu ignored him. She slashed with her knife, and blood spread across the white snow. After a few convulsions, the person lost his life. Soon his body was exposed. Suyu saw that her knife had just pierced into his head. Suyu frowned as she looked at the dead person's expression. Quickly, she dug out the crystal and washed her hands with water. It was an A-grade crystal, completely transparent. Suyu thought this might be related to his special ability, perhaps invisibility? She looked at the corpse, then turned away with a frown. No matter how many people she killed, she still felt physically uncomfortable. After washing her hands, she looked behind the tree and asked, "Shueyu, did that vine run away?" Shueyu stepped out from behind the tree. He nodded and said, "It ran away. It's a speed-type ability user. I couldn't catch up."
Sorry.
Suyu shook her head. "It's good you stayed here. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel safe extracting the crystal." Shueyu was surprised, with a faint dimpling smile. "It's been 5 minutes. I'll go now."
Suyu nodded.
Shueyu was quickly swept away by the wind. Meanwhile, inside a large meeting room at the base, many flickering light points appeared on a big screen. Some moved, some stayed still, but none went out. When a light point goes out, it means someone has died. Susu was reading a file while occasionally glancing at the big screen. There were 3 other people in the room with him. One was a thin, middle-aged man at the door, who had announced the rules with him. Another was an old man about 60, looking withered. The third was also around 60 but chubby and with a big belly. Next to the thin, middle-aged man, his secretary whispered something in his ear. The man's face remained unchanged, but the document in his hand was torn. He looked up and glanced at Su, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Su seemed unaware, focusing on the file, then looked at the big screen. The flickering light points hadn't gone out yet. Su smirked slightly, thoughtful, and looked at the thin, middle-aged man.
His gaze was normal now.
The man saw Su looking at him and smiled. Su nodded at him, then lowered his head to continue reading the file. Casually, he glanced at his watch, which displayed a message, Zhao dead. After killing 2 A-grade crystal bears with water, Su sat on a tree branch, lost in thought. Her current ability control was still not good enough and lacked uniqueness. Su squinted, thinking about practicing with a lucky bear. After all, extracting blood and killing takes a lot of time and effort. She needed to practice more. She found a lucky bear, knocked it out so it couldn't move, and began using her ability to extract water from its blood. Supernatural energy slowly flows into the snow bear's body. Su closes her eyes and can see the blood flowing inside the snow bear. She can even hear the sound of the blood moving. The supernatural energy gradually merges with the bear's blood, creating a kind of controllable resonance between them. Su becomes very calm. She forgets about time and focuses all her attention on the energy and the blood. When the energy fills all the blood vessels of the snow bear, Su opens her eyes. Her pupils tremble with the energy. Suddenly, she relaxes and looks down at the snow bear on the ground. It is dead. All the blood inside it has exploded, and its internal organs are torn apart by the blood. The inside is terribly tragic, but from the outside, only bruises under the skin are visible. Su's fingers tremble slightly. This way of dying must have been very painful. Her heart beats fast. She looks at the snow bear with bloodshot eyes and tremblingly closes its eyelids. After calming down for a moment, Su checks her watch. It took 1 hour from the moment the supernatural energy entered the snow bear until its death, and she had to ensure the target couldn't move.
This was not the result she wanted.
She digs out the crystal and stands up. Although this death was cruel, she had no choice but to use these snow bears for practice. She needs to become stronger. Next, Su couldn't find any more snow bears.
Soon night fell.
She touches the crystal in her hand, feeling a bit disappointed. Currently, she only has 3 snow bear A crystals. To get higher points, she needs to find higher-level snow bears. But why are there no snow bears around? She searches for another hour, but still can't find any snow bears. Suddenly, the small potato sleeping in her pocket calls everyone to gather. The small potato reluctantly stands on a branch. It clears its throat and says, "Great river flows east. Stars in the sky, look at the Big Dipper. Hey, look at the Big Dipper." The potato's voice is sharp and piercing, with strong projection. Su vaguely feels the nearby trees trembling.
Soon, the team gathers.
Zhang Yang, cursing, throws a snowball. "Are you going to sing again?" Seeing everyone assembled, the small potato grumbles and slips back into Su's pocket. Su sighs. "How did your hunting go?" Tang Yu shakes her head. "At first, it was okay, but then I couldn't find any bears." Zhang Yang and the second fool nod in frustration. Shui sighs. "After reading their minds, I found that the snow bears have some kind of connection. They see their companions being slaughtered in large numbers, so they hide. They probably won't come out for a while."
Su was surprised.
"What's going on?" Zhang Yang scratched his head and suddenly said, "Isn't this forcing us to fight for the snow bear crystals with others?"
Tang Yu nodded as well.
The second fool said nothing. Su sat down heavily on the ground, then quickly jumped up again. "Wow, it's so cold, Maya's frozen." Everyone was thinking about what to do. Shui seemed to hear something and whispered, "Someone is coming." The others looked at each other and immediately spread out to increase the distance from the locator. Only Suyu remained standing in place. Shueyu jumped onto a branch, moved about 100 meters away to keep the locator from timing, then looked toward where Suyu was. Sure enough, soon 7 people came over. When they saw Suyu alone, they looked a bit confused. The leading man frowned at seeing Suyu alone. "Little girl, you better leave quickly. Don't get in the way." Suyu was stunned. What's going on? Weren't they going to rob her? Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the necks of the others. All the locators had been taken off. They were planning a private fight. Without hesitation, Suyu was about to leave. But then she heard footsteps coming from the other side. Just a few steps away, Zhao Xian and his group arrived, seeing the group on the other side, then turned to look at Suyu, who was trying to run away in the middle. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Suyu? Sister Su from the Su family?" The man who had told Suyu to leave first was stunned, then carefully looked at Suyu in the middle. Suyu snorted and asked Zhao Xian, "Do you know me?" Zhao Xian, who recognized Suyu from the opposite side, sneered inwardly. "Yeah, you're quite famous."
Suyu frowned.
They didn't seem friendly. Thinking of this, she stepped to the side to keep walking. But the man on the other side shouted, "Stop." Suyu ran quickly.
Ha!
Only fools stand still. Zhao Xian sneered and looked at the man on the other side. "Old Hua, let's first kill this arrogant girl, then deal with our own matters?" Hua Hu frowned and thought for a moment before calling his people to follow. Shueyu frowned, took out a bone flute, and blew a strange bird-like call. Hearing the sound, Tang Yu, Zhang Yang, and the 2 fools immediately took off their neck locators, threw them on the ground, and ran wildly toward Shueyu's flute. Suyu had only taken a few steps when a bright green vine shot toward her. She quickly used a corrosive liquid to counterattack, then turned around and stopped. Zhao Xian looked at the corrosive vine with a bad expression. Suyu coldly looked at Zhao Xian. "Is that you? Sneaky little rat." Zhao Xian snorted coldly, and Hua Hu behind him also chased after her. Hua Hu said to Suyu, "Little lady, hand over the crystal, and I will spare your life." The strange bird-like cry sounded behind them. Suyu smiled and said, "Old man, hand over the crystal, and I will spare your life." Honestly, pretending to be tough is quite simple and satisfying. I love it. Just after Suyu finished speaking, she jumped onto a big tree. Countless water balloons burst and shot toward the heads of the 20 people below. Hua Hu raised his hand and gently blocked, causing the water balloons to burst and water droplets to splash everywhere. Suyu used this move to put water helmets on a few people.
Whoosh!
Using the advantage of her snow bear fur, Suyu quickly dove into a distant snow pile. At first glance, it was hard to see where Suyu was. Zhao Xian looked at Hua Hu, staying alert to him while also watching a woman in his team. The woman nodded at him. In an instant, all the plants within 10 meters started to shake. Little Potato shouted, "Someone is waking up the sleeping mutated plants. They are waking up."
Suyu was a bit surprised.
In the extreme cold, these mutated plants looked just like normal plants. Now that they were waking up, they probably had quite a bit of power. Once awakened, the mutated plants went crazy and attacked nearby humans and animals. They had been sleeping for too long. After waking, their hunting desire became even stronger. Big trees quickly shed their leaves. One mutant, caught off guard, was stabbed in the chest.
Hua Hu's face changed.
He tore off a branch with his bare hands and pressed one hand on a teammate's heart, which was caught by the branch. The woman using her powers suddenly ran out of energy, staggered, and was grabbed by Zhao Xian. Before the woman activated her powers, Zhao Xian had already led his team away from the awakening area of the mutated plants. He looked coldly at the chaotic plants and smiled, a perfect shot.
Bang!
As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, the woman beside him suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her neck was purple, clearly knocked out by something. The team immediately became tense. Zhao Xian cursed softly and looked around. He saw a woman dressed in snow bear fur, holding twin blades, standing behind their team. Tang Yu raised her metal blade and pointed directly at Zhao Xian. In the next moment, countless metal blades formed around everyone. The blades moved very fast, shooting past, nearly hitting some team members even in a group of 14. Suddenly, numerous water balloons, fireballs, and earth walls appeared. The metal blades were deflected and dissipated into the air. Suyu's ankle was caught by a branch. She quickly took a small potato out of her pocket and threw it onto the tree. Potato, conquer them. The potato. Suyu, $1 and %. While the branch was entangling the potato, the branch on Suyu's body was just cleaned of corrosion. She ran quickly. She dodged the vines of the plants, throwing corrosive liquid as she ran. The plants sizzled and crackled as they were corroded. Using a water platform, Suyu created distance and jumped onto a large tree that hadn't woken up yet. Below, among the flower tiger team, a man kept his eyes fixed on Suyu. No matter how she ran, he could see every move she made clearly. Just as Suyu was about to unleash a paralysis rain below, her limbs suddenly froze. Her body was immobilized. The man at the bottom slightly curled his lips. As he raised his palm, Suyu's body stiffened, and her fingers rested on her neck. Her heart skipped a beat. This was a control-type ability. But she hadn't looked into his eyes the whole time. How did he manage to control her? Her fingers tightened gradually. The man stared at Suyu with a fixed gaze. Just as he was about to tighten his hand further, a pair of silver vertical pupils flashed in his eyes. Startled, he wanted to move his body, but suddenly realized that when controlling a target, he couldn't move himself. It's over. A gust of wind blew past, and the man's control over Suyu's hand was cut off. The severed hand fell onto the snow, and the man shouted in surprise as Suyu broke free from his control. He plopped down onto the ground, looking around anxiously, but not seeing the owner of the silver pupils. The flower tiger team had been defending against the plants. Hearing their companion scream, they realized that the puppeteer's hand had been cut off. Flower Tiger grabbed the puppeteer by the collar and hoisted him onto his shoulder. He roared, "Retreat! Get out of the plant awakening area." His teammates moved to retreat, but the plants wouldn't let these rare prey escape. They unleashed all their skills, and Flower Tiger's team couldn't move anymore. At that moment, a light green rain began to fall in the plant awakening zone. The frantic plants slowed down immediately upon contact with the green raindrops. On a large tree, the small potato riding it cheered loudly. Its vines grew rapidly, wrapping around all the nearby waking plants. The awakened plants, paralyzed by the corrosive liquid, couldn't struggle and allowed themselves to be wrapped by the small potato. In the Flower Tiger team below, some members, caught off guard, also fell under the paralysis. The Flower Tiger team quickly raised a barrier, pulling their teammates back and forth. Tang Yu was injured after a few exchanges with Zhao Xian's 4-team-member team. Holding her cut arm, Tang Yu ran in another direction. Zhao Xian, clutching his metal knife wound, shouted, "Chase." So, the team ignored the woman knocked out by the metal blade and immediately pursued Tang Yu. They chased for about 100 meters. Tang Yu, exhausted, fell to the ground. A vine shot toward her throat. Her pupils shrank, and in the next second, the vine was set on fire. As Zhao Xian and the others approached, a wall of fire rose around them. The snow on the ground melted quickly, and the firewall closed, forming a shield that trapped Zhao Xian and his team inside. Everyone inside was burning and shouting loudly. Tang Yu was helped up by two silly guys, both looking at Zhang Yang, who was sitting in the snow, sticking out his and controlling the fire. Seeing their strange expressions, Zhang Yang angrily shouted, "What are you looking at? The only part of me that's still white is my. How else can I hide it if I don't do this?" Tang Yu rolled her eyes and sat nearby, covering her hands, while the two silly guys fed her and Suyu's prepared healing water. The Flower Tiger team was still trying to build a barrier to block the paralyzing liquid when they suddenly felt light. 7 of them instantly floated into the air and quickly fell into a fire cage. At this moment, the fire in the cage was not very large because Zhao Xian's water elemental teammate was putting out the fire. Zhao Xian was struck directly by Flower Tiger, but as they got up, the fire cage was extinguished. Meanwhile, green raindrops fell on everyone. Those without protective spells felt numb immediately. A few with shields were happily surprised, but suddenly felt dizzy and also went numb. Tang Yu and the two silly guys were also affected. Zhang Yang was the fastest to recover because he was responsible for fueling the paralyzing liquid. Shui Yufei lost his balance in the air, half of his body went numb, and he fell down, but Suyu caught him with a water platform. Everyone present, except Suyu, was numb. Suyu slowly withdrew the paralyzing liquid, which was rapidly evaporating from the fire, and smiled kindly. 1 hour later, the two silly guys and Shui Yufei, who had been healed by Suyu and no longer felt numb, began to and search the 20 people. Tang Yu sat by the fire, asking Suyu to treat her broken arm. Worried that the anesthetic might not be enough, Suyu gave these 20 people a green rain infusion every 5 minutes. Potato cheered loudly and sprayed directly onto Suyu's face. Smack! Suyu's forehead was hit painfully by a potato. She pulled the potato off her face and asked, "Potato, where have you been?" The potato was unhappy and hummed, "Still asking me? Didn't you throw me into the plant group?" Suyu squinted and asked, "Did you dig out all their crystals?" The potato chuckled and reached out with its vine-like hand, grabbing Suyu's hair. "That paralysis liquid really works well. Next time, if we team up again, my little potato can become the king." Suyu threw the little potato near the fire and watched the 3 people coming over with smiles. "How was the harvest?" Zhang Yang grinned, "Haha, that was a big one. Let's split the loot." Everyone smiled and counted their crystals, finding 74 A crystals and 2 S crystals. Suyu took out her notebook, calculated the points, and asked for opinions. They decided to give more crystals to Suyu, Shuiyu, and Tang Yu because they were competing for the position of minister. Zhang Yang split his crystals in half and handed some to Suyu. He looked a bit uncomfortable and said, "Keep it. The contestants might have stolen even more. As the team leader, I have 10 spots, so I don't need to keep so many crystals." The second fool also took some crystals and gave a few to Shuiyu, Suyu, and Tang Yu. After dividing the loot, Suyu went to Zhao Xian. She showed her expressionless face and revealed 8 white teeth. "Perfect, I need a test subject." In front of Zhao Xian and others, Suyu injected her supernatural power into Zhao Xian's body. A sharp scream and pleas for death echoed in the snow. At 5:15 a.m., Su's watch beeped. She looked up and said, "Zhao Xian dead."
Su was a bit surprised.
After a long pause, she chuckled softly. "He's made some progress." The thin man's face turned pale. Zhao Ying and Zhao Xian were both trained by him. One was an A-level with special abilities and great potential, and the other was an SS-level wood type and body mutation. Within less than a day, both were gone. The thin man kicked the table angrily. His assistant trembled nearby. He looked coldly at the outside of the base and cursed, "That girl is dead." Zhao Xian was dead, and his body was terrifying. His skin was covered with purple-black bruises. Suyu looked down and cut open Zhao Xian's head with a knife, taking out 2 crystals from inside. A piece of SS wood element and an A-grade body mutation. Zhao Xian's teammates all looked worried. Zhao Xian's death was too tragic, and the painful, strange way he died made everyone feel scared. Suyu put away the crystal, then looked up at the puppet master and Huahu's team. The puppet master's hand was broken, and without treatment, it was already very weak in the cold weather. Seeing Suyu approach, he hurriedly begged, "Don't kill me. I'll trade you something. You must need it." Suyu tilted her head, expressionless. "What do you have?"
"Let me see."
The puppet master's body trembled, eyes full of fear. "I have a water element crystal." Suyu sneered. He quickly added, "Inside the crystal, there are green bubbles. It looks very special, and it's high level, so I kept it instead of trading it." Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Green bubbles?" That reminded her of the crystal that corroded frogs. "How high level?" The puppet master hurriedly said, "S level."
Suyu nodded in satisfaction.
Seeing this, the others started talking about their crystals, and Suyu's mouth curled into a wild smile. Suyu only wanted those who could produce crystals on the spot. Those who couldn't exchanged their belongings for their lives.
So,
except for Zhao Xian's 19 people, Everyone else handed over their supplies and ran away like the wind. Su Yu and the others counted the crystals and organized the supplies.
Soon dawn arrived.
At noon, everyone put on their location devices and returned to the pavilion near the base gate. One by one, they handed over crystals and had their points counted. Without a doubt, Su Yu and her team were all tied for first place, and everyone's faces lit up with excitement. When Huahu's team handed in their points, they saw Su Yu and her team walk around to avoid them. They couldn't help it. Su Yu's methods of killing were too cruel, and they were genuinely afraid. They happily went to the exchange center, paid high prices for a few cans of food, then happily went home. Su and Shan and Zhao Qiaoxiu felt both relieved and worried. Liao Deyuan quickly told everyone to take off their snow bear coats. He kept them to wash later. The fireplace burned brightly. Su Yu and the others talked quickly about the first round of selection. Hearing this, Zhao Qiaoxiu kept exclaiming in surprise. Su and Shan finished eating with everyone and then had to go to the Water Bureau for work. Although he was a fire element ability user, the Water Bureau still needed him. After all, old Su was an essential Water Bureau worker who boiled water. The hot water in the base center was processed by fire element ability users because using only firewood would be too wasteful. Although there are many plants in the post-apocalyptic world, if you really go and cut them, once they wake up from the pain, it won't be a joke. Before a few people could rest, Su returned. He rarely went home, so he must have had something important to do. The second round of selection, which is also the final round, is a competition on the arena.
Susupusta fileto suyu.
The top person in the same position must accept a challenge from the second and third place in the same position. Whoever can defeat the other two will become the true top in that position and officially join the team.
Shuyunari.
Shui looked at the file and asked Su, "Brother, you came here. You probably have something more important to say, right?"
Shushufronet.
"Don't call me brother. I don't agree with you." Shui shrugged indifferently and looked sadly at Zhao Qiaoxiu, who was knitting a sweater on the sofa, with her small dimples faintly visible. Zhao Qiaoxiu showed a gentle, comforting smile. Su looked away, then turned to Su Yu and said, "The Special Operations Department head is the most powerful position among all the roles this time. Therefore, the 4 leaders of the base are all watching this position. On my side, the representative is you. The other 3 base leaders also have people in this position. In the same position, you are first in points, Mu-He is second, and Wu-Ying is third. Mu-He is SSS Ice type, with a body mutation related to cats. Wu-Ying is SSS Fire type. Behind these 2 are different leaders, people carefully cultivated by the elders, and they are very strong." Suyu looked at the data in his hand. Both of these are SSS level, while he is only SS level. Su asked Shen Tingding to take out a smaller metal box from a metal case. He handed the box to Suyu. "Inside are crystals that will be useful to you. The second round of selection starts in 3 days. You decide what to do." After saying that, he greeted Zhao Qiaoxiu and went outside. Suyu opened the box and saw it was filled with water-type crystals of various levels. Among them, there was one very special. It had a light blue water ripple pattern with a small white border pressing down on it. The white border looked very hard and didn't shake with the water ripple. It was an S-type crystal. Suyu widened his eyes and looked at Shuiyu. Shuiyu smiled at Suyu, then took out a green water-type crystal given by the puppeteer from the Tiger Flower team and handed it to Suyu. After dinner, Suyu sat in his bedroom, closed his eyes, and first absorbed the green water-type crystal. After absorbing it, Suyu extended his hand, and a transparent, corrosive liquid appeared in his palm. Suyu couldn't see any obvious changes for now. When she threw things in, they corroded instantly, and she couldn't feel any difference. So, Suyu looked at the white-edged crystal. The crystal absorbed energy slowly. It took her an hour to fully absorb it. It wasn't because there was too much energy inside, but because the absorption felt a bit sluggish and not smooth. After finishing, Suyu reached out and popped a water ball. The water ball was the same as before, clear, shiny, and bouncing. She instinctively flicked her hand.
Boom.
A hole the size of a bowling ball appeared in the wall of the small three-story villa. The water ball she flicked out smashed through the wall and landed with a heavy thud in the backyard. The backyard had a new hole, but the water ball still bounced and shimmered, lying quietly in the hole. Zhao Qiaoxiu opened the window and looked out. "Little Bao, come out now, or I'll slap you." Zhao Qiaoxiu's slap didn't land on Suyu's after all. She was stopped by Shuiyu. After Shuiyu promised to repair the wall, Suyu was able to escape. In her bedroom, Shuiyu was patching the hole in the wall while talking to Suyu about what he had found out. Mu He is a temperamental person and the grandson of the base leader, Hua Lao. During the first round of selection, he didn't fight the bear directly. He relied on grabbing. The contestants he robbed didn't get killed, but they were all injured, broken limbs, so they couldn't participate in this round. You must be very careful when facing him. Wu Ying is from Song Lao's team. He's not a relative, but he was carefully trained. He's honest and straightforward. Actually, among you three, only he earned points by genuinely killing snow bears during the hunt.
Shuyunadi.
While they were chatting, Su and Shan came over and knocked on the door. Ahem, it's noon. Time to sleep early, okay? Shuiyu and Suyu were surprised. Shuiyu quickly realized and blushed again. He hurriedly finished the last layer of cement on the wall, kissed Suyu's forehead, and left. When Shuiyu went out, he saw Su and Shan standing in the corridor. He was probably worried he wouldn't come out. Shuiyu smiled and asked, "Uncle, have you washed your feet?" Su and Shan looked a bit awkward.
Huh.
"Oh, not yet." Shuiyu nodded, went to boil some hot water, then came back to call Su and Shan and Zhao Qiaoxiu to go soak their feet. For 3 days, everyone was busy and working hard. Finally, the arena competition began. The event was held at a training base, inside an old indoor sports hall that had been abandoned long ago. Now it had been cleaned up again. Although it was cold inside, the hall was packed with people. Suyu looked around and saw that most of the crowd were local residents, indicating that the competition was quite popular. Sitting in the front row, Suyu noticed 4 important-looking people. These 4 were probably the leaders of the base. Suyu sat among them. He was the youngest of the 4. The other 3 included a thin middle-aged man who announced the rules, a white, chubby old man around 60, and a thin, elderly man also about 60. Seeing Suyu looking over, Suyu's father quietly gave some instructions to Shen Tingting.
Shen Tingting approached Suyu.
Under Suyu's father's watchful eye, Shen Tingting behaved normally. She whispered to Suyu, introducing the people. The chubby one is Old Hua, the thinner one of the same age is Old Song, and the slightly younger middle-aged man with the surname Zhao is one of the base's leaders. When Shen Tingting mentioned the middle-aged man's surname, she emphasized the Zhao strongly. Suyu squinted and nodded to show he understood. Fewer positions were involved in the second round of selection, such as team leaders, department heads, or managers of various bureaus. Those who manage others, these were chosen in the second round. Most other positions, which didn't involve managing people, were decided based on the scores from the first round. The first 3 days involved competitions among team leaders and bureau managers. During these days, Suyu, Shuiyu, and Tangyu didn't compete. They were just watching Zhang Yang and the Big Fool compete. Zhao Qiaoxiu and Liao Deyuan cheered loudly from the audience with little cotton balls they had somehow turned into cheering flags. The first to compete was Zhang Yang. He looked at the bright red words on the cheer flag. Zhang Yang, beat them all. Zhang Yang glanced at Liao Deyuan, who was holding the flag and acting nervous. It was clear he wasn't the mastermind. Then Zhang Yang's gaze shifted to Zhao Qiaoxiu, who was wildly waving the flag and cheering loudly. Seeing this, Zhang Yang immediately understood. Zhang Yang's opponents weren't very threatening to him. On his way to Yun province, he had encountered all sorts of strange and dangerous things, so he was confident in handling the 2 opponents. About an hour later, both opponents were eliminated. Zhang Yang earned the position of team leader in the Special Operations Unit. Zhang Yang originally wanted to shout loudly with excitement, but suddenly he noticed that in the audience, Su and Shan, who had finished work earlier, was holding a small plush toy and, along with Zhao Qiaoxiu, was cheering and shouting wildly. Zhang Yang. Fight for victory.
Yeah, woohoo.
The sound was so loud that the entire venue seemed to quiet down a bit. Zhang Yang immediately lost his desire to shout and looked at Liao Deyuan, who was nervously holding a flag beside Su's parents. Somehow, he felt a bit sympathetic towards Liao Deyuan. That night, the family gathered in the living room, hosted by Little Potato, and sang songs together to celebrate Zhang Yang's victory. Suyu went to her room early, then lay down with Tang Yu, chatting casually. Zhang Yang wanted to leave, but Su and Shan pulled him to sing a song by the Chopsticks brothers called Father. In such a situation, Shuiyu felt very comfortable. When Zhao Qiaoxiu sang a song, he cheered loudly. Then Zhao Qiaoxiu asked him to perform, and he immediately sang an old song called Myth. He sang well, looked charming, and made Zhao Qiaoxiu smile happily. As for Little Potato, it sang off-key very badly, with no technique, just shouting. Only a fool would want to sing with it. They cheered for 3 whole hours before going back to their rooms to rest. The next day was the Fool's Challenge competition. Everyone, except old Su who had to go to work, hurried to the indoor sports arena. The cheer flags for the Fools were the same red as Zhang Yang's. Second Fool bravely climbed to first place, no longer be the second. Suyu covered her face in frustration. Shuiyu chuckled softly. Now I finally understand why you have so many inner thoughts.
Suyu es quintet.
Shuiyu leaned in and whispered, Auntie is a very interesting person. You're quite similar to her in some ways. Suyu snorted, I'm very serious, you know. Shuiyu nodded and, amid the noise, took Suyu's hand. Suyu smiled lightly and squeezed back firmly. The Fool was a pure body mutation. According to Shuiyu, it was probably a tiger mutation with impressive strength and speed. As an SS-level body mutant, if used properly, it might not be worse than other SS-level ability users. Suyu was still worried about the Fool because, when it fought, it relied entirely on brute force, with no tactics, simply brute strength. Shuiyu sensed Suyu's thoughts and raised an eyebrow.
Don't worry.
I've been training him every day these past few days, teaching him moves. If he performs well, he won't lose. As soon as he finished speaking, the Fool on stage made a move called Monkey Steals Peach, directly grabbing the second-place prize.
Suyu, wow.
You taught me that? Shuiyu's body stiffened. Just as he was about to explain, the Little Potato at his collar chuckled and said, It was me. It was me, Little Potato, who taught him. The two looked at the proud Little Potato and fell silent. Little Potato climbed onto Suyu's head, tugging at his silly hair, and excitedly shouted, Look, look. This move directly took out the second place. Suyu covered his face, worried because his life was in the other's hands. If he wanted to continue his family line, he had to admit defeat. The second-place person felt very frustrated. But frustration was useless. In the arena, except for killing, all other tactics were allowed. Next up was the third place, a woman. The second Fool finally didn't use Little Potato's tricky tricks, but honestly used the proper moves taught by Shuiyu. This match was tough. The girl was good at long-range attacks, while the second Fool was close combat. Though quick, he was still kept at a distance by the girl. The second Fool was covered in scratches from the vines. Suyu's heart clenched. The second Fool was honest. Normally, at this level of injury, he would have given up, but he refused to surrender. He relied on the healing water Suyu prepared and held on until the girl made a mistake. The second Fool was incredibly agile, rushing forward and grabbing the girl. Since the girl couldn't win in close combat and couldn't keep her distance, she had to admit defeat. The second Fool won and successfully became the leader of the first team in the security department. On the third day of the arena match, Suyu's team didn't have a game, so everyone stayed at home. The second Fool and Zhang Yang felt relieved. The only ones feeling tense were Tang Yu and Suyu. Shuiyu wasn't nervous because his mind-reading ability was like a cheat device. As long as he looked into the other's eyes, he could know what they would do next. The most nervous were Suyu and Tang Yu. They practiced in the backyard, comparing each other's weaknesses. Shuiyu watched from the side and occasionally offered some advice. Then Zhang Yang was also brought over to spar with each of them separately. They fought all day, and only by evening did they go back to rest. Suyu was so nervous he couldn't sleep, but he finally fell asleep late at night. On the fourth day of the arena, Tang Yu went into the ring. Her opponent was two SSS-level Earth Elemental mutants. Zhao Qiaoxiu slowly raised her support flag, a light pink background with golden words, Queen of the Earth Element, invincible in attack, unbeatable in battle. Tang Yu watched as Su and Shan, Zhao Qiaoxiu, and the red-faced, obviously intoxicated Liao Deyuan cheered loudly for her. Suddenly, she felt calm. Zhang Yang suddenly asked, Old Su, aren't you working today? Su and Shan waved a flag and said, I took a day off. Zhang Yang asked, Why didn't you take a day off when you came with me and the second fool? Do you only come after work? Su and Shan looked at him and said, Girls need encouragement. Please move aside, so I can see better. Tang Yu's two opponents had similar strength, both Earth Element users. She found it a bit difficult to handle one. But luckily, she was very good at fighting, constantly finding chances to attack and dodge, wearing down the second opponent until he became a little impatient. Tang Yu opened a bottle of healing water, took a sip, then held a metal shield and circled behind the second opponent, ready to strike. Just as she was about to land she heard someone shout from beside the arena, retreat and dodge. The second opponent clearly knew the person who shouted and immediately avoided Tang Yu's attack. A earth escape technique suddenly appeared behind her.
Bang!
Tang Yu was hit by a dirt wall and was thrown onto the arena floor. She was bleeding from her nose and mouth and instinctively looked toward the direction of the voice. It was a man with green hair, and a green parrot sat on his shoulder. Seeing Tang Yu look over, he showed his white, sharp teeth, with a sinister smile that made people feel uneasy. Tang Yu squinted and struggled to get up. The second opponent charged again, and the green-haired man continued to give instructions from nearby. Seeing Tang Yu retreating step by step, she suddenly heard a cold female voice say, Stay calm. Use that move. Tang Yu's anxious heart suddenly calmed down. That move? It was something Suyu taught her yesterday, but she had tried it and had a low success rate. If she could succeed, it might defeat her opponent with one move. The green-haired man raised an eyebrow at Suyu. He chuckled softly and licked his teeth. The parrot on his shoulder squawked, It's Suyu. It's Suyu. Tudo, potato, narrowed his eyes and looked at the parrot from Shuayu's shoulder. Suyu ignored him and continued, Calm down. You can do it. Tang Yu stopped and a metal ball appeared on her. The Earth Element ability attack hit the metal ball but couldn't break it. The green-haired man raised an eyebrow and said, Trap her. The second opponent pursed his lips, and two large dirt walls rushed toward the metal ball. The audience gasped in surprise.
Bang!
The metal ball shattered, and countless metal fragments instantly pierced through the dirt walls and shot toward the second opponent. The metal fragments instantly fused into tiny metal dust particles. Two earthen walls moved toward Tang Yu, who stood still in place. The second contestant, unable to dodge in time, was hit by the fine metal dust spreading across the arena. The earthen walls disappeared as the controlling ability of their user was suddenly interrupted. The man with green hair looked at the second contestant, whose body was covered with tiny blood holes, and his expression darkened for a moment. Soon, he looked at Tang Yu and said, You caused a death, you're out. Tang Yu was gasping heavily, her hands clenched tightly. She went to the side of the unconscious second contestant, who was bleeding heavily, opened his mouth, and poured healing water inside. Then, Tang Yu smashed an empty bottle toward the green-haired man below the stage. The man dodged it and raised an eyebrow. Tang Yu addressed the four base leaders in the audience. He's not dead. You can come up and check. I didn't kill anyone, nor did I break any rules. I win this round. Old Hua took a sip of hot water, smiling kindly as he asked someone to check on the second contestant's condition. Old Song was dozing off nearby, showing no interest in what was happening around him. Zhao Jiang squinted at Tang Yu and then looked at Suyu beside the arena. Shin Tingting, who was with Su, followed Old Hua to check on the second contestant. After the examination, Shin Tingting loudly announced, Major, The person is not dead. Old Hua nodded with a smile and looked at Tang Yu. Young girl, very good. Tang Yu didn't speak, only nodded in response. Su Yu announced that the match would continue. The second contestant was carried away. Seeing how badly the second contestant was injured, the third contestant immediately forfeited. Tang Yu successfully became the head of the exploration department. The green-haired man looked at Tang Yu and suddenly picked up the bottle she had just thrown at him, offering it to her. Tang Yu, let's be friends? Zhang Yang came over to the bottle from the green-haired man and helped Tang Yu walk down. The green-haired man watched Tang Yu, who hadn't looked at him once during the whole process, and sneered with a sinister smile. After Su Yu treated Tang Yu, she noticed the green-haired man standing nearby, watching. The green-haired man extended his hand and smiled at Su Yu. Hello, Su Yu. I am Mu He. Su Yu looked at him and asked, Mu He? Mu He raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's me. It seems you all pay a lot of attention to me. Shui Yu's eyes, hidden under the cloth, blinked. After reading his mind, he said to Su Yu, let's go back first. Su Yu knew Shui Yu had something to say, so she turned to leave. The parrot on Mu He's shoulder shouted loudly, Su Yu, it's Su Yu.
Bayu.
A vine swung and gave the parrot a big slap. The parrot was thrown out and caught by Mu He. The parrot stared blankly. Who hit me? Who hit me? Mu He chuckled softly. Little Green, you got hit by someone with the same element as you. The parrot opened its mouth suddenly and let out a cry, then darted into Mu He's pocket. Mu He snorted softly, coward. Xiao Tudo retracted his vine and crossed his arms, saying, that annoying bird. Its voice is way too loud. Su Yu smiled, patting Tudo's head. I see you're good with greedy types and little troublemakers. I thought you liked animals. Xiao Tudo put his hands on his hips. I like animals from my own group. Everyone went home. Tang Yu was ordered by Zhao Qiaoxiu to stay at home and rest. Kai Mi was lying in front of Tang Yu's bed. Actually, Tang Yu had already been cured by Su Yu, but Zhao Qiaoxiu was worried and told her to rest lying down.
Kai Mi liếc kết Tang yêu sở fingertip xốp tì, sở ni fin quia ly.
Tang Yu gently rubbed Kai Mi's ears. I'm fine now. You should go keep Su Yu company. She's going to compete tomorrow and might be nervous. Kai Mi nodded and ran into Su Yu's room. It saw Su Yu sitting cross-legged on the bed, expressionless, but it could feel that her owner was a bit nervous. So it crawled under the bed and quietly stayed with Su Yu. Shui Yu accompanied Su and Shan to play Go for a while, then heated a cup of milk for Su Yu. Su Yu sipped it cautiously, feeling a little anxious inside. Shui Yu said nothing, just sat in the chair, holding Kai Mi and grooming it. Su Yu didn't know when she fell asleep. Shui Yu covered Su Yu with a blanket, then placed Kai Mi in the doghouse made by Su and Shan beside her bed. He gently rubbed Kai Mi's ears and softly said, Tomorrow I'll wake you up. Sleep peacefully. Kai Mi wagged its tail and obediently curled up in the nest, falling asleep. Shui Yu gently kissed Su Yu's forehead, then left the bedroom quietly, softly closing the door. Su and Shan was still in the living room, sitting by the fire with Liao Deyuan, lost in thought. Shui Yu sighed. Uncle, she's asleep now. You two should sleep early too. We need to cheer for her tomorrow. They then went back to their rooms to sleep. On the 5th day of the tournament, both Su Yu and Shui Yu had matches today, with Su Yu going first. Zhao Qiaoxiu unfurled a support banner. A light pink background with light blue, gold-edged lettering. Little treasure is the best. The best, the best. That's half-hearted. Looks like they didn't even bother to come up with a proper slogan. Mu He was second place. Wu Ying was third. Mu He wasn't in a hurry to go on stage, so Wu Ying went first. Wu Ying was a tall man, looking very honest and straightforward. Sure enough, just as the competition began, Su Yu noticed that Wu Ying was very steady and careful. Wu Ying is a fire type, which puts him at a disadvantage against Su Yu's water type. Su Yu did not use corrosive liquid or QQ bowling balls in the match, because Wu Ying threw a fireball and Su Yu quickly released a green paralysis liquid. Sizzle, the paralysis liquid vaporized and produced a lot of steam.
Then, bang.
Wooing fell to the ground. The whole arena was silent. This was the fastest battle they had ever seen. Suyu touched his nose, then pulled the wide-eyed, honest-looking Wooing off the stage. Since Wooing left the stage, Suyu won the match. Old Song, who had been dozing, opened his eyes. His expression was emotionless. Old Hua chuckled. "Oh, Old Song, look at your Wooing. He was defeated in one move." Old Song took a sip of water but didn't react. Seeing he wasn't responding, Old Hua smiled and looked at Su. "Little Su, your sister is quite impressive." Su gave a small smile. "She just likes to cause trouble." Zhao Jiang sneered. "Well, no wonder as a girl. She's not strong enough and can only rely on these tricks." Su nodded slightly. "Brother Zhao is right. Maybe you should modify the rules again?" Zhao Jiang's face darkened. Originally, in the first round, competitors couldn't remove their trackers, but with Zhao Jiang's interference, removing the tracker became unregulated. He had planned for his team to remove the tracker and then defeat Suyu, but unexpectedly, both of them were defeated by Suyu. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiang sneered. "Mu He is one of the top fighters in the base. Little Su, I hope your dear sister can leave the stage in one piece." Su said nothing. Old Hua still smiled warmly. Old Song remained silent, no longer dozing, and looked at the arena. Mu He looked at Wu Ying being carried off, clicked his tongue, and the parrot on his shoulder spread its wings, saying to Suyu, "Slap you."
Slap.
"Hit you."
Kill you.
Suyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Shin Tingting nearby. Shin Tingting glanced at Su, then said to Suyu, "Pets are allowed in the competition."
Suyu frowned.
Suddenly, the small potato on Shueyu's collar let out a cry and jumped onto Suyu's forehead. Its scarlet eyes fixed on the parrot. It licked its teeth and showed a twisted smile. "Little fat bird, prepare to die." The parrot became excited, its eyes slowly turning red. Mu He looked at the potato, then pinched the parrot's wing and said to Suyu, "Plant? You're really interesting." The potato spat and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Green hair. Battle begins. Watch as Sister Su shows you how fierce she can be. So fierce, even your own mother wouldn't recognize you. Shin Tingting stepped back a few paces, allowing the protective shield on the arena to activate. This signaled the start of the contest. A parrot screeched loudly and flew toward the small potato. The parrot's body was covered with many vines, and the potato responded quickly, wrapping vines around the parrot's neck. They started to fight fiercely. For a moment, bird feathers and broken vines flew everywhere. Suyu stopped watching the small potato and focused on Mu He. Mu He has ice powers, but after returning yesterday, Shueyu told him that after reading his mind, he found that only Mu He's eyes had undergone a cat-like mutation. This means his eyes are very sharp, and he can see the trajectory of fast attacks clearly. That's why, during Tang Yu's match, he warned her to be careful before her opponent could react. Mu He gently raised his hand, and the protective water sphere around Suyu immediately began to freeze.
Suyu frowned.
Once her water froze, the ice was under her opponent's control, which was very dangerous for her. As soon as she removed the water sphere, countless ice shards shot towards Suyu. She tried to dodge, but her opponent easily saw her movements, almost cutting off all her escape routes. Shin Tingting watched the almost one-sided fight and frowned. This Suyu is really useless. Zhao Qiaoxiu, Su Enshan, and little Cotton Liao Dayuan all stopped cheering. They stared nervously at the stage, almost breaking their support flags with their grip. Tang Yu sat in the audience, holding her treasure, watching Suyu. The treasure saw the small potato could go on stage and let out a disappointed whimper. Shueyu patted its head gently and comforted. "Good boy, treasure. You can't show your abilities now, and your special power isn't suitable for fighting." Little Pants meowed in the arms of the second fool. Shueyu chuckled softly, then also patted Little Pants' head, saying, Yes, Little Pants is the best." Meanwhile, Suyu was gradually losing ground. Mu He's expression darkened. Feathers from the bird were scattered all over the arena during the fight. Suyu's heart started pounding faster. Mu He suddenly smiled and said, I'll give you one last chance. Use your ultimate move. Otherwise, I don't want to keep playing with you. Suyu didn't reply and kept retreating. Mu-hee grew angry. Suddenly, the feathers on the ground floated into the air, hovering over the arena. Each feather was connected to thin ice threads like hair. If anything touched these ice threads covering the arena, everything would instantly freeze. Mu-hee looked at Suyu, whose body was covered in broken, corroded ice lines, and he chuckled softly. Suyu had already applied a layer of transparent corrosive liquid. To her surprise, this liquid did not freeze like the numbing agent. Instead, it dissolved the ice lines around her. Little Potato shrank and hid in the parrot's feathers, avoiding turning into a frozen potato. Potato gritted its teeth. They are in a symbiotic relationship. Suyu looked at Mu-hee and said to Little Potato, "Be careful yourself." Potato was too scared to pull on the dead bird's feathers anymore. It had been pulling them wildly earlier and was having fun, but now it was afraid to continue. What if it accidentally hurt Suyu? Mu-hee watched the corrosive liquid protecting Suyu and smiled slightly. "Oh, is this your ultimate move? I see. Your water-type mutation branches are numbness liquid and corrosive liquid."
Suyu didn't reply.
The water flowing on the ground froze as it approached Mu-hee. Mu-hee snapped his fingers, and the ice silk slowly grew sharp spikes, looking like many transparent crystals. One crystal spike aimed at Suyu, and after being corroded by the corrosive liquid, it revealed a faint gray smoke. Suyu quickly covered her nose. This ice spike was toxic. Potato hid in the parrot's feathers, watching the gray smoke drifting out after corrosion, with a look of fear in its eyes. "Suyu, that's pesticide. Herbicide." Suyu was stunned. "What is that?" Potato panicked. "This kind of thing feels like herbicide to us plants, like killer for you humans." Suyu frowned. "Is that kind of like cyanide?" Actually, to avoid this substance entering her mouth or nose, a good method was to wear a water sphere around herself. But the problem was, whenever she put a water sphere on herself, it would freeze immediately. Once frozen, she couldn't control the water, and it would instead be controlled by Mu-hee, becoming his weapon. The ice spikes Mu-hee controlled kept growing, and the entire arena was filled with these poisonous ice spikes. Suyu had no way to dodge. She lowered her eyes and showed a smile. "Potato, use your vines to make a breathing tube." Potato? Although confused, Potato still obeyed. Since Potato and Suyu were in a symbiotic relationship, they could sense each other's abilities whenever used. So, as Suyu spread the corrosive liquid around, Little Potato's vines wrapped around Suyu's face. "Suyu, that exposed my eyes. You little thing." No sense of teamwork at all. Potato. Suyu's eyes, nose, and mouth are all held by vines, with the other end connected to the potato. The potato is also in pain now. Quick and decisive, "I don't have much oxygen to give you." Suyu didn't answer because, at this moment, the entire arena was filled with gray smoke. Mu-hee frowned. His ice shards were quickly corroded away by Suyu's corrosive liquid. Parrot and Mu-hee were not afraid of this smoke, but the thick smoke affected Mu-hee's vision. It was hard for him to see Suyu's movements clearly in the smoke. As a result, his special eye ability was useless. Bang bang, a clear, large water ball bounced toward him. He only saw it clearly when it was close. Mu-hee quickly used his ice powers to freeze it. The water ball immediately turned hard and frozen. Mu-hee let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the frozen, hard water ball accelerated and crashed directly into him.
Boom.
The 2-meter-wide water ball was knocked away. All the ice around Mu-hee's body was shattered, and he heard the sound of bones breaking. Mu-hee widened his eyes. The water ball, frozen solid, was definitely not that hard. "What is this thing?"
Bang.
The frozen water ball hit the protective shield. The shield around the arena cracked. Mu-hee instantly lost his strength. Suyu, with a vine tube, rushed over and kicked the hard water ball. Mu-hee was hit and spat out blood. He couldn't move anymore. Potato let out a cry, grew bigger instantly, and dragged Parrot into a big fight. In the end, a featherless parrot and Mu-hee, with broken bones all over, were carried away. Everyone present. Old Song finally spoke. Wow, that's really evil. Zhao Jiang. He has a strange, inexplicable sense of pleasure. Maybe because he saw others also get into trouble under Su Yu's hands, he strangely felt like he's not the worst anymore? Zhao Jiang thought his own thoughts were very weird. Su remained silent, having his people clean up the toxic gray smoke from the light screen, then looked at Su standing in front of him, who had a big red mark near his nose and mouth. Su lowered his eyes. Your appearance makes me remember when you were a kid, on a bowl pressed against your nose and mouth.
Suyu, stop. I don't want to talk about the past.
Don't mention it, I don't like hearing it. Zhao Qiaoxiu, Su and Shan, Liao Deyuan and Little Cotton, after a moment of silence, burst out with the unique shouts of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Oh yeah, Little Treasure is the best. Little Treasure is the best. Oh yeah. Suyu covers her face, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Potatoes are a bit short on oxygen, even though they can photosynthesize, but, as everyone knows, a plant's ability to photosynthesize is limited. It almost drained Su's oxygen supply. Old Hua still wears a gentle smile, observing Su and Suyu carefully. Little sister Su, congratulations. You've successfully become the head of the Special Operations Department. Suyu politely nods. Thank you. I will work hard. Old Song closes his eyes again and continues to doze off. Suyu won, and next was Shuiyu. Zhao Qiaoxiu pulls out a support flag with white background and purple characters, the first step to becoming a son-in-law of the Su family, win the first place. Zhang Yang. Puff Shuiyu on stage remains calm. He smiles at Zhao Qiaoxiu and then looks at the second place. The second place is an SSS-level wood element user. The second place doesn't quite look favorably on Shuiyu, who is an S-level wind element user. But in the next second, Shuiyu not only dodges his attack from the start but quickly circles behind him, slicing him with a wind blade that knocks him out. Zhang Yang, I have to admit, he's a bit handsome. Zhao Qiaoxiu and Suyu cheer sharply. Under Su and Shan's commanding gaze, Suyu shuts up and sits obediently. The second place is taken out in one move, but the third place looks nervous. He's been thinking of a plan for a long time and finally decides to use Plan B.
Then, bang!
The third place is also knocked out by a wind blade. Before fainting, he's still wondering how the opponent found his attack blind spots so quickly. All the women in the audience look at Shuiyu on stage with stars in their eyes, smiling gently. Su looks at Shuiyu's profile, S-level wind, a level body mutation. He feels that Shuiyu might be more complicated than the data shows. Old Song, who had been dozing, suddenly opens his eyes. He squints, picks up Shuiyu's data, and looks at it for a long time before saying, "It's time to update the psychic ability testing machine." Old Hua's chubby face still wears a smile, but his gaze occasionally scans Su's face. Zhao Zhang's face darkens. Among the four, he and Su are the weaker ones, but now, it seems Su is climbing up. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiang sneers. If this kid wants to climb higher, it depends on whether these two old men agree. After all, is still sharper. A tender green onion, and it can't turn the world upside down, right? Su feels good. All three powerful ministers have been taken over by his people, which is good news for him and Suyu, who also wants to climb higher. The arena competition has ended. In the evening, everyone gathered together and opened 8 cans of food, planning to enjoy a hearty meal.
Su also arrived.
The meal was quite peaceful. After eating, everyone downstairs was singing loudly. Su called Suyu, Shuiyu, and Tangyu upstairs. He had a faint dark circle under his eyes. First, he found a document among many files and handed it to Tangyu. The inspection team you manage is divided into small squads, each with 50 people, all under your control. Tangyu took the file and saw that it contained information on all members of the inspection team, exactly 50 people. Su rubbed his nose, looking a bit tired. Tangyu, the people under your command come from different groups. I've given you the data. You need to manage and use them well. It's up to you. Then he took out another file and handed it to Shuiyu. The security team you're responsible for mainly handles base security and patrols. There are 5 squad leaders, totaling 150 people. Shuiyu smiled, showing his dimples. Thanks, brother. Su frowned. Don't call me brother. Shuiyu smiled again and looked through the thick stack of documents in his hand. Su continued. You have the most people under your command, but only about 30 are truly capable. The rest are soldiers and some mutants with slightly stronger abilities than ordinary people. In general, the more people you have, the harder they are to manage. But if you can really control them well, your position in the base won't be inferior to Suyu. Shuiyu nodded and reached out to hold Suyu's hand. Suyu turned his head and smiled at him. Su saw this but didn't bother much. Instead, he took out the last stack of documents and handed it to Suyu. You oversee the Special Operations Team, with a total of 100 people. Originally, there were 10 squad leaders, but those old guys changed the number of leaders temporarily. Now, there are only 3. Suyu frowned. Only 3? Su nodded, looking very tired. Besides Zhang Yang, there are 2 others, Mu He and Wu Ying. Suyu gasped. Weren't they already eliminated? Su's eyes darkened, revealing a rare hint of hostility in front of Suyu. The position of Special Operations Team Leader can be directly appointed. Those 2 old guys are eyeing it too. You may have won, but they also have ways to sideline you. Just like the distribution of squad members. Number 1 squad, led by Zhang Yang, has only 30 people. Among these 30, several were even robbed during your first selection. Suyu felt a wave of frustration. Although these people had already been eliminated, the base leader's actions directly placed them into the team. They assigned the people they had robbed to Zhang Yang, clearly trying to make her useless. Seeing Suyu's unhappy expression, Su suddenly smiled and said, Suyu, that's why I say you're too naive.
Why?
Do you think holding this position means you have real power? That's impossible. The base isn't managed by just me. Several forces are watching this position. If you want to move up, you first need to build your own strength. Suyu was silent for a moment, then looked up at Su and said, I understand. I will work hard. Su didn't reply but continued. Mu He and Wu Ying each have 35 people under them. Most of Mu He's people are from Hualao, and most of Wu Ying's are from Songlao. After that, Su added, I've arranged for a trusted confidant of mine, under Zhang Yang. She has a good impression of you. Her abilities can help you quickly gather support. I hope you make good use of her. Suyu blinked and looked at the information Su pointed to. A fox, female, 26 years old, mental abilities, charming. Charming? Suyu stroked her chin, looking at the bright smile on the girl's photo. Su saw that all 3 were looking at the information and didn't stay long. When he reached the door, he turned back and said to Suyu, starting tomorrow, you'll go to work. After completing the Special Forces mission, you'll also need to go to the hospital to treat useful mutants for the base. This is the decision after discussions among the 4 factions. Your abilities must not be wasted. Suyu, from now on, you will face the real end times, not just living a carefree life under your brother and parents' protection. Since you want to be regent, you will have to say goodbye to freedom and ease. After saying this, Su turned and left. Suyu stood at the door, clutching the pile of documents in her hand. She took a deep breath and told herself, be brave, Suyu. Don't fear difficulties. It's just 2 jobs. Suyu gave herself a pep talk and stayed up late studying. She spent the entire night marking the difficult people in the files. Finally, Suyu looked at Huahu's information. Huahu and the puppeteer don't belong to any of the 4 major factions. They are the top guild in the base's alliance. They are considered freelancers. Suyu squinted. Although she had stolen from them before, it's not impossible to become friends later. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Suyu had already put on the uniform sent from the base and headed to the Special Operations Department building. The building has 5 floors. It was just recently built, so it's not very detailed, just okay. Work starts at 7:30. Suyu arrived at 7 o'clock. On the first floor, there is a cleaning lady who is not a member of the Special Operations Department, just responsible for cleaning. Suyu went to her office, which is on the 5th floor. Inside, there was a simple desk and chair and an empty bookshelf. Suyu sat down and took out the materials she brought to continue reading. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Suyu looked up and saw a bright-looking girl with beautiful pink eyes. Suyu nodded at her. "Hello, Fox." Fox smiled warmly and walked into Suyu's office, followed by Zhang Yang. Suyu looked at the clock and saw it was already 7:30. Zhang Yang looked angry. "Do you know how many people have arrived downstairs?" "Less than half. The other two team leaders still haven't come yet." Suyu frowned, then stood up and took out the roster she made last night. She went downstairs with Fox and Zhang Yang. In the lobby on the 1st floor, about 40 people were sitting or standing. As soon as Suyu went downstairs, she saw Hua Hu and the puppet master. Hua Hu instinctively stepped back when he saw Suyu. Suyu said nothing, simply introduced herself, then started calling the roll. Those who arrived on time were checked off, and she put the roster into her bag. She nodded to everyone. "Everyone, I will talk about the recent missions." When Suyu's gaze swept over the puppet master, he stood straight. Hua Hu glared at the puppet master with a look of disdain. Suyu clearly saw their expressions but ignored them, continuing with a cold face. "During the first selection, we hunted snow bears extensively. Just a couple of days ago, the snow bears gathered and launched several attacks around the base. In 2 days, 8 guards were injured and 1 died." Suyu took out a map sent by Su and pinned it on the bulletin board on the wall. "Our Special Operations Department must eliminate all snow bear dens around the base within these 3 days." As soon as Suyu finished speaking, Hua Hu snorted coldly. "I say, Minister, do you even have a brain, you little girl? Today, only 44 people arrived. You want us to clear the snow bear dens in 3 days? Isn't that impossible?" Everyone immediately agreed. Suyu nodded calmly, not angry. "It is indeed very difficult." She looked up. "But according to my plan, even with 44 people, we can clear the snow bear dens around us." Everyone chuckled.
Wow.
"Really can talk big. That's why she's a little lady."
Ha ha ha.
"This is too funny." Suddenly, the table was corroded away instantly. The discussion among the crowd stopped abruptly. Suyu withdrew her corrosive liquid and lazily looked up. "When I give a task, I don't want to hear unrelated talk. Next, I will speak and you listen. If you don't understand, I will give you time to ask." Hua Hu looked a bit upset. The puppet master looked at Suyu's expressionless face and involuntarily thought of Zhao Xian's death scene.
Suyu took out a list.
There are 12 snow bear dens. 44 people are divided into 4 groups. Group 1, led by Zhang Yang. Suyu handed the just-drawn names to Zhang Yang. Most of the team members assigned to Zhang Yang had no background. Group 2, led by Hua Hu. Suyu handed the second group's list to Hua Hu. Hua Hu took it and saw that they were all from his guild. Including him, there were 7 people, and Suyu also added 4 Zhao family members. Those 4 were the ones who were robbed with them that day. Hua Hu and the puppet master exchanged glances, a hint of excitement in their eyes. The Zhao family members were good. They had been worried about how to find a way to vent their anger on the Zhao family. Group 3, led by Hu Li. Hu Li smiled and took the list, then froze. The list was almost all women. Women who could join the special forces were very strong, arguably even stronger than some men directly assigned. Hu Li looked up and carefully examined Suyu for the first time. Suyu pulled out the last group's list, holding it herself. Her expression remained unchanged, her gaze sharp. Group 4, I will lead. She pointed out her team members. The members of the 4th group looked unhappy because they were from Mu He and Wooing teams, sent to watch Suyu's show. They didn't expect Suyu to personally lead these troublemakers. In their exchange of glances, a faint smile of excitement appeared. The team was quickly organized. Suyu said, "Listen carefully. After I take charge, your wages will be based on your work. That means if you don't do your tasks or slack off during tasks, you won't get paid." Everyone was surprised. The members of Team 4, Mu He, immediately became anxious. "Who decides our salary? Isn't it the base leader?" Suyu looked at the person speaking and smiled faintly. Yes, the base leader decides, but the one who decides the salary is my brother. Everyone was stunned. Suyu withdrew her smile and said to the other 3 team leaders, "Each of you will receive a watch. Use it to record your team members' information, including who kills what level of snow bear. Keep track of everything." Suyu took out high-tech watches sponsored by Su, giving one to Hua Hu, Zhang Yang, Hu Li, and herself. The team leaders immediately started recording their team members' details. Suyu glanced at the female team members following Hu Li and said, "The total scores of the 4 teams will determine the bonuses. The last place will lose 20% of their wages." Everyone was silent. Zhang Yang let out a sigh inwardly and thought, "Su is so ruthless." Suyu sneered and said, "Once you're in the Special Operations Department, you can't leave unless you die. That's something everyone signed. So work hard." The girls in Hu Li's team gathered around Hu Li to discuss their tactics. Suyu smiled, pointing at the map, where the bear dens were marked. "As the director, I will lead the team responsible for the 2 farthest large bear dens. The other 3 teams will divide the rest. How much you earn depends on how many bears you kill." After that, Suyu gave the 4 teams 2 hours to discuss plans and prepare equipment. The 3 teams were quite harmonious, except for Suyu's 4th team. Suyu looked at the silent team members who weren't participating in the tactical discussion. She pressed the record button on her watch and asked, "Since you all refused to speak, do you want me to decide the next tasks on my own?" 10 team members remained silent. They acted as if they didn't hear Suyu, scratching themselves and drinking water.
Suyu chuckled softly.
"Since you won't say anything, I take that as agreement." Still, no one responded. Suyu glanced at the camera in the lobby on the first floor and smiled. 2 hours passed quickly. Suyu led her team out of the base. After separating from the other 3 teams, she took the 4th team and headed into the distance. A few people dragged their feet, walking very slowly, intentionally trying to delay Suyu's progress. Suyu slightly turned her head, her smile bright and cheerful. She was walking ahead alone at a fast pace, while the others gradually fell behind in the snowstorm. Stupid woman. You really won't look back even once?" Old Five kicked at the thick snow pile on the ground, his voice cold and harsh. He was someone under Mu-hee. Turtle didn't look at him and moved slowly with his team forward. He was with Wu-ing. Although he didn't like Suyu, he wouldn't be with Mu-hee's people. Turtle led his team forward, probably remembering the direction of the snow bear den they were responsible for. They were walking slowly on purpose, just to give Suyu a warning. If Suyu stopped to wait for them, their 4th team mission wouldn't be completed, and as a leader, she wouldn't get credit. If Suyu left them behind and went alone, that would be more interesting. Could Suyu handle the snow bear den by herself? Impossible. So, without them, Suyu couldn't do anything. In the end, she still had to rely on them. Old Five snorted coldly, leading his team behind Turtle's group. Both teams moved very slowly. The snow was thick and white. Suyu kept walking forward firmly. She didn't look back to see if the others were catching up. She wouldn't compromise with them. If she gave in once, she wouldn't be able to stand tall again.
Suyu bit her lip.
Could she guess what they were thinking? They probably thought she couldn't handle the snow bear done alone. Since that's the case, then just watch. Those useless people. By 3 p.m., Turtle and his team arrived near the snow bear den. As soon as they arrived, everyone was stunned. Near the snow bear den, 7 snow bears were lying in disorder, including a small bear cub. Among these snow bears, only 2 were S-level. The rest were A-level. Turtle's face changed. He quickly walked closer, smelling a strange odor in the air. He reached out and touched the snow bear's neck. Maybe because it was very cold, he felt his hand go numb. He pinched the snow bear's head to check. Inside, the crystal had been pried out. Just then, Old Five arrived and saw the snow bears on the ground. He hurried over. Everyone looked at the snow bears with their crystals taken, but no one spoke. After a long time, Old Five asked in a hoarse voice how. "How did she do it? I'm numb all over." Turtle. "Wait, what did you say?" "Old Five," I said, I can't believe it. Old Five looked terrified. What's going on? Why is he stuttering so much? The turtle's face changed color, and it shouted, "There it is." Everyone hurriedly stepped back, but they didn't understand what was happening. Their bodies felt weak, and they fell into the snow one after another. Gradually, everyone became numb, unable to move, and collapsed in the snow. The turtle closed its eyes in despair. Such a poisonous attack from a wicked girl. At this moment, Suyu was hiding near a second bear den. She wrapped herself in a water ball to mask her scent, making it harder for the snow bears to find her. Suyu carefully observed and saw that this den housed 2 SS-level ice snow bears. There were 8 bears in total, 2 SS, 5 S, and a young snow bear cub classified as level A. This was quite tricky. Suyu slowly crouched down, took out a small milk pot from her backpack. She moved to the windward side of the bear den, which was farther away. She removed the water ball, then took out a small charcoal stove and she lit the stove and poured the paralyzing liquid into the milk pot. Because it was very cold outside, the heat from the fire made it difficult for the paralyzing liquid to evaporate quickly. But that was okay. Suyu sat behind a tree, waiting patiently. About an hour later, the paralyzing liquid began to bubble rapidly. Bubble, bubble, bubble. White mist was carried by the wind, drifting downward. The playful snow bear cubs in front of the den.
Bang!
The big bear saw the snow cubs suddenly collapse as if their limbs were unresponsive, and it became a little panicked. The 2 SS-level snow bears sniffed and suddenly stood up. They looked toward the windward side. The paralyzing liquid in the milk pot was still bubbling, and a chunk of ice shot toward the back of the tree. Suyu's face changed. She quickly jumped onto the tree trunk. Not far away, the 2 SS snow bears were baring their teeth and glaring at her. Suyu felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that SS-level senses were indeed much more sensitive.
Swish!
Ice walls appeared around the snow, filled with countless ice shards. Suyu coated herself with a layer of corrosive liquid, easily melting the ice shards and walls. She jumped down from the tree trunk, and a dense rain of green droplets instantly fell over the snow bear den. The 2 SS snow bears, caught off guard by Suyu crossing their line of sight, became instantly furious. One of them leapt high and lunged toward Suyu. At this moment, Suyu realized she couldn't move.
Bang!
She was knocked flying, and the snow bear's claws, corroded by her body's corrosive liquid, dripped with blood. But it didn't retreat. Instead, it aimed its claws at Suyu's head.
Bang!
Suyu was narrowly avoided by a vine wrapped around her by Little Potato. Meanwhile, the spot where Suyu had been standing was gouged out into a large pit by the snow bear. This is a mental ability, similar to having the power to control your movements. Potato curled around Suyu and quickly darted up the tree trunk. Although Suyu had just dodged, her right side was still injured by claws. Unusually, her right half seemed shattered. But perhaps because her healing ability was rapidly working, Suyu didn't feel much pain. When she heard Potato's words, she immediately closed her eyes. Sure enough, the moment her eyes closed, the force that had been restraining her from moving disappeared. As her broken bones and flesh reconnected inside her body, Suyu suddenly felt very hungry. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Normally, since her wounds were healed by her healing ability, her passive blood power shouldn't activate. Potato was hiding with Suyu from 2 bears, but Suyu felt something was very wrong. All the pain sensations inside her had vanished, replaced by the sound of blood flowing within her body. Suddenly, Suyu's teeth grew sharp fangs, looking like a vampire. However, her warm body temperature was burning Potato. "What's wrong with you? You're so hot." Suyu suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned deep red without her noticing. Little Potato was so scared it let go of the vine. It saw Suyu rushing toward the snow bear like a lightning bolt. She dodged the snow bear's attack skillfully, moving as fast as lightning. The snow bear's head suddenly shattered. Seeing the situation, Little Potato was so frightened it peed itself. Suyu, like a wild beast, pounced on the snow bear's head and bit it until it shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Suyu's fair face was covered in blood. She instinctively reached for something near her mouth, but in a daze, she saw a pair of trembling silver-gray dog ears. It seemed someone had said something before. Suyu stopped her movement, her gaze clearing a little. She suddenly looked up, gagged, and spat out the broken bones of the snow bear. The desire to drink blood tangled with her clear mind, making her very irritable. The snow bear's shattered head was still struggling underneath her. Full of rage, Suyu suddenly punched the snow bear's head.
Bang!
The snow bear fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Little Potato didn't dare to make a sound now. It trembled as it watched Suyu's fist covered in snow bear brain matter. What just happened? How did Suyu kill the snow bear with one punch? The snow bear beneath her was silent, and the smell of blood made Suyu's pupils look vacant.
Bang!
Ice shards shot toward Suyu. Suyu was caught off guard by the ice shard, which caused numerous deep wounds. Her injuries healed quickly, but the hunger burning in her stomach made her almost crazy. Little Potato saw Suyu suddenly leap up and swiftly climb onto the back of another SS bear. Snap! Little Potato shivered again. Another bear's skull was crushed by Suyu's bite. After a 1-second pause, Suyu gagged again, spat out the broken bones, then angrily bared her teeth and smashed the snow bear's head with a fist. Both bears were dead. Suyu's eyes had lost all reason. She greedily looked at the snow bear's flesh, but hesitated to eat. Potato's eyes rolled, and it threw Suyu's backpack with vines. Suyu's eyes moved, and she tore apart the backpack, then eagerly grabbed the smoked bear meat inside and bit into it fiercely. Little Potato cautiously hid behind a tree and watched. Soon, Suyu finished the 2 kilograms of smoked bear meat in 3 minutes. There was no more food left in the backpack. Suyu grew more irritable and quickly locked onto Potato's location. Potato, this is the end. It screamed, Suyu, don't eat me. Don't eat me. While shouting, Potato ran frantically. But Suyu was too fast. She bit through the vines protecting Potato, leaving it hopeless. Great Lord, look over there. Potato's vines pointed to the snow bear den. Suyu's gaze followed the vines and saw an S-level snow bear in the den that hadn't been fully paralyzed.
Whoosh!
Suyu darted past Potato. Potato's legs gave way, and it fell into the snow. A roar came from the snow bear den. Potato didn't go in, but went to the 2 broken skulls of SS snow bears, took their crystals, then grabbed a small charcoal stove and a tiny pot, and tore off fresh snow bear meat to put into the pot. Inside the pot, the paralyzing liquid at the bottom and the snow bear meat were heated at high temperature, giving off a strange smell. Finally, when there was no more movement from the snow bear den, Potato went to check. Sure enough, Suyu was riding on the snow bear, looking at its blood, but not drinking. The ground was covered with snow bear heads with smashed skulls. Potato whistled. Suyu quickly locked onto this side. When Suyu rushed over, Potato hurriedly threw the half-cooked snow bear meat from the tiny pot to Suyu. Suyu didn't catch it. Potato followed her gaze and saw that Suyu was staring at the blood on the half-cooked snow bear meat. Potato sneered, "You've chewed so many skulls, and now you're worried about whether this is undercooked?" Suyu still didn't move, only becoming more irritable quickly. Potato hurriedly picked up a gasoline bottle and a lighter from the scattered items in the broken backpack. Then, mercilessly, he took out a crystal from nearby trees. The process was straightforward. After all, Suyu, in her anger, punched and broke the newly awakened tree. Suyu chewed on some leaves, while Little Potato, trembling, built a big fire and threw the snow bear meat on it to roast. After 3 hours, Potato looked at Suyu and mumbled, "No way, you've already killed 2 bears, and you're still hungry?" Suyu, biting into a bear paw, suddenly looked up. Her deep red pupils had lost much of their wildness, and her sharp teeth had shrunk to tiger fang size. At a glance, nothing seemed wrong. Her voice was hoarse, still hungry, but much better than before. Little Potato let out a small sound and sat beside Suyu.
Can you hold on?
We've used up all our fuel. Maybe you can endure a bit longer, and we'll go back to the base? Suyu licked her lips and nodded obediently. Seeing Suyu covered in blood, Little Potato felt embarrassed. He first took out all the crystals from the snow bear's den, then used vines to scoop up snow to wash Suyu's hands and face, even brushing her teeth. Suyu still seemed somewhat irritable, but was now able to control herself. Little Potato looked at the high-hanging moon and sighed, asking, "Where do you think your team members are?" Suyu looked at her watch. The screen on her arm was already cracked, caused when she hit the bear with her fists, shattered by bare bones. But since this was military equipment, even with it still worked. Suyu endured her impatience and irritability, then checked the locations of the other team members. They were at the third bear den, not far from here, about a kilometer away. Suyu stood up, biting into the frozen, cold bear paw. She had lost her heat source, and ran toward them. She moved quickly, agile like a snow monkey. Little Potato quickly made a small basket from vines, packed Suyu's scattered gear, and followed her. 5th team members were fighting an SSS snow bear. Although there were some setbacks, they were close to winning. Suddenly, a figure flashed by at high speed, jumping into the air and landing right in front of the SSS snow bear. 5th team members and Turtle were startled. When they realized it was Suyu, they immediately cursed her for being reckless. It's known that at the same level, SSS plants are stronger than animals, and SSS animals are stronger than humans. In other words, when SSS humans face SSS snow bears, it's already a close fight.
Turtle quickly shouted, "Suyu,
Stay back.
You.
bang!"
The SSS-level snow bear's head was shattered by Suyu's punch. Although it didn't break apart completely, it was cracked and blood was flowing out. Suyu gritted her teeth, skillfully riding on the snow bear's neck.
Turtle, you.
bang! Bang! Bang!
Everyone saw Suyu looking very excited. She grabbed the snow bear's fur with one hand to steady herself and wildly punched the snow bear with the other. The SSS snow bear's nest was covered in blood, and many poisonous ice crystals shot toward Suyu. Potato was worried Suyu would tough it out, but unexpectedly, a water shield with bouncing bubbles appeared around her. When the ice crystals touched the water shield, they all shattered instantly. Suyu licked her teeth, and a bouncing bubble water ball covered her fist. The water ball quickly froze and hardened in the air.
Then.
Bang!
With this punch, the SSS snow bear finally burst open. The snow bear fell to the ground. Suyu jumped down from the snow bear's head, covered in blood, and walked toward the team members. The team members all retreated, each looking at Suyu as if she were a monster. Blood dripped from the corner of Suyu's eye. Backlit, her voice hoarse. "This snow bear was killed by me. Do you have any objections?" Turtle swallowed hard and took a few steps back. Old Five looked at the blood on Suyu's fist and was stunned. The team members all instinctively retreated when they saw Suyu looking at them.
"Suyu snared, cowards."
Having just finished another boxing session, Suyu started feeling hungry again. She kept swallowing saliva, and her body began to feel restless. "All of you, yes you, bring out the food, or I, Sister Sue, will beat you up." Hearing a voice behind them, the team members turned around and saw a half-human-sized potato. The potato's limbs were made of vines, and it had human features. It carried a small woven basket made of vines on its back, with a lively and arrogant expression. Seeing Old Five look at it, the potato stretched out its vines and handed him a big bag. "What are you looking at? Never seen a potato? Hand over the food, quick. Everyone." Suyu's eyes started to turn red again, and her fists creaked loudly. Everyone was startled by the sound and quickly took out the food from their bags. After the potato collected the food and handed it to Suyu, she tried to control her eating manner as much as possible and neatly ate a bunch of compressed biscuits. The turtle looked at Suyu's flat stomach and then at the pile of compressed biscuit wrappers by Suyu's feet, falling silent. After eating, Suyu still felt hungry, but was less irritated. Her pupils were deep red, which was hard to notice in the dim night. Old Five looked at Suyu after she finished eating, his face unhappy. "I said, these foods are worth quite a few crystals. Why are you just eating them for free?" The red-eyed potato stared at the others, its vine hands constantly making patterns in the air. Taught by Zhao Xiaoxiu, it explained that it was a mysterious curse spell formation, and it needed more practice. Suyu was dazzled by the twisting vine hands, so she reached out and pinched the small potato's hand, then nodded at Old Five. You're right, I shouldn't let you all eat for free. For this mission, you didn't kill a single bear, so technically, there's no pay. But since I've killed many bears, our team will get a bonus. I will distribute the bonus based on the value of the food you provided today. Do you have any questions? Old Five paused in silence, then suddenly said, There's still a bear den over there that hasn't been dealt with. How can you say we didn't kill any bears at all? Suyu smiled. Oh. Who said I agreed for you to kill that bear den? That's mine. Old Five looked at Suyu's fist, gritting his teeth but feeling helpless. Suyu's body still harbored a bloodthirsty desire. She realized that as long as she wasn't full, her strength grew stronger. In such a state, she had to make good use of it. So from then on, everyone's gaze shifted from fear and shock to numbness. They got used to it. Honestly, this one-hit kill style of fighting bears made them think it was just a normal snow bear. But whenever they tried to hunt, and they finally faced a snow bear, they realized Suyu could kill one with a punch because of her incredible strength and lightning-fast speed. This speed was so fast that even supernatural abilities couldn't catch her. Since her abilities couldn't catch her, she naturally didn't fear snow bears. With a powerful punch, the snow bear would die instantly, eyes wide open in death. In the end, they didn't manage to kill a single bear. Suyu, under their watch, took down 2 bear dens in a row and left behind 2 cubs. She walked over covered in blood. Little Potato handed her the roasted bear meat she had been cooking, and Suyu buried her head in eating again. The turtle and Old Five exchanged glances, both feeling a bit envious. Yes, Suyu's body was special. She wasn't afraid of the parasites in the bear meat and ate it with great delight. After eating 3 bears in a row, Suyu's hunger eased a bit. The small barbecue worker, Potato, said that even the potato skins are dried out from roasting. Once Suyu was full, he stood up and asked Potato to use vines to make 5 large snow carts. Then he looked at the 10 people and said, You all, come help carry the bear corpses. Fifth brother muttered, Why should I? Suyu smiled and said, If you don't want to return empty-handed this time, you'd better help carry the bodies. I can also record some achievement for your efforts. Don't you want your performance to look good? Everyone. So, 2 people per snow cart, with 5 carts loaded with snow bear corpses. As for the 2 bear cubs Suyu left behind, they were placed in Potato's basket. Both cubs were small. One hadn't even opened its eyes. Leaving them behind wasn't a concern for revenge or grudges. Mainly, Suyu was worried that snow bears might become extinct if they were all wiped out, and then there would be no place for snow bear skins. In the icy snowfield, Suyu led the team at the front, followed by a half-human tall potato, and behind them were the 5 snow carts. The team members pulling the carts had veins bulging on their faces, too heavy. Even though they were mutants, and even if 2 people pulled one cart, and they could use snow and frozen ice to help, it was still too heavy. Suyu didn't have time to worry about their fatigue. Instead, she looked at the positions of other groups on her watch and thought about what to do next. One of the mutants, a turtle with a turtle-type body mutation, was strong but so heavy. After pulling for 2 kilometers, fifth brother gave up. I can't pull it. With so many snow bears, who the heck can do it? I quit. As he gave up, the others also started to stop working. If the bear nests couldn't be pulled back to the base, the bear corpses would be eaten by other mutated animals. It wasn't just about the meat. The most important thing was the snow bear skins. Thinking of this, Suyu turned around, walked over, and grabbed the snow cart with both hands. Using her hunger-fueled strength, she instantly dragged the cart 10 meters away. Everyone. Suyu put down the cart and grinned. No way, no way. You guys are actually worse than me, a girl? This is too pathetic. Oh my god. So funny, no wonder you got into the special forces through Connection's fifth brother. Everyone.
Who could compare to you?
So, the team members, feeling their dignity was challenged, started pulling the carts with effort. They moved very slowly. The 30-kilometer journey took them a whole night and part of the day. By the time they reached the base gate, it was already past 9 in the evening the next day. The guards at the base were under Shueyu's command. Shueyu was standing on the city wall, seemingly talking to his subordinates.
Look, it's the Special Forces team. They're back.
Shueyu immediately looked down and saw Suyu walking ahead, covered in blood. His heart sank. He flew down from the tower and quickly approached Suyu. He soon noticed something was wrong with Suyu. Are you hurt? Some questions were difficult for Shueyu to ask here, but he voiced his main concern. Seeing Shueyu's obvious worry, Suyu hurriedly said, I'm fine. I was badly injured, but I triggered a passive skill. Shueyu was surprised at first, then understood. He looked at Suyu's dark red eyes and quickly said, Come with me to my post. Suyu understood that Shueyu wanted her to feed on him, so she shook her head quickly. I'll handle the mission first. I'm just a bit hungry, but it's not a big problem. As long as I don't move, my hunger won't decrease. Shueyu was still a little worried, but Suyu pushed him towards the post. He sighed and returned to his position. 5 snow vehicles were brought into the base, drawing the attention of the people there. Suyu signaled her team members to rest in the Special Forces Department, then waited at the main gate for the other 3 squads. She handed the crystal she had collected to Little Potato, telling him to go back to the Special Forces Department, while she carried 2 little bears and headed to the animal breeding farm. So far, the farm only raised one type of animal, mutated rabbits. Guan Lao was in charge of the farm. All the researchers there were working on breeding rabbits that had no internal parasites and were safe to eat. Suyu came here because Guan Lao was once a good friend of her father. Su Xiu's rise to her current position was closely related to her father's connections. When Guan Lao heard Suyu was here, he immediately put aside his work and went to the reception hall. Before the apocalypse, Guan Lao was an old friend of old Su from his youth. They had a very good relationship and often visited the Su family before the end of the world. Seeing Suyu, Guan Lao was very happy. After exchanging a few words, Suyu took out 2 bear cubs. Guan Lao's eyes lit up. Uncle Guan, I left these during a mission. They were born not long ago and aren't very strong in attack. I thought you might want to study them. Their fur is quite popular after all. Old Guan happily took the 2 little bears, smiling broadly. A little you is so careful. I was just thinking about having more research subjects. Recently, there have been floods and extreme cold, so our sampling team can't go out. Old Guan chatted away, holding the little bears and talking to Suyu. Suyu learned that the rabbits on the farm drink water provided by water-type abilities, which helps prevent parasites. But some parasites are still very stubborn. No matter what we try, we can't get past this bottleneck, Suyu said. He nodded and asked Old Guan, you know that my mental ability is healing. Do you think my special water might help you? Old Guan was surprised, then his eyes lit up. If you're willing. Could you leave a sample? Suyu smiled and nodded. Of course. Suyu left the farm, took out his plan sheet and wrote farm under the connections section with Old Guan's name. Feeling happy, he first went home to get a bag of food, then returned to the base gate. 2 hours before the deadline, Fox and the female team members returned. Many of them were injured, one seriously. Suyu gave them bottled healing water and then looked at Fox. How did it go? Fox's eyes shone. We took 3 bear dens, and we also encountered an SS level 1. We worked together to take it down.
Shuyunadi.
Fox handed in her watch, and Suyu started recording individual and team achievements. About half an hour later, Zhang Yang and his team returned, all injured. Suyu still gave them healing water. Zhang Yang and Fox sat in the guardhouse, watching Suyu record the results. The other team members went back to the Special Operations Department to rest. At midnight, Hua Hu and his team finally returned. Suyu looked up and was startled. Why did he see so many bruises and cuts? One team was split into 2 factions, each looking at the other like enemies. He raised an eyebrow and asked Hua Hu to hand over his watch. Then Zhang Yang gave everyone healing water and told them to rest in the Special Operations Department. Hua, who glared at Fox and left. Curious, Suyu asked Fox, did your two teams clash? Fox smiled and said they had internal conflict and fought. The bear den they were responsible for was taken over by us while they were fighting.
Ha!
Suyu also smiled, greeted Shuiyu, then took the Fox and Zhongyang to the Special Operations Department. Next to the Special Operations Building, there was another building used as a dormitory. The Fox and Zhongyang looked very tired and went straight into the dormitory upon arrival. From behind a wall, Suyu could hear the loud snoring coming from the dormitory. In the fifth-floor office, only Suyu and Tudo, who was sleeping on the sofa, were present. She was recording the achievements of 4 teams. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Tudo was sleeping very soundly. Suyu had no choice but to get up and open the door. Shuiyu looked cold, with snow on his shoulders. Suyu was surprised. Are you not working today? Shuiyu chuckled softly. There are 2 fools over there, and I don't trust them. I came to check on you. Suyu pulled him into the office, then closed the door, and pulled out a small stove from under the desk. They sat together to warm up. At that moment, Suyu noticed that Shuiyu was holding a large bag.
Shuyu sniffed.
Shuiyu took out some warmed fish slices, smoked bear meat, and a cup of instant noodles from the bag. Suyu quickly took it and started eating. Shuiyu smiled gently, boiled some water, then took out his thermos lunchbox and helped Suyu make her noodles. Tudo woke up. As it turned over, it saw Shuiyu glance at it. Tudo thought that I should just keep sleeping. While eating, Suyu told Shuiyu about what had happened in the past 2 days. Shuiyu listened very carefully until 3 a.m., when he finally left. Suyu, with blood still on her lips, looked a bit stunned. She had bitten Shuiyu again, just a little, but surprisingly, she no longer felt hungry. Suyu licked her lips and thought, honestly, Shuiyu really is delicate and tender. Tudo, I really shouldn't be here. The next morning, all 44 members came to work looking exhausted. Suyu sat in the hall, holding a payroll slip and looked at everyone. As I mentioned before, the 4 groups are ranked based on their team performance and bonuses will be awarded accordingly. When they heard about the rankings and bonuses, everyone immediately lost their sleepiness. Suyu smiled and said, First place Group 4. The other 3 groups were surprised, and each looked at the members of Group 4 with admiration, but they saw that they were all looking down, with no pride on their faces. Zhongyang thought that something feels off. Second place, Fox Group, our women's team. The female members of Fox Group cheered quietly, excited. The men looked disdainful, but couldn't help feeling a hint of unease deep inside. Zhongyang scratched the back of his head and exchanged glances with his team members. Everyone was thinking about working harder next time, since they almost finished last. Hua, whose team looked unhappy. They wanted to use the opportunity to pressure the 4 members of Zhao's family, but their team ended up fighting among themselves. They spent all their time setting traps for each other. The female team even took over 1 bear den, but overall, they only managed to clear 1 den. Suyu smiled kindly and said, Last place, Huahu's team. No bonus. Wages will be deducted. Huahu's team. Suyu rolled up the list and said, Wages will be available in the office this afternoon and bonuses too. I will post the detailed performance results. If anyone has questions, you can check them. 4 hours later, Old Five and Turtle, under the disdainful looks of the Special Operations team, remained silent. No way, Suyu is really mean. Why are their team's achievements posted on the base's public notice board? Old Five's face turned red as he looked at his name. Old 5 male sign Snow Bear Clearing Mission Leader Suyu. Number of snow bears hunted. 0. Note, extra achievement. Transporting snow bear corpses. Turtle. Please don't look at me. I'm really embarrassed. Wow, boss, you said transporting snow bears counts as extra achievement. Is that how it's done? Fox sneered. I thought your team was first because you're so capable. Turns out, you're all useless, relying only on the boss to boost your achievements. 4th team member. Stop talking, really, you don't understand. Zhang Yang's team looked at the generous rewards for the 1st and 2nd place teams and was shocked. The bonuses weren't in data coins but crystals. Suyu's team received 11 grade A crystals. Fox's female team got 11 grade B crystals. And theirs. Cough. Grade D crystals. Zhang Yang looked at his team members and encouraged them. It's okay. Next time, we'll do better. Our wages aren't bad. Much better than those last place guys who get no bonus and even have wages deducted. Wahoo. Keep insulting me. Fox smiled and replied, look at this. More than 50 people forfeited their tasks. Not just this mission's wages, but even for 5 consecutive missions, they didn't earn anything. Wahoo. Seems like things are somewhat balanced now. Muhi looked at his wage details and suddenly bit through the lollipop in his mouth. It's Suyu. She actually dared to write forfeited the task next to his name on the notice board. She even set a rule. For every task forfeited, 5 times the wages for that task will be deducted. Keep forfeiting, keep losing wages. The candy in Muhi's mouth was bitten into tiny pieces. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Muhi kicked Lao Wu. Good for nothing. How did you all become so useless with no achievements? Do you know that now everyone in the base calls you useless? Because of you, Suyu has become a legend. Lao Wu stood nearby, looking pale. Brother Mu. She's not human. Muhi got even angrier after hearing that. He grabbed something from the table and threw it at Lao Wu. Lao Wu quickly protected his head and didn't dare say a word. He felt sad inside but couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Wu stared blankly at his paycheck.
No salary?
Oh, right, he didn't have a job, so no salary. Turtle. Duh, brother, can you be a little more thoughtful? Thinking about how Wu Ying was made the military strategist, he quickly said, Captain, Suyu is deliberately targeting us. Wu Ying. Huh? Targeting me? Turtle. Yes, Captain. You didn't go on missions, so she's holding a grudge. Look, not paying us is one thing, but now we won't get paid for the next 5 missions. She even made that public display to shame us. Wu Ying, I didn't go on missions, so no salary isn't a big deal. Turtle. Forget it, let's just leave it. The boss is like that, and I don't want to get into trouble with that woman. After the first mission, the special operations team could rest for 2 days. So, Suyu hurried to the hospital. The people who could treat her were mostly valuable mutants or technicians for the base. On her second day on duty at the hospital, Guan Lao contacted her voluntarily. When he learned that her water-based abilities were effective against stubborn parasites, Suyu signed an agreement with Guan Lao. She would provide 5 tons of healing water each week for their use, and the animal farm would pay her with data coins in exchange. Hearing this, Su and Shan sat in the yard and sighed softly. Zhao Qiaoxiu held Xiao Manhwa and sat beside him, asking, Why are you sighing? Su and Shan took a long time before answering. The kids are grown up and have their own ideas. I think Nuan doesn't really want to be on the same side as Xiaoxiu. Zhao Qiaoxiu was silent for a moment. Even siblings don't always agree, let alone. Maybe I'm biased, but I hope Xiaobao can. Su Anshan shook his head and said nothing more. This wasn't something they could control. The children would have to rely on their own abilities. He wouldn't interfere. In mid-February, the temperature dropped to its lowest. -83 degrees. The power system at the base is completely down, and the main gate has been permanently closed because of the outside temperature. The Special Operations team has no mission now. Suyu stays in the hospital because the temperature has dropped and many people are getting sick. The hospital is crowded. Suyu no longer sits in her office, but goes to the hospital's research institute. A few days ago, she gave her special ability water to the researchers for refinement, and they made it into an effective medicine. Knock, knock. The door is knocked on. A potato about half a person tall, carrying a small backpack and holding a folder under its arm, walks in. Everyone in the research institute is used to this, although it's rare for a potato to become a spirit. After being scolded by this little creature a few times, they are used to its presence. What's the matter? Does the Special Operations Department have something to say? Suyu asks while reading her research report on her ability water. The potato pulls out a frozen folder from under its arm and hands it to Suyu. Take a look, it says. Suyu warms the folder by the stove for a while, then cracks the ice and opens it. It's an urgent mission. A few days ago, because the power system at the base was down, the technicians found that 8 meters below the ground, the soil was full of countless cockroaches. Suyu immediately feels creeped out. Who would have thought the underground would be full of cockroaches? Although cockroaches are less active in extreme cold, this situation is very strange. Why are these cockroaches not hiding elsewhere, but all hiding in the soil beneath the base? The potato blinks. As a secretary, it feels very proud. It's a small potato, but now it's officially a white-collar worker. Minister, here's the situation. The upper management says that before spring arrives, our special operations team must fully resolve this issue, the potato says seriously. Suyu immediately stands up, puts on her snow bear coat, and heads outside. Ding ding ding. The members of the special operations team, still chatting and joking in the dorm, look at their watches. Suddenly, they quickly pack up their gear, put on their snow bear coats, and head to the hall. Soon, Suyu arrives at the special operations team. As soon as she enters, she sees a large crowd. Good, everyone is finally here. Suyu raises an eyebrow. Sitting in her exclusive chair is a laid-back, green-haired person. The small potato walks forward and points at Muhi, saying, "This is the minister's seat. Do you understand the rules?" A parrot on Muhi's shoulder starts insulting the potato. Muhi ignores the potato and looks provocatively at Suyu. "Minister, you're so impressive." Old Five. Bro, can we not make things worse? Old Five stepped forward to pull the wooden staff, but was pushed away by the staff. He still arrogantly sat on the chair, looking at Suyu. Suyu silently extended her fist, and a water balloon with a QQ bounce pattern covered her fist. Seeing the water balloon, the staff's face changed. Isn't this the kind of thing that looks bouncy, but is actually very hard? Before he could think further, he was dragged and pulled by Old Five and others, and they tore him off the chair. Staff. Seeing someone coming down, Suyu retracted the water balloon and sat back in her chair. Actually, she wasn't hungry now, so her attack wouldn't be very strong. Old Five and the others were scared and didn't wait for her to act before dragging him away. Wu Ying said nothing the whole time, standing still with his people, seemingly waiting for Suyu to give orders. Suyu opened a file, took out some photos, and handed them around for everyone to see. This mission is to find out why cockroaches are appearing under the base, and also to eliminate them. In cold weather, cockroaches are easy to kill. They have little activity, so fire element abilities can burn them to death. But the staff realized the seriousness of the situation. No, look at the underground structure. If we disturb the cockroaches, the area below the base might be empty, and the whole base could collapse. He stopped mid-sentence.
Suyu nodded. Yes.
Next, we will split into groups. Everyone's face changed. The girls all looked at Wood and Wu Ying. They didn't want to be in either team. Last time, the girl group was very united, and they already trusted each other. If they split up, Suyu took out a list. Since the team leaders are back, we will divide into 3 groups. Fox lowered her eyes. But the number of people needs to change a bit. Suyu picked up the list. She directly assigned Fox and Hua, whose team, to Zhang Yang's original loose team. Then she put Wu Ying's people under Wood, and Wood's people under Wu Ying. 4 Zhao family members from Hua, whose team were split, 2 into Wood's team and 2 into Wu Ying's team. After hearing the group division, Wood was angry. What right do you have to assign team members? Do you even consider us 2 team leaders? Suyu sneered. Why not? Because I sent you both off the stage in the arena, and because I sat in this director position honestly, without cheating. Wood, you're just a coward avoiding the task, not qualified to bark at me. Wood's veins bulged. I didn't avoid the task. I only wanted to give you a warning, thinking that with most of your team gone, you couldn't complete the first mission. Muhi swallowed his words, and a sharp ice shard shot towards Suyu.
Bang!
Around Suyu, a water balloon appeared, and the ice shard he threw was shattered upon impact. Suyu looked at him quietly, then smiled. She cut off her healing ability, which was protecting her inside, and a feeling of hunger suddenly arose.
Whoosh!
Muhi saw a flash of movement, and before he knew it, He was pressed down, with a series of punches landing on him. This time, Suyu wasn't seriously injured. The hunger boost from her attack wasn't much, but it was enough to beat Mu-hee so badly that even his parents wouldn't recognize him. 10 minutes later, only Mu-hee, covered in bruises, was lying on the ground in the Special Operations Department, next to the large hole at the power center of the base. Suyu and her 99 team members arrived at the edge of the hole. Mu-hee, the team leader, had given up on this mission for some reasons, so Suyu temporarily took his place to manage his team. Wooing watched his team members being replaced and felt quite happy. Mu-hee's subordinate, Old Five, stood obediently to the side, very well behaved. Suyu, you're here. Look, there are only cockroaches below. We use shovels to clear them out. They move, but they don't have much attack power, said Tangyu, the head of the reconnaissance department. Suyu nodded at her. It had been a few days, and Tangyu looked much more weathered. I've already sent people to clear the entrance and sent others inside to check. Please wait a moment. We'll wait for him to come out together. Suyu nodded, then jumped into the hole. Just one glance, and she felt like vomiting. A dense swarm of cockroaches was lying in the soil, making rustling sounds whenever they moved. Potato also jumped down and crouched nearby, watching for a while, then suddenly said, Suyu, there's a strong smell of blood in the soil, like some animal scent.
Should you throw it?
Could it be that some animal was digging tunnels under the base? And then, the cockroaches came in to hibernate? 3 people from the reconnaissance team went inside, but hadn't returned yet. Suyu asked how long have they been inside. Tangyu's face looked grim. We were the first to receive the order to investigate. My people started clearing the entrance, and went inside 3 hours ago.
Suyu was surprised.
3 hours? What does the positioning show? Tangyu looked at her watch screen.
Suyu leaned in to see.
They've been moving steadily toward the southeast, and there's no sign of them dying. After speaking, Tangyu turned on her watch microphone and asked, How is the situation inside the hole? Please respond if you receive me. They waited a long time, but there was no reply from the other side. Suyu frowned and asked, Did they respond earlier? Tangyu nodded and said, Half an hour ago, I called them once, and I heard a response then. What did they say? I told them to come back, and they said okay. Suyu looked toward the entrance and said, But based on their movement after they responded to you, they didn't seem to intend to come back. Instead, they kept moving southeast. Tangyu nodded and said, I thought they were trying to find a different route back, but... Suyu shook her head and said, Something's wrong. We can't wait any longer. I need to go down and check. Tangyu nodded in agreement. Suyu planned to take Wu Ying, Zhang Yang, Tu Do, and Hu Li with her into the hole. Tangyu also followed behind Suyu, and together they went into the hole. Suyu and the others followed the path cleared by Tangyu's team. Because the inside of the hole wasn't completely cleaned, some cockroaches still remained on the ground, making a disturbing crunching sound when stepped on. Suyu has always hated cockroaches, and now, being so close to them, she couldn't stop getting goosebumps. As they moved forward, Suyu chatted with Tangyu. Since we started working, I haven't seen you much. Tangyu rubbed her increasingly deepening laugh lines and said helplessly, It's hard to manage the people under me. Our exploration department has a lot of work, and many times I can't even control them. When there's no other choice, I have to do more tasks myself. Suyu frowned and said, Are you unhappy? Just give them a beating. Wooing. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and said, Not everyone has your strength.
Shuyuriman silent.
Tangyu smiled indifferently and said, Every path is to be taken step by step. I won't give up. I'll find a way to solve this. Don't worry. Suyu nodded, feeling she shouldn't say too much. Amid Tudo's constant chatter, everyone continued forward. The underground tunnel twisted and turned, sometimes with several forks. Fortunately, Tangyu's team would clear out some cockroaches at the intersections they passed, so they didn't have to worry about which way to go. The cockroach population inside the tunnel grew more and more, to the point where they had to brush past swarms of them while walking. Suyu pulled all exposed skin inside her clothes, determined not to touch these creatures. Above the cave ceiling, cockroaches occasionally fell down. Everyone stopped talking and kept their mouths tightly closed. If one happened to fall while someone was speaking, it would be very unlucky. Tangyu stared at her watch screen. After about an hour, she pulled Suyu's sleeve and said, 20 meters left. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they hurried their steps. Suddenly, the red dot on the watch screen changed from steady to speeding up, moving very quickly. Suyu could even hear the hurried footsteps ahead inside the cave. She exchanged a quick look with Tangyu, and both started running faster. Potato immediately shrank to thumb size, hooked onto Suyu's pocket, and slipped inside. The fox and Wooing paused for a second, then quickly followed after Zhang Yang, who had already run ahead. Clack clack, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed inside the cave. Because Suyu had cut off her healing ability, her speed was faster than everyone else's. She reached the front. Using the light from her headlamp, Suyu saw 3 figures running at top speed. Her steps paused. They weren't carrying any lights. Despite the dense cockroaches and darkness inside the cave, they seemed familiar with the terrain, navigating the forked passages with ease. Suyu hesitated for just a moment before chasing after them. Potato, mark the way. The potato in her pocket let out a loud cry, and a vine dropped from her pocket. As Suyu ran, a long vine appeared on the ground. She ran faster and felt her hunger growing stronger. Soon, she was only a step behind the 3 ahead.
Bang!
The small potato extended its vine, tying up the 3 runners tightly. They tripped and fell into the swarm of cockroaches. Suyu ran over, grabbed one of the men by the hair, and pulled him up. She saw blood flowing from his nose and mouth, and he was convulsing violently. Startled, Suyu quickly used her healing ability to cover all 3. Soon, their condition stabilized. Once they were stable, Suyu looked at one of them and asked, "Why are you running?" The man didn't respond at all. He showed no expression.
So you found this strange.
She pulled at his wrist and saw he wasn't wearing a watch. She fell silent. She quickly searched all 3 for tracking watches but found none. Looking at the expressionless, dazed 3, Suyu suddenly felt a chill on her scalp. Cursing softly, she used the vine to tie all 3 together and drag them back. Although the 3 people did not respond to the outside world, they still managed to move around a bit. Suyu led the way, pulling on vines, with the 3 following behind in a line. Worried, she threw a potato at the last person's head to watch over her from behind. The potato grabbed the man's hair, looking puzzled. Strange. Why haven't Tangyu and the others caught up? Didn't you see that big vine on the ground? Suyu shook her head and followed the vine back. She had a bad feeling but couldn't explain it clearly. The cockroaches on the ground scurried occasionally, and the sound of their legs rubbing made Suyu very uncomfortable. Soon, she reached a fork in the path. She looked at the vine on the ground and suddenly pursed her lips tightly. Potato, the vine has been moved. The potato was surprised for a moment, then jumped from the last person's head to Suyu's collar. It looked at the vine on the ground, a bit shocked. Are you sure? I didn't notice anyone moving my vine. Only I can control my vine.
Suyu frowned.
I clearly remember I was running to the left. The potato scratched its head. Maybe you remembered wrong? You were running so fast. How could you remember everything? And I really didn't feel my vine being moved. Suyu shook her head, starting to doubt if she was just too nervous. Thinking of this, she sighed. It's okay, let's go back first. After saying that, Suyu let the small potato climb out of her collar, preparing to go to the last person's head.
Ah!
The potato screamed. Suyu was so scared, she almost put on a water balloon. When she turned around, she suddenly saw that the 3 behind her had disappeared. She instinctively looked down at the vines she was holding, tied around the 3 people. When she checked, she found the vines had already broken. The potato hugged Suyu's neck, looking around anxiously. It's over, Suyu. My vines are broken and I didn't notice. Suyu also felt chills. Normally, if her supernatural power changed after being thrown out, she would feel it. There was a mysterious connection. It was like she and the potato could sense each other's emotions and states. The same was true for the supernatural powers released by others. Suyu looked at the dark hole behind her, filled with crawling cockroaches. If the three had broken the vines and escaped, they would have to walk, and in doing so, they would step on the cockroaches. Stepping on cockroaches would definitely produce that unpleasant crunching sound. But she was sure it was very quiet just now. Suyu covered Potato's constantly screaming mouth, looking down at the vine on the ground as a marker. She got separated from the others. The entire underground cave was not tall, at most 2 meters. Suyu could reach the ceiling with her hand. It was dirt and felt a bit hard. Suyu ruled out the possibility that the 3 people escaped from above, then looked down. There was a layer of cockroaches on the ground. Suyu used her boot to clear a patch of them, then stepped on it. It was still hard. Just as Suyu found it strange, she heard footsteps running behind her. She instinctively threw out corrosive liquid, but after seeing who was coming, she withdrew her attack. Tang Yu's chest was rising and falling, and her face was a little pale. Suyu, you ran so fast, I almost couldn't catch up. Seeing Tang Yu, Suyu immediately relaxed. I thought we got separated. Tang Yu waved her hand. After catching her breath, she said, I thought you were being chased by my teammate, so I followed the locator. Potato was stunned. You followed the locator here?
Tang Yu nodded. Yes.
Suyu frowned, looking at the vine that had clearly moved on the ground, then thought about how the 3 people didn't wear locator watches at all, feeling a bit strange. Tang Yu noticed Suyu's strange expression and asked, What's wrong? Suyu told Tang Yu everything that had happened before. After listening, Tang Yu suddenly frowned. She took off her watch. Suyu leaned over to look and found that the 3 people's locations were exactly where Suyu is standing now. Both Suyu and Tang Yu looked unhappy. Tang Yu clenched her teeth, squatted down, and started pulling apart the cockroaches in that area with her hand. Suyu felt her scalp go numb but understood Tang Yu's intention. She quickly squatted down and searched among the cockroach swarm for the locator. Suyu, stiff as a board, rummaged through the cockroaches for a while and suddenly felt something. She pulled out an object and saw it was a watch. Tang Yu and Suyu exchanged glances and quickly increased their search among the cockroach pile. After about half an hour, Tang Yu pulled out 2 more watches from inside. Each cockroach was palm-sized with sharp limbs, and Tang Yu's hand was cut in several places. But she just shook her hand and started checking the watches. Fresh blood made the normally inactive cockroaches become restless. Suyu hurriedly pulled her hand away and treated her wounds. After checking the watches, Tang Yu shook her head at Suyu. The watch straps are undamaged. It looks like they took them off and threw them away themselves. Suyu clicked her tongue and looked back at the place where she had caught the 3 people earlier. This situation is really strange. Tang Yu leaned against the cave wall, looking tired. Suyu looked at her watch and saw that the people she brought in were very scattered. Zhang Yang's red was alone in one spot, while the fox and Wu Ying's red dots were close together, but the 3 of them were spread far apart, which was quite unusual. Suyu suddenly stood up. Tang Yu, my team members might be in trouble. Then she grabbed Tang Yu and headed toward Zhang Yang. After wandering through many tunnels, they finally found Zhang Yang.
Suyu frowned.
Zhang Yang was holding someone, and it was 2 of the 3 people who had just escaped from Suyu's team. Seeing the 2, Tang Yu felt a bit relieved. Suyu approached and carefully examined them, noticing they still showed no response to the outside world. How did you find them? Suyu asked, pulling Zhang Yang aside to check his body.
Zhang Yang looked confused.
We got separated, and as we were walking, I saw those 2 ahead. When I got close, they ran, but I managed to chase after them.
Suyu frowned.
When did you see them? About 15 minutes ago. Potato crawled out of Suyu's pocket and analyzed. About 40 minutes ago, they ran away from us. 25 minutes is a bit fast to get from there to here. Potato muttered. Seeing that neither of them responded, Tang Yu's frown deepened. She sighed and scolded. They were throwing tantrums right in front of me outside, and now they've caused trouble inside. After 20 years as a department head, I've lost my temper. Suyu shook her head.
Let's go outside first.
I used my powers to check, and they seem healthy. I don't know what's going on. We should get a checkup at the hospital. Zhang Yang and Suyu each pulled one person, and after navigating several tunnels, they finally found the fox and Wu Ying. Between them was a person.
Tang Yu sighed.
Everyone's here. Suyu asked how they met this person. Fox, we were walking and suddenly saw him ahead. When we approached, he ran. Wu Ying caught him, but he tried to escape again, and we managed to hold him back. After regrouping, they decided to take the person out first. This time, the three of them cooperated and didn't run away again. They took another 2 hours, making a detour once, and pieced together their memories, finally managing to exit the tunnel safely. The entrance was around 9 o'clock at night, and by the time they left, it was already early morning. The Special Forces team members were waiting in the power system rest area. After saying goodbye to Suyu, Tang Yu took the 3 people to the hospital. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then called the hospital director. The 3 people sent by Tang Yu seemed suspicious. Please keep them separate in the ward and monitor them closely. After the director agreed, Suyu looked at the Special Forces team members. Just as she was about to ask them to help clean the cockroaches underground, she received another order. Suyu pressed the answer button on her watch. Suyu, the Special Forces mission has been temporarily changed. We will send people from the Research Institute to collect samples of these cockroaches. Your main task is to ensure their safety. Suyu frowned but said nothing. She simply agreed and waited for the research team to arrive. After informing everyone of the new task, Wu Ying frowned and cursed, again, the Research Institute. Suyu only knew there were 2 research institutes at the base, one at the hospital and the main research institute. This time, the team coming was from the main research institute.
Wu Ying, what do you mean by that?
Suyu asked. Wu Ying sighed. The research institute, they always want to take samples for research, no matter what it is. Before the flood, they wanted to study bark stripping. During the flood, they wanted to study floodwaters. They even wanted to examine snow bear skins. Basically, they want to take samples of everything. Compared to Wu Ying's impatience, the fox had a different opinion. Although they are troublesome, it's also because they research everything that our base's plant and animal sampling and studies are ahead of other bases. Just a few days ago, the snow bear skin had excellent insulation properties, and the medicine to kill snow bear parasites was also developed by them. In short, I think it's good. They are all dedicated researchers, and there's nothing wrong with that. The Research Institute arrived quickly. Suyu looked around and saw about 70 people in total. The leader was a middle-aged woman with white hair, fine lines on her face, but a very noble aura. The middle-aged woman approached Suyu, took off her gloves, and extended her hand. Minister Su, I am Zhang Hui, the director of the main research institute at the base. Suyu quickly reached out and shook her hand. Hello, Director Zhang. Zhang Hui nodded and said, that's right. Cockroaches already had significant medical research value before the end of the world. So, after learning about this place, we applied to get a sample. Please cooperate, Special Operations Team. Suyu had a good impression of Zhang Hui, as she is the director of the Research Institute and clearly very capable. After greeting each other, Zhang Hui began assigning people to teams. Suyu learned that many of the Research Institute staff are ordinary people without special abilities. Although the mutated cockroaches are not very active, to keep these people safe, the higher-ups ordered the Special Operations Team to protect them closely. Suyu assigned the Special Operations Team to protect the sampling personnel and watched from nearby. As she watched, Suyu frowned and said, "Don't go inside. Just take samples from outside." Many of the sampling staff from the institute tried to go into the hole, but Suyu quickly stopped them. Zhang Hui was observing the cockroaches when she heard Suyu's cold voice. She looked up immediately. When she saw her team members heading into the hole, she quickly stopped them. Don't go in. Listen to Minister Su. One young man said, Director, the cockroaches outside are already frozen. To get a good sample, we need ones with some activity. He looked inside the hole with anticipation. Suyu sternly ordered everyone come out. Count the people. The staff from the institute looked reluctant as they were pulled out by the Special Operations Team. Zhang Hui and Su Yu counted the people and found that two groups, each with 18 people, were missing. Su Yu's anger rose. The two groups were supposed to be protected closely by the Special Operations Team, but they were gone. That means the people disappeared, but their bodyguards are still here. Su Yu looked at the people and quickly recognized them as members of Mu He's team. Her veins bulged with anger. What are you doing? Where are the people? Seeing Su Yu's fury, they shrugged and said, they wanted to go in for samples. We advised them, but they didn't listen. They even told us not to follow.
Bang!
One of the men was kicked hard by Su Yu. Su Yu looked coldly at the Research Institute staff. Until your comrades are found, you are not allowed to go inside for sampling.
Zhang Yengwu. Ing.
Two people stepped forward and looked at Su Yu. Su Yu pointed at the research staff and said, watch them carefully. Anyone who dares to go inside for sampling will be knocked out immediately. Zhang Yang and Ing responded, glaring at the Research Institute personnel. Su Yu then led the two research team members from the Special Operations Team into the hole. The people at the Research Institute were suddenly unhappy. In the past, when they collected samples, the base sent guards to protect them, and they were never so fierce. Zhang Hui saw everyone starting to talk and knocked on the metal door with her folder. What are you all talking about? The Special Operations Department is doing this for our safety. Everyone is a bit difficult, but they only change after suffering losses. Everyone stay calm. Sampling and research only take a few more minutes. And after we go back, your wages will be docked.
You need to realize how serious this is.
Su Yu led the team into the cave, expecting it would take some effort to find the people. But after about 10 minutes, they found the researcher inside the cave, sticking out his and looking at the cockroaches and the research like they were precious treasures.
Su
Yu wanted to take the team out. The researcher begged, no, just give me 2 more minutes. I can find the most suitable mutated cockroach for medicine. Su Yu's forehead veins bulged, but she couldn't just hit them. After waiting more than 10 minutes, the researchers finally placed the selected cockroaches into metal boxes, looking satisfied and excited as Su Yu pulled them away. Once the 16 researchers were found, the rest of the team could continue sampling. This time, Su Yu stood at the cave entrance, blocking everyone from entering. The sampling at the institute lasted 4 hours. Su Yu asked the women's team to safely send these people back to the institute, then told the special forces to go home and rest. Even a tough person like Iron Man couldn't stay awake for 2 days straight. Su Yu and Potato slept in the office, peacefully sleeping when the hospital called.
Minister Su.
Those three ADAR guards. Su Yu hurriedly entered the hospital. When she arrived, she saw some chaos in the hospital. She took the elevator to the 5th floor and saw many people in the corridor. The director was standing at the elevator entrance. When he saw Su Yu, he rushed over and grabbed her. His face was pale, and his lips trembled as he pointed to a special care ward in the corridor. At the ward door, Su Yu saw the 2 fools. Is the security team here? The 2 fools saw Su Yu and hurried over.
Sister Su. Suyunadid.
Your security team is here too? What's going on inside? The 2 fools looked at the bloodstains outside the ward and explained, Big Brother told me to guard this area of the hospital. When I heard the director call, I brought people here. There are 3 patients inside. They killed 2 guards, and the ward is full of blood. Su Yu approached and saw that the security team was tying up 3 people in the ward, all covered in blood. The floor was stained with bloodstains from struggling caregivers, looking very frightening. Su Yu walked up to the 3 individuals and realized they looked normal for now. She asked the director, are there any surveillance cameras? The director nodded, showing visible fear in his eyes. On the screen, the 3 sat motionless on the hospital bed. In the bottom right corner, the door opened and 2 caregivers pushed in a cart with medicine. The 3 remained still until one caregiver fed medicine to one of them. Suddenly, that person twitched violently, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. The caregiver was startled and quickly called for help. What happened next surprised Su Yu. While twitching, the man's body suddenly grew many fungal filaments. These filaments, as if alive, pierced into the caregiver's body. The caregiver screamed in pain, struggled, and fell to the ground. The filaments greedily the caregiver's blood, which spilled all over the floor. Soon, the caregiver stopped struggling. Seeing this, another caregiver ran out immediately. The other two men, also twitching, grew fungal filaments that quickly wrapped around the remaining caregiver. While watching the surveillance footage, Siyu sent messages to Zhang Yanguo, Eagle, and Fox, instructing them to bring everyone who entered the cave yesterday to the hospital for centralized management, including herself and Tang Yu. Suyu kept nervously tapping her nails, her heart pounding faster. The director trembled as he asked Suyu, Minister Su, "Are you sure? Before they were brought in yesterday, did you check them with supernatural abilities?" Suyu clenched her teeth and replied, "Yes. When we found them in the cave, they were bleeding from the nose and mouth, and their bodies were twitching.
I didn't think much of it at the time.
I used supernatural abilities on them. I made sure that after using my powers, their bodies were healthy." The director's lips trembled. The hospital's greatest reliance was Suyu's healing supernatural ability. Now, learning about this situation, Suyu's powers might be ineffective. His vision darkened. While flipping through the medical examination reports of the three, Suyu said to the second fool, "Second fool, please help clear the 5th floor. All the wards on this floor will be used to hold those who entered the cave." The second fool was stunned, then looked worried because Suyu had also been inside. But Suyu gave the order, and the second fool obediently went to do it. The director sat far from Suyu. He only remembered later that Suyu had also been inside the cave. Suyu ignored him and looked at the report while asking, "Based on the hospital's admission checkups, do they have any health issues?" The director swallowed and replied, "The basic tests show no major problems. We previously suspected they might have mental health issues. So the medication given to the caregivers is related to that."
Shuyunari.
"Did you give them medication yesterday?" The director shook his head. "Yes, I did. They took it obediently, which is why the caregivers were caught off guard today." Suyu rubbed her forehead, feeling it was complicated. She muttered, "Before the mutation, they had nosebleeds and muscle spasms. I last saw them about 36 hours ago." The director quickly took out a notebook to record. While they were thinking, there was a knock on the door. Suyu opened it and saw Shuiyu, with snow on his coat and a worried look in his eyes. "I've already asked the second fool to handle what you arranged. Suyu, are you okay?" Shuiyu's usually calm and smiling voice became unusually urgent. Suyu brushed the snow off his shoulder.
I'm fine.
"I have a favor to ask." Shuiyu was surprised but nodded. "Tell me, I'll do it. Watch over that cave entrance carefully. Don't let anyone get close, including my special forces team." Although Suyu was the minister, once she was confined here for observation, her subordinates might bypass her to investigate. For Mu-hee, if he could figure out what was happening now, even if he didn't get the credit, he could suppress Suyu. Suyu was more worried about something else, not just losing credit. She frowned, her lips trembling as she said, "Shuiyu, I don't know how to say this. I think this situation is very dangerous. So, I want you to keep watch over the cave entrance. As for the higher-ups, I will negotiate with Susu." Shuiyu nodded and gently touched the dark circles under Suyu's eyes. "It's okay. Leave everything to me. You can rest assured." After a few words, Shuiyu left with his team. Tang Yu, Zhang Yang, Wu Ying, Huli's 16 researchers who went into the cave last night and 18 Special Forces members Suyu brought in yesterday to find researchers were all taken to the 5th floor. The director and all caregivers had evacuated the floor. The staircase was sealed, and the elevator was guarded by the second fool and security personnel 24 hours a day. It was as tightly guarded as a prison. After the 16 researchers learned the truth, they all turned pale with fear. However, they understood that it was their own reckless decision to enter the cave, so they huddled together, hugging their heads and crying. The Special Forces team members were quite upset with Suyu. After all, last night, the researchers went missing because Suyu led them into the cave to find the person. If they hadn't entered the cave, they wouldn't have been affected by this strange mutation. Of course, although they resented her, they didn't dare to say anything in front of Suyu. Suyu and Tang Yu, the fox, were in the same hospital room. Tang Yu looked very pale and appeared very tired. Seeing her like this, Suyu didn't know how to comfort her. She simply stood up and said, "I'll go check on the 3 people." The 3 were Tang Yu's team members who had attacked the nurse. They were kept alone in a separate room. Only Suyu had the key to that room. Tang Yu nodded, closed her eyes, and lay on the bed. This surprised Suyu a little. She remembered Tang Yu as a lively, optimistic girl full of energy, but she didn't expect that after only half a month on the job, she had become so negative. Seeing Tang Yu's poor condition, Suyu gently closed the door. Fox followed her, but didn't stay in the hospital room. When Suyu opened the door to the room, she saw bloodstains still on the floor, and the 3 people sat on the bed covered in blood. Suyu used her special abilities to check their bodies and immediately noticed something was wrong. Their physical condition was very poor. It was hard to say exactly what was wrong, but she could feel that their body functions had at least degraded by 30%. Fox's pink pupils closely watched the 3, and after a long time, she said to Suyu, "My charm has no effect on them. My abilities are like a stone sinking into the sea, completely ineffective." I didn't sense any wave or reaction. While recording the 3's physical states, Suyu asked, "Did you use your abilities when you and Wooing caught them in the cave?" Fox shook her head. "No, because Wooing was there and we caught them. I didn't use my abilities." Suyu nodded, took Fox with her, and left. Then, she performed a mental check on everyone else. Everyone was in good condition. Suyu carefully checked if there were others who, like the 3, didn't respond to the outside world. There were none. Fox used her charm abilities on each person, and the result was that everyone, including Suyu, could be influenced. While recording this, Suyu took Fox back to their hospital room. As soon as they entered, she saw Tang Yu was already asleep. Suyu held her hand and performed a quick physical check. She found that Tang Yu was actually very healthy. This surprised Suyu, as Tang Yu's face was very pale, not looking healthy. Thinking of this, Suyu frowned and shook Tang Yu awake. When Tang Yu opened her eyes, she smiled weakly and asked, "You're back. How was it? Did you find anything?" Suyu didn't reply, but quietly let the fox use its charm ability. Tang Yu seemed to notice something. She turned her head to look at the fox, meeting its pink eyes. She was momentarily stunned and looked dazed for a while, then quickly regained her clarity.